You go there to collect like a
in their
bucket
mouth.
of water on the first day,
Just like Rabbi.
wash your car. And you go down there and you collect water down at the bank.
Look at these. Look at this.
I can't see this. You go and collect water. All good.
Look at this body, girl.
Second day.
Body.
Third day. Fourth day. 10 days.
Is this even on? Fuck no. No one knows. Look at this gangster. What is this bullshit?
That you going down to collect water is nothing more than an automated response in your brain.
Who do you think they're gonna have first?
That's where it's at.
Please be Uncle Laser.
The 8th day that you go down there just to collect water as you did.
What is it gonna be?
Like the interview.
Crabman himself?
Kids, they got swiped.
Casey Rocket?
What interview? Oh, so that was the interview I done with, there was 2 interviews I done. One was with a guy who'd lost his wife to a crocodile attack, and I asked what had happened. And
new phone, who dis?
Down there to clean, dishes down there at the river, where she went, for the last week or 2 weeks, and, changed things up. But no, she went into it.
Not David Lucas.
And the husband watched her get taken.
He sucks.
That crocodile will know the exact pinpoint location, and time doesn't matter for that animal.
He's the worst.
He's got all the time in the world. He'll wait there.
Who are the worst 3 comedians doing it right now? David Lucas,
and so,
Bert Kreischer,
where the issue comes in is it comes into your natural possession of confidence and complacency in your brain. He'll wait all day for you. He'll wait there. And he'll get you. That's why they're dangerous, is because they can understand your pattern probably better than yourself.
Is that why you have an advantage when you go to catch them? Because you're coming in there, you're not. Yeah, they haven't seen you before. You're not doing it every day. You are doing the same thing, but just the role the reverse. You know what they're doing. You know where they are.
Look, there's so much boasting about the crocodiles. I could take a 14-year-old child out on a dinghy and say, right, I'm going to teach you how to catch
That's not what it is.
5-meter crocodile, and it's not hard. Yes, there are very dangerous and a lot of things that can go wrong, but there's a technique to it. Going at night time. Like a pole, like a lasso. There's many different ways of being able to capture an animal like that and get him under control and safely.
Manny hunts gators with those things.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
It's not
I'd love to meet him one day. I'd love to meet him.
Yeah, that'd be incredible to get you guys together.
Yeah, I'd really love to, because like I said, he was one of the original.
It's not Pete, dude. You sound ignorant. You sound fucking ignorant.
You seen the videos of him levitating across the alligators?
I've watched all this stuff. I love him. I think he's great. What?
Not funny.
He's in his 60s now.
Sucks.
Yeah, he's probably in his early mid 60s. He's getting up there. He doesn't really fuck around with wildlife. He does. He'll be guide people on hunting trips and stuff like that, hunting hogs or hunting gators or whatever. But he doesn't do any crazy stuff. He doesn't swim sharks anymore.
Now that's funny.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. Is there a big difference between your approach to a gator versus a crocodile?
You couldn't. And Manny would tell you this too. You couldn't go into the Mary River or the Adelaide River in the Northern Territory and go there waist deep and try and levitate a saltwater crocodile, because it'll be the last thing you ever do.
You don't even have to hear.
What is that? It's different.
Are they more aggressive?
Oh. Can't compare. You couldn't put them in the same. Couldn't even put them in the same box. What I'm trying to say. Yeah, you do behave really different. This animal here, the Australian saltwater crocodile, so the estuarine saltwater crocodile, is a whole different kettle of fish. The way that he looks at the world, different to an alligator. Oh look, I've been in the water with alligators before. Is the diet different? I think the diet would probably be the same. Okay. I think, yeah, almost identical. Obviously, there's just something definitely structured in the brain which is different. They just see you purely as prey, and their approach is very sneaky as well. We're talking about a predator that's evolved over tens of millions of years, and Yeah, he doesn't at all see you as a. He doesn't see you as a threat as long as he's in his own natural environment. If he's up on land, yeah, he'll still defend himself, but he doesn't want anything to do with you. He's been walking on the banks of the Northern Territory. If these guys are up on the bank, the first thing they'll do is go straight to the water. They know because that is where that's their world, that's their realm, that's their hiding place, that's their advantage point. That's where you go to the edge of the water, or you go into the water, you become undone, you become unstuck. So one of the things I teach as part of the tours is obviously crocodile awareness. I take them out. We've got some captive crocodiles that we feed, and get people to really appreciate and respect these animals. But just teaching them the safety. The Northern Territory government, the Parks and Wildlife, they do a very good job at trying to educate the public or for travellers which are coming. It's called the Crocwise program, and essentially just telling people stay out of the water. Essentially, be smart around the water's edge if you're doing fishing, if you're doing any kind of thing. It's recreational because the problem. Look, someone gets taken, a father or a son or a daughter or whatever. Generally, it's a man because they're just that way inclined. And but then the animal's got to get shot, and it's bad media. It's this, and it's not a good thing. So yeah, we try to be quite preventative with our approach, and a lot of warnings and all that kind of stuff.
You got that video, Steve? Play that video. Whoa, man. Is this that same area? Northern?
No, it's the thinnest river station. So that's where I operate. And it's 55,000 acres of just wildlife wonderland. Venomous snakes on there. And we've also got our very own ancient dinosaur. Nichols Wild Tours are Australia's wildest existence. An adventure like no other.
Dude, that's wild.
That's gorgeous. NichollsWildTours.com. So I'll tell you a funny story. So I started having meetings in the Northern Territory government, and this was around about the same time I started talking with Parks and Wildlife, and it's just like, I need to do the right thing from now on, right? And just, I'll do everything your way, the permit way, and I'm like, try it. And then as soon as I think I've had this pivotal part in my life, I started connecting with NT Tourism, Northern Territory Tourism, and essentially they've been fantastic in helping try to develop the tours and make it more increase the distribution and that kind of stuff. But the first thing that the lady said when I sat down is she says, if you want us to help you get behind you, you have to do just one thing. I said, what's that? She goes, Andrew, if you want us to take you serious and you want us to promote you to the international market, you have to put your fucking shirt on.
Yeah,
and it's true because
hilarious.
Cultural appropriation is different around the world. I was in Zimbabwe. I was walking around with my shirt on, and I had one of the locals there say, "Hey, where's your shirt?" Yeah,
really?
My fucking shirt. I said, my full shirt's in the car. He said, "Go put your shirt on." Why? He goes, because this is, you're not allowed to have your shirt on.
I thought everybody walked around shirtless there. Most of the pictures are without shirts. Only the locals are not allowed to go shirtless, maybe.
Exactly, yeah. So, your shirt on.
That's weird.
So I've had to do everything with a collared shirt.
Okay, find a video on Andrew's YouTube channel. I think it's your #1 video with you approaching a hippo. Right?
Okay, yeah.
What were you doing? Was that in Africa?
That was in Africa. Yeah. Oh, look, I've had some close calls. The thing I want to put out there is this: whenever I've had a true close call, camera's never rolling.
Right.
Because you've got to get the fuck out of there. Like, you're almost, So I've had, and this was years ago, but I had one just recently where I almost got taken out by a hippo. It was at night time. This was on the recent honey badger one, yeah. I hit him with a torch, Yeah, he came at me. I ended up hitting him with a torch.
Who's the best?
We put a pretty good advertisement for this torch company. So what happened was I was walking, and he came in from the bush, and I was walking for the river, and I don't know if he was directly. Well, no, he was directly going for me. And the only thing I had in my hands as a saving grace was I had this big torch. I fucking threw the torch at him. It fucking bounced off his head, but I feel like it was enough for me to just like kind of get away to the left-hand side. And then he didn't worry about chasing me. I think it was just more so just trying to go to the water. But mate, it happened fast and they can fucking move. Yeah, but I flogged him with a torch, eh? I heard it. So
people get fucked up by hippos often.
Or people die, yeah, 100%.
People know to stay away, or do they still get people?
But locals are pretty smart, eh? It's like because there's a good like a flight distance, I guess. You know, that the people will have with them.
Right.
Yeah, people get chomps all the time.
Right.
You know, if that animal gets on top of you, just like a water buffalo, like he'll make work of you, eh?
But they don't eat meat, right?
No, they don't. No.
They don't.
So I stopped doing the YouTube stuff a couple of years ago.
Why?
For the reasons I was saying, it was just me with my camera. It was so much hard work. When you're trying to do things which are organically, the reason why, look, when you look at the success of people like Cody Peterson on that space, crew of people, things are organised, things are scripted, things are, and it's becomes a process which is completely computational and algorithmic.
Yes.
And it has to be. You need to know, like when the ability to do a podcast and have experts like that, a door before it's open, is there's always content coming out.
It's a lot. It's a lot of monotonous work. Yeah.
Yes. If you're trying to film your natural engagement with animals, capturing animals, and all that kind of stuff,
his stand-up is awesome.
Some of these animals
I could literally come up with better stand-up in 10 minutes.
No, even look at the honey badger took me 4.5 fucking months to catch in Africa. And one thing I really want to stay true to is I didn't want to do the same animal, the same snake, and I watched some guys with the same snake, oh my god, it's been done 1,000 fucking times. I wanted to do things, all the various species. Doing these and going to these areas and doing the filming, sometimes it would take me, on average 2 to 3 weeks to try and find an animal, or to capture it down, all that kind of stuff. And when you start thinking about that and how that would integrate into content for YouTube and engagement, it doesn't work.
Right.
Because there's no consistency there.
Right.
And I think that was probably one of the biggest issues. And that's when I kind of left that and thought, right, well, I'll just do documentaries. These are all the solo documentaries that I was doing. These are the ones that went to Netflix, right? And now it's come to a point in my career where, and I think I can say, like Forrest has just put me up for a show on Animal Planet, which I hope I get, hosting show. If it's something like that and there's help around me and a production and things are paid for, then I'm more than I'll be the first person at the airport. The problem is in my entire life, and I don't take back one day, but 15 years of going out there just by myself, the camera, and the amount of expenses and everything else, I barely made $1.
You what?
I barely made Australian. I barely made $1. Like if I was to break it down over 15 years, I've probably made $250,000.
Imagine if you would have been.
You think about it, $250,000 over 15 years. What's that? That's like $16,000 a year.
Yeah.
Well, it's nothing. You can't. You can barely live off it. You know what I mean? So I think it got to a point where it's just like, I've got a skill set, I've got this ability, I know I can host, I know I've got the character, I know I've got all the necessary formula behind me, but now I just need something which is more formative. Because to continue going like this by myself...
That's interesting, man. That's an interesting way of thinking and doing and living your life. Because I think most people would, if there was no cameras rolling, they wouldn't do half this shit, or they wouldn't do probably any of it. But you look at it the completely opposite way, which is very, very unique. And that's not just with doing crazy wildlife shit, trekking through fucking deadly territory and catching deadly animals. I mean, that's with anything, right? Even podcasting. Like, how many people would sit here and would want to? It would be unsustainable, I guess. It's impossible to fly in people from all around the world and talk to them if you're not trying to like set up some sort of a machine around it and try to develop a money-making apparatus to make it sustain itself.
Well, I think, and what people are saying there, look, I think I'd uploaded close to 100 videos. What people are saying is less than 0.001% of what I was willing to show them. Right. There's so much that I've done. You know what I mean? There's so much to it. Yeah. And I just seen a lot of these guys that were coming up for you, and the first thing that they were, there was a brand new structure. All right, we've got to do the hats, and we've got to do the backpacks, and we've got to do the shirts, and we've got to do this, and everything was just, it was just like a McDonald's. Yeah. That's what it was. It was just like a marketing McDonald's thing. Yeah. And when I saw people like that person, like Cody Pearson, that's all it was. It was just like, how can I be a franchise brand? And that was the force. The animal stuff is second. But how can I be that brand first? And I think that's where being disingenuous, people can sense that.
Yes.
But people like that never become icons like Steve, because the core of what they're doing, you can see the undercurrent of that. I'm sorry to call it out, but for me, I can see it. I feel like Australians are really sensitive to that kind of stuff too. Like someone that's selling out is it's just I wouldn't wear a backpack, or I wouldn't wear a pair of shoes that I didn't believe in. Does that make sense?
Right, absolutely, 100%.
I wouldn't believe in. I've only had 3 sponsors. I've had K-Bar, right, because I'm doing nice work. Put them to the test. You know, if you don't believe me, I can show you some stuff in the Buffaloes if you like.
Really?
But listen, there's only very small brands that I would actually put my life into, and I can relate that back to the rawness of what I've done. I'm not going to sit here with something and promote something that I don't believe in. It's against my core. I just don't believe in that. Mm-hmm. And maybe, you know, a lot of people are probably watching this podcast and no wonder why you got no money, because you didn't sell out. I'd rather be broke than sell out. That's my character, and I think a lot of people in the industry, it's not like that. Daniel, they'll sell out. They'll change their fucking names. They'll do whatever they can to make it. Fake it till they make it. Sorry.
Well, that's why you're such a fucking badass, bro.
Well, I think it's a lot of it's about being true to yourself too.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
You know, and there's got to be gives and takes. There's been some shows that I haven't been 100% on. And, you know, you got to see these things as opportunity or opening doors. And so it's not like I've been close to that, because there's definitely been things that you know, okay, but I think you've definitely got to stay true to yourself. You have to stay true to yourself.
What do you think about? Have you heard of this thing called interspecies AI communication?
The first thing I think of though is if an alien was to come down here to Earth, how long do you think it'd be until someone tried to fuck it? Honestly, you know that would happen pretty fast.
Yeah,
it would.
Yeah, if there were enough of them, 100% you could find somebody who'd want to fuck it.
Yeah. And you know there'd be a disclaimer. You know, the government would be smart and be like, do not contact, do not touch. But really the government's just like, please, someone just don't fuck one. We just don't want to create fucking virus that it's going to wipe out the earth. We just don't want that right now.
I don't think we'd have to be worried about that. I think the thing you'd have to be worried about is the aliens wanting to fuck us.
You reckon?
I think the aliens would want to probably fuck the humans. Or like find some, some hot indigenous.
Oh, okay, I think I have heard about this. So is this to do with the original conversation where the octopus wasn't from here? It came from somewhere else. Is this where this is going? Or no?
No, I don't think so. I think so. This is correct me if I'm. I mean, we can read it, but what was explained to me was that it's a new artificial intelligence that's being developed, like a language intelligence that can decipher animal communication for us and basically translate it into something we can understand. Blow that up so we can read the bio of this company. Interspecies Internet is a multidisciplinary global think tank to encourage the acceleration of interspecies communication with 4,500 plus members, including leading sector professionals. A primary premise of the project is that the interspecies Internet can be used to both link non-human species that are not collocated and can use its computational capacity to introduce AI and machine learning methods to transduce signals from one species into coherent signals for another. So yeah, they want to basically translate animal language into human language.
I feel like something has just went through my mind. I feel like if I was to compile a series of sentences which have probably came off all the animals that I've chased over the years, a lot of those sentences would run off the narrative of, why the fuck are you chasing me? Fuck off! Who is this wanker? Wow.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Straight out. That's the concise thing. Yeah.
But how fucked up would that be, dude, if we could like telepathically communicate with animals?
There was a dog that I've seen. Okay, so there's been a number of animals over the years which I think have really been individualized as having this next level of intelligence. One was a African grey parrot called Alex. That was one. I think there was also a gorilla that was in captivity.
Is that Amy?
May have been. And a dog. The most recent one was the dog where, you know, they've got, I think it's called a lexigram, where they have all these different buttons that symbolize different things, like outside,
right,
food, water. And this one was actually a really complicated lexigram where there was almost like questions in it that involved around motion. And I believe it's one of those labradoodle, like the poodle cross number.
Yeah.
One of those ones.
Yeah.
Really intelligent. This was the most interesting part, was the dog went up to it and it pressed it simultaneously. It pressed the button that said, "What am I?" and then walked over and looked into the mirror and looked at the owner. That's deep. That's deep. That's deep. Wow. That's deep. What am I? That's deep.
That is very deep. What the fuck, man? That's interesting. Yeah, I gotta find that.
Coco. That's it. Because there was a famous scene with Robin Williams with Coco. And I think it like sign language was able to communicate. There's an interesting study that they done years ago, and this is actually really scary. I think one of the Russian experiments, where they put a child and a chimpanzee together at a very, very young age, and essentially the experiment was to teach this chimpanzee, human knowledge and human traits and behaviour and all that kind of stuff. I think the experiment only went on for a couple of months and then had to shut it down. You know why? Because it was actually the child that was starting to learn the traits of the chimpanzee. Because animals have such a hardwired behavioural system, like in everything they had is so hardwired. And it was interesting to see that it was the human brain that had that plasticity or that adaptability, and it was actually absorbing more information from so yeah, which I thought was fascinating. Truly fascinating. You know what I mean, man? Like,
yeah, we are so different from apes. I mean, it's our closest living relative species. We're, supposedly came from apes, and we evolved from apes, but we're so fucking different. Like, it's like there's nothing. There's such a huge gap between the most developed primate to a human being. It's almost like there was some sort of like intervention there.
Yeah,
that's like the theory that a monkey ate a mushroom, a psychedelic mushroom, and the brain grew like 5 times the size. And what's the name of that theory? That's called the I forget the name of it right now. But yeah, there's all these crazy theories on how because there's nothing really close to us in the world. Think about every single animal that exists on Earth and then us. We are so we're miles apart from every single one.
It's funny.
The stoned ape theory, that's what it's called.
I just saw that last week. It reminded me of Travis the Chimp. You know that story?
No. Who's Travis the Chimp? Just the one where the chimp ripped apart the little girl?
Yeah, that woman, the next one ever. It ripped her face off. And the 911 call. And ladies. This ties in back to that whole animal attachment, emotional attachment with the animal and all that kind of stuff. And this lady had a very unhealthy relationship with this chimpanzee and lived in a house and and all that kind of stuff. And this chimpanzee would look out the window like every day and see the next door neighbour, because this lady was friends with this other lady, and it just would death stare her. You know what I mean? And it probably waited its entire life to be like, I'll get you one day. You know what I mean? Because once again, like two chimpanzees like that, like time that's different.
Is that what she looks like after? Did she die?
No,
she lived?
She lived. Yeah.
Oh wow, she's got a new face.
Travis the chimp managed to escape from the enclosure one day, and it essentially mauled this lady to death. It bit her hand off, it bit her face off, and this lady all the while, I think she was, the owner was like stabbing it with a kitchen knife whilst I'm phone to 911. And it's this, I think at that point in time, particularly in the US, it really raised a lot of question about the exotic animals or, these dangerous animals which were being kept as literally kitchen pets. This it kind of brings in the whole Tiger King thing now, doesn't it? I just thought that this was, a real tragic and bizarre.
Monkeys are terrifying.
They are.
Have you seen the videos of monkeys stealing kids?
Right.
There's videos on YouTube of like these little monkeys. I forget where it was, but there's I don't know if you. I think the parent intervened at the last minute. These monkeys stalked this little toddler and tried to grab it and steal it, and they were in a tug. There it is, right there. Yeah, watch this.
Holy crap! I'll give you the child back. Give you some practice.
What the fuck, man?
I think someone was just filming it recently. I think it was in they took me out in Indonesia. I think it's in Macau. And what they'll do is they will steal a wallet or a purse or a possession like a phone, and they actually use it as a form of data. And they'll go up to a tree and say, "You give me a tree, I'll give you the phone back." So they've been able to work that out, which I think that's another level of intelligence, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, monkeys are the one that first developed prostitution.
Really?
Yeah, I forget when the study was done or whatever, but there was a study done where they put two male primates or chimps and a female, and how did it go? The female would end up fucking the male who gave it food.
Right.
I think that's how it went.
That was awful.
Right.
But basically, they were both competing to see who could bring the female the food, and the female would only sleep with the ape that brought it food.
Right. Wow.
Terrible. You're awful.
Yeah, dude, they're bizarre. So what else is there? What else is there that you haven't done that you still want to do? Is there any crazy trek or any crazy animal that you haven't caught yet, or any place in the world that you haven't been that you want to go?
It was funny. I was just in Medellin in Colombia. I went to the zoo there, and as I was walking through the zoo, I had quite a wide diversity of animals from all over the place. And it was funny because as I was walking there, I was like, I've caught that one, I've caught this one, I've caught that one, tracked this one. I think unless it's something which is really out there, and once again, I think if a network was to turn around, like the Congo River, that hasn't been walked yet. I know people have talked about it, but if I put this out now and I say to a network, if you will pay the way for me, I'll go and walk the fucking Congo. I'll do that tomorrow. It's just, for me, it's not, I don't know, obviously it's a challenge.
Why the Congo?
It hasn't been done. Remember? It's been done, I know. If something hasn't been done, I'll do it. If someone's willing to pay the way for it, I'll do it. Actually, my friend actually gave me a good idea. It's just start a GoFundMe of people that can't really, to catch certain animals. Because I was telling people about how I catch the water buffaloes, and then straight away, so I was like, I bet you couldn't do a Cape buffalo. I'm like, no, I bet I could. So I reckon I could actually start a GoFundMe where it'd be like, right, if you want me to go and catch a Cape buffalo, this is how much it's going to cost for my airfares and da-da-da and stuff. And then I'll go and spend however long to go and catch that animal. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But, you've got to think, what's the plight of all this? I think part of that plight is it's about, educating people, bringing awareness. What I love now is teaching the skill set. You know what I mean? I think that's why I've probably evolved into conducting the tours in the Northern Territory and doing that kind of stuff. But look, I'm definitely open to doing stuff with networks and filming. You know, that's always been like a huge passion of mine. You know, and I don't feel like you can over-explore things like that. I think there's always something to do. But like I said, like Daniel, I'm always after a challenge. I want a hard challenge. You know, and I said to Forrest, I said, if he gets the funding to go to that Tasmanian tiger thing, I said, I'll do it. And he knows I'll do it.
That's fucking incredible. I hope it happens. Yeah. Well, dude, thank you, Andrew Eucles, for doing this, man. All the way from Australia. Well, from Medellin to here and back to Australia tomorrow. But thanks again. Where can people find you online and find your tours?
Right, so Australian Wild Tours, but they can obviously find me on Instagram, Facebook, Andrew Eucles, and I got a YouTube channel which is there, and and
OnlyFans. That's funny, man. I know people who use OnlyFans instead of Patreon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's this dude. He lives in Hawaii. Nathan Florence. He's a professional surfer.
I've heard of Nathan. Just wait, I think we follow each other.
Oh, really? Yeah, his brother's John Florence. On the world tour. He's been like one of the biggest, best surfers in the world going up on the North Shore. Anyways, he used OnlyFans to publish all his content on there. So he's a Patreon. Pretty fun. Pretty crazy.
You still suck.
All right. Thanks again, bro. Awesome. We'll link all your shit below. Yeah. And good night, world.
What is it? Or if they're walking. I collect artwork, paintings. I have a lot of a crazy amount of paintings. It's kind of disgusting. Wow. You walk into gold diggers, right? Florida seems places like NC Gallery. Every single wall is covered. It's kind of you walk in my place.
Yo, congrats on your new Netflix documentary. It is fantastic.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Yeah. How's it doing? Millions of views?
Yeah, as far as we understand it, they don't give us too many details, but yeah, it seems to be doing well. It was in the top 10 for at least 2 weeks, so I think that's good for a pretty humble little show like ours. It was the top 10 in 44 countries, I think, and 4 in the world at one point, number 2 in the US at one point. After Avatar, The Last Airbender, which is a tough competitor. So yeah, the climb for us.
You guys have been friends for a long time, right? Yeah, it's like childhood. Mm-hmm. And how long ago did you start working on the story?
I started in about 2012. And Zach started in about 2017, but he was always sort of like a sounding board for me. He was some when I had questions or when I had learned something really interesting, I would, tell Zach about it. So by the time he actually started, he had been talking to me about it for 5 years. He wasn't totally oblivious as to what was going on.
Big jump up.
He was able to hit the ground running.
So what were you guys doing what were you doing specifically when you started investigating this? Were you just doing it like a side hobby, or were you working reporting on it for or how much time were you spending on it? I mean, what was your life like at that point in time?
My timeline is a little bit confusing, and we kind of compress it in the show, right? But I basically dropped out of college when I was after my junior year of college at Western Kentucky.
This
University.
motherfucker throwing up gang signs. Got that middle-aged woman underarm going on. Look at that flab.
About 3 years until I was about 25 or 26.
Gonna bite it, bitch.
And my little sister got cancer, and I went home to Kentucky to be, close to her.
Damn, girl.
Basically, she's fine now. But while there, I decided to finish my degree. I was studying photojournalism before, and rather than finish in that, I'd already been shooting for the Times for 3 years and had, front pages and, good clips from that time. I finished with a degree in journalism writing, which was something that also interested me. And the final, sorry, I feel like I'm being so boring talking about college.
It's not boring.
I fell asleep. So. Yeah, and I'm falling asleep.
No.
But the final semester, we had to write a magazine-style investigative piece on the theme of the role of money in politics.
Okay.
And while I was in college, the New York Times would continue to give me assignments, in Kentucky when stuff would come up. Mm-hmm. And so I was trying to figure out what I was going to write about on this theme. And the Times called and sent me to a factory in Kentucky that was going to lose its military contract to make shirts for the Navy and or underwear for the Army, something like that. And basically, and the reason why they were likely going to lose their contract was because this next round of bids, they were going to be competing against prison factories, and you can't really compete with basically slave labor. So that kind of turned me on to the idea of prisons. And then, I'm digging into prisons. I'm like, I'll probably write something for this class about prisons. And that led me to Wackenhut Corporation, because they were the second largest private prison company in the U.S. and also the first.
What do you mean? They were a private prison company?
Right. They contract with the BOP as a private corporation to, they're basically running a hotel that you can't leave, and they're getting paid by the day, by the bed, by the prisoner. Because there's so many prisoners in the United States, the BOP can't, they don't have enough facilities, and these kind of private companies moved in to try to help alleviate that.
Wackenhut was paying the BOP.
No. The BOP is paying Wackenhut to imprison people for them.
Oh, okay.
And they also do a lot of the name is the Wackenhut Corporation was a giant private security company.
Started by George Wackenhut.
Started by this guy, George Wackenhut, who was an FBI. It was founded actually down in South Florida in Coral Gables. But they had offices eventually all over the world. They did, kind of like security and kind of espionage type work. But then they eventually got into this private prison. That was like a subset of the company called.
They were just always looking for new business opportunities. And the first one I think that they started was an immigration prison. It was the first private prison in America, and it was an immigration detention center. Wow. And that got, George Wackenhut and his board of directors, I guess, eventually, which were all of these people, we go into it in the show, these three-letter agencies, that, former heads of three-letter agencies, FBI, CIA, NSA. Weirdly, JCPenney is one of them. It's like, what are they doing? So they were finding new business opportunities, private prisons. They ran a lot of security for just regular office buildings. I think our composer was talking about how he grew up in Florida, and his like neighborhood or something. There was a neighborhood association or something, or the gate or whatever had their logo on it.
You get the book Area 51.
Yeah.
They had the contract to guard the test site at Area 51. There's a lot of mention in Annie Jacobson's book about knucklehead stuff that Wackenhut guards got up to on those grounds, like crashing helicopters, I think, and other.
So the Wackenhuts, when you discovered Wackenhut, somehow that led you to Danny Casolaro?
Yes, because Danny so I'm basically just pulling a lot of research materials, articles about Wackenhut, and I pulled an article that mentioned, both Wackenhut and Danny Casolaro. It was an article from 1993 in Spy magazine, which was an account of Danny Casolaro's death and what he was kind of working on that led to his death, and the people he was talking to. It was written by a former NYPD detective named John Connolly. But when I find this thing, not in the magazine itself, but just on some third-party website, I read it, it mentions, Wackenhut mentions his journalist had never heard of it, and I thought it was, no joke, I thought it was like Iran-Contra fan fiction. Like somebody kind of just made all this stuff up. They were really into Iran-Contra. They invented this journalist, because it seems so, it seemed so absurd, it seemed made up. And then, but I'm like, realized, and I'd never heard of Spy magazine, because I was born in 85 and it shut down in 93, whatever. I just didn't know about it. It turns out that looking back, it was one of the great magazines, I think, of all time. Right. So that, and that article was actually part of a trilogy. There was like a separate piece about Wackenhut, and there was a separate piece about what was going on the Cabazon Reservation. And that's how it comes up in this piece about Danny. He was looking into Wackenhut and what they were doing in this joint venture with a tiny Native American tribe near Indio, California, at that time called the Cabazon Band of Mission Indians. Basically, Wackenhut was, and the Cabazons had plans to develop biological weapons, like vision goggles, and small arms for guerrilla armies in Central America.
So, for people that are listening who, if there's probably a few of them out there who have not seen your documentary yet, can you basically give us like a 40,000-foot overview, very brief description of what the story is?
I'm going to let the brilliant director
do it. I'll try it. It's a complicated story, but it's fascinating. So I'll just
wait. Is that actually? I want to tee it up first. When I meet people in an elevator or whatever, I say an elevator pitch. Say it's a murder mystery, spy thriller, documentary. And then it centers around the story of a journalist who died under mysterious circumstances in 1991, and it delves into what he was investigating. That sort of led to that point in his life where he died. Mm-hmm. That's the elevator pitch.
I think the story, it's almost like a sort of like Russian nesting doll kind of thing. On its very outside core, it's kind of about me
that's good.
Seeing my friend Christian go into this investigation as like a sort of citizen researcher, just a sort of random dude going into this story. And the story that he's going into is essentially his attempt to finish and the work and find out what happened to this journalist, Danny Casolaro, who died in 1991 in a hotel room in Martinsburg, West Virginia, about an hour and a half outside of Washington, D.C., who had been, and his death was ruled a suicide by the authorities, and his family and friends and colleagues at the time, once they found out that he had died and that they were calling it a suicide, they were like, whoa, wait a second. You need to understand, we don't think it's a suicide because of who Danny was, but mainly because of what he was looking into, which was this dangerous story. And that dangerous story with dangerous characters was, he had started 1 year earlier in August of 1990. And it started essentially with him looking into this software program called Promise, and how that was allegedly stolen by the Justice Department and used as spy software. And then that led him to the source who said that he had been involved with that out of the Cabazon Indian Reservation, where the stuff that Christian's been talking about is going on with Wackenhut, and there was a triple homicide. This is still unsolved murder. There, other people who were around this source of Danny's, Michael Riconosciuto, had died, also in San Francisco. And then it leads him to other people in this world who claim that it's actually connected to all these other scandals. And so Danny's story eventually becomes that he is proposing to write a book about this whole thing that he dubs the octopus. The octopus is kind of these interconnected, mostly intelligence-related, military intelligence-related political scandals from mainly the 1980s, but also decades before that, sort of the cast of characters who are all usually associated with the CIA or its predecessor, the OSS, who had this network. The octopus is kind of, in his telling, this network of intelligence operatives who have gone rogue and are responsible, sort of the hidden network behind many of the scandals of the 80s that came to surface then, which was like Contra, this banking scandal, the savings loan scandal, PCCI, which was this kind of third world, but operating globally, the first kind of global third world bank that had a
private army, another bank called Nugan Hand, another CIA-related bank called Nugan Hand. All these different scandals, Iran-Contra, and Edwin Wilson, who was arming Libya, kind of maybe right or maybe with the CIA's approval. Yeah, all these intelligence guys, and including his investigation of the software, Promise, are interrelated. And he calls this network of intelligence people the octopus.
Yeah, it feels like the murder of this journalist, Danny Casolaro, is just the very tip of the iceberg, or like a tree that's above ground, and below that is this giant root ball of like shadow government that I did not expect when I started this. Like, because I didn't know anything about this. I just thought this was a true crime investigation on a guy who got whacked, trying to figure out who was behind. But like, allegedly, that's literally like, I mean, it's woven throughout the story beautifully. Yeah. But it literally seems like it's maybe 10% of the whole entire meat of the whole thing.
This is a lot of documentary series about kind of murder mystery documentaries are too long. And
in your opinion?
No, in a lot of people's opinion, they stretch it out. But this is like, it's so dense and packed and deep and layered, and we just struggled to get what we got in there because there's so much stuff.
What made you guys decide to make it only 4 parts?
Netflix did that? Yeah. Well, when we wanted to do 8, we originally, before we even pitched it to anybody, it was like, well, obviously it's 8 tentacles, it's 8 episodes. And then by the time we were pitching it, we pitched it as 5, and then they were like, yeah, it could be 4 or 5, and then it just took us, frankly, so long to make this thing. I think way longer than we ever wanted it to be, but it was so, and we're proud of the end product. I'm happy that we took the time to do it, but it was just.
How long was the production of it, from the first time you guys met with Netflix to now?
Well, it's greenlit in 2019. Yeah, but there was a pandemic that set us back about 6 months, which was actually weirdly beneficial to us because we really needed. We'd never done anything like this before. We needed the extra time to just research, call people, like figure out what the heck we were doing. So 2019, we had the meeting with them and were greenlit, but then it was like pandemic happened. We really started filming it in late 2020. We shot our first interview, but we had shot things over the years before that because we picked Michael up from prison in 2017. So the chronology it's twisted and stuff because. If we started where we started in 2017, nobody had any idea who Michael is. So it's like, well, we gotta put that like a little later. And so if you're really paying attention, we're accurate, pretty accurate with the dates, but like, it's a story with multiple chronologies from the 2000. Early 2000s. Well, Danny's chronology is 1990 to 1991, but then the book he's writing starts in about 1980. So we're also telling that story that starts with the 1980 election, and then we're telling our chronology in the 2000s. It's just.
Did you start this thing with the goal of writing a book?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still going to publish a book or no?
I have enough research to do the book, to write the book. I want Zach to help me with it, but we also want to do more documentaries. And I don't have 8 arms, I'm not an octopus. I think I'm going to do another.
Are you guys going to do another follow-up to this?
I mean, we can't say for sure, but there's just so much stuff that we wanted to do, and so many things that I feel like we've sort of like hinted at in this that we just feel compelled to finish some of these stories and push the ball a little further. Plus, I think that we've hinted that we've gotten more stuff coming over the transom, and we want to do it, but it's like, do we have plans? Do we have a contract? To do it? Absolutely not. So it's like slams the door in my face. I'll hit up my literary agent and get going on the book. I've got at least 2 options.
So I was kind of shocked at the documentary. It seems like you believe, right?
I do believe that. Wait, did you committed suicide? Oh, no, sorry. I spaced out.
Hey, clip that, Steve.
You asked me, do I think that Danny? No, I mean,
do you believe he committed suicide?
There's a point where I basically throughout this whole process, you can make a really good case for murder and a really good case for suicide. The problem is that the both of the arguments are there's so much kind of compelling data on both sides. As a researcher, when you're looking at the stuff, you're kind of getting ping-ponged back and forth between these two conclusions. And Zach captured and showed that feeling of, oh, maybe he did kill himself, or then maybe he got killed. You're always, sometimes in one day, you're experiencing those.
There's got to be fatigue to this, to spending so much time and getting the fact of getting burned out.
Yeah, we burned out and relit the candle many times over. But yeah, I think like at the end, we show this, that there was, the police had said he was alone in Martinsburg, and then we showed this composite drawing that clearly he had been with someone. Basically, I mean, how I view it is like another person saw someone entering the room, and so now we're like dealing with this information and Christian disinformation, not disinformation, but there is disinformation out there as well. I think Christian's like, how I see it, his default position kind of like throughout this process was 1%, and it would very widely, both very widely on this, sort of going over the edge on this. Either way, of like 51% Christian is kind of like I think Danny was a murdered guy, and I'm like the 51% Danny committed suicide guy. That's 51% committed. That's kind of my default position. I'm just like inherently a skeptic, conspiracy stuff, and just like the idea that this would be such an organized, it's very difficult murder to pull off cleanly. We have zero evidence linking it to for it to be such a bloody room. And right, no sign of forced, no bloody footprints. But we would kind of. Did they analyze writing from the suicide note? Claim they did. It looks like writing, does it? Yeah. I mean, there's also importantly a suicide note.
But wasn't he also missing fingernails? And one of the biggest parts of it is it's severed. Like, how do you sever your thumb to sever the other tendon?
When we interviewed one of the paramedics who found him, actually, which is interesting to me. That was his point, right? Is like. And we showed in the documentary, how do you hold it there if your tendons are severed? You can't grip anything with opposable thumbs, right?
Was it an actual razor blade you used?
Yeah. Okay. And so, and I think that's a really good point, but we he or they, right? You're saying that, right?
Oh, yeah. Or the person.
Yeah.
What's his name? Joe?
Potentially. So anyway, what I'm trying to say is like we would go back and forth about this constantly, and I think you see that tension, a little bit of that tension of us trying to grapple with this throughout the process. I would say that, like, for me, when I read the FBI's report on what the DOJ FBI report on what happened to Danny Castellero, there was basically there were several investigations, but there was the Martinsburg police investigation, which was immediately after Danny's death. And then there was a follow-up investigation by Janet Reno's Justice Department, and it's on a federal level. And they were reviewing the Martinsburg Police Department's thing, and then they were re-interviewing people. But when I read that thing, I found it to be a very compelling snapshot of what Danny's life was in the year before he died. And their conclusion is that Danny committed suicide, and they lay out, it's a good, useful timeline of what they knew of what he was doing in Martinsburg and all that stuff. But as we show, and this is sort of like a spoiler alert, I would encourage anybody to really go on the ride of watching the movie before listening to what I'm about to say. But once Christian got the documents from Martinsburg Police Department that nobody had seen since they were created, right outside of the police, which we had been told repeatedly were under seal from the Department of Justice, from the Federal Department of Justice. We were told, you can't fulfill this FOIA request because the DOJ says we can. that was what they told Christian years ago. I came back to them and I said, please show me a piece of paper that says that you can, that the DOJ has this under seal. Because how do they
show us anything?
Show us anything. It's clearly not the real story, right? Because
they suppressed a letter or a witness.
They just
document.
never brought. They essentially, in my view, and I don't cast even blame or aspersions. It's a complicated story, even if there's nothing pernicious going on, evil, DOJ, cover up. Like, it's just a complicated story. And like Christian says, if you want to conclude that Danny committed suicide, that's a solid, couple months of your life investigating it. If you want to conclude that he was murdered, it opens up so many problems. Because it's like what Danny was looking into, the people he was dealing with are so difficult to pin down. Their role, their connection to the federal government is pretty messed up. And it just creates problems, right? And it just creates a lot of time. You just have to go. It took Christian 12 years to do this thing, right? And, you could argue we didn't get fully through everything. So it's a lot easier to say you committed suicide, and that's what they said. And so whether they were disingenuous or not, the problem is that there was the evidence they presented was all the evidence that supports their conclusion.
Yes.
And they didn't include any of the stuff that raises questions like, oh, well, there was somebody who saw somebody else going into his room. Like,
why did they hide that?
Why not follow up with the woman and ask her more questions? Like, it's like, or there was somebody who gave a sketch or somebody else. If your theory is Danny was depressed, screwed around by all these conspiracy nuts, went to Martinsburg, had no evidence to back up this wild story that he had been fed by these con artists, was so depressed that he had no money, he commits suicide in a bathtub in Martinsburg in 1991. Okay. So, and he met no one. No, he didn't meet anybody that weekend. Okay, well, if you have anything that shows that he was meeting with people, it's a problem. And they didn't include that stuff. So what I'm getting at is, the official story
also
is
that
not
there were no work papers. He didn't have any research papers on him at all. He wasn't working on the story. And this note in his shoe, there's like,
oh yeah, we never even bring that up in the show just because it's like there's so many stuff that we just couldn't fit into the program. But it's good to be able to come here and kind of tell all the stuff that we couldn't fit in, But the note in the shoe is really weird.
What's the note in the shoe?
he has like a chapter outline for
Tell it like the note in the shoe. There was a piece of paper in his shoe that was sent off to the West Virginia State Police for. They sent all the evidence, all the stuff that was with physical evidence, all the physical evidence, and one of the people in the lab found just a blank piece of paper in his shoe. But this enterprising dude who we could never get access to, he would never return our calls. He's a lab technician, and he does some sort of chemical analysis on it or something, and it shows that it's actually got an imprint on it that was written on the same legal paper that the suicide note was written on, and it's an outline of the first chapter, right, of Danny's book. So it's like, okay, he has no papers with him in Martinsburg, except he obviously is working on this thing when he's,
it's very strange. And why is that piece of paper in his shoe?
It doesn't give us any sort of, it's like, wow, that's the smoking gun, but it's just like, it's just the sizzling data point. And,
it's just crazy because the whole first
80-90% of the documentary just like is blatantly in your face. This guy got murdered, you know, even leading up to the couple days, like weeks before he got, or the weeks before he died, when he's getting calls, people threatening to kill him. And he's telling his brother and telling people, like, if something happens to me, it was not an accident. And then, so if he's doing all this stuff and telling the story to all these people, why would you go kill yourself?
Well, that's
just to make some grandiose.
That's what doesn't sit well with me, is that if he did kill himself, he was also conning his family into believing that he was murdered in this elaborate thing because they're Catholic, whatever. And I, as I've gotten to know the Castellera family, and what I've learned about Danny, just that also just does not seem kosher, and I don't like that. That's a tough part for me, that he would like lie to his brother and con his family.
But as a caveat, and Tony, his brother, says this in the documentary, it's like anybody can commit suicide for any number of reasons. You know what I mean? It's like, we're not psychologists, nor are we like qualified to really weigh in on this, but like I like to keep a very open mind. It's like there's no, you know, just like, oh, well, he definitely didn't commit suicide, because, you know, it's a complicated subject matter. It's too complicated for us to even like have fully gone into and told the story in the thing. So we keep an open mind about that. You know, I just want to say that.
If this sort of shadow organization or shadow government of people whose job it is to assassinate people and traffic drugs and weapons across the world and do things to avoid laws, if that existed in the 90s, there has to be remnants or echoes of it now. And that being said, were you guys ever worried about the same fate that happened to Danny? Like, did you guys ever get contacted by anyone? Were you guys ever fearful? Did you guys get any calls? Or
there were a lot of people who said that we should be worried. You know, who were from who knew parts of the story, who would tell us. We hear it in the show, people saying,
there was a guy that told us, like, we should definitely either A, stop immediately what we're doing, and or B, let him mail us this plutonium tip bullet and this adapter to like 45 millimeter, or it was like a suicide pill? No, it was like a stop anything that distracts the bullet, you know.
Yeah, he was like, oh, well, look, if you're really gonna go into this thing, if you're really serious about it, listen, you gotta be careful, because when those guys come through the door, you need to be ready. And he's talking about essentially like, I don't know, intelligence assassins by the CIA, right? Assassins or something who are gonna somehow come through the door and kill Christians. But he's like, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna send you a 10 millimeter, not a 9 millimeter, a 10 millimeter modified barrel that shoots these special bullets. And he's like, what's your mailing address? And Christian's like, what? I'm not gonna. I don't think that you should be mailing me gun parts to New York City. You know,
I'm not gonna carry around plutonium tip bullets in Manhattan.
It's not. Well, and he was just like, he's like, these people, ultimately, all you gotta do is point and shoot, because they're dumb as rocks. You know, it's like, right? Like, who does this guy work for? How did you guys get in contact?
But basically, the story, your question though,
like, you have to be so paranoid.
Yeah, paranoid, but also like a bit cavalier, and we also believe in what we're doing, right? So like, I don't know, it felt more important to me to like continue on than to chicken out, right? And then plus like we didn't really have that much heat. And what you were saying about if there's like modern leave no trace assassins, like deploying them is a really big deal. And are you deploying them over a 30-year-old case that's already so confusing? And you know, either way, whatever. I think we did a good job with the documentary, but it's like we're still discussing. We still don't know.
Yeah, everything. We don't know everything.
So you know, you send them out to some. You know, those assassins go to much bigger targets than us. You know, one would hope.
Right? I mean, the idea is like it's just some of the stuff that you guys are uncovering. It's kind of like an example would be the Kennedy assassination, right? Like everybody knows, by and large, that
they know what was going on. They know that the Ariadne was not a lone assassin, but it's like the government doesn't really need to like come out and defend itself. All it has to do is just shut up, because I mean, there's such a dissent, and people kind of know what happened, and there's been all these declassified documents. It's kind of like already out in the ether. Like, yes, everybody knows what's going on, but
and the intel organizations fuel the dissent and the confusion. That's part. Right. We discussed that in the show. Like that's part of their modus operandi. They intentionally
strategic
seed confusion into this.
And make it work for it. It's almost like I look at it almost like they just can't lose in terms of like this thing coming out, because it's like if you believe, and I think that we show clear evidence of intelligence operations that have gone like probably very far away from their original, if there was ever a noble intent, you know. But like if you look at those, it just, in my mind, helps them just as much as not knowing about it, because it's like, okay, well, the CIA and the intelligence community gets away with all kinds of stuff, and they look like badasses. They look like people who can take you out for doing whatever. So it's like that helps them too.
They seem smart. They seem one step
like
ahead.
they know they're on top of this stuff, and it says to their enemies, abroad or wherever, don't fuck with us. It's like it's all good for them in my mind. That's kind of depressing, but that's kind of how I see it.
This film, in 1993, this story was an unsolved mystery episode.
Unsolved mysteries.
Unsolved mysteries. In the early days, I used to, people were like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm trying to solve this, I'm working on an unsolved mystery.
Is that the guy with the amazing voice?
It was Robert Stack. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then later, Dennis Farina.
Yeah. In a trench coat. Robert Stack would be like walking through a park somewhere in like fog.
Yeah. So the unsolved mystery, they interview Michael Riconosciuto, one of the main characters, and Tony Casolaro and Anne Klink, who appear in our show, and Bill Hamilton, the founder of the company. Yeah. So
it's the show, just to give a background, it's mainly about kind of like our first episode almost. It's mainly about the scope of the story is Danny died under mysterious circumstances in a hotel room, and he was looking at this software program. That's what they made me talk about.
Anyways, so at the end of the show, the sort of cliffhanger that it ends on is this account that people that were at Danny's funeral have of a man in military formal uniform, looks high-ranking, lots of medals, puts a medal on Danny's grave before it goes away. And doesn't say anything, and just kind of like approaches the grave, puts a medal on it, and that medal is presumably underground in the cemetery. In Fairfax.
If you're looking at the actual episode, there's usually two per thing, so it's halfway through. There we go. Here's the funeral scene. Yeah.
Is this full screen?
So
is this a reenactment?
This is a reenactment. Yeah. So they tell this story about there was a mystery man at the funeral who nobody knew from the family. Nobody knew who this guy was, and he shows up and he lays a medal down on Danny's grave. He puts a medal down on Danny's casket, and everybody's like, "Whoa!" Like, was Danny? The implication is like, was Danny actually secretly working for some sort of intelligence operation or military, thing? Like, was Danny's life actually much deeper and darker than we even knew about?
And so it was just sort of like this, like, unsolvable.
Was the guy wearing all that military brass like that?
He was wearing his full uniform.
Oh wow. So anyways, basically, at this point, this is probably like 2012 or 2013, like my earliest phase of doing research for the book. And basically, and also one thing that there is some writing about Danny Casolaro out there. There are two books, but they don't really go in. It's not like kind of like a traditional biography. Like one of them's kind of about just kind of pulls different newspaper articles and magazine articles, and kind of is a sort of like collage of kind of different secondary source material.
Right.
And then the other one is Sherry Seymour's book, which is like a wild book, and that's her investigation into like what was going on the West Coast, and there's a little bit about Danny, but it's not a biography of Danny. So I've always found it interesting that he worked in computer trade publications. He worked, he published computer industry newsletters, and I thought that was interesting because a software scandal propelled him into this story, and that kind of like had never been dug into, and I thought it gave him credibility as a journalist. Like, this guy knew about software. There weren't a lot of reporters who knew about computer software back in 1991. So basically, I wanted to like kind of dig in and like really paint a picture of like what life was like leading up to him getting into the case, and just writing about computers for this newsletter
Under the heading Computer Age was the application.
So I would look at the old issues of it, and there'd be like on the masthead just names of different people that worked there. So I just started calling people that worked there, who lived in the Virginia area. They'd tell me about what life was like working for this newsletter with Danny, and they'd tell me other people that worked there to call. And so I called this guy.
Damn, bro.
I guess I'll leave his name out, just for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And it was told to me that he worked in the print shop. They would print the newsletters and they'd mail them out every day or whatever, right? And I got zero expectations for this call, other than what was Danny like? What was Danny like? What was it like working? So basically, the guy picks up the phone and he's like, I've been waiting, however many years it'd been at that point, 20 years for this call. And I was like, yeah? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, why? And he's like, well, I'm the guy. And I'm like, what guy? He's like, have you seen the Unsolved Mysteries program? I was like, yeah. And he's like, I'm the guy. And I'm like, what guy? And he's like, the guy in the military uniform who puts the medal on Danny's grave? And I was like, yeah. He's like, that was me. And I was like, well, why didn't you ever come forward? There's all this question about it. He's like, look, if anybody's going to figure out what happened to Danny, they better be able to figure out who I am. If you can't figure out who put the medal on the grave, like, you're definitely not going to figure out what happened to Danny, because this guy, he was there, that was kind of his point. And he was like, you found me. Good job. And so I was like, what's the story, dude? You tell me, why'd you do it? And, right. And so basically, he and Danny, after work, would like sit out in the parking lot of this sort of business park in Virginia, and they'd have a beer after work, and they were very close friends. They didn't really hang out socially, but they hung out. They were close at work. And Danny had told him at a certain point that he wished he had been in the military. He wished he'd gone to war because he wished he had gotten a medal. And that always, and this guy was like in horrible combat in Vietnam and had won many medals, and suffered from really bad PTSD that, when we met with him later, it was very palpable. So basically, when he went to go to the funeral that morning, he remembered Danny telling him about how he wished he'd gotten a medal, and he decided to put on his military formal uniform. He was retired. He worked at the print shop now. And he brought his best medal, and he gave it to Danny. Wow. That's pretty wild. We interviewed him.
Really sweet guy.
It couldn't fit it in the movie.
It was like, to bring that story up, we'd have to go into the whole Unsolved Mysteries thing. We had so many timelines and things. It was like, it doesn't get us any closer to actually solving the things we set out to solve. And it just kind of sat on the cutting room floor. But I love that story. And he's such a sweet dude that I kind of, I miss not being able to put that in the movie. He's such a cool guy.
But now it's a concrete exclusive.
Concrete exclusive,
yeah.
Yeah, one of my buddies who he used to be produced documentaries for Vice back in the day. And he put it to me best. He goes, editing, especially stories like this, when you're editing, he's like, it's just deleting. Just go through and start deleting shit. You know? And I imagine for a story that takes this long, like deleting stuff, it's got to be really hard, painful. Yeah. What was the part for you that was the hardest to remove from the final cut? Oh my God. I mean, there were, since it's 4 episodes, it's so many things. I think for me, my biggest sort of, regret or wishes is that we have been able to get into the conclusion to the Cabazon story, which goes beyond sort of Danny's story of it, because he was really interested in the intelligence side and what was going on with Wackenhut, but it really, and it would take us out. The reason we couldn't do it is so hard to keep our, once again, the chronologies going, and people would just kind of watch cuts of this and be like, yeah, okay, this is cool, guys, but I simply am so lost, and so we couldn't do it. We can't just lose everybody, because then we made nothing, essentially. But so this is the interesting story of, I'll just try to give an overview, but I think some of the details are important, right? So our story is about, the part of our story, essentially episode 2, is about a guy named Dr. John Philip Nichols, white dude who has been living in Florida, but has gone all around the world, right, doing all kinds of weird, in my mind, operations, likely intelligence related in some respect. And he brings his family, his 3 sons and his daughter and his wife, to the Coachella Valley, to the Cabazon Indian Reservation, where he sets up as a grant. He's like a grant writer, federal grant writer, and he becomes a tribal administrator of this small tribe. And our story, we take it from the moment he arrives to him starting a tax-free cigarette operation to raise money, tax-free alcohol operation to raise money. Then he opens up the first poker casino in an Indian reservation. And what we didn't really have time to get into was just the constant conflict of those entities and the local law enforcement, because it was illegal what he was doing according to California and according to local officials in India, California, which was selling tax-free cigarettes and tax-free alcohol and doing, opening a poker room. You're not allowed to do that without a license.
Was he essentially just trying to launder money?
Well, they were making money. Or the idea was to make money, because if you're selling cigarettes and you're not paying taxes, tons of people are coming in, and you can do a mail-in business.
What up, girl?
Raise money.
How you living?
A lot of them just didn't work out.
All right. Well, I'm waiting for you. All righty. Okie doke. Here comes the invitation. How are you? I'm well, thankfully. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Look at you. That looked like a perfect strike right off the bat. Get the 2.
All right, Rabbi. Come on. You do this strike.
For sure. No doubt it's a strike. Ooh.
No. It's okay. You can get him.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt I got that spare, girl. All right, let's see you get a strike. Strike.
That's right. That's right.
You're going to get these 3. I have no doubt.
Nope.
Oh.
You got this.
Oh, for sure. For sure. They should just give it to me. Uh-oh. This is tough. This is tough. Look at this. How do you even hit this? I don't even know how to do it. Oh, I almost got it.
Almost got it, yep.
That's good. That's very good. Very good.
All right, you got this.
Match her. Oh, man. Very good. Get it, girl. There we go. Miss Aquarius with a strike, and she's going to get another one. Oh, this girl is on fire. Oh, not nearly as good as you. Wow, that was amazing. All right, get these three. Get these three. Miss Aquarius.
Welcome, welcome. How you living?
Oh, Miss Aquarius, 3 strikes in a row? Oh, wow, you are on fire. Get 4. Here we go, girl. Miss Aquarius has never broken 100, folks, and she's about to do it. You broke 100. Congratulations. Miss Aquarius, you got your record, 104. Miss Aquarius has a record. We've never seen such a performance. That was phenomenal. Miss Aquarius, 104. Good job.
Thank you.
You got like 4 strikes in a row.
Why is she playing in and out?
They're being loud. They want to be unmuted.
I mean, they said.
Miss Aquarius, I can't believe you just got 4 strikes in a row. That was
That's good.
phenomenal.
You got this thing.
Phenomenal.
You gotta get it, Rabbi. Come on. Right.
For sure. For sure. There's no doubt I'm going to get these 2. Right in the middle.
Yeah.
Right in the middle. Got him. Got him. I am shocked. Miss Aquarius got 104. First time you've ever gotten more than 100. And I was here for it. Ooh, nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. Come on. You got to get it.
Oh, that's all right. I'll take a spare. I cannot believe you got 104. It was strike after strike after strike after strike.
Oh, no. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Get it. Oh, no. Ooh. Miss Aquarius.
I know, it's unbelievable.
Unbelievable, girl. 104. What a record.
Yeah.
Yay is right. All right, get this. Get this. Oh. You win, I win. You win, I win. I win. That's right, Miss Aquarius. I'll take the W. Especially when you play the way you play. Great job. Great job.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, we'll see you in the morning.
Sweet dreams.
Good dreams.
Bye bye, friend. Oh. Miss Grace. 104. What a record. This song sucks.
Out, the tribe kept on being like, "Where is the money going? Like, you say you're making all this money, but we're going bankrupt." The cigarettes thing went bankrupt. They had all these legal. They were constantly being. The poker casino was raided all the time by like the Indio, and then the sheriff. I think the whatever state police, law enforcement kept on raiding them, shutting them down, opening them. They sued the state of California, and this is where like. We don't get into this in the documentary at all, and I wish this is an opportunity to kind of get into it. It was just like that lawsuit, that sort of strife started in the early 80s. And then John Philip Nichols, who we do mention, there's a triple homicide that was sort of covered up there, and he was, in our view, I think, definitely involved with that triple homicide. And he was never caught for that, but he was in 85 arrested for solicitation of murder. He hired 5 murders, and he accidentally hired it from an informant. and
right.
in 85. And so he goes to jail. He gets arrested for solicitation of murder.
Hold on.
In 85.
Hold on. 85. Is that before the
triple
thing?
triple homicide is in 81.
And it's it. Got it. Triple homicide is in June of 81. Then the Maraska, the financier for the night vision goggles on the Cabazon Reservation, that's 6 months later
in San Francisco.
Yeah. Okay.
And we
this
told
is
all that story.
And
but
then
in
he gets
85,
okay,
he's
Whack-A-Hut is
arrested.
gone, and it's just like a different scene at the.
There was a really nice moment that I wish was in there that our editors put together. It was Bobby Moses Nichols, who's his son, who we interviewed for the movie. He tells this story. He's like, and then I get a call from my dad, and he does this interpretation. He's like, Bobby, I'm in jail. $1 million bail. And he gets arrested for the solicitation of murder. And in that, when he was hiring this person to murder these like essentially drug dealers or drug-related people, he also says, I think this is really telling, I've got more work for you in South America if this works out. So it's like, wait, 85? Like, is he still active in like Central and South American politics? Or, right, parapolitics or whatever you want to call that, assassinations, or business or something. It's like very strict, or drugs or whatever it is. Anyway, he goes to jail. While he's in jail, the case, Cabazon versus the state of California, is winding its way through the court system and ends up in the Supreme Court. In 80, I believe 6, it's ruled by the Supreme Court that they were right. The Cabazon and this nearby tribe.
That was awful.
Either 86 or 87, and 1 year later is the Indian Claiming Act. Okay, so I thought that was 87. I thought the version was 86, but essentially, but it might be 87, 88. Yeah, so they say actually Cabazon versus like the Cabazons are right, like they have tribal sovereignty. They are allowed to operate this gaming, what they call gaming, poker, bingo, all this stuff, on their own land, and they can make money off of it. And that ruling is a huge deal in tribal, in American tribal relations, because it's a precedent for all of Native American gaming. Why we have nationwide? Why we legally have the whatever casinos all over the country that are legally allowed to operate, which I think has this kind of, to my, when I didn't know anything about this, it has this kind of like Native American casinos, like what's really going on there, like it can't be good if it's gambling, it's like that's kind of my like stupid, ignorant perspective on things before I went into this. But if you really talk to Native Americans that we've talked to, it's such a big deal because it's the first time that they have money that is not like grants. This is not being doled out to them in some sort of like recompense for like the horrors that the American government for 400 years of broken treaties. It gives them the ability to be financially independent, employ their own tribe members, and make money without just relying on some treaty that gets broken that's a handout from the federal government. It's really important. And it comes from our story. It comes from John
the tribal members that get profit sharing. It provides college,
tuition,
scholarships,
healthcare, all that stuff.
Housing.
So that was the lawsuit that set the president for this
Cabazon versus California. Yeah, and
it was John Philip Nichols, one of our controversial main characters. This crazy documentary. It's his vision. He's responsible. Probably other people had the theory. He's kind of like was the guy that threw the ball.
And tribe members obviously were involved in this thing, but it was just kind of it's just complicated because such a difficult to pin down, morally difficult to pin down dude started Native American gaming in some respect. You can kind of kick it back to him.
So what was the reason he picked an Indian reservation to test out all these weapons and military?
Right, it goes back to the same reason that exists, which is tribal sovereignty. You can't fire automatic weapons in California without like the right kind of permits, and it's a way to not have to deal with state laws.
So the laws are different on that piece of land.
Tell him the story. Tell him the shrimp story.
What's the shrimp story?
I'll give you the shrimp story, but just the sort of overview is like, whenever you're manufacturing arms, you have to have, what's called like EULAs and things like that, end user license certificates. Yeah, things like that are designed for people to be able to trace where arms came from and where they're going, and make sure they're not quote unquote ending up in like the wrong hands or whatever. Right. And so this was, I think, according to John Nichols, the tribal sovereignty was almost like they were their own country. It's like
silencers
it's a country
weren't
within a
shipped
country.
from California, or even the U.S. The silencers came from this sovereign tribe that is within, a nation within a nation.
Right. Way to stay in the shadows, basically.
Easy to get the end user certificates if you're printing them yourself at the local office.
So we were, we called tons and tons of people, but one of the people we found sort of through our research was this arms manufacturer who was going to do business with John Phil Nichols. We found some like paperwork with his name on it, and we called him up. And he's like, really nice. It was surprisingly open, and we were driving around California just looking through, and this guy, he's like, oh yeah, I remember that guy, John Nichols, really strange guy. He wanted me to manufacture silencers, so he brought me into the tribal office there, and we're sitting in there, and he was like, how many phone books would you need to go test this thing? He's like, right here? He's like, yeah, how many phone books with a bullet, not penetration? He's like, yeah, 5 or something like that, right? So he calls John Phil Nichols calls the secretary, and he's like, get us 5 phone books, we'll bring it in. And she's like, okay, anything else? He's like, no, he's like, leave the door open. And so this guy we're talking to tells a story about sitting in the office and shooting these phone books right there. And then John Nichols calls the secretary. He's like, hey, Cynthia, whatever her name is, come in here. And he's like, did you hear anything? And she's like, hear any what? No. She's like, what does that smell? And it's the gunpowder. And so he's like, oh, pretty good silencer. And I was like, well, so what happened with the deal? He's like, well, he wanted to pay me in shrimp.
Who wanted to pay in shrimp?
John Nichols wanted to pay him in shrimp, and he's like, this guy is so bizarre. It's like, he's like, he's just up to his eyeballs in CIA stuff, but you never be able to like pin it down. But he's telling me that he wants to ship all these small arms over to the Philippines, and he's like, fighting this sort of like war of independence, right? That was a kind of Reagan era initiative. And he's like, but they don't have any money. What they do have a lot of is shrimp. So we're gonna take the guns. We're gonna put them on only federal roads. Like they're gonna go from the reservation only on federal roads to the shipping port. So they never have to cross technically into California, where they can get seized. And they're gonna be put on boats, taken over to the Philippines, and then the Philippine government or whoever is on the receiving end is going to send back boatfuls of shrimp. And he's like, I deal in money. I don't deal in shrimp. No deal. But it was just like, wow, this guy. I almost like look at John Philip Nichols in a certain respect as like, you ever photo of this guy, Steve? You ever read Catch-22? There's like the Milo Meidenberger character who's basically a war profiteer who keeps on hustling new ways to find money in war, in the military industrial complex, which is at the time World War II in that book. Right. And he's like, he buys all this like surplus cotton, and then he doesn't know what to do with all the cotton because he bought too much cotton. So he starts like integrating it into the food. So it's just endless ways to find money within
Yeah, it's like mobsters.
Right.
Well, and he had
mobsters
who
who
was
are
in business with the military.
He had mob connections that we go into, and there's more that we didn't even get into the show.
One of his sons, his son Mark, who recently passed away, his godfather on his birth certificate was one of the top Milwaukee heads of one of the Milwaukee crime families.
Oh, that's nice.
Where John Nichols lived and raised his family first.
And he was tied in with like Jimmy Hoffa, and,
Yeah.
and he was up high with teachers and doing, because the teachers, they had some, he got in trouble for something he was doing with the teachers, and he ended up with a federal warrant. And that sent him off to South America. It's all gets like so crazy, but yeah, basically, it's like
John Nichols is like, we were talking to Bobby about this. It's like he's a mob CIA grant writing social worker psychologist question mark / like doctor of divinity allegedly. He had like a mail-in doctorate for being a religious leader when he was doing stuff in Chile and South America, and then later on all over the world, really.
Yeah, he looks like he'd be a good cult leader.
And that was the amazing thing really for us, is like we got audio recordings of him talking in his own words about what he's up to, and it's like
no non-law enforcement person that had ever heard him before.
And
How'd you guys get that?
we're not going to tell you or anybody else, but we just don't want to give up any sources. Christian and I mean, I'm new to this world. I've never done any investigative journalism was. I just get really
You
weird.
got an anonymous source? You keep them that way.
We keep them anonymous. Just an anonymous source. Yeah, sources. Yeah. But what we're very proud of, and I don't think that we really made it as clear as it could have been in the show, is like being able to hear John Nichols in his own words talking about all this crazy stuff.
And we don't make a big deal about it in the film. You just like kind of like you just in the
There's
world
stuff out
and you
there.
hear the stuff.
All these recordings you're talking about right now, they're in the film.
Yeah.
You hear
When
John
you hear him talking about Michael and how valuable he is, Michael Riconosciuto, you hear him talking about Philip Arthur Thompson and how great of a guy he is, and how the FBI has a close relationship with him. And it's like, oh yeah, the serial killer / like rapist, whatever. This is, for me, it's really special and amazing to hear it in his own words while he's like saying like, yeah, and I'm a psychiatrist, I'm a psychiatric social worker for Mike. I'm just helping Mike out. It's like, by manufacturing weapons with him, like, where's the help start?
How do you guys, this is a question I asked Angie, but this is very relevant to you guys, because you guys are talking to the same kinds of people, you're in the same exact world. How do you discern whether somebody is trying to spin a web or like spin a story with you and try to point you in a different direction than give you the truth?
I think that's an interesting question. I mean, one thing is that there is, at least for me, any kind of like person that I would seek out to talk to, I would be asking them, ideally their first-hand account of this series of events that we're focused on in this film, right? So there are names, dates, and there's this like kind of like inherent logic to what really happened, because A affects B affects C, and there's a chronology of actual events that I'm very familiar with. So if someone is telling me a story and their logic is flawed, or their dates are wrong, like wildly wrong, or the names, the associations don't match with like what three other people said. Right. If someone asked if the three of us what happened today, we should all have a similar, and it's obviously filmed, but it wasn't filmed. We'd all have a similar account of what happened, right? Right. It's hard to describe, but it's like someone that's just like mouthing off, like, and didn't know anything. You can tell fairly soon. There's some pretty corroboration. There's some slippery characters in our thing, and we gave them. The other problem is that some of this sort of misdirection that I think some of our characters gave us and Danny and various people who look into it, that's also kind of part of the story.
right? It's part of Danny's story if he's dealing with people who are giving him misinformation. It's kind of part of our story because you do a very like firsthand. There's a subjective layer to this whole thing, which is just this is what it feels like to go into this story. If you're a guy like Christian or say a guy like me or anybody who kind of walks into it blind without a lot of, without a motive or some sort of like some sort of dog in the fight, But also the people that we talk to, I mean, maybe there's exceptions, but they're not usually completely out of left field. We'll find their name in some sort of deposition or some sort of police report or something somewhere. We're not just like calling random numbers in the phone book and be like, do you know anything about the Maraska murder? Where like a lot of them are telling us stuff. Some people told us stuff that was like you could plainly tell was not true, or a version of the truth that's not true, but there's value in knowing that like that was what was being fed to Danny or it's being fed to us. It's like, well, what's fed to them? Because they oftentimes think they don't even know. Think is definitely not true. They think it is true. They don't mean to be lying or deceiving, but they misunderstand themselves in some cases. So I guess that's what I think is like kind of differentiates this documentary movie show, whatever you want to call it, from other maybe like more like straight-laced journalism. Is like we're interested in the misdirection. We're interested in like because there's a story behind it, and so when you deal with some of these people, it's fascinating to watch them work and watch them tell you the story and see where it goes with it. And I think we get into that, especially with Sherry, when you sort of see this direction that she's experiencing with the JFK tape and all that stuff.
That was wild.
Yeah.
That is very similar to what she talks about in Area 51. I don't know if you guys talked about earlier, but in Area 51.
Talking about the amazing ending?
Well, no. I'm talking about when they were doing test flights on the first jet-propelled airplanes at Groom Lake. They would send the CIA pilots when they would go up. They would bring gorilla masks in the cockpit with them. So when they got into visual distance of a commercial airplane, they would put the gorilla mask on to basically discredit whoever told the story. Which is, I saw a jet plane. There was a monkey flying.
So that's very similar to kind of what I think Sherry's view of what happened with Robert Nichols and the JFK tapes, plural, that she was shown. So explain to people what happened at the end of that check, right? And we haven't introduced that guy, Robert Nichols.
Right. Yeah.
Also, I want to say, like, I didn't mean to seem like such a conceited jerk when I was saying that, like, we're not going to tell you where we get this. I sounded like I was like a little conceited with it. And it's like, I just mean that, like, we just can't tell. None of the sources are. I didn't mean to sound like I'm holding it over you or something like that. I'm but so the Robert Booth Nichols why don't you tell me who Robert Nichols is? Because he's a friend of Mike's originally. It's also interesting, like, it's important to keep in mind that when Danny was talking to these people, he didn't know what they looked like. He never heard of them before, and pretty much very few people had. They're obscure, literal underworld characters. That goes for Mike Riconosciuto, and that goes for Robert Booth Nichols. These are just, until Danny eventually meets them face to face, these are voices on the other end of a phone that he's having late night conversations with, and he's frantically taking notes, and they talk. In the case of Robert Booth Nichols, they talk for hours, and Robert's out in California, so Danny will call him at like midnight, and you see it on his phone bills that they talk until 3 a.m, and then Danny wakes up, and or Bill calls Danny at 6 a.m. Bill Hamilton, Danny's just like getting like pulled. He's not sleeping. He's getting pulled in all directions, and he's just. It's just important to paint the picture because nobody knows who this guy Robert Booth Nichols is at this point in time. He's right. For us, he's like this icon. In the octopus lore, for Christian, he's like this iconic dude, who's like got all this like oozing mystery and stuff like that. He looks very like the Clark Gable thing going on. The ultimate bad guy. Or like a James Bond-ish kind of either depending on your side of a villain or hero, right? And so then, and he's like he's cryptic and seems all knowing and travels the world and it's unclear what he does for a living. He's tall and handsome and tough and scary, right? And I mean the way he's entered. I mean,
he was out at Cabazon. He had this patent for basically like a MAC-10 submachine gun that he was peddling to the Cabazon Wackenhut joint venture.
Interestingly, he had a license in California at the time to manufacture automatic weapons, which is not like, I don't think, talking to people who also have that license that we've talked to, not an easy thing to get necessarily in California, even at that time. So he's like on paper,
and he had a criminal record.
On paper, he's an arms dealer. That's his sort of like baseline, right?
But he
also like didn't really sell. It was called the G77. Like we can never really find records of him actually successfully selling the G77. Maybe he did. But
Are there pictures of this G77 online?
We have them in the show.
Okay.
You see some pictures
from a new take. It would take a lot of like
I can't remember the time code.
What is it? A gun, right? Yeah, it's a gun.
I don't think you'll.
Google MAC-10. It looks like a MAC-10.
Okay. I don't think it's not like a pop.
Was it that thing with the silencer on it?
Yeah, there's black and white. It's similar to that.
Okay.
We talked to an arms dealer and we're like, have you heard of the G77? And he's like, send me a picture. He's like, there's a lot of people trying to make these like MAC-10 ripoffs. Like that was a big popular thing at the time. They always jam. Like you can't count on these things,
right?
But Robert Nichols was ostensibly selling those out of Cabazon. They did a weapons test. It was under his license that they were able to really actually do the weapons test that we show in the thing. But he met Michael Riconosciuto and John Philip Nichols. Michael Riconosciuto, we should mention, is like, I don't think we ever set this up. He's Danny's source that says I'm the one who put the backdoor into the Promise software, the Danny's sort of original story about Promise. I did it out at Cabazon.
Sorry for anyone watching this.
Oh my God, people watching this are so fucking lost by now.
I met someone at a party recently who had listened to a podcast that we did. We did a 2-part on this podcast called True Anon. And she's a fan of the show, and she was like, I listened to it, I had no idea what you guys were talking about. Then I just watched the show, I loved it, and in hindsight, the podcast made more sense.
So Robert Nichols meets Mike Riconosciuto out at Cabazon, and then Danny started talking to Robert Booth Nichols later on. It's 2 different timelines. Right? The Cabazon stuff is happening in the early 80s. Danny's talking to these people in the early 90s, right? About what they've been up to for the last 10 years. And what Bob Nichols has been up for the last 10 years since Cabazon is like real hard to pin down and very strange.
Really? Yeah, he studied banking in Switzerland. He had dodged the draft and ended up in Honolulu. He got under the mentorship of this guy named Harold Akimoto, who was involved in gambling. According to an FBI document that we have, was connected to the Yakuza, Japanese organized crime. I'm not sure. His son said certainly not, but who knows?
You never want to admit that your dad's in the
Yeah. And I haven't seen Harold's back tats. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, the Yakuza are all super tatted up, right?
Yeah.
So who knows? He this mentor of Robert Nichols, at least,
and that seems to be his entrance into. Robert Booth Nichols grew up. His dad was a very a doctor to the stars. I mean, he's a very prestigious Hollywood doctor. They grew up in the Hollywood Hills. He had 3 siblings, and the parents were kind of like socialites. And the kids had Porsches when they were teenagers, and they kind of and kind of unsupervised.
And how did he get into this arms business?
Through his kind of intelligence, and
what also claimed was that essentially that in Hawaii, when he went there to dodge the draft, and then he got caught for dodging the Vietnam draft, and that the judge in his case. This is the story, right?
That's the story.
And that's his story. I mean, it's hard to say because it's like, where's this stuff coming from? And it's like, is it Bob saying it? I don't know if you can believe it, but is that the judge in that case introduced him to someone in the CIA who said, like, look, kid, you could do some work for us, like, or in intelligence at least. I don't know if he had said specifically CIA, but it was like, it started off small with like little errands, like, I want you to just go up to this person and find out this piece of information from them at a bar, at this restaurant, at the hotel, you know, and then it grew from there.
He doesn't
know.
have the badge. He doesn't have the lanyard. He can't go into Langley or you know what I'm saying. He's not a staffer. He's like that's the idea. Like a freelance, like covert operative.
That's his sort of story. We do know that he was at that time involved in some kind of organized crime, and I think,
but he's also in business with this guy Bob Mayhew, who is both a critical liaison between U.S. intelligence and organized crime, specifically in their attempt to assassinate Fidel Castro. You know, using the mob in Cuba to, you know, and this guy Bob Mayhew was kind of like coordinating with organized crime in those efforts in Havana, and he was in
E. Howard Hunt was a big part of that too, right?
Yeah.
E. Howard Hunt was the guy who was in charge of that anti-Castro hit team, or those paramilitary guys.
What was interesting to me, if you read The Last Mafioso, which is a biography of just this kind of mafia hitman, he makes the point, which I think is, you know, who knows if it's true or not, but it's an interesting idea, is like that the mob guy who was kind of who was tasked by Bob Mayhew with coordinating the plan to assassinate Castro, was actually just ripping off the CIA, and he was just hustling them, like that they never even bothered to hire anybody in Cuba. He would just come back to the CIA, and like any mafia scheme, he was a scam artist, right? That's what essentially like most of the mob operations are, scams.
Right.
So he was scamming the CIA, and they can't, you know, they obviously don't have the agents to be able to disprove whatever he's coming back with. So he's like, oh, another boat was knocked down, and they're like, oh, we got to get more money because the operation failed. And he's just sitting there in like Vegas or whatever, and they're not doing anything, you know, and just taking the money, that's a whole other layer of what is really going on with the CIA.
That one right here.
And the mob. It's like, that reminds me of it.
Let's hear it, baby. Hit me with the big dog.
So I met this dude in Kentucky, and his grandfather gave him a deathbed confession.
Tell her to shut the fuck up. Say the joke, big man.
And this is what this dude's deathbed confession was. Amelia Earhart, I'm hearing a plane, that's cool. Amelia Earhart's plane went down, and the U.S. Navy did this, in the immediate aftermath, did this big search to try to find her. But what this guy told his grandson was that they weren't looking for her at all. They didn't even try. They were using that as an excuse to do whatever, intelligence, spying, naval ops, you know.
Where did they think that her plane went down?
In the Pacific?
I know nothing about it.
Right, me neither.
Anyways, it's just like somebody that listens to this show who's investigating the Amelia Earhart case.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because that's a common thing, right? I mean, the Gladio operation was sort of similar, right? Wasn't it like they had like a cover story? Anyways,
Remind me what was Gladio again?
That's where we get the thing that Christian often get with FOIA requests, right? Which is we can either confirm nor deny.
No, that's not Gladio.
Oh,
That's
sorry, not
Glomar.
Sorry. I was thinking Glomar. I'm so sorry.
The Glomar Explorer.
Gladio is the European relationship with the intelligence relationship with the organized crime, during and after World War II. So, I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
Glomar was the Glomar disclosure. People are going to be like, that guy has no idea what you're talking about. Glomar is where we can neither confirm nor deny, which has a Bob Mayhew connection because it was Howard Hughes Bob Mayhew, the FBI guy, was Howard Hughes' right-hand man. Howard Hughes was the person that was tasked with building a submarine.
A Soviet.
Howard Hughes is something that's a whole.
Danny
Sheehan introduced me to the connection with Howard Hughes and Reagan. I think before Reagan was president, and how Howard Hughes was really one of the key players in setting up the assassination teams to take out Castro.
Oh, right. That one Mayhew is his right-hand man, who I think was actually the one.
Okay, got it.
Maybe
Hang on a second. Steve, is your mic on? I think I can hear breathing. I don't know if it's your mic or
it might be one of our.
no. I don't think it was your mic. Your mic's not that loud. I don't know what that was.
Maybe it's the CIA agent in the other room.
Oh yeah, it's you through your nose. Okay, you're a loud nose breather. That's better than being a mouth breather.
Partial
nose breather.
A Soviet submarine had sunk in the Pacific. Well off the coast, of California. And the U.S. government knows that it's there. The Soviets don't know that the U.S. government knows that it's there, and the U.S. government knows. But also, it's like kind of like, well, it sank and it's at the bottom of the ocean, so it's impossible to extract it and bring it back. It's like so far deep. It's so far underwater. There's nukes on it, right? There's nukes on it. There's secrets on it. There's encryption on it. Like there's like everything you want is on this stuff. So the CIA enlists Howard Hughes to build this massive ship that has basically a bay that opens underwater, and this and it's called the Glomar, right? It's called the Glomar Explorer.
Can you pull this up?
And a claw machine basically that can go down and grab the submarine and bring it all the way back up and bring it into the ship.
Okay, go to that one down there, the bottom left, the colored one.
All right, here you go.
Is that like a Glomar Explorer?
And so, it's this huge ship. It's this massively expensive project. So eventually, Jack Anderson, whatever reporters are asking the CIA. So we heard that you guys are building this giant ship to pull, and they basically would say we can neither confirm nor deny the existence of this giant ship or its operation or whatever. But that's called the Glomar disclosure when they tell you.
From then on out, when you get FOIA requests that they don't want to fulfill, but they don't want to lie and say we don't have it, but years later it's going to turn out they did have it.
It's that language.
We can neither confirm nor deny the existence of X, Y, Z, these records, whatever.
Right.
And so we got that. Christian got that a fair amount. Especially when you start talking about people like Philip Arthur Thompson. I don't think we ever even finished who Bob Nichols is, but
even
we wanted to tell some story.
So Bob Nichols, I think Robert Booth Nichols. The reason we got onto his story, I wanted you guys to basically explain who he was because we were talking about strategic deception in the Kennedy video.
Oh right, that is why you're good at this job. You can meander and get us back. That is a real skill.
I gotta take that ship and pull you back out.
Good hands here.
So Bob is somebody who had been in business with Michael after Cabazon. Met him at Cabazon. Michael, his business partner, Paul Maraska, was viciously murdered, and he attributes that murder to John Philip Nichols, his old guy, and he goes with, it sucks because there's so many Nichols in the story, right? Robert Booth Nichols, John Philip Nichols. Robert Booth Nichols is a completely different person who was also at Cabazon when John Philip Nichols, the guy who we've been talking about with the cigarette business, the gambling business, they're not related. But so Robert Booth Nichols essentially, I think, basically told Mike, you got to get out of Cabazon because you're gonna be next. Your business partner was assassinated. Come with me, and we'll get into business together. And so they start a company, basically Meridian. That was them and some other people. Yeah, and they get up some stuff. They have a falling out while in Australia or something. Yeah, and they by the time Danny comes on the scene in 1991. Michael Reconnaissance and Bob Nichols hate each other. And when Mike goes to jail, while Danny's working on this thing, he says it's retaliation for him coming forward about this whole story. And he's basically talking to Danny, Bob's talking to Danny. They're using Danny as a go-between. Yeah, that's Bob on the right there. They're using Danny as a go-between to find out kind of what the other person's revealing about the other person. And Bob just has this like we said, just this seeming seeming connection to the
No, that's not
interworld
on the
of
show.
organized
I know
crime,
this guy.
to
Not in the name,
the
dog.
secrets of the universe, of how the intelligence world, he seems to be a kind of low to middle level operative who can show Danny. He's like, I look at him as he's like his Virgil going into the ninth circle of hell, taking Dante in and showing him around, right? And so the story that he tells is sort of his own personal experience, but he's 3 months after Danny died, this woman sounds so confusing. This woman, Sherry Seymour, who we interviewed, who wrote a book sort of about parts of our story. She picked up on Danny's trail because she was on the West Coast. She was interested in sort of drug operations that were related to the federal government, and she gets a call, I think on New Year's Day or New Year's Eve, from Robert Booth Nichols, and he's like, they eventually arrange a meeting, and she goes over to his house, and she said it might have been a safe house. He had a couple places in the LA area. He had a place in Marina Del Rey, his apartment, and then he had another apartment-ish, condo-ish thing in Sherman Oaks. Okay. And so she goes over there. Ellen, his wife, is there. He also had a place in Italy. He had a place in Honolulu. Balling for a guy who has never paid taxes and has no discernible means of income. Who flies first class everywhere. Stays in the Four Seasons when he's not going to one of his villas. Pretty cool little life he's got going on for himself, tax free. So she goes over there. She's asking, what happened to that guy Danny who died just a few months ago that you were talking to, and he's super cagey about it, and he says all kinds of stuff about nobody who no journalist has done enough research to know the answer to that story, to answer that question. But he shows her, towards the end of their conversation, he shows her a tape. He puts on this tape, and it's a version of the Zapruder film that she's never seen before, nobody has seen before, quote unquote. That is what he calls the real Zapruder film. And she tells the story in the movie. It shows the driver turning around and shooting JFK in the head. And then she's looking at this and she's just like, what is going on here? Is this real? What is happening? Right. And then he's like, yeah, it's the real one. Let me show you the tape that you've seen in the media. And this is the time, 1982, there's no YouTube. It's hard to access these videos. I mean, the Zapruder film itself wasn't even shown on television for more than a decade after it was taken. It was shown on the Geraldo show, actually. We beat our heads against the wall trying to find a decent resolution version. It's still hard to find. It's crazy. It's really hard to find a high-res Zapruder film. A nice film scan. It's for the most famous piece of film ever created. Why is that? It must have to do with, the ownership is now with the Sixth Floor Museum, and they have a version that's online, but maybe they just have never bothered to nicely digitize it and do a nice high-res thing. You can see it on their website, but it's pretty low-res. So he plays her the quote-unquote real version, and he's pauses it midway through. We tell the story in the thing, but I'll try to be quick. He pauses it midway through, and he's like, "Look at this tree that you're looking at there. There's," and she says half of the trunk is, or half of the tree's gone. He's like, that's the one you're seeing in the media. It's the one that's been altered. The one I'm showing you with the guy with the driver shooting him, that's the real one. You've been fed this doctored tape. And he says that it's his contention is that what he's telling her is that the original roll of film had been spliced, and that very quick turn around and shoot was cut out, excised from it. That's his contention. Mm-hmm. And so, which is why he claims half of the tree was missing. In the doctoring process, it wasn't well done. Yeah, right. Yeah, when they re-spliced it together. So, which doesn't even actually make sense. Right, because if you watch the Zapruder film online right now, the whole tree's there, right? Yeah, and that's not how film works. Right. Yeah. Right. If you're just cutting out frames. Right, exactly. Yeah, well, but if for painting, you can imagine there's some sort of superimposition going on. Yeah, they had some sort of CGI back then. Well, they did it with the women.
Yeah, exactly.
So the story, the takeaway that Sherry has, which I think is the important moral of the story, because some people I think see this scene and they're just like, "Damn, these guys have the real Zapruder film." Like it's like missing it. Right? That is not our contention in any way whatsoever. It is to give you this feeling and make you want to go online and watch the original one and be like, "What the fuck is going on here?" Are we allowed to curse on this?
Yeah,
YouTube, right? YouTube. Okay. Or Spotify or whatever. So what the hell is going on here? And put your brain into this world where you just don't that was the hope, was in editing that scene together and the way that Sherry tells the story, is to give you this sort of unsettling feeling that you do not know what reality is, that you've lost touch with the truth, and that, like the gorilla mask that you were talking about in the play, right? Like Sherry says, if she'll report on this meeting she had with Robert Booth Nichols and say, at the end, I saw the reels of proof, and you guys won't believe it. Right, and she does like a black job. Yeah, I mean, she's anybody. She's journalistically toast.
Yeah, I think it could have been the same thing. I don't know if you're familiar with the Bob Lazar story. He's a guy who was contracted to go out to Area 51 or S4 and back engineering.
Do you know that story very well?
Yeah,
there's like a part of it where one of the things that were really kind of profound that he brought to light in the 80s was this like hand scanner.
Yes.
Okay, that I knew about that hand scanner because that was in Wackenhut manufactured that.
What?
Yeah, and so in their annual reports that I found their annual. Danny Casolaro had these like full color Wackenhut annual reports that I got from Danny's archives. Mm-hmm. And there you have these like, kind of like, very annual report, well lit, photographs of like women putting their hands on this like, at the time very advanced technology.
It was like a bone density scanner in fingers.
Yeah.
Can you pull that up? There's photos of it online, Steve. Just type in
we have good versions of it,
Area 51 hand scans
from this annual report.
They also use that same scanner in Close Encounters of the Third Kind or Fourth Kind.
Yeah. Anyways, Bob Lazar.
So in his story, that's it right there in the top left, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Huh. So Wackenhut made that.
Yeah, or at least like bought the company that made it. Yeah, they're marketing it. Yeah.
So allegedly in his story, he claims he was.
And they never worked. Apparently, cold crap.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
So allegedly in his story, he was contracted to go out to S4 and try to do back engineering on these flying saucers or whatever. And he claims when he was like leaving the first day he went out there to look at this stuff, they purposely walked him by a window that was open where he looked in the window and he saw a little alien being with like guys standing over it. So my interpretation of that is that was the same thing that was going on with that Zapruder film.
Bob was okay. Robert Booth. I've never contacted Bob Lazar, but Robert Booth Nichols claims to be friends with Bob Lazar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And then after the David Grush congressional hearings last summer, I revisited Bob Lazar because those hearings were so Lazar-esque.
Lazarian, that's a good word.
And so I, just kind of quickly revisited what Bob Lazar's claims are. And the one that I think is so cool is that he said there were like 5 or 6 different crafts that he was working on. But the one he said he was working on was found in an archaeological dig. And I was just like, wow, who knows? But that's just like a beautiful thought that like, this spacecraft is found in an archaeological dig. I love the drama of that, the X-Files episode. Yeah, what that does to my imagination.
Yeah, it's interesting too.
What does it say about time travel?
Right. Yeah. A lot of people think that.
Why is the technology of the saucer technology never changes? Is that because it's the pinnacle of technology, or because they are jumping around our timeline?
What, the saucer technology never changes?
They always look like saucer. There's like pictures of them, and it's saucer pictures.
And from the federal government, the images
of like, here's what the flying saucers look like, so that they won't pay attention to the drone and stealth weapons programs that are going on.
My theory, crazy theory.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that up.
My theory is that all of that stuff and the drones and the Tic Tacs that all the military pilots are filming is just to keep our attention off of, spending $5 million on these Columbia-class nuclear submarines that we're building and all this other crazy shit that we're building.
We sure do like spending money on
We do.
expensive military toys in this country, don't we?
Yeah, that's something that has not ended since World War II. That's for sure.
But on this topic of conspiracy stuff, Zach and I we've really only studied this case.
Right.
I can't speak with authority on pretty much anything outside of these specific cases, which they are numerous and kind of interlocking and sprawling, but from 1980 to 1990.
Whatever you want, you can go.
I'm
That's okay. I can't speak with authority on literally anything either. So
That's why you asked the question.
that's right. So one of the main characters in the show that we haven't really talked about yet, who is a recurring, he's one of them, I would say, the main figure in the whole story, and really important, is Michael Riconosciuto.
Yeah.
Can you explain who is Michael Riconosciuto and give me a little backstory into how you discovered him in the first place and what your relationship with him is now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that also I can tag onto that how Robert Booth enters the picture as well for Danny and for Bill Hamilton. So Michael Riconosciuto is a child prodigy, child science prodigy from the Pacific Northwest, who, when he was 16, when he was very young, he rewired his neighborhood's telephone system and undercut Ma Bell phone system, and kind of everyone in his neighborhood didn't have to pay their phone bill for a while because he had kind of rejiggered. There's an article about that in the Tacoma News Tribune. He had won science fairs, and then he went down to Stanford when he was 16 to work on lasers with the soon-to-be Nobel laureate for lasers, this guy, Dr. Arthur Shalhaw. And then he studied, he went to this all-boys school called the Woodside Priory in the Portola Valley, which is one of the most wealthy and prestigious areas in the whole United States. And it's also very close to La Honda, where Kim Kesey's fun and games were happening concurrently with the Hells Angels and LSD and the Grateful Dead. And so then Michael graduates from high school. He says that they would hitchhike over to La Honda, but I'm not sure. I don't know if Kim Kesey would film a lot of stuff. Maybe it would be cool to find Michael, as a teenage Michael, with the Hells Angels, and at his crazy parties in La Honda. But anyways, Michael, we do know that Michael ends up in California or in San Francisco in the 60s during the hippie movement, the Haight-Ashbury movement.
And interesting.
And he's connected to this theater, this avant-garde theater and dance venue called the Straight Theater, which is right on Haight and Ashbury.
Sorry to interrupt, but did Tom O'Neill ever come across him in his research?
Yes. Yeah. Really? Yeah.
We found out about Tom O'Neill's book when we were sort of in the early stages-ish of kind of interviewing people for the movie, and we contacted him through circuitous means. And then
we're super fans of Tom O'Neill, and Zach's girlfriend made T-shirts, bootleg, which had the cover of his first edition of Chaos on it.
Did he send you a cease and desist? That's how you met him?
No, and then on the back it had his dust jacket portrait. And then my girlfriend at the time tagged, I was wearing the shirt, and she took a photo of me and posted it on Instagram and tagged Tom. And he wrote to her, what is going on here? Where did you get these shirts? He wasn't mad. but he was stoked. Yeah, and then he just thought there were these like kids in New York that were obsessed with his book, and he didn't know anything about us. And so then when I was in Los Angeles later, I messaged him. I was like, I'm the guy with the shirt. Like, I'd like to give you one, which was actually my one. So now I don't have one anymore. And so I gave him, I met him for lunch at this diner in Los Angeles.
Oh, really?
And gave him the shirt, and then I told him what I was up to, and we ended up talking for 3 hours. I mean, the time just like flew by. We didn't even know how much time had passed, and then the meter maid was like trying to give me a ticket because like whatever it was, long since the meter had long since run out. And then Tom's like, well, I can't be sitting here all day. I've got stuff to do. I gotta go. And I'm like, I gotta go too. But this was amazing. But so that's how we first met Tom. But and over one of the reasons why that lunch was so compelling was because we knew the same people. Like the sort of farther reaches of our investigation connected to the farther reaches of parts of his.
Like he had a file on Michael Conosciuto in his files. He had a file on Earl Bryan in his files. He actually called Earl Bryan before he died. So it's really funny how it kind of reaches over, just barely touches on the chaos world, and I think touches on it ultimately probably a lot. But yeah, more than touches. I mean, it's very intertwined. But so yeah, in essence, like here's how I like to think about Mike. Is like I think of him, if you look at sort of the stuff he got busted for, as like the connection between the 60s, a prism through which to see the transition from the 60s, late 60s LSD scene in San Francisco, Haight-Ashbury, the freak scene, to the harder 70s and early 80s amphetamine takeover, essentially. And potentially, if you want to go there, the relationship between the federal government and those drugs. Well, yeah, the mass importation of those drugs. Ashbury Clinic was doing studies on amphetamines and LSD simultaneously, which is interesting.
So, and Mike told me that he went to the free medical clinic, the Haight-Ashbury medical clinic, said they knew a lot of people there. Okay, so flash forward to 1990. Bill Hamilton is trying to figure out. He's successfully won.
Bill Hamilton, we should say, is the
founder of this company called Inslaw
that developed the Promise software. The starting place for Danny.
We haven't even explained
what the Promise software is. We're doing this like backwards, essentially. But that's fine. Just want to put it out there, just very concretely. Like, this is where Danny Castellero, the journalist that Christian became so interested, who died in the bathtub in 1981. He started his investigation looking into a piece of software called the Promise software, which had been allegedly stolen by the Justice Department and used to do. Nobody knew at the time what happened to this piece of software that was developed for the DOJ, and a court had ruled that it had been stolen by the DOJ. Right. And so, and Bill Hamilton's in charge of that company. Michael Conosciuto.
Right. Yeah. Well, basically, Bill Hamilton is trying to figure. He tracks down Michael Conosciuto as someone who knows what happened to his software. He knows that the Justice Department stole it, but what he can't figure out is why. And he hopes that Michael Conosciuto can help flesh out that question of why. And basically, Mike, he gets a hold of him through some former FBI agents and is able to track him down, and eventually Michael calls Bill. And Bill also is former NSA, and he also had done contract work with the CIA.
Just to add a little more spice. That's nice.
Some podcasters says that we didn't mention in the movie, but we do mention it.
We definitely mention it in the movie.
Anyways, so
that's neither here nor there.
What's in the movie? So basically, Michael has this 2-hour-long phone call with Bill, and he says that the Promise the first thing he says is like,
how much
corporation is this giant security company, and I was the director of research on the Cabazon Wagon Hut joint venture in the Coachella Valley, and one of our projects was to modify the purloined Inslaw software promise and install a secret backdoor in it, which would then be sold through front companies to intelligence agencies and police stations and corporations all around the world, so that all of that data that would then be tracked by those institutions could be like pulled, accessed, and pulled into like a master global database that has no national restriction.
They're using it by the U.S. government,
and then also by Israel, because apparently there were 2 channels happening. Anyways, Michael's the other informants talk about the Israeli aspect. Michael's talking about the American channel of this backdoor software,
right?
And so he so basically they have this long conversation. And Bill then, makes like this like memo, like just so we can like keep track of like had this call with Michael on this date, April 1990. Like
you get it. He sucks.
And then it's like this
his
probably
movie
like
sucks.
13-page memo of
He's
like
a bad
all of these
father.
points that Michael made in this call. And basically Bill on his own, he's a great researcher in his own right, just starts
Look at this athleticism.
going through line by line, trying to fact check these wild claims that this guy on the other end of the phone somewhere in rural Washington has told him. And so he finds this guy named Peter Zukowski through this journalist who wrote about the savings and loan scandal, who had used to be in business with John Philip Nichols, and he's like, oh, if you really want to know what was going on with Mike and all this stuff, you should talk to this guy, Robert Booth Nichols. So that's how, then Robert Booth Nichols enters the picture, and he calls Bill one day out of the blue. So now Bill's talking to these 2 guys, and then when Danny comes along a few months later, Bill gives Danny this, a copy of that memo that from that first call with Mike, and then eventually, gives him Robert Booth Nichols' phone number, and then so Danny's kind of off, dealing with these 2 guys.
Like a pimp.
One of the other claims that Michael makes is that the way that the promise software gets to the reservation is through the rigging of the 1980 presidential election, which was a critical player, and it was this guy Earl Bryan, who was an American businessman, physician, and friend of Ronald Reagan.
Earl Bryan was.
Earl Bryan
was a physician who had been in Reagan's cabinet when he was governor of California. When Reagan was governor of California, Earl Bryan was this kind of wonderkind young neurosurgeon who's just come fresh from a couple of years serving in Vietnam. Love to know more about that. And then lands in his cabinet as the health and human, whatever the California Health and Human Services secretary, as a young he was I think the youngest secretary in California at that time. He was this brilliant guy, not from California though. He's from the South.
And then after he had started founding tech companies and healthcare companies, basically.
And he was basically a part of the company that was a competitor to Inslaw, right?
Right. He started a sort of umbrella of companies. Was it all under Hadron? Hadron was an infotech company. Infotech, I think.
Infotechnology was maybe the umbrella company. Yeah. And we don't even truly get into all of his little things. It's pretty interesting though. He bought
Financial News Network,
which eventually became CNBC. Financial News Network was a fledgling cable business news station. UPI, which was the major competitor to the AP at the time, United Press International. It's a newswire service that was probably either the biggest or second biggest at the time, competing with AP.
Yeah.
Those and
still around.
Kind of. Skeleton of it.
Companies are kind of still
around. And Hadron, which was a competitor to Inslaw. And Bill claims that Hadron had tried to, before he really understood what was going on with the Department of Justice sabotaging his contract, they tried to buy him, and then threatened, said something to the effect of, we have ways to make him sell promise software. And Bill claims he's what is I didn't even like realize it at the time, but looking back on it, I'm realizing, oh, we have ways of making use of. It means Earl Brian's homies with Reagan, and they're gonna bankrupt us and steal the software. So Earl Brian is. I just want to mention, because we might just move on from him. It's really, we never talk about it on the show, but eventually he goes to jail in the 90s after Danny died. He went to jail because he was doing stock manipulation with like financial crimes with all these companies, and he bankrupted. I think he bankrupted, right? FNN. Eventually, FNN got, the reason it's CNBC now is because he was messing around with them. And he lost control of the company because he went to jail for that, and he went to jail for that and the UPI stock fraud.
There's also an epic scene that didn't make the show where, you know, Anne Clank, Danny's best friend, works at CNBC as a...
She worked at FNN.
She's an executive producer, works, you know, for this news station.
We didn't talk about that. This was like yet another like whole thing we'd have to explain, but like it was really interesting that Anne, and some people in this kind of like octopus conspiracy universe are like, oh, Anne Clink worked for Earl Brian. Like, what does she have to do with Danny's
article?
death?
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, he's the boss who sits out, like, you know, it's like if you work for Facebook. I mean, the equivalent is essentially, maybe it's not this scale, but it's like Facebook, you're like an engineer at Facebook, and somebody's like, well, what did Mark Zuckerberg tell you yesterday? It's like, dude, I've never met Mark. You know, like you don't have a relationship necessarily with like the boss guy.
But you know, Danny's looking into Earl Brian in the, you know, summer. I'm not sure whether it was the summer of 1990. It was probably, if it was like maybe late summer 1990 or 1991, and the company picnic is going down, and Danny's like, and you gotta invite,
because Earl Brian is going to be there at this company picnic in like rural Virginia or something like that,
and they end up playing volleyball against each other.
Oh wow!
And basically, I mean, Earl Brian is way out of shape. He's a big, and this guy really heavy set, kind of seemingly out of shape guy, but he plays a lot of tennis. And
he's got a mad volleyball game. And he just schools Danny.
Really?
Yeah. In volleyball.
The volleyball version of dunking on him.
And so she told us this great story. It'd be cool if it was in the movie, but it doesn't really take us anywhere. But it's just an amazing image of Danny thinking like, I've got him. I'm gonna get Earl Brian. Like, I'm gonna get to the bottom of it, and I'm gonna do it. My entry is like playing volleyball against him, and he just gets like shamed, you know, by how badass Earl Brian apparently is in volleyball. And Danny was no slouch. He was a Golden Gloves boxer. Like, he's an athletic dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So Earl Brian had founded all these like tech companies basically, and I think it had a lot of government contracts or whatever, and he had sold computers and technology to Iran, and to involved negotiations to the U.S. hostages in Iran until after the election.
Oh, right. Because he's homies with Ronald Reagan. Mm-hmm. Reagan. This is the Michael story. He's homies with Ronald. Earl Brian is homies with Ronald Reagan, and he's going to deliver $40 million to the Ayatollah to keep the hostages in Iran, so that Reagan looks like Jimmy Carter looks weak. Reagan looks like a badass. And what ends up happening, I mean, this is why it ties so neatly to the history lesson, is that, of course, Ronald Reagan wins the election, and within an hour, 30 minutes, whatever, of his inauguration speech, the hostages are on a plane going back to America. And it's like, wow, like Reagan won and he got the hostages back.
It definitely happened. And also his campaign manager is William Casey, who's this OSS super spy, mastermind, wily motherfucker. And
Wasn't he the head of the CIA?
Well, for Reagan, after he does this secret squirrel mission in Iran to get his the governor of California to become the president, he's then made the.
This is, just to be clear, this is we're kind of like that's not necessarily even Michael's story.
That's not Michael's story.
This is Christian's.
I don't think Michael really went to Iran. I don't. He needs. The onus is on Michael to come forward with some passport, photographs, some documentation that shows that he and Earl Bryan went to Iran and helped do this deal. Regardless of that, I think it definitely did happen. That the hostages were kept until after the election intentionally to benefit the Republican.
Right. If you look at what we ended up doing, I mean, we did a lot more research on the October surprise than ended up in the movie. And we talked to, several people who had some relationship to it or had investigated it. And then, of course, last year, the New York Times came out with this piece saying that, somebody, what's his name? Peter Baker's New York Times came up with this piece saying that Texas had admitted that he had been there for negotiations between that Texas congressman and that the October surprise really did happen that way, which is interesting because if you look at the people who really went into the October surprise investigation on the journalistic side, guys like Robert Perry, they didn't have that story. They had other stories about William Casey's shenanigans. And what seems like, to me, might be the true picture of what happened is that William Casey, like any smart spy, had a bunch of things going on. Many different sort of wheels within wheels and many different plans at foot. And one of them worked out, maybe one of them worked out. And if you have a lot of different things, it also creates an echo chamber where it's like, wait, how could that be happening at the same time this is happening? It's like, well, maybe they're actually all happening. It doesn't just because multiple things seem like they are mutually exclusive doesn't mean that they are. I guess.
At the time, Iran was fighting a war with Iraq, and what Iran needed were parts for planes. They had a bunch of planes that didn't have tires.
American-made planes. After the revolution in 1979, America stopped giving them parts.
And they needed bombs and guns and. Okay, so say the October surprise didn't happen, but right around the time that those meetings would have happened, the guns started flowing to Iran, and it didn't stop. I think that there's like the Iran-Contra, I think is the limited hangout version of Iran-Contra. It's like they pick an arbitrary point in time for that scandal to start, but it really started. Especially if the October surprise happened, which I do believe it did, it started that. That's when the relationship, and the arms traffic,
which it's a perfect mirror, or not imperfect, but a pretty close mirror to what happened with Iran-Contra 6 years later, which is that there was another hostage crisis, and we were using weapons to negotiate for hostages. And it's like, well, how did we get that idea? Maybe. The easy answer would be that we got that idea from ourselves when we did it. If you're the Reagan administration. Anyway, William Casey, just to put a little button on that, he becomes the CIA director. He, when called to testify in front of the Iran-Contra hearings, the day before he's supposed to testify, dies. Just so inconveniently for people who want to find out the truth, if he was going to tell the truth.
Bill Casey?
Yeah. And one other little octopus tentacle to throw in there is that he was outside counsel before all this to Wackenhut. He was a lawyer before that to Wackenhut. So it's like, when you see Wackenhut is this boogeyman, right? But it's like has this funny name. But you really look into him, and they was up to some. They also had, didn't they have the largest private repository of surveillance and other information on American citizens?
Yeah, they got that from the House Un-American Activities Committee.
Yeah, I think there's actually 26 feet or something ridiculous of information on people, illegally surveillance. It's, I believe, sitting in the NYU library because they got the Wackenhut files from some they got those Wackenhut files from something. Anyway,
after they digitized them and put them on their comments.
yeah, that's sorry. Yeah. And they really want to get and Danny somehow got access to.
You're talking about yourself.
Yeah, myself back in 1990 when I was 3 years old. He somehow got access to the checks that were written by the Kuwait royal family for like admin Khashoggi. Yeah, I mean those had been around.
We have like CBS nightly news reports that show those same checks and reports on them.
The Khashoggi stuff, you know, a lot of the Iran-Contra stuff that Danny was looking into had happened in hearings a couple of years earlier than that. What was interesting was
who was the guy from Oregon?
Brennicky?
Yeah, he got those checks from Brennicky.
Okay. And so what Danny was doing, I think, is like, well, what was Danny doing that's so special? It's like what he was doing was looking at Iran-Contra and then looking at the implosion of Bank of Credit and Commerce International, the bank we talked about.
That was connected to Iran-Contra.
Right, which was the implosion of that bank was happening in 1991, right when Danny's doing this, and he's looking at the savings and loan crisis, he's looking at all these things, and he's like, oh my gosh, all these people in my planet, they're all actually literally connected. They all know each other or are part of the same thing, and maybe the savings and loan scandal is really, part of an intelligence operation, or it's like popping up in that little place, and it's popping up here, and it's popping up here, and it's about essentially how money and power are moving around the world through intelligence networks of these like kind of dudes. And if you want to get deep into it, as like our editor Eric really got into, it's like it's where their expulsion from the CIA after the various like church committee hearings and things like that in the 70s, Stansfield Turner comes into the CIA under Carter, and he's like, everybody's got to go. He like cleans house 30% or some huge amount of the CIA gets kicked out, because it's like, you guys have been up to so much bad stuff, like so much illegal stuff. Like, we got a clean house here.
But now you have all these people
who have these spies.
They've got a particular set of skills, and they
don't adapt that well to civilian life.
And they got contacts all over the world.
Right. And they've done things like Operation, and I'll try to get it right this time, Gladio, things like that, where you're, these guys, when you're working in the CIA, what is in your operations? What are you doing? You're generally going to other countries and committing crimes. Like, espionage in those countries is a crime, and the way you're doing it is often, sometimes at least, working with criminals. And so Danny's idea, Casolero, is that these guys are all the intersection between like a bunch of disaffected, pissed off spies who kicked out of the administration under Carter. And it fits nicely because it's like, well, you do have William Casey, who's an ex-OSS officer, as Reagan's campaign manager, with George H.W. Bush as the vice presidential candidate, who was the CIA director. It's like them coming in as under Reagan's cabinet, under Reagan's administration, and potentially engineering the return of, or the ascendancy of Reagan over Carter is basically it. You could see it as the world's biggest fuck you to Stansfield Turner and Jimmy Carter, of being like, oh, you're kicking us out? Well, guess who's back, baby? And we're taking over. Like, there's a way you can actually see that sort of thing, where all these dudes, and Iran-Contra kind of becomes an exponent of that. I'm sorry if I'm droning on here, but Iran-Contra becomes an exponent of that because it's former intelligence, military intelligence people who are working with the current administration, the Reagan administration.
They set up a private supply network.
To do a private supply network. It's if you want to see it in a related way, it's about the privatization of military intelligence, And whenever Reagan's like, saying things like, the worst sentence in the English language is, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. It's like, well, that's a really convenient viewpoint for somebody who's working with a lot of people who are are about to make a shit ton of money off of like military intelligence under your administration.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Iran-Contra was.
Right.
That's what, all that stuff is.
So, one thing that we haven't really explained that I'm kind of a little bit fuzzy on is what was so special about the Promise software that made all these different nations around the world want to buy it. I understand the logic of selling it to all these nations and creating a backdoor. So that was created by Michael Riconosciuto, right?
Allegedly. We always have to throw the A word in.
I understand using that, selling the software to everybody and creating a backdoor so you could go in there and gather all the information that they have. But how did the Promise software help them on the Cabazon reservation, and specifically with the arms sales?
Well, that's problematic because, I mean, we did a lot of reporting about what sort of the facilities, the weapons development facilities. We have the blueprints. They never got built. They did build a casino, but the tank ammunition shell plant that they wanted to build and the chemical and biological weapons manufacturing facilities that they wanted to build, they never got built because John Philip Nichols was hiring all these murders, and Wagenhead got spooked and pulled out.
It got too hot because John Philip Nichols just couldn't help but kill people.
And speaking of got too hot, I mean, in order to run those VAX computers that the Promise software ran on, these DEC VAX mini computers, there, I don't think they could fit. They could fit in this room. They would take up a huge portion of this room, but you need like vacuum tube computers. Yeah, they play. We show them in the film. They play like this. They run on this magnetic tape.
It's the reel computer.
Yeah. And you need to like kind of raise floors.
You can look up the Jack Vax 11780.
Basically, there were some dusty old. There was a card room, and there were some trailers out on this reservation. Look at these. Look at this room.
Scroll down a little bit. Look up or type in 1170. 11/780. Jack Vax 11780.
After Vax.
After Vax. Or even that's fine. Yeah, 1170. It's there. It's suggested right there.
Bro, we actually found a working one of these and filmed it, which was sick in our review. We can't find any evidence that A, these machines were on the reservation, or B, that they couldn't even support it.
That's a great sales envelope right there. That one that says Skip Walter. It's down. This just looks cool. I like their sales marketing stuff.
And even Bill, like as he went through fact checking that stuff that Michael had initially told him, and talking to all these people and networking with all these people initially, he was able to like corroborate everything Mike said about the Cabazon, Wagenhead, and all these murders and all
stuff
this
that's actually like much more incriminating and crazy, but he couldn't nail down the Promise story being out there, which doesn't mean, I mean, we remain pretty open to it. There's also other sort of stories about other avenues through Israel and all kinds of other things that Promise was hacked by those guys. But the story about Michael specifically doing it at Cabazon, we've never been able to like nail that one down.
Danny said many times throughout his notes, possession of a secret is no guarantee of its truth. I think that's a really important. People tell you that just because someone tells you in confidence or whatever, tells you the secret in this like thing, it doesn't mean it's true.
Right. And I think some people might say, well, then what are you guys doing here? Like, what's your documentary about? Like, if you don't think some of this stuff is true, it's like, well, what we found was that might have been, true or not. There was this weapons like exploration thing going on out there,
there was a series of unsolved homicides that I think Christian does a pretty good job of laying out what actually happened, and that they were for people working with intelligence agencies, and all the other stuff that Danny was onto turned out to be pretty right on about how these intelligence networks work, and people like, how people like Robert Nichols and Michael Reconnaissance, the stuff that they were involved with that was true, was equally, if I would say not more, chilling and strange and bizarre than just like what was going on with Promise at Cabazon. I think it's a really interesting open question of like, well, then what's the point of Michael saying all this stuff about Promise and Cabazon, and why would he bother? And we don't truly get into like the whys and wherefores of that. But I guess in answer to your question, like, so there's a Mike Reconnaissance Promise thing, but I think it is important to kind of like lay out Bill's vision, and maybe not even Michael's vision of why Promise, right? What would it? Well, because Michael's not the only one. Like Harry Ben Menashe, another slightly slippery character, Israeli spy. We mentioned him in the show. He has a whole other take on what's going on with, or related but other take on what's going on with Promise and Israeli intelligence and the sort of worldwide distribution of Promise, right? And it's related. It's essentially that Promise, here's like the kind of canonical story, right? Promise was developed to organize information, files for the Justice Department. This is true, right? In the early database, right? It's a database in an era when there's not that many similar programs, right? Sort of early to mid computing, when you're using giant $2 million machines like the DEC VAX, right? But that's like early 80s. By the time this is happening, Promise is a pretty powerful, very powerful, according to some, definitely Bill Hamilton, like 500,000 lines of code that what's special about it is it can organize all this information, but it can sort the information, and it can like find patterns within information. Right. So you're looking for, if you're in the criminal system, you're looking for what, like, you're sorting the basics of like the judge on the case is the same, and here's this defendant who's the same. But then you can track other cases and be like, oh, there's a pattern of crime here. Here's how this criminal is actually involved with all these other crimes, and here's like the kind of information network, and Promise is good at sorting that. And they
One of its early findings found that 10% of police detectives in DC closed 100%, 90% of the cases that were closed in that. So basically, like 90% of the detectives weren't able to take their cases from arrest to conviction. Only 10% of the DC detectives were able to do that, and that was unclear until they were able to take hard data. It's called the Super Cop study. It's like data mining. Promise, outside of even our documentary, we don't really get into the details on this, but it was a powerful research tool, right? In addition to its work for the Justice Department, I think Charles Work, who we interviewed, who was one of the kind of, I don't know, godfathers of this project, who brought Bill into the Justice Department to do it, wanted to do research so they could make the criminal, ostensibly make the criminal justice system more just or more effective, and find out patterns in law enforcement that would be better for victims, for closing cases and things like that. And so they had these pretty cool, big papers that were written from research done on these massive databases of Promise information. So then it's like, okay, well then how does that come? How do you get to go from that to a global surveillance network, right? Well, the idea at least is, according to people like Gary or Michael Reconnaissance and other people, is, well, it's just a matter of what information you're throwing in there. So if you're throwing in, as a comparison, say instead of legal cases, you're throwing in the phone bills and the water bills and the utility bills of people in Palestine, you could sort those names, or
Jordan or whatever it was. You could sort those names and find out, oh, this person has like a spike in their water bill for like the last 2 weeks. Maybe that means that more people are staying there. Maybe that means there's unreported people staying in there. There's some sort of like operation going on in like an insurgent, you know, in their minds, like insurgent, essentially military campaign, right? That's happening within the population. So you can find patterns. Just depends on what you're looking for, and those can be very, you know, valuable. The sort of next layer is then, so say you are Israel and you sell that to Jordan, and you're finding out, you're seeing that you're then tapping into Jordan's information. They're tracking this information, and then you're pulling that information out, and you're sorting it against what's going on in Syria, Palestine, Egypt, whatever, and you're seeing even bigger picture. Keeping tabs on what's going on. So Aries' point that he says in interviews that we have is that this was like more than Mossad spy. Well, he was IDF, but Israeli intelligence operative. That they just, man, we should tell his story. It's like there's so many amazing sort of like things that we didn't even get into. Like he was separately one of the reasons that we know about Iran-Contra. He leaked the first article about Iran-Contra was an article that was based on information that he leaked. So it's like a Lebanese news magazine, right? So you know, years later he was arrested in 1990 or 89 or something like that for selling like C-130 C-130s that were illegally being sold, and he gets arrested and tried in Manhattan. He gets a public defender. Israel disavows him, says that he has nothing to do with the IDF or Israeli intelligence, and then he gets a bunch of letterhead and stuff that shows, oh yeah, he is working for Israeli intelligence. They're like, oh well, he's just a low-level translator. Then he gets his passport, and it's like as thick as the Bible, full of like travel to North Korea, travel to like Peru, to like visit the Shining Path. You know, it's like a low-level translator who's going to like 90 countries in this thing. And so he actually argued his way out with a public defender, argued his way out of federal charges, got off not guilty for illegal arms ship, which aren't illegally shipping these C-130s.
And he's so annoyed, he starts telling anyone who will listen everything he knows about everything he knows.
Right. Is his story. And so his point is that Promise Software was this like cheaper and better than satellites for gathering information on whatever Israeli intelligence wanted to know about in the early to mid 80s.
And the story of how it got to Israel from basically INSLAW or the DOJ was that this guy, Dr. Ben Orr, who's an emissary from the Ministry of Justice in Israel, comes to
This is Bill Hamilton's perspective. This is Bill Hamilton's story. The president of INSLAW. I'm just throwing that out there.
Comes to INSLAW and basically wants like a show and tell. I hear you got this new DOJ supporting, so you know, prosecution software. Like,
maybe we want it over in Israel. This is in the early 80s. This is before all the problems, all the lawsuits and all that stuff.
So he comes to kick the tires on INSLAW and Promise, and basically they, you know, spend whatever the day together, and the guy leaves.
He leaves, and Bill never hears from him again at the Ministry of Justice. And then through the course of, I think, their lawsuits against the Department of Justice, I believe somehow they get a document that shows that the Justice Department did actually give Dr. Ben Orr a copy of Promise that he took back with him to Israel.
But then somehow Bill figures out that Dr. Ben Orr,
Elliot Richardson, the former Attorney General, who's now Bill's lawyer fighting against the Department of Justice, does this like photographic lineup or something. Where he's like showing people in INSLAW like pictures of people you might know, and one of them is a picture that Bill's like, I know that guy. That's Dr. Benjamin Orr. He came and looked at our software years ago, and Elliot Richardson is like, that's not Dr. Benjamin Orr. That's a guy named Rafi Eitan, who's a legendary Israeli Mossad spy, who was part of the operation was in charge of the operation to get Eichmann out of Argentina when they brought him back for trial, the Nazis. Back for trial. He was called Rafi the Stinker in Israeli intelligence because he had been some operation early on that he had done. He had go through the sewers or something, and he got this moniker. I think he was a little dude who, according to people who knew him, was just a hard-nosed, right-wing, tough as nails. We got his number from one of our friends in Israel, and we were a little bit. We basically wanted to really button up our knowledge. Supposedly, years later, Rafi Eitan claimed that the seizure and implementation of this Israeli promise software operation, spy, signals intelligence operation, was the greatest achievement of Israeli intelligence during his tenure. He told this to a journalist named Gordon Thomas, who has a lot of just basic factual inaccuracies in his book. So it makes me wonder what's really going on, because it's not it's right. He says dating has lived out in 1990. It's just sloppy. Just as you're kind of skimming through, you're just that's wrong. That's wrong. Right. So you start to doubt. Is it true that Rafi Eitan took you aside and says don't turn the cameras off and let me tell you my greatest achievement, which happened? It's the only time that Rafi tells this to any journalist is my theft of the promise software. It's what is even going on? What is true? What is not? And that's part of the reason. I think another one's just condensing so much. That's part of the reason. None of that, the Rafi Eitan story did not end up in our documentary because it was just became too much of wait, what is real? What is not? We have no way of verifying this, but we did. And we got his cell phone from our friend in Israel, and then we took too long. We didn't call him, and he died 2 months after we got his cell number. Felt so stupid. We just didn't expect him to die. Right. Yeah. Now, how does this all connect to? You're getting that look on your face that I recognize a lot from dinner parties before we before we made this movie. When it'd be hour 6 of telling the story, and people are all right, wait. So it's they're still interested, but they're just wait, what's going on?
So, but I want to know how it got implemented in these nuclear submarines.
Well, that's the sort of Norma DiGiacinto story, right? And Cy Hirsch and Seymour Hirsch. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's all through Bill Hampton, essentially. Is telling these stories.
Because there was the lady in the documentary that you guys interviewed. You interviewed her in front of her door.
There's I can tell the longer version of the story, but I basically one of my closest friends was dating Cy Hirsch, a legendary investigative reporter, was dating his son. They were living at his apartment in New York. Wow. And so I was dude, you gotta get Cy's email. You gotta give it to me. And so she did, and I basically started trying to verify if the story that Bill told me was true. And he was an interesting person. Cy was an interesting person to communicate with. And his ultimate point was, I never ended up writing about Islam. So I only talk about stuff that I printed. I don't talk about stuff that I speculative. I don't, because that way it's that. If it makes it in the New Yorker or the New York Times, it's real. It's fact checked. It's real. He'll talk about it. Right. He just as a policy doesn't talk about. Even though he pitched it to, according to Bill, he pitched it to the New Yorker, Vanity Fair, and the Atlantic, and the Washington Post. Right? No, I don't know. It's the thing. The Washington Post story is different. That's a Bob Woodward story. But anyways, I was trying to get him to confirm anything about the Insula case, and he basically said the threshold is too high. On Insula, on this story. What does that mean? Yeah, what does that mean? And I don't know what he meant by that. I mean, one speculates that the idea is like it's such a classified and intensely guarded secret that like you can't open that box that's inside of the intelligence community and find out the answers cleanly. So, but circling back a little bit, one of Inslaw's clients was this insurance company called Aetna Life and Casualty, right? And because they had, just really quickly, they had stopped selling to the federal government after the federal government built them out of $7 million worth of contracts. It was going to be the largest contract in the Department of Justice history, which eventually, when it was like a several $100 million contract that it was supposed to grow into. And so they started selling to private companies. I just wanted to throw out there, it's like they continued on even though the DOJ had kind of like screwed them out of all this money. And so like by the 90s or late 80s, they're working with Aetna and this woman.
And you know, they have this like promise users group where different clients could kind of all convene together for like kind of like a breakout session where they talk about, you know, whatever, maybe bugs or new software updates, or you know, I'm not sure exactly what they were talking about at the Promise Users Group meetings, but I could only imagine probably software. And you know, afterward, they'd kind of like built this relationship with Norma because she was kind of like really good at explaining how to use the software to new clients, and I think they would kind of like pull her aside and like help, because from like the perspective of like a lay person, she could kind of like really help people learn how to engage with this tech. And they liked each other, and she asked after one of these users group meetings, you know, what's going on with your case. And Bill had recently met Michael Riconosciuto. And he's like, I don't know. I mean, I met this guy. He said that this software, our software is all over the world now with a secret back door in it. It's part of this massive spy operation, and the CIA is involved in the Department of Defense and the NSA. And she's like, well, I could probably help you with the CIA aspect. This is a story that Bill told me in 2013. And he said, and so then it's like, Bill's like, oh, you can help me with the CIA part? She's like, and I need to reiterate, this is a story that Bill told me in 2013. She said, according to Bill, that her husband was a clandestine services operative for the CIA for many years, so she basically could run it up the chain with him and see. Bill allowed me to take this conversation. Have it on tape. So, you know, I wanted to find, and so then basically the story is that she calls Bill and she's like, I've got finally, I've got the information. What I don't have are documents to prove it, but what I do have is the story, basically. Like, obviously paraphrasing, but I don't want to talk about this over the phone. Come to our office in McLean, Virginia, and like, we'll get into it and I'll explain. McLean. Obviously, just fun little fact. Also, where the CIA is located. It's just such a like the whole story is in this like CIA so Northern Virginia intelligence universe where Danny lives. Danny was born in McLean. Danny Kessler was born in McLean, Virginia. Just his neighbor was Jesus Angleton, John Jesus Angleton.
Danny's neighbor?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Like as a child, you know, like you'd see him like mowing the grass or whatever. I mean, I don't know that detail specifically. All I know is that. So she says, okay, it has this whole story about James Angleton.
His son lives right on the street from here, or his grandson maybe.
John, your name's Danny. Oh my god.
He's and you kind of look like him.
Like who?
Danny.
I thought you were the one that looked like Danny.
I guess we both kind of look like him. Anyways, so I'm kind of swimming in this story because like
there's so many different offshoots.
But
this is basically a day in the life of production of us trying to tell the story. It's just like interconnected story.
She says that the software is on these nuclear subs, that the Joint Chiefs of Staff are the only people that have access to the information. It's on it's on nuclear subs. It's all. I think the idea, just to kind of,
why would it be on nuclear subs?
I think the idea, and it was to it was so it's this data tracking and analytics, data mining type software, right? And so it was taking Soviet sonar and pings, and it was able to somehow triangulate where underwater, subs are. That's the theory. That's sort of the theory. I have an anecdote that I love about submarines. I was, this is like our 8th submarine. I'm sorry.
Submarines are fun to talk about.
I was photographing this, actually it was a mob wedding in Long Island. And I, funded my early years of research on this by working as a photographer, usually for the New York Times, but I would do the occasional wedding. As embarrassed I am to admit that.
I've been there.
I think we've all been there. So basically, I meet this guy at the wedding, standing to the side. We're talking, and he's like, I was like, so what do you do? And he's like, well, I'm in the Navy for the CIA. And I was like, well, what do you do in the Navy? And he's like, well, I'm a submarine commander. And I was like, oh, cool. So what are you guys doing down there? What's going on down there? And he's like, very disdainful, looks at me and he's like, dude, if I could just tell you at a wedding what I do, I wouldn't have to do it underwater. You're right about that.
Oh my God, that's so fucking funny, man. That is so true.
So they're using Promise and playing with the VAX computers, I guess, but no, I don't know.
They said the submarine shit is wild, especially if you think about nuclear war and deterrence and where all the submarines go. In Annie's new book, Nuclear War, she has the declassified submarine highway lanes in her book that you can see. You can't find it anywhere online, but it shows you basically the submarine highways for China and Russia, and they literally come within 100 miles of the east coast of the U.S., right off the coast of Florida, North Carolina, and then all the way up the west coast, right off the coast of Los Angeles, and they have huge circles throughout the ocean everywhere. Wow. Nuclear submarines are literally littered throughout the ocean. It's pretty bizarre when you think about
it. So that's the Norma story, and for years I'm like, her husband. I gotta talk to her. I gotta talk to her husband. He confirmed all this stuff about Promise. I mean, that's the thing. I gotta find her. And there are 4 or 5 Norma Di Giacintos in the United States, and I called all of them. None of them would call me back, so I don't know which one's which. But I make kind of an educated guess, and I choose this one in South Carolina. I think we say in the show it's Conway, South Carolina. It's basically Myrtle Beach. And so now we have funding, right? And so we're no, I didn't. But it's
we're on this giant road trip already, going up and down the East Coast, interviewing people, and we're like, well, let's stop in there.
And Netflix is paying for our gas and our hotels and everything. So we're, it's hard to do this research when you're not funded, right? It's a lot. It costs a lot of money to do an investigation, of course. So anyway, so we pull up at her house and we ask her, her version of the story, because we've only ever heard it from Bill, and it's similar but different, because she didn't learn it from her husband. She learned it at the bowling alley, which and I'm still on board. I'm okay. So it's just everything's the same except for one change, and that's that the spies weren't her husband, but they're at the bowling alley. I'm on board. I'm tracking along. And Zach's like, whoa, no, dude, you're getting played, or we're getting played, or she was getting played. that was something is going on here, and it is not the same story that Christian was told. Like that was sort of
that's a really inconvenient thing that plagues a lot of journalists, right? When you spend so much time researching something and then you find something that just doesn't fit, that like kind of fucks up everything that you've been
the lattice work.
It fucks up like the direction you've been going the whole time. People like to just either dismiss it out of convenience, or if it proves their story, they'll obviously use it to reinforce it.
Yeah, it totally kind of, for me, I guess, being in that moment and just having, maybe it was this, having such high expectations because we felt like we had done the work and gotten Norma, and we were there on the porch, and we were just so stoked. We're always looking for. This whole story is like a story about addiction. This is the story of being addicted to the feeling of like grabbing that next vine and like, if I get this next thing, like we've got it. We've got the story. We've got the promise. It's in the submarines. Like that will then prove all this other stuff true. And instead, it's like a freaking shovel, and we just are like digging ourselves deeper into like a hole that we do not understand, and this is one of those moments where it's like, I simply do not understand what's going on here. Where like Bill, who was such an encyclopedia and a font of knowledge for Christian, his story is simply incompatible with the details of what Norma's saying, and how her story plays out of finding out this information in a bowling alley, and her saying that her husband, she also had been deposed in 1996 and said this essentially the same thing she told us about the bowling alley and everything. And,
really?
But we didn't know that. We didn't know that. Still didn't tell her. Dale didn't mention that to me in 2013.
Huh.
So it's like, what's going on? Is she getting played? Is Bill getting played? Are we getting played? Like, who is playing who? And it's one of these things where what we show his response, we finally elicited from him. I mean, at the very end, which is I can't remember the exact text of it, but something like, I don't know if Norma never claimed that her husband was CIA. Other people told me that, and I believe that her source was valuable and was reliable, or something to that effect. You see sort of the exact quote, I think, in the show that he emailed us. But it's just one of those, I felt like we had to include it, of course, in the show, because it just, I don't think it discounts, I don't think it ruins like our story, you know what I mean? It just deepens it in terms of the mental gymnastics that you have to go through to understand. It's almost kind of emblematic of the octopus. It's like every time you think you've got something cornered, there's a new angle that's there to throw you off. And I think that Danny probably experienced that, not specifically with the Norma story, but Danny experienced that constantly. We've experienced it constantly, where you have stories, you have amazing stories from Michael that we find out are true. And then you have stories that are impossible to verify. And it's like, what is real? And there's also there's mundane stories that we're told that we assume are true because they're so boring. And then it turns out they're lies. So to me, it's emblematic. I think that the frustration is important to understand in the story. It's emblematic of this hall of mirrors, what it's like to go into these things. And to me, as a layman, really, I think it's emblematic of intelligence of intelligence or criminal operations, where it's so important to see that you're being played, or see that you are never allowed to really hit hard ground. And that all of these like characters, whether they even know it or not, many of them are there seem to be there to throw you off of the scent. And you're always sort of grasping for like, I know there's something going on. I know X, Y, and Z, but I can't get you can never get the full picture. And I think other intelligence related stories, like how Rob Reiner talks about in his JFK podcast, you see the same pattern play out over and over in these intelligence related operations, where it's a cover story on top of cover story on top of cover story. And even some of the players who are telling these stories don't know what's true and what's not. Didn't Angleton call it the wilderness of mirrors?
Yeah, that's Kenny's neighbor. Yeah, you can't make that up. What made you decide to end the documentary the way you did? With you basically like saying, I think you said towards the end of it, like, the one thing I know is that Danny Ricconosciuto is the only person that could have killed Danny O'Connor.
No, Danny Castellero. But that's the sort of ending before the ending. I think that we wanted it. We sort of did it in that way because it shows a process that we went through many times, but that happened in this time. It was most apparent, which is like grappling with the fact that like on one, the whole documentary we talk about many reasons why it seems like Danny might have been murdered. But then you have to come to grips with the fact that maybe he was played and maybe he was in a position where he killed himself. I mean, you have to grapple with that. You have to take that on. And that moment of bottoming out, I think after we learned the Norma thing and after we talked to certain people like Doug Vaughn, who's an investigative journalist, and they explained to you like Doug's position is that Danny killed himself. Like that, we don't go into that in the story, but he's like, I think that Danny did kill himself, even though he may have been onto all this stuff. I think he killed himself. It's like, well, Doug's a really smart guy. Like, he wrote the piece for the Village Voice, which is, I think, the best piece about Danny Kessler's investigation. So anyway, that's the fault. We made that the sort of like ending before the ending because we really wanted to land hard on that feeling of what it feels like, and it happened to us multiple times. That was just one of them, where you're just like, oh man, this is all kind of like for nothing, But it's like either way, the story killed him. That's how Doug Vaughn ended his piece in the Village Voice, and it's a smart way to look at it. And ultimately, the story killed him. I mean, if he wasn't looking into the story, that it wasn't the characters in the story themselves, like the story, his obsession, going into this wilderness. Why he died. The story is why he died. Right? And it's a good story. I guess that's almost the for me, like we start with this kind of like either or, like if Danny killed himself, then, and this is how the FBI phrases it too, it's like, if Danny killed himself, then he must have been conned and been onto nothing. And then it's like, and if Danny was murdered, then he must have been onto something, and he found something he shouldn't have. That's important and dangerous, right? What we found, I think, by the end was that you can actually separate those out, and that even if Danny did kill himself, it does not discount, it does not mean the other thing, right? Which is the FBI's point. Like, Danny didn't really find anything. It's like, no. We have 3.5 episodes where we show all the crazy stuff that Danny did find, and all these connections that he found, and all these amazing characters, scary characters, dangerous people that he met, and was talking to. Those were real. So even if he did kill himself, you get where I'm going with this. And then the actual ending that we go into, I mean, this is whatever, spoiler alert, but the actual ending is more about what it feels like, which happens many times, but we just show one instance of this, when you get sucked right back in, when you're like, I think I'm done, like I think I can walk away. Sherry talks about the feeling of like, you decide, Sherry's the journalist who met with Robert Nichols, you decide when it's over, because this is almost, it's a game and it never ends. Like, it's an ongoing thing that never ends. And she talks about the feeling of addiction and the feeling of like, you never know when to put it down. And then we show, I think Christian multiple times over his life, but we showed kind of what the process is of when you're kind of what she calls deprogramming, when you're trying to get out of it. Right. But that's happened to us many times. You see it here. It's like you get one call, and it's really hard to like not answer the phone and get that rush back of like, maybe if we just have this, if we just get this information, the whole door opens and you get the window into the full octopus, and you solve it. You solve everything.
The guy Joseph, I don't know how to say it, Cuellar. So Danny met with him at a bar like the night before he was murdered. Is that right?
No,
they met by chance.
And it was a couple months, I think, before he died. It was towards the end of his investigation, but it wasn't like the day before he died.
And was that guy Cuellar? Was he seen near the hotel where Danny was during that 24-hour, 48-hour period?
That's the question.
Besides the maid,
I can tell you that his name was floated to the Martinsburg police many times. I've got it in their notes. They never could spell it right. They had a really tough time with spelling over there at the Martinsburg Police Department. And I think spelling is important. You're trying to look in databases for people. Sorry, do I sound like a jerk? No, it's funny. Okay. But they don't. No, I don't have any record of them calling him, interviewing him, checking him out, getting a photo of him from the driver's license or for the DMV or from the military or whatever, and like canvassing. Has anyone seen this man? We do have that. That sketch, and we have a guy that kind of matches his description that another hotel guest was seen entering the room. We have Cuellar threatening Danny's friend Lynn Knowles to stop asking questions after Danny's death about what happened to Danny and what was Joe's involvement.
Seems like a weird response if you're asking somebody like,
he's saying something it's business, right?
Yeah. What Danny was investigating was a business, and if you care about your kids and your own life, just drink some hot cocoa and stop asking questions.
It just seems like an odd response.
And when he also told Tony at some point, like, I think he floated it that like, oh, I'll help the family investigate whatever happened, but didn't, did attend the funeral.
Who attended the funeral?
Cuellar.
Really?
Yeah. We had, we spent so much time. We had a tape that was kind of a pool videography tape. They allowed one camera into the funeral and then disseminated it because there was so much news interest at that time. Christian scrubbed that tape so much trying to find Cuellar in the footage. It would have been incredible to find him, but smart enough guy to either got lucky or was smart enough to stay away from the camera.
And then additionally, is the story true that he died on a Saturday and they didn't tell the family till Monday?
Danny Casolaro. Yeah.
Danny Casolaro.
Yeah.
Correct.
Why
would they have waited so long?
Well, that was one of the they did.
But the initial thing, his ID was in the room. It's not like they had to identify who he was.
Right. The initial thing was, that was one of the number one red flags for the family. Just it was like, he died 2 days ago, and you embalmed the body? Like, what about an autopsy? And they're like, well,
What, you guys aren't open on Saturday? You got until Monday to go cry. But it's also like there's very few Casoleros in the United States, and I'm pretty sure they're all related, and they all know each other.
You can call any of them, and you find out who to talk to. But that was an initial thing of what is going on here? Some sort of conspiracy. What's happening here? The mundane truth of it.
But basically, they call the Fairfax. Danny lived in Fairfax County, so Martinsburg called Fairfax to send an officer to personally notify the family. So that officer drives to, and Danny is a single man who lives alone. This officer drives to Danny Casolaro's home and leaves a business card. Please call me. This is important. Here's my number. And nobody calls him because nobody lives there anymore. But there's other Casoleros in Fairfax,
When did he leave the card?
On Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just kind of like a bad police work, comedy of errors, tragedy of errors kind of situation for that.
And the guy who you said wrote the article for the Village Voice who believes that he was killing himself, how does he rationalize the fingernails missing and the tendons being severed and the blood everywhere?
I think that he is somebody. Also, he's solved the Lepenka bombing. If you talk to Danny Sheehan, that's the case that Danny brought forth with the ended up being the Iran Contra Martha Honey Obergan case.
Yeah, but I just want to say, and Christian knows more about this, but I just want to say, I think that Doug leaves open the possibility of anything, but his default position, maybe kind of like mine, is just in the absence of evidence of a murder, you have to go with what seems to be the evidence, which is there's a note, and he comes like that's how he sort of looks at it. Am I right?
Yeah. Because he's going basing it on this physical evidence, no forced entry.
Unfortunately, the physical evidence is sort of controlled by the Martinsburg right, what they want to leak out.
Another Nichols, basically a family friend or kind of a family acquaintance, like the medical examiner from Louisville, where we're from. His name's also Nichols.
No relation.
Yeah, no relation. We gave him all of the medical forensic files for him to study, and then we had a meeting with him, and we went through it all, and he said, and this guy's like, I mean, he founded the medical examiner's office in the 70s, and he's like one of the top.
Has he seen people that had committed suicide by cutting their own wrists?
I think he's seen everything, under the sun. But basically, what he doesn't
what he said, he was just like, "Oh, what you got here, boys? Suicide."
Yeah. But the thing is, here's the thing that nobody talks about in medical examiner offices.
Well, let me give one more thing before you, because I know where your punchline is. But the other thing that he said is, he's like, well, Dr. Frost, the medical examiner of West Virginia, who did the autopsy, he's like, he's not doing you a lot of favors here. Like, there's not a lot of details in the medical examiner's report that would really show everything that you would need to know to understand this case.
Well, you don't know what you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know, and it's kind of like a slightly cursory examination.
He wasn't like, this is the most beautifully laid out pathology report I've ever seen, boys. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'm going to teach
there's a lot of information. Yeah. So anyway.
No, but the thing is that's sort of like, once you're like total weirdo freak like me, there are leave no trace hitmen. It's a job that people do, and the medical examiner doesn't count that in. I mean, as I guess they would go insane every single case. Look, did someone rappel through the window? And fly in and did like Ethan from Mission Impossible do it?
Right. I forgot where I was going somewhere with that. What I would be interested in finding out was like, there's got to be a way to find like some sort of record of a history of people who have committed suicide by slashing their own wrists and what it looks like, right? Like, how deep are the cuts? Do they typically do 8 cuts? They typically cut the tendon?
I mean, in our kind of cursory research on that stuff, I mean, there's everything under the sun.
Also, the fingernail issue that you bring up.
Yeah, you always.
Yeah. Danny was a nail biter, and his nails were in the water for so long. You gotta gives the skin and the tissue gets like kind of waterlogged and soggy, and I don't know.
Yeah. So
how long though?
For hours.
Yeah, I mean, he's found around 12:30 p.m. and they said that the time of death was somewhere around. They couldn't place exactly, but I think it's like 9:30 a.m.
You sit in the bath with living tissue with a beating heart for an hour, and you're like all soggy,
Like just getting like real round table about this right here, which I think is a good opportunity. Like one thing that we don't go into in the show because we're really intent on. Of course, we want to find out what happened to Danny, but we're really into also explaining Danny's story that he was on to. Right? Nobody's ever really encapsulated it, I think, in the way that we did. And so what we don't do is kind of like your traditional true crime thing where you go into like, here's like all the forensic evidence of every single thing. We're not forensic pathologists, and it would have been impossible to do it within the 4 episodes that we had, and it would have stopped it down to a point where we're not telling a story anymore. We're just basically doing like a different thing. It's a different thing, and that's a cool thing, and maybe we'll do something like that in the future. But I would just there's a couple interesting things that like the theory of the Martinsburg police is that this guy Danny Casolaro spent the entire weekend or week. He's got there Thursday. He died Saturday morning, drinking. Just like drinking himself to death in some ways. Just like he's drinking wine, he's drinking beer, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, obviously in their mind, wasted because he's so pissed off that he never got anywhere with this story. and he kills himself in this kind of desperate weekend. But the problem is, like, there's hardly any trace of alcohol in there's no trace of alcohol in his blood, and there's hardly any in his urine.
But there's beer cans in the room.
There's beer cans. There's a half a wine bottle next to the bathtub. You know, it's like.
But there's also shoestring. There's a shoestring on his body that came from shoes from his apartment or from his house.
Like, well, you put that into the other category of like, oh,
right.
he planned on it. Like, there's all kinds of different
conflicting,
totally,
evidence.
Right. But yeah, to me he never locked his door. The thing that to me is like, yeah, it's just like, if your theory is that he was drinking the whole weekend and got wasted and killed himself, like, you know, your heart stops beating when you kill yourself, and your liver stops processing alcohol. So one would think that there would be some kind of alcohol in your system if you're wasted when you're killing yourself.
He also weirdly was last seen at the Sheets coffee shop, which is a block from the Sheridan where he died. At midnight, buying a cup of coffee, which is like
you don't typically mix coffee with booze.
Yeah, and then he died. They think 8 hours later. So what was going on?
Right. Yeah. He goes to the Sheets coffee shop at midnight. There's two women there. One's behind the counter. Another's a customer. Who's just a friend of the lady behind the counter. And he orders coffee. He has to wait for them to brew it because they didn't have any. So because it's midnight. Yeah, it's midnight. So he just hangs out there for like 10 minutes or whatever. And she's just like, yeah, he seemed like a nice guy. Like, we just kind of chatted up. Or it was like, just like shut the shit for a few minutes. And then she gave him the coffee for free because she was like, he had to wait. So I gave it to him for free just to be nice. And then he walks back, presumably walks back to the Sheridan to drink his coffee.
He then becomes so distraught that he can't even write a full suicide note and sign it. And he has a fear of blood, which we didn't even get into in the show.
A fear of needles.
And a needle of blood, which I also do. And so I really empathize with his supposed suicide, because I was like, I have that same fear. There's no way I would go out that way. No way. I would do anything else. And I, obviously don't want to die. Like, well, yeah,
make that very clear.
But I wouldn't. No fucking way would I cut myself ever. Right? Because I hate blood is really cool when it's inside the body.
What sort of backlash, if any, have you guys gotten from the documentary since it's been out?
I think that we were expecting a lot more,
especially from I don't know what we thought would happen, but we really, I always worried about this thing comes out and people are after us, or
it's a flop because it's too confusing, or people seem to love it,
but so. And I also by the Rolls Royce you pulled up in, I imagine that was a pretty good popular hit.
Well, you just missed the helicopter too. No, Zach had to go around to open the back door because the handle was broken on my side. So sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, and I think I make a point of not really reading too much of our press because I find even the positive stuff slightly depressing because I'm like, that wasn't the point we were trying to make there. It's like I'm such a critic, I guess.
Right.
But
someone said don't read reviews. It's kind of like a mantra you hear about people that make films, and I don't. I didn't read any of the reviews, but people have mentioned certain things that they've read to me.
It seems like it's mostly been positive. There's been one negative review of somebody who wanted it to be a little bit more cut into bite-sized chunks for them to digest it, and it's like, dude, it's the hardest story to tell that I can imagine.
Just pay attention.
It's actually, and
the headline on that one was new Netflix documentary sheds little light on whatever the Kessler case was. Shit's real life. Dude, we shed people got their brains melted. We shed a lot of fucking light on this story. It's like I guess anything that has even a remotely, like even intentionally slightly ambiguous ending, I don't think it's ambiguous. I think it's showing something of a more deeper reality of what this is like. This story is like, is just like, oh no, like they didn't find anything. It's like, dude, we didn't find anything. We've got the tapes of these guys talking about murders that are completely unsolved, that we give like a very logical and well-researched theory on what actually happened. We go into never before seen stuff about a serial killer who's working for the FBI. It's like that nobody has ever heard of. Rarely has he been mentioned outside of this show. There's almost no articles about him, no information, not very much information about him publicly available. We picked up Michael Riconosciuto from prison. Sorry, we get like, I get really like irate when I start thinking about people being like, where did you land on this thing? It's like, you didn't even know anything about this case before we made this 4-hour thing. Exactly. We put our lives into this thing, and I feel like we came up with a ton of stuff. And I'm sorry if a few things are ambiguous, but you have to grapple with that. Life is ambiguous. The intelligence community is extremely ambiguous. The criminal community is extremely ambiguous, and you need to be able to grapple with that.
Well, it's kind of like the ending of Tom's book, right? Tom didn't have a conclusion at the end of his book. Yeah. He just kind of like just documents the whole journey and basically like unravels the whole ball of yarn and exposes everything that was a part of it, things that nobody knew about, like from the probation officers and all the operations that were tied to it. And like at the end of it, there's no conclusion, but you can't be mad at it because it's a fucking incredible.
Right. I think there is a conclusion, but it's a conclusion that like for his book, which is like, it's a conclusion of like, you need to like extrapolate on this, and like sometime, he wanted to tie Manson directly to the MK Ultra. That was his whole point, right? And it's like, well, he did a damn good job of getting as close as you can and showing whether it was a direct connection, there's an interconnected nature to it, and like illustrating, how Operation Chaos and MK Ultra functioned, so you can kind of like make logical conclusions. And maybe I'm just ignorant, but his stuff about Jolly West, just I didn't know anything about, and learning just the fact of his existence and how he existed and what happened with
killing the elephant.
Killing the elephant. And I think like certain people probably knew that story before Tom did this his like double life of like coming in and being this like lauded being directly psychology expert, but then also like hypnosis and memory expert. Like but Tom, it's like you have to give him all the credit in the world for the simple fact of connecting him with Sid Seymour or whatever it's called, and his like code name, right? Oh, right. Not Sid Seymour, but that's his code name, I think. No, Sid Seymour is another. Sorry. Oh shit. Sid Seymour is sorry. What's it? Sidney Gottlieb. Yeah. But he's under a code name in the thing. SG is the initials. Right. In their correspondence. Yeah. Sorry. So many Sids, so many Nichols, so many different things. Yeah. Anyway, I know that there's been like, so some people sent us some article that's like critical of us for all this stuff, but it's like I skimmed it. It's full of like complete untruths, and it was just like spelling errors. Christian's obsessed with spelling errors. We've spelled things wrong, but we have the graciousness to correct our misspellings, and like but just makes allegations about us being CIA mouthpieces. I don't know. How do you even respond to that? It's like, how do you pull up the conclusion of the article that we were looking at?
Oh yeah, the conclusion of that was fantastic. Basically, that article concludes that you guys are peddling the CIA narrative of conspiracy theories by labeling the show conspiracy, American Conspiracy. What was the end of it? Yeah, that. Go back to the very bottom. Oh shit! I blew it up and
There's me in a picture where I'm.
Where'd it go?
I think it's the very last. Oh yeah,
I
you're,
blew it up.
there it is. American conspiracy. The Octopus murders effectively serves as the agenda of the CIA and continuing a cover-up.
I guess I almost said as much.
Massive crime surrounding the theft of the Promise software and trying to discourage further investigation into the crimes of the Octopus.
I don't understand how anybody can draw that conclusion from. I mean, I said earlier, I guess that we effectively serve the agenda of the CIA by saying that whatever makes the CIA seem badass helps their thing, but we don't help their cover up, nor do we help. I don't know. It's like, how do you respond? Look at this, 2 paragraphs above, saying Robert Altman, not the one of my favorite directors of cinema, but Robert A. Altman, who has worked at this bank BCCI. A lot of people have seen Robert Altman on our star map, and they think that's some sort of. We're talking about a different Robert Altman. We love Nashville. Okay, so Robert A. Altman had reluctantly agreed to meet Casolaro, who was threatening to give the checks from the Kuwait royal family to purchase tow missiles. Okay, this is saying that this guy that worked at actually its first American bank, BCCI, was reluctantly agreed to. Where did they learn that information? That's based on what? Let me click the link. Let's click the link. Let's see where we learn about how he reluctantly agreed to meet us.
This article's full of conjecture.
Okay, so it's going to go to another article on the same exact website.
Yeah, that's SEO, man. That's how you. That's how you climb the search engines.
Go to it.
Can you go to the other article?
It wouldn't load,
so I don't know if it's
it works. So yeah, I don't know. So it's been a self-reinforcing thing. Yeah, I haven't even looked at this, but I'm just assuming that it's probably going to be
the same author, the same author.
And so it's going to be circular. It's what's called a tautology, right? A circular argument. And so it's like, I don't even know how to respond to something like this because there's no way to prove it, like a negative of this. It's like, I don't know, dude. Like, do we help to cover up? I don't think so. Do we bring new information to light that whoever wrote this had never known before? Absolutely. It's like, what's your point? Like, we're discouraging research? Like, in what universe are we discouraging more research? I think this article also says that the meeting that we had in Conway, South Carolina, it quotes someone saying that meeting was staged in the film.
Oh, yeah.
It quotes a guy from Australia who, like, I've talked to on the phone a few times, but, like, never about that. And, okay, so you can quote, like, a monkey, about something. I mean, how do you? I sound like a monkey. No, why does he know? They also didn't ask us for comment. So how is that fair? I knew if we started going into this, I was going to start getting so heated and so annoyed.
Every footnote of this article goes back to this Peter Osborne guy.
Right, he's in Australia.
Oh, that's the Australian guy.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that's a picture of him.
There he is.
I don't know. It's hard for us to divine what's in Peter Osborne's mind and why he thinks that what he thinks in this article, which I have to be honest, I just haven't actually fully read. But the things that we've discussed, like, it's just argue with things that are just simply not true. And we also
he was one of the guys who spent the most time investigating this case, right? He spent 30 years.
I gave him a lot of material in 2016 of Danny's notes. He's like the expert on the case, but he was like, you've done a great thing by going to the archive that had all of Danny's notes and copying them. It's like, well, what took you so long, dude? Like, it's like the first thing I did. Try to just learn about the investigating Casolaro case. The first thing you do is go to the archive and get his notes and read those, right?
Mm-hmm. How much collaboration did you guys have on the research? Or even in your early days, I'm sure you learned about.
In the early days, there was an email chain where this guy Gordon Savell and his partner at the time, Peter, who they've since had a falling out. And then Bill Hamilton, and then this other pretty awesome kind of FOIA expert named Emma Best. We all just kind of exchanged information over email for a few years, and then it got a little kooky, and Emma left and I left, or whatever, it died down or whatever. I'm not sure exactly what happened. But it was mostly Emma's FOIAs and the documents that I got, stateside. Because the other guys one guy was in Australia and the other guy was in Canada, and they didn't come here, and all the files were here.
Right.
But we gave them, all the stuff, and we put it on
what happened?
archive.org.
What happened really was that Christian had gone to, when we show it in the movie, Christian had gone to the Missouri archive, captured pictures of all of Danny's notes, and then gave them to Emma, who then, I think without Christian's permission, but it wasn't a big deal, I guess, but put those all on archive.org. And so, and that's years and years ago, and you can go to archive.org. I think anybody, it's funny, like anybody who knew about this case before we released this documentary, a lot of them would have seen documents of Danny's notes on archive.org. I think it doesn't realize like they actually kind of come from Christian doing the work
and Emma
and Emma posting them. And you see his name, like she put his name.
She put my Twitter handle under all the stuff that I contributed.
Yeah. Oh, that was nice. So Christian, many of the Danny notes.
It actually got me in trouble later. I had to go back because the versions that you'll see on archive.org are like really janky and like because I was just like. I wasn't photographing them to put them in a film. I was just photographing them to have them.
Right.
And so I'm just like running through boxes. It takes 5 days, and there's like they just look like crap, and the color balance is bad, and the resolution is bad. Basically, I had to go back with a good camera and good lighting to get good versions of all of them for the film because we show Danny's handwritten notes throughout the whole movie, and you get to like zoom in on them and have them look clean and not like pixelated. Right. So I did another week back, photographing them all over again, but they almost didn't let me come because they like looked me up and they were like, dude, you put this all you broke our rules. Like you signed something when you came here saying that like this is for research purposes only, and you put it on the internet. Like, what do you think? And they were like really pissed, and I had to like it's someone else leaked it. It wasn't me, and
It eventually just went to the castle, rung it up the ladder, and it was like,
it was a copy. It was they're worried about copyright claim, but I was like, look, the copyright. The Tony Casolaro has the copyright of Danny Casolaro's original writing, and he allowed us to use the writing. So there's no copyright concern anymore.
He's a real entry into the minuscule process-oriented parts of us making this documentary. If you're interested, how has working on this documentary changed your outlook on the world, or like even like your outlook on the media, or anything you see in the news, or just even living your daily life?
Well, you can you can do research and you can do deep research, and I kind of have this sort of like, I feel like I don't know about anything that I haven't researched deeply. So I basically don't know about anything except this case. And yeah, it's made me, more skeptical. I mean, all the stuff about like subterfuge and deception and like, various cover-ups. I didn't used to care about any of this stuff. I mean, I'm sure it's very similar for you, the people that you've talked to, in these long, intimate conversations and all the research you've done on all these kind of like out there topics. Like, things aren't as they seemed. When we were in third grade, we assumed the way the world was. It's not really like that. Yeah. Once you start like digging, it's weird.
I mean, the way you put it in the documentary, that scene where you talked about, it's like the monster hiding under the bed is real.
Yeah.
And you even show this like crazy fucking creepy monster hiding under a bed. That was
Or
it's
an octopus.
Yeah, that was the octopus.
Yeah.
We just went full nature show on it, which we've been wanting.
But what about you, Zach? How's it changed you, or has it?
I'm just the same old dude.
No, I talk about MK Ultra all the time.
Yeah, I feel like, since Christian's been working on this for 12 years, like, I watched him change, especially in the early years when we weren't really filming much. That was kind of scary for a little while, just to see like, oh God, like is Christian losing it? And then is like, oh my gosh, is he dealing with like people who he shouldn't be dealing with? Like just multiple levels of freaked outness when you're on the outside of this looking in. And then for me, it's a shorter time period of me really engaging with this. And I just simply would not have cared. Not cared, but I just wouldn't have known about a lot of this stuff without Christian, you know? And so it's like a tighter time frame for me. And it, I don't know if it makes life any easier just being like so skeptical about any narrative you're being fed. But I guess it also is like by the end of the edit, I was so tired, and I was kind of like another part of like checked outedness. Just the last few weeks, I was just exhausted. And Zach is like got even better sources than me now, and he's on the phone late at night. It's like, and he's also like he's the captain of this like post production ship, and figuring out how the pieces go together, and working with the composer, and working with the edit, and working with and dealing with the executives, the partners, and everything. And I'm just gonna, and the poor guy. Then he's like just like on the phone like for hours on end, late into the night, like talking to like these news sources that he came up with, who ended up giving us some amazing materials at the last minute, and like but bless his heart, he was like he pretends that he's not. He's so
how. I mean, I would imagine that this coming out would also make a lot of other important information or sources kind of like emerge
in the course of this 3 or whatever, however long conversation. I've probably gotten 5 to 8 DMs about other conspiracies or related conspiracies. Like people are like coming out of the woodwork. Please only message me if you have actionable intel. Please keep it succinct.
I mean, like directly relating to this. Like I would imagine that people would come out of the woodwork that would like potentially be a huge help to.
It's been tough because we saw that we would get a little break releasing the show. Like we knew that we would do like some press and try to get the show out vacation. There. And we thought maybe like a little vacation, like a little, this has been years that we've been doing it. It was supposed to only be like a year and a half. And that hasn't happened. It doesn't feel like it's going to happen anytime soon because, as soon as, I guess we should have guessed this, but as soon as it came out, yes, people started telling us stuff, and some of it is at least worth researching and seeing if these people are telling a real story, because it's damn interesting. And it's that same process I was describing earlier where it's like, what names are they mentioning and what's the chronology, and like what are stuff that we know that's not in the film, that like it's the classic thing. It's like, what do you know, and how importantly, how do you know it?
Right now it gets even harder too, because now you guys have got,
you must assume that somebody either people want to fuck with us because it's fun for them, or you could assume the even worse idea, which is the more sinister idea, which is that what if people are actively feeding us disinformation because of what we've uncovered, not just to like be internet weirdos, but to actually mess with us. Makes it, oh God. For me, it just starts to just get into this like crazy mind, like game theory sort of territory, where you're like, wait, what is real? Like, how do we even like go about figuring this out? But ultimately, it's like, I guess it is the classic thing. We had to be skeptical of every single story before and after.
Well, what are you guys going to do next? I mean, do you guys have any plans to, if you guys did go back at this story, do you have an idea of what angle you would take, or where you would go with it, or what are your guys' plans?
There's a lot of stuff that we couldn't fit in, and stuff I know we talked about with you that like would have been nice, but we probably wouldn't do a film on. Like, I don't think we'd do the follow-up on. I don't know if we could do the follow-up on Cabazon.
I think we probably wouldn't go back.
I'm not sure if we can go to Cabazon. I'm not sure.
We will probably. I would like to go back to San Francisco, and narratively,
there's stories that are like. There's little hints of things that I think maybe if we develop characters and stuff that you might see for a second, or that we go into like one part of their story that actually have a huge other backstory that's like worth an episode or worth half an episode. There's also like the idea of like, what if
yeah, there's entire stories connected to Danny's story that we didn't cover. There's also all like in episode 3 we talk about like the octopus. There's like the BCCI, Naked Hand, Savings Alone, like Wilson Turpal. Like we in our film we only do 2 arms of the arm. Like we don't do a deep dive. And you know those are all amazing on their own, amazing stories that could be. We could use this sort of template of filmmaking that we're using, and it would pop. It would blow people's minds, and it would be amazing. But yeah, there's so many areas to go, so little time. Right. Yeah, I think that it's like we designed this to be a self-contained thing, and this idea of like, oh, did you leave the ending open-ended? No, like we left the ending on a feeling that I think is important. As a conclusion, the problem is that I think I was talking about somebody with it. It's like we're actually making a nature show. Like we're showing how an ecosystem works, and there's kind of no beginning and no end to an ecosystem, right? And there's questions that we have that are unresolved, of course, but then there's just like the rest of the nature program of all the other little creatures inside of the aquarium. David Attenborough DVD number 2. Yeah. So but I think that we wouldn't want to do it unless we felt strongly that it would be just as good, if not better, than what we've done before. You know, I don't want to just like pursue stuff because it's like, oh, well, now you've got like a brand and you can like keep on like doing all this stuff. Season 1, season 2, season 3. Yeah, it's like I have zero desire to like brand it as such, unless it's like, man, you guys, much like the octopus, it's like you start and you think you've got something cool, and then you find something that's like new and bigger and bolder that you can come out with that like people haven't seen before. That would be dope. Mm-hmm. Do you guys have to deal with people trying to spy on your phones and spy on your fucking emails? And I don't know. I don't know. You never had to even think about it? I think about it a lot of time, and I have no qualification for being able to suss that out. Really? Sleep with a gun on your pillow? All the time. Don't let anybody forget it. And we're a good freaking shot too. Plutonium bullets. Kentucky. Yeah, we got the Kentucky boys with the plutonium bullets. Yeah. We shouldn't have said we did. We did. And we have a variety of Home Alone like traps surrounding any residence we've ever. Micro machines, paint cans, the third paint can. It's Home Alone 2. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, thank you guys for doing this, man. Thank you so much. It's so fun to talk to you. Incredible. Other than watching your documentary on Netflix, where you got OnlyFans, Twitter. I'm Yo_Christian on Twitter. Haven't really embraced Twitter that much yet. And I usually use Instagram. I'm Christian Hansen there. And we should have done like a sort of like place where it's really just octopus content or something like that, but we were so busy just trying to finish the dang thing that we didn't like get super organized on the social media front. I want to model my account after Tom O'Neill's, where there's like continued stuff that hit the cutting room floor. Yeah, that you could start putting out on our social media. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that would be cool to just show. Zach finally decided to go public. He was private for a really long time. Who? Zach. I don't want to advertise it, but I think that find the social media and the internet to be a genuinely scary world. It is, definitely. It's the wilderness. Let's talk about a wilderness of mirrors. Well, thank you guys again. I really appreciate it. You guys got to catch a flight. Goodbye, world. Goodbye. Thanks so much for having us.
Because for the most part, Shane and Jamie are actually really good friends and they hang out together, but things started to get a little bit heated when it came down to their football rivalry. Whenever their teams are about to play, they both turn into nasty bitches on Protect Our Parks. All the way. You want to go pee with me more? No, I'm here. I look good. Want to go pee? I'm very comfortable. You win. Clinton. It was fun. And I was a Joe Rogan. You were sitting there with Jamie. He was like, Jamie's the best. He was so mad you felt. I know. Jamie went home and jacked off to that compliment. Jamie, how much you jack off to? Skill 7 to 10. Just last night or today? Just last night.
I have a genetic break, but I am one of those guys that does not respond to hallucinogens. Really? Disappointment. Wow. I mean, I grew up in the 60s, so,
Nothing?
Nothing.
Not even weed?
No, weed. What are you talking about? That's like
marijuana edibles or
that's just
something like that.
THC. God no, you know. But I'm talking about LSD.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm talking about LSD. I'm talking about ayahuasca,
Mushrooms.
MDMA, mushrooms. Nothing. You know, nothing. Oh, I might some. You know, this. It's so subtle. It's difficult to tell if it's the effect of the hallucinogenic or if it's just me wanting it to be the effect of hallucinogenic. So colors on occasion seem to look a little bit brighter, but
It's such a high tolerance.
disappointment, you know?
You just showed up to the podcast with 16 cans of energy drinks, bro. We got about 2,000 milligrams of caffeine sitting on the table right now for those of you out there watching. Are we recording yet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm talking really fast, but
Yeah, we're fired up
But
today.
hey, we're drinking
Goat fuel. We're drinking goat fuel, and I'm drinking goat fuel, and I'm drinking this stuff. This is the first time I've ever had kratom. Kratom?
Yeah,
White
so
rabbit
careful how you
kratom.
say that.
My buddy Eon sent me this stuff. I've never had kratom or kratom before, but we'll see how it works. So I didn't get to sleep last night, as I told you.
Yeah.
Well, with all this remote viewing stuff, have we been able to figure out, can we use that remote viewing to figure out who built the pyramids?
No, because you don't have any empirical evidence. You only have anecdotal evidence. I mean, could you get a team of remote viewers together and work that in the blind as a target? Yes, you absolutely could, but it has to be done correctly. You know, you have to have a team. They have to be insulated from the target or the target data or the purpose of the target. And they just get a limited target briefing and sell in the blind, either CRV or DRV. They do their work. They capture their sketches, so they have verbal, visual, sensory data that they perceive. And they can have, in a good session with a trained viewer, they can have upwards, if they go all the way through stage 6, they can have 45 to 65 pages of data. And so they can have several hundred or pushing 2,000 data points. And then the process is trying to take the data points of all the viewers and see how those cluster together, because what you're trying to get is you're trying to get patterns established. You're going to see clusters of data that match, and then you're going to see highs and lows and outliers that they're still counted as data, but you give them less statistical significance. And when you put that picture together, then there has to be a program manager, which is typically me these days, sitting down and assembling the data to create the picture. So when you see what we're doing on History Channel, on Beyond Skin Walker, you're now seeing what are called enhanced aggregate sketches and all those kinds of things, because we're taking the sketches and the components that are coming from all the viewers, and the producers are looking at it with me and going, yeah, this, and yeah, like we want that, and this one is meaningful to us. Because let's face it, not everybody is a good artist, even as a remote viewer. Some are far better than others, and it's always the ones that are good sketch artists that people perk up and look at. But having been a guy that's taught so many people for so many years, I look at them all and see value in all of them. And I don't care if somebody is able to draw a very elaborate, box, and somebody else can barely draw a square. I mean, to me, as an evaluator, an analyst in that respect, they work. But now, what we're doing, so that we don't have individual viewers laying claim to what shows up on air, because that is not what I want done. I don't want that, and they do that. So if they see the show airs, they're firing up the social media and going, right here at 16:29, that's my sketch. It was a group effort. It was a team of 70 viewers or a team of 35 viewers, and everybody provides valuable input. So it's important just to understand how we're doing and what we're doing, and understand that with that we can get a lot of really good information. And in this case, with Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, it ends up being information that they really like, because it gives them an answer, even if it's right, if it's an anecdotal answer or a team-derived answer or a visual, because they have so many unknowns there when they're doing this research. Like, why is that happening? I don't understand that. This gives their viewing audience at least some version of what it might be. We're not ever going to say it's accurate or that it's absolute or that's what it is.
Yeah, it doesn't pass the scientific method. It's still fascinating.
It is fascinating, and it won't lay you down as long as you follow the rules of it. It won't. So
I just got to imagine if I was you and I had spent decades in these top secret remote viewing programs, I would have wanted to know who built those pyramids and how can we at least go out and get some anecdotal sketches, or just like, let's just get 5% there to the answer, even if we can't get the full scientifically proven answer. Sure. How would we do that if we wanted to?
we assemble a team.
And you know how do you decide how far back in time you go? You assemble a team.
It's all based on your concept. So it's all based on, if I'm playing program manager, it's up to me to establish, remember the event arc of time we did in the last?
Yes, absolutely.
It's up to me to establish where that center line is in the arc, in the event arc, where that main event point is. So if you, and you also have to remember,
You have to pick a specific place in time.
yes, you can look across the arc, but the broader your target, the broader the timeline, the more scattered will be the data, because different viewers will start to access and perceive information along a different signal line anchored to a different piece of that event arc of time. So some of them may see it when they're laying a foundation, others may see it when they're laying the top corners, stone on, or something else. So you need to pinpoint to a specific time, make that your concept, and make it very strong. And that's how you assign the coordinates. They are based on the concept of the target in the mind of the individual assigning these coordinates.
So if you pick a target of, say, 20,000 years ago on the Giza Plateau, at where the Great Pyramid of Giza is located right now, you would be able to hold that in your mind and somehow aim these targeters, or you're the targeter, but you would aim the viewers towards this specific time and location, and then they would come back to you with scattered data. It may not land on exactly 20,000 years ago. Some of it might be 15,000 years ago.
Yeah, exactly. That's the theory of art.
And what do you tell them specifically?
What you tell them, especially when you're doing it in the blind and you have them isolated, you give them a target group, and you will say, if you have a really experienced remote viewing group, they've gone through CRB, ERB, and they have years of targets under their belt. You could give them kind of a limited front load, and what that means is you could say, this target is backwards in time. You don't want to do that to new viewers because it starts their imagination rolling, and they cannot get out of the way. They will run over themselves throughout the entire session because backwards in time, So then they immediately start going to period costume and other stuff. You have to be careful with it. It's why the isolation, working in the blind, limited front loads to only experienced viewers, or if there's a purpose in giving a limited front load, but something like that. And I think 20,000 miles will put you back in the dirt. I don't think 20,000 years. 20,000 years. I don't think anybody was there at that time. So, we were only talking about 4,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago.
That's when they think that they were built.
Yeah. 20,000 years ago?
No, they think they were built 2,500 BC.
Oh, okay. Well,
but I don't know how deep you dove into it, but I've had some 4,500 years. So that's like the academic accepted Egyptologist theory on it. But we don't have any evidence. The only tools that we have evidence for 2,500 years, 2,500 BC is stone chisels and pounding stones. So there's another hypothesis that a lot of really smart archaeologists and historians and researchers have come up with, that those things are far over, and they existed before 12,900 years ago, when there was a cataclysm, either a solar event or a comet event, where there was a series of comets that hit the Earth and wiped out most of civilization. And then the idea is there was a far more advanced civilization here, more than 13,000 years ago, that was responsible for all the megaliths that were built. And that comet cataclysm, which is called the Younger Dryas hypothesis, wiped out that advanced civilization and kind of like hit the reset button on civilization, and then it basically sent us back to the Stone Age. And then you have like the Egyptians that were there writing hieroglyphs on these massive megaliths. And those hieroglyphs, they're not perfect. They look like they're carved with copper chisels. Like, they look like toddler's work compared to these perfectly symmetrical 100-ton granite blocks that exist. So a lot of people are hypothesizing that those pyramids were way, way earlier than 2,500 BC. So that's why I'm so fascinated by the idea of remote viewing back there, because I want to see what's going on.
So then just picture the intricacies and how that experiment has to be set up. You have to start at a fixed point in time, right? And see what the viewers produce around that point in time. And probably work several episodes, several targets on that, looking for patterning of data, repeat data, etc. The viewers aren't told anything. They just work the target again and again, and you can assign different coordinates to the target. But you're doing it all around a fixed period of time. You're trying to develop the most significant portrait of what is there based on their verbal and visual sensory data that they pull out, emotional data, intangible data, all of those things that they're going to pull out, and as well as colors and temperatures and textures and tastes and sounds and smells, energetics, the dimensionals. You're looking for simple contour sketches, you're looking for textural sketches, and as it goes on, it becomes more elaborate, and you start to get more detailed. Now we're going into stage 3, it's getting more elaborate, we're starting to do perspective. Those that can, you end up with foreshortening and all kinds of other things in the sketches, and by the time you get to stage 6, now it's geospatial sketching. Now what they're doing is pulling together everything that they have detected, decoded, and objectified from a visual perspective, and a verbal sensory data that supports the visual, and visuals that support the verbals, and they start to assemble a big picture. And after you did, 3, and I suggest 3 because then you have some statistical relevance by having that kind of sampling from that group, and you're doing it 3 times at the same target, but you're changing the coordinate of the target, but the intention of the target stays the same. That will probably sound confusing to you, but just trust me. You're sending them back into the same swimming pool, so to speak, but you're basically telling them to get in different places. And what they would come out with then paints a picture, albeit anecdotal. You can measure it against whatever known quantifiable attributes are available from an archaeological perspective. And then you would have to give them some time to shake it off, and then your experiment continues. Now you may want to go back 1,000 years. So the intention of the next target series is back 1,000 years. Same place, back 1,000 years. Now theoretically, and having done it, it'll not to the degree we're talking here, but it would get back, you would go sliding back incrementally to the point where it wasn't there anymore. Right?
Right.
You get to the place where it doesn't exist, or you get to the place you're trying to find the edge, which was the edge in the time arc where the construction begins.
It's like you're blindfolded, like trying to feel around the room to figure out what's where.
Yeah, except you're seeing with non-physical eyes. You're perceiving. They perceive textures, and all depends on their modalities of perception. There are a number of modalities of perception. You can be tactile, you can be auditory, gustatory, you can be visual. There are a bunch of different things that are in there that they can be, and they all determine. They start to find out in their very first CRV class what their primary modalities of perception are and what their non-primary modalities of perception are. For example, I'm a visual audio, so I can see elements of the target. It's like looking at it like through broken green glass is the best way to describe it.
Like Minority Report.
Exactly, like a Minority Report is exactly what I was going to say. That's the best remote viewing movie that there ever was.
Unintentionally, or you think they did?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea, but they had what, 3 precogs? So what's the first rule, in remote viewing? Or second rule, that you never trust the results of a single remote viewer operating independently of other remote viewers. Meaning you have to be a team. If you're trying to use one person, nobody is accurate all the time. So then you have no way of knowing unless you're trying to calibrate and track them over time and know it on calibration targets, like test targets. So you can tell whether they're going up in their curve, in their performance curve, or coming back down again. And then you can, if you know they're coming up and you can see their rhythm for when they're good and when they're bad, then you pull them off and only put them back into the problem when they're on the upswing before they hit the zenith and start back down again. Everybody does that. Every aspect of your life can be looked at in that way. Nobody has the same thing, the same performance, the same cognitive skills, the same levels of emotion, perception. Nobody does in everything that we do, whether it's driving to work in the same road, in the same car every day. Some days you are better than you are other days. Right? It's true in anything that we do. It's absolutely true in the performance of remote viewers, which is why, I heard the last time we talked, I said, if somebody's telling you that I am always, at the highest levels of accuracy. Bullshit. Bullshit. And I can prove it. I'll set the experiment up and I'll prove to you and the public that you aren't. So anytime you hear that, you should just dismiss it as booyah.
How do you determine who's a good psychic and who's not a good psychic?
The ability rests in all of us. It's not who's good and who's not. All of us have this inherent ability. Remember, that was one of the deliverables when SRI received the sole source contract from the CIA. The first deliverable, and I'm distilling these down because there were lots of deliverables, but the 3 main things that they were asked to do was prove scientifically that that this psychic ability, or that, just this extrasensory perception exists in human beings. Prove it scientifically that it does, or prove it that it doesn't.
But you couldn't, right?
No, they did.
Oh, they did.
That is exactly what SRI did. When they came back to the CIA and said, yeah, our experiments, and we have done everything. We can work blind, double blind, and do all these different things. And our data allows us to conclude that this is an ability. It's real, and it can be harnessed and honed and used. The CIA, being the CIA, always keeping somebody between them and the problem, if it ever arises, are not going to just take one sole source contractor's version of that. They actually brought in 2 different auditing agencies. I think one was Paralabs, and I think that the other was SAIC. And they came in to review SRI International's data, to review their methodology, to interview researchers, investigators, analysts, etc., to see for researcher bias and all these other different kinds of things. They came back and validated the data, but there were some comments made, which I would fully expect, because for one, there's probably a little bit of envy from those other research agencies that are now acting as auditors, because they all had their own kind of sort of the same program, but they didn't get the CIA contract. So now they're being asked to look at the guys that did get the CIA contract as a sole source, which always pisses other competitors off. So they probably had to be a little nitpicky, and there were probably some legitimate findings and recommendations about how to change some of the experiments to make sure that there was no investigator bias. I know that one of the early processes which they were using, which is kind of where the coordinate really came from, is they were actually using lat long.
Really?
Yeah. They were using lat long and
Latitude and longitude.
Which becomes a literal address on the planet's surface. And the problem with that is people who work with latitude and longitude enough, when they see a latitude, when they hear a latitude and longitude, they can immediately index where that is. Sailors, pilots, anybody that navigates by latitude and longitude, if they do it long enough and you toss that to them, they can go, oh, I know where that is. That's South China Sea. Yeah, they know where it is, because it's quite literally a grid that's thrown over the Earth's surface that they can now remember. They memorize it, right? So, I mean, they may not be exact in the minutes, but they are exact in the latitude and longitude, and whether it's north or south, they can calculate that. It's just rote memory that comes to them. So that was a criticism. And so then the issue was, okay, if we're not going to use latitude and longitude, are we going to use grid Mercator, which is what the Army and the Marines use? Anybody that's a ground force, they use grid Mercator. And that divides the surface of the Earth up into 1,000-meter grid squares, 100-meter grid squares, 10-meter grid squares. So if you have a 10-digit, a 10-digit grid coordinate, it's like down to a 10-meter square, or the 10-meter square. And that again would have created the same problem. Over time in the experimentation, it would devalue the results, because you were giving them something that they could immediately, at the speed of human thought, start to piece it together. And anytime you started giving them grid coordinates which were in the same area, they're gonna, as soon as they hear the grid coordinate, they're gonna know where it is.
Right.
And that was the other problem, is that the vast majority of their targets in the experimentation process were right there in the Stanford, in the Palo Alto area. So, it didn't take long for some of the test subjects to figure that out. Like, this one time at Stanford University, and the next time it's some library, and the next time it's something else, and it's something else. But, buildings sort of looked the same, the roofs looked the same. So there were lots of things they didn't yet understand how they needed to change the gestalts of the target around. They needed complex gestalts, not simple gestalts. They needed to change the area and not keep sending viewers back into the same area, and then qualifying the data as good, because after a while there's less work doing the detecting, right, decoding and objectifying, and more work just imagining and creating. So it destroys the results. And that was a criticism that I thought was well founded. And that is when actually the concept of this 2 sets of 4 numbers came about, which was really, target cutoff had nothing to do with that. that came from Ingo Swan. And that was what was actually taught to the folks that were in the unit when it opened at INSCOM. They had 10-digit grid coordinates. SRI was still using lat long or some other coordinate system, and they kept saying that there was no way anybody could figure that out because they had a random number generator that told them, which box to open and pull a target envelope out. So there was no way they knew. There was no way the test subject knew. But it was just, I just think they should have changed it the way they were told to change it. And I think eventually they did, but that was a tough change for them because they really thought as physicists that they had created a foolproof process of keeping the test subjects in a blind situation or a double blind situation. But as long as they were going to use actual coordinates, it was like giving an address that somebody could eventually figure out where it is. It's like police officers or taxi drivers or ambulance drivers. If they hear an address in their city, they know where it is, right? They know right where it is, just because they've memorized the city.
Mm-hmm. Who is that? Well, I was just reading Annie Davis's book, The Phenomenon. She was talking about Uri Geller. There was a guy who discovered Uri Geller in Israel. I can't remember this guy's name. I think he was a psychologist and a philosopher. Benzov Uri. I can't remember the guy's name. You know what I might be talking about? The guy who discovered Geller. He talks about the different levels of consciousness. How there's the human level, and then there's above that there's another level, and there's another level where everyone is connected, consciously connected.
Well, the thing I like about Uri that I always want to tell this story is that he was an Israeli paratrooper,
right,
who fought against the Arabs and was wounded. And when he came out of his army service, then he started building, this. He started learning to be an illusionist and do that kind of stuff, and that's when he started into it. I don't know who found him or discovered him there, but they did bring him into SRI. SRI with Pat Price, Uri Geller. They had Ingo Swan, and I know that Tony Robbins.
Oh yeah,
on stage. Yeah, Tony Robbins said that they brought him there as well. He stood up on a stage with 4,000 people in the audience and said that that's what he did. So I don't know who the guy is that discovered it.
I know you know who this guy is. God damn, it's gonna drive me crazy.
He has done some funny things.
Yeah, this is doing them. It's unbelievable.
I want to. I looked at it very carefully, and
have you seen him do it in front of you?
Yeah, the first time I ever met him.
This is him.
We're on the book tour together.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
We were both on a book tour, and I was in Portland, Oregon, and I was on the Danny Bonaducci radio show. And that was crazy. I'm out waiting in the kind of the green room that's not a green room, and Yuri's in being interviewed, and when he comes out, before they swap guests over, Yuri came over and introduced himself, said, I'm just looking forward to this work. I got this thing I want you to, I'm going to have my producer contact you for the Sir David Frost show that we're going to be doing. And he goes, no, by the way, I'm leaving the spoon for you. And so he pulls a spoon out of his pocket, which he keeps some spoons in his pockets all the time. And I looked at him, he was literally 18 inches from me. And I was looking right at it. He put his left foot against the copy machine. It was a big office copy machine. I was looking at everything he was doing. Put his left foot against that machine, like he was stabilizing something. And all he did, because I watched his hands and I watched the spoon, and he started rubbing it, and the bowl started dropping as he was rubbing it. and then he just grabbed it and twisted it like that, and then pulls out a marker, a permanent marker, and signs the bowl in the inside of the bowl. He goes, "Here, we'll be talking to you." And it, if it was a fake spoon, then the spoon he handed me that was bent that he just signed, because it never left his hands. He just, and I looked, I watched him do it.
Didn't you say he would do this at restaurants too?
Oh, yeah.
He would literally walk up and grab some of his utensils off the table and just
all the time. Yeah, he would do that. He would, and of course, his kids were amazing in his life, and his brother-in-law, Shippy, they just rolled their eyes because he would, if somebody recognized him in the restaurant, he would walk over and bring the spoon right in front of him. He would take their soup spoon and a fork or anything else right off their place setting and bend it right there for him and sign it. And people loved it.
Steve, I just emailed you a video. It'd be cool if we could show this to James and get his opinion on it. This is a guy I found who he was. His name is this episode of the pod, Itzhak Bentov.
Oh, Itzhak Bentov. We talked about Itzhak last time. Itzhak Bentov is a really famous Jewish physicist who the book he wrote, Stalking the Wild Pendulum, is probably one of the greatest works of just lay physics, for people that he created so that people could understand what a holographic matrix field is, or a holographic universe. So you could understand entrainment, so you could understand the electrostatic field surrounding the Earth. He coined these simple, crazy little phrases, these explanations for people. It said, we're just all raisins in the jelly, in the jello. And if one raisin is vibrating at a higher frequency, at a higher, stronger amplitude and at a higher frequency, soon all of the other raisins in the jello will begin to resonate in that way. And the only way they can't is that they can overpower the amplitude and that frequency. And if they can do that, then they can have a constructive or destructive wave interference. They can overpower the other wave. But otherwise,
overpower the other wave.
Yeah, if you're producing, when we're talking about frequency, we're talking about the number of waves in a given measurement, right? So if the frequency is low, like 25, or high, like 250, okay? 250 is a much higher frequency. There's more power in the same space, so it's more dense. It has a higher wave impact. It hits more times, theoretically, right? And then if the amplitude of it is twice or a third more than the amplitude of the other wave, what that more powerful wave, the higher amplitude and the higher frequency will do is, if this other wave is there, that higher wave will have a destructive waveform against it. It will basically, in lay terms, crush the other wave and then cause the other wave to sympathetically resonate with the more powerful higher amplitude and higher frequency. And that's what Itzhak's model for that was, just talking about raisins in jello. And it sunk in for a lot of people who didn't understand the physics of it, the quantum mechanical versions of it, or anything else, of how that went to quantum mind. And him doing that and writing that book, I know a lot of physicists that have told me I became a physicist because I read that book. I fell in love with physics because I read that book. It's still out there. Stalking the Wild Pendulum.
Steve, play this video. This video is incredible.
So the question I want to ask you is, where do you see us now in that evolutionary development?
Let me draw what is called a bell curve, which looks somehow like this. It's being used in describing random events. Part of the population today is this intelligent, more or less intelligent biped, and with a vertical spine.
That's not a physics. That's not physics, right?
Okay.
It's just statistics.
That is, there are some people here in this area, very few people who are still gorilla-like. That is the other thing. They beat their chest when they see their neighbors and a few other things. And then we have other people who are here in this corner, very few of them, who are very highly developed, because we say that evolution is now pushing mankind in this direction, away from the gorilla types towards the very highly evolved people. At this point, we're here. What's going to happen maybe a million years from now? Up million years. This curve is going to shift. It's going to shift like this. That is, the bulk of the population will be very, very highly evolved. We've gone away altogether from the gorilla types, no more gorillas. What we have here now is the average man is now the retarded person in evolutionary terms.
What did you get away with back then?
Very, very highly evolved, and the cutting edge of evolution here, these are very, very highly evolved people. We can't even imagine what kind of person that will be. He may not have a physical body. Or the habitat, so to speak, of this group here. Well, you just go out and you find them. They're all over the place. The habitat of this group here, what do you think you find this group here?
I suspect you would find them in universities. You'd find the people who are very bright, people who are on the leading edge of professions. That's an intellectual thing.
Well, I suggest that you find them in mental hospitals, in nut houses. And the reason for that is that these people, they live in a different reality, in a reality which is very changed, and few of them are adapted to live in this reality. So naturally, they can't function very well.
What do you make of that? Well, I have been caught saying a very similar thing until in one of my classes at the Omega Institute, there were about 5 psychiatrists that were there, and I was talking along those same lines, and I don't know if I got that from something I read from him. I also don't remember where or how I started thinking like that. But I was saying that, that these people could possibly be defined as thinking on very high levels, and they're just not fitting into society because society isn't at that same spot, and they have not transformed, and they're dealing with, you're looking like right now, I mean, you're seeing a diminished capacity for people to listen, because you've got an entire generation, anybody coming up from 1995, growing up with social media, they're spending 8 hours plus a day in social media. There are a number of peer-reviewed studies out, and they're reshaping. It's reshaping their mind, and it's reshaping their ability and their habits to cognate. So, and they're very impatient that people aren't answering things in sound bites or being very quick about it. Get to the point kind of thing. And if that's where we're moving toward, and then you have other people that are operating outside, their mind is detached from the physical, and they're constantly into this matrix field, holographic matrix field, collective unconsciousness. They're thinking and working and they are detecting, coding, and objectifying. What they might be writing would be perceived by those within the physical world as plain gibberish, ridiculousness, that kind of thing. So his statement that people, when they evolve to that point, and you still have in that bell curve that was there, you still have this very thick element of the norm, right? Majority of the population, right? And these are on the tip of human exploration, even though the norm doesn't understand that. He's correct. They would probably be ostracized. I doubt very seriously particularly in the trending of just how we are. I mean, rise in narcissism, rise in the rise of the con man. It is the rise of greed, the rise of more with less, faster. I think what he's saying was very foretelling of what we're kind of looking at right now. Not to piss on everybody that thinks that way, but it's not doing us any favors, and there's no end in sight. And now the biggest trend I can find that I see, which is just fucking frightening to me, is that everybody now wants to have AI do the work for them. Right? Yeah. They want AI to do it. They want AI to write their course descriptions. They want AI to write their letters and to do the other stuff for them. We now want AI in war planes, AI, in war vehicles. We want AI in tanks. We want AI driving war ships. We're putting less and less people entrusting more and more to AI. I'm scared to death of some of that because, I understand that it's here and we have to deal with it. You have to face it and understand it's there. Those who are in those positions of authority need to make sure that there are safeguards in place so that we don't make autonomous weapons entirely autonomous, so that when they're flying around, they decide what they're going to attack and kill. And right now, that's where it's going, and everybody that's doing it, the thing is driving it for them because these are contract weapons developers that are doing this in support of the military and their large contracts. And so greed drives that process, right? It's not a cautionary competition. Exactly. It's not a cautionary process or procedure. They are going full tilt to make that happen and make theirs smarter and more autonomous and allegedly more trustworthy. It's really freaky. I'm concerned. It's kind of a shift in the gears, so just allow me this. It's like the Chinese have something like 700 million CCTV cameras in their country now. And they are tracking even gates. They can track the gate, meaning how somebody walks. And they're memorized. This is all being memorized, processed up by AI. It goes into the computer, big computer system, and you know what they call the computer system that runs all of this? Skynet. Stop it. I'm not kidding you. Skynet. Can you believe
it's actually called Skynet?
It's called Skynet.
Like that's how the Chinese, there's not like a Chinese translation.
Well, I don't speak Chinese, but it's Skynet is what they call it.
Shit. Oh my God, I can't believe this.
Yes. And you can't, even if you hide your face, if you walk around in a gorilla mask, their system, if they had already recorded you and you then walk through a crowd with a gorilla mask on, it'll measure your gait. It will identify you by how you walk, how your arms swing. That's what it'll do. And it's a scary thing. There you go.
Skynet is a system of surveillance cameras and facial recognition software in operation in 16 Chinese provinces. It is used by public security to identify citizens in public and reduce crime. The cameras are linked to criminal and national identity databases. Holy shit.
All is not good. All is definitely
this has been
not good.
No, this has been an underlying theme in like the last handful of podcasts that we've done. And, it's crazy that the majority of the money and the top minds in this country, and I'm assuming like most other highly developed countries, are going towards this kind of shit. Like the quote-unquote blue sky research where they're saying, here's $1 billion, figure out the most wacky sci-fi shit you can come up with. Is what that money goes to these programs, to these people like DARPA or people developing AI and
that 3D mapping they did in Afghanistan, where the Andy Jameson has that book First Platoon, where they went out and they literally like they did this like 3D mapping of all the towns in Afghanistan, so they had like a virtual reality walkthrough of every single place there. Like, awesome. I mean, as a special operations officer in the Rangers, if somebody told me I had to go in and take out a target or go in and affect some sort of a rescue mission, the idea, instead of now, trying to get the engineers to build you some sort of a plywood mock-up, which were always dog shit, right? And then you're out there trying to go through the walkthrough, and you're kind of hoping that the distances between the buildings are appropriate, because in a mission like that, if something is 100 feet away and you've been rehearsing it at 10 feet away, kind of screws up your timing of things, right? So it gets people killed. Maybe the hostage, maybe the target, maybe Rangers or whoever else is there. So I like the idea that they're doing that, but yeah, that's freaky, that they can pull that up and then they can put, virtual reality goggles on and do this.
And some of the technology that we see in the consumer space is always like 20 years behind what's going on in the military world and like DARPA type research.
It's hard to give it a timeline, like to say 20 years or 10 years. It's just when you're talking about black projects, every black project probably has 10 variants of that black project. And that's 10 variants, different contractors that are working on it. And there will be maybe out of those 10, 9 go to patent. They get a patent. And out of those 9, there could be 6 that are actually patents that have the U.S. government's name on it, the Navy or the Air Force or something else. And then you won't see any of those black project patents. That goes in a totally different category. It's not there for public consumption. But as they whittle away at these different projects, all of them supposedly heading for the same objective, right, to create something, what'll happen is they'll start to unplug some of them. And when they unplug them, they go into what is called a gray project status. And that's when you start to see Popular Mechanics and Aviation Weekly and, What's Next in Space. You start to see these magazines start carrying artist conceptions or pictures of a vehicle, and they start talking about it. It's because it's already been considered it's a dead project. That means that the others are steadily improving and meeting their dates in development and researching and testing. So they continue. And I assure you, you will never see those unless you see them flying around or doing other things, which they are all the time. I mean, I just did a podcast with Sean. I did another one with
shout out to Sean Hazlett. Check out his podcast. You gotta get him some show him some love.
There's probably the UFO UAPs that are being reported. If you look at where that all started, and you look at the plotted number of sightings, reported sightings, it corresponds exactly with the start of the space war, not the space race. The space race was the space race to the moon started by Eisenhower, carried over by Kennedy, set down the 10 years in this decade, we're going to go to the moon. That was the space race. Space wars started in 1945 by the then commander of Chief of Staff of the Army and a physicist who recognized that Clausewitz was right. The nature of war is never going to change. Only the manner and the place in which war is fought will change. And the next war was going to be fought in the dimension of space. So here you have now an Army aviator 4-star general who is smart enough to say and declare in December of 1945, as we're ending the war, that the next war will be the next big war, the next big dimension that we need to control and protect ourselves in is space, orbiting this planet. That is when we started. They were not, I guess the Air Force was 1947 or 48, so 2 years later they all dropped the Army pinks and greens and they started wearing Air Force blue. And the Air Force was the big budget carrier in all of this. The Army tried to compete. They dropped off, about 10, 12 years later because
CIA was competing with the Air Force too, wasn't it?
Well, the CIA was augmenting the Air Force. They're two different tracks, but they're certainly both involved in the space war. The CIA's, their objective is intelligence collection. The Air Force wants intelligence collection, but the Air Force is an action arm. They're there to blow the shit out of stuff and kill the real or perceived enemies of our nation, and to be capable of killing in space other satellites. They knew that the Russians were going to parallel them. In fact, if you look at the timeline of that, it is almost identical when there's just a slight edge in the timeline where the Russians are a little bit slower in getting off the mark. But the space war started right then.
These space war ideas, is this something that we got from the Nazis?
I don't know. I've not ever in my research drawn a connection to that. I know that there are a lot of things that the Nazis were working on that we have no idea they were working on them, and we have no idea they were as far along as they were. But how freaky is it to show up in U.S. warplanes which are piston-driven and have Nazi warplanes which are jet propelled? Right. That had to be a really freaky experience if you were a fighter pilot up in the air, seeing that and seeing the speed of it. You had probably think it had to be some sort of an alien vehicle. Right? They had no idea what that was. I'm sure, look, everything is cumulative, and there's no single one thing that one country is doing that drives the United States to do something. The Nazis were defeated. Technology was being made. We were being made aware of technology. But there was also the great fear of the Soviet Union and the start now of the Cold War and what China was going to do. And so the intelligence communities, what the Nazis were working on, that's now a defeated army, and we're just busy trying to help rebuild that country. And yeah, we would look at that and there would be some lessons learned. But would that be the cause for us doing that? No, I would dispute that. Now, was it something that maybe caused us to think that, well, if they knew that and the Russians got half of the, of the intel from out of Berlin, then they probably know that as well. So they're probably doing that. So we're doing it. And it wasn't because it came out of the Nazi occult or Nazi or anything else. It was just a technological awareness that's there that lets us now know that that's possible. And if it's possible, we have to assume they're going to do it, meaning the Soviet. And we have to assume that China is going to do it. And therefore, our job is to protect our country, and we can't allow that kind of technology, which we're going to develop it, because we're going to take it. And we already probably have people exploring it, but they, remember, were under pain of death, pushing people through the development cycles to make these things happen, and not being willing at all to accept failure. So they pushed the envelope, and they got there faster as just a matter of survival, because they knew that if they didn't start developing these newer, more prolific weapons, that it's going to be, they weren't going to win. So I don't think it was the cause, but it certainly would have contributed to the entire global perspective of how the technology that changes the way we fight wars is going to be there. That's the role that would have played as far as I'm concerned.
Right. I mean, the reason I ask is because I know that we got the idea of the psychic stuff and the psychic arms race that started during the Cold War came from the Nazis, specifically like Himmler was very much into this stuff. He was really into like the occult and this esotericism and all this stuff, and some of those ideas are what we took, and we assumed that the Russians got that too, and that's what started these programs initially.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think that a good place for the listeners to start is if you really want to know, have a really good rounded read on Nazi ideology and the occult, I say get Nicholas Goodrich Clark's 1985 book called The Occult Roots of Nazism. It's there are lots of books that are out there, but that I have found is probably the most definitive work of breaking down Nazism and its ties to the occult and why and what was actually done. And it has far less to do with a lot of things we might think it had to do, because one of the points made from researchers that look very carefully at Nazism and the occult is that the occult and Nazism and its ties to Nazi ideology is greatly exaggerated and very poorly researched. And so, Goodrich Clark's book, having read probably 8 or 10 books on the subject, I just found it to be the one that was most well-rounded, most well-researched, and really tied it back into it. You go to the Das Anhieb, and you start looking at that, and I know that there have been people that are drawing, conclusions about that thing, but it's essentially a collection of papers that are divided at this juncture into 4 major categories. This episode, and one is the Atlas of German folklore. And it's exactly what that is. I mean, I read through all of the letters and all of the translations of those letters, and it is pretty innocuous. It's them trying to fulfill what Himmler was really charged with doing at Hitler's behest, which was capture our Aryan roots and where our language started and how it evolved, and our music and our art and our people, and trace our blood back to its origins and all those things. And that's what that Atlas of German folklore was about, was putting dots on the map in Europe to trace that, is what they were trying to do. If you go into the Britain nationalism, which is the other category, it's just doing very much the same thing, only it's tying it into other parts and nationalities in Europe. Now, the last one, the Norwegian project, the fourth one, I'm leaving the third for next. The fourth category, the Norwegian project, was a collection of letters that have been translated. There are still more that are being translated, but it was the Norwegians, as you know, were occupied by the Nazis during World War II, right? And they hated the Nazis because of that. I mean, they hated them, and they wanted nothing to do with the German occupiers. And you had the head of this group was there trying to get an organization so that they could get Norwegian scientists to work with German scientists on the issues of culture and language, and they wanted to create like a blended scientific effort to do things there. And the Norwegians were like, "Yeah, go fuck yourself, because you're blowing up all of our archaeological sites, and you won't let us be there."
The Nazis wanted to look like them.
Yeah, and they weren't having it. So it was just a series of letters of bitching and moaning and going back and forth and reporting to Himmler and to the director of the Anhieb, that this didn't work and they're not playing, and then quotes from the Norwegians that they didn't say go fuck yourself, but that's what they meant. They were like, we're not doing that with you, right? We're not doing it with you now, and we're not going to do it with you after the war. We don't like you, essentially. And they had no intention of coming together with it. But then there is a category which people might be referencing, and that is called the dowsing project. So the dowsing project is precisely what it sounds like. It was dowsers, it was dowsing rods, it was pendulum work, and there was also a subcategory in there that dealt with astrology. And it was stated in a number of the letters there that the intention was to develop dowsing as a technique to find oil and gas and mineral deposits. And then there were other, even much more loosely based intentions for the use of dowsers and dowsing rods and pendulum work for military and economic projects. Now, all of that was being discussed, but here's the funny thing, is that this Wolfram Sievers, who was the managing director, and his accomplice, which was this Walter Rust, who was the curator of the NFB, collecting objects and items and anything that had anything to do with what this project was working on. These guys spent the vast majority of their time trying to deal with the security police and the Minister of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, because they were running around trying to find pockets of people that were working with the occult and arrest them, because they did not want that. Himmler was tied into that, and Hitler may have had some tie into that. But those two agencies, the security police and the SD, and this Bureau for Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, were arresting dowsers, confiscating their dowsing rods and all their materials and everything that was written, everything in their studies, all of it. And so that whole section not only exposes the work that was being done by different kinds of departments and groups that were working with the NHB or not, but they were trying to collect, they were trying to build manuals, they were trying to build training programs, they were trying to perfect the use of training dowsers and then the use of training of dowsing rods. And these other agencies were just literally beating the shit out of them and shutting down their efforts and confiscating their stuff. I can't imagine the disconnect that was going on there, because this is in 43 and the war is not going well. Two fronts, they're getting their ass kicked everywhere. And now a lot of the things that were part of the Nazi ideology that are being, Hitler was no longer really taking a big front seat and pressing some of these things. He passed that off to Himmler, like he passed a lot of things off to the rest of his henchmen. And Himmler was trying to do this. Himmler was still deep with the SS into the occult. But the idea that the occult was going to be spread through the entire Nazi program never flew and was never part of what they were doing. That was SS, and everybody else was trying to shut them down and get them. But, these parts of this, these subcategories of this, like they went through all the dowsing literature after it had been confiscated. They had to go through the dowsing literature. What is dowsing? Dowsing is the use of metal rods. Thank you for asking. It's the use of metal rods. And a dowser holds the rods, and they typically hold them like this. There are other techniques. And the rods are L-shaped. So you have the little rod handle, piece of wire. It's just a piece of wire. And it comes up and it goes out. And every dowser has their own theories about what metal works best for them. Some use brass, some want aluminum, some want steel, some want, bent coat hangers will work, right? Any kind of material will work. It's like the preference of the dowser. But I don't know what the Nazis were doing, if they had standardized this or not. I would suggest they probably were trying to do it. But the dowser can hold these rods, and they can, if their intention is dowsing for water, if they move over an underground source of water, the rods which are pointing straight ahead will move and cross. And that is the point where the water is located there. Let's talk about how that works. There are lots of theories, but the theory that has always worked best for me is one of physiology. When they're holding these rods and their intention is to find the water source, there could be an electromagnetic at play here. It could be. But there is also the idea that the subcutaneous connective tissue in our bodies, just under the skin, that it responds to what the head is perceiving, what the mind is detecting and decoding, and it is now being objectified in the dowsing rod. The movements are imperceptible to the person seeing it, but the subcutaneous connective tissue in its micro movements moves, pushes tissue and skin. You couldn't see it happen, but the metal amplifies it. Do you understand? It serves as an amplification process that amplifies these micro movements in the subcutaneous connective tissue that then pulls the dowsing rod together. It's not a magic thing. It's not some invisible energy doing it unless the electromagnetics are playing a bigger role than we currently understand that they might. There's probably parts of both. It's the same thing with a pendulum. When you see people taking a pendulum and spinning around and doing something, it's just complete bullshit. Somebody asked me to speak at a dowsing conference once, and I went. Okay. And I'm at this dowsing conference, and I'm asked to stand up and deliver remarks to a kind of a lecture hall at a college of dowsing. And I looked out in the audience, and half of the audience, while I was talking, we're all standing there with pendulums, like holding them up, like this and spinning them around. It was like, so their idea is if it's spinning one way, I'm telling the truth, and if it's spinning a different way, how it's doing that, I'm not telling the truth. And I was just like, I got about 15 minutes into this, and I just stopped and said, put that shit away. You are distracted. So, I'm not going to tell you what I think about what you're doing, but just put it away. You listen to the lecture, and then you can go douse whatever you want to douse afterwards, and if Vegas works for you or it doesn't work for you, that's the improper use of it. So, complete lack of understanding of what it does. It's a weight on the end of a string. It serves as an amplification. If you stabilize your hand and hold that and start, and it's perfectly still, and then you start thinking to yourself with your hands stabilized, even up against your forehead, like this is a tripod, and it's down there. And if you start thinking, spin to the right, spin to the right, spin to the right, that causes a micro movement. It causes fluids within the body, like third space fluids. It causes every capillary, again, the connective tissue. It causes it all to start to react to our thoughts. Our thoughts are manifest in our physiology, and our physiology can cause manifestations in our thoughts, right? So that micro movement, and I do this when I teach this to remote viewing students in advanced techniques, and they're all amazed that they don't have to, it's not this, and they'll have a target. It's a pendulum target. North, south, east, west, right, circle, reverse, another circle, make it stand still. And they can do that with perfectly still hands, holding just the string between their fingers. And they're not blowing it around. They understand the exercise. It is the micro movements of fluids, capillary fluid, blood flow of everything in the body that's manifest through the mind.
That's pretty incredible.
Doesn't it make much more sense to you than the idea that you're swinging a piece of metal around the end of a string, and that's telling you truth or lie? And it's just preposterous to me that goes on. But hey, it's accepted within that community as the way to do it, which is why I never went back ever again. So I learned it actually at the Greater New England Academy of Hypnosis, because when I was got into the remote viewing unit, I told you that they were lacking sorely in everything. There were no programs of instruction, no manuals.
When you first got there?
When I first got there, right. And I know now that the former colleague tells everybody that he wrote a manual, but when I was on a podcast recently with Lynn Buchanan, who was there as long as this other person was, Lynn Buchanan said it was not a manual, and it was never a manual. It was a handout given to VIPs when they came into the unit, so they could get some idea of what it is we were doing here. Because now, Dave's correct, there was never a manual, ever. There was never a manual, no program of instruction, no training outline, not done. Just a little VIP handout, which I never saw.
Right.
And so it's just so important to understand that where you're going with that, and so we need it. And they're using this. These were tools we were using as enhancing tools. These are called external tools to a remote viewer applying and working in an advanced technique. There are things you can do with a pinwheel. There are things you can do with map sensing and the different techniques of map sensing. And all those, you have a visual, you have a tactile form of sensing, and you have a tool form of sensing. And so all of those can be applied. And when you start plugging those into a remote viewing session, it's called a compound session. It's a compound target session. Because now you're putting not just the remote viewing protocols to task, but you're also interjecting these other external tools and methods to track something over time, or to pinpoint something in space, like 3D, below the ground, on the surface, or above the ground. There are all kinds of things you can do with it, so it really adds to it.
So getting back to the space wars, you said that there was a physicist who wrote some stuff about this, or started talking about this, putting it in place in 1945. And are we talking about like putting nuclear weapons in space? Is that?
Well, it was certainly discussed. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, when the space wars began, once the Air Force was established, and again they became the principal budget holders for all of this, it's somewhere in 48 or 49, they stood before Congress and presented their budget for the space war program. And in that budget, they said that they wanted money to research space platforms. They wanted money to research space weapons. They wanted research money to work on space vehicles. All of those things were put into that budget. That budget was kind of rolled up as something that, as NASA, when NASA came into existence, they got their initial money, but as NASA was rolled into the program, in my opinion, as a diversion, I mean, both programs had their agendas, and there was certainly sharing of knowledge and technology, but they were independently operated, and one had the objective of preparing for war. The other had the objective of smokescreening that this is an effort for all humanity, right? We're all going to go to the moon. And we hope our brother cosmonauts can get there as well. We just want to get there before you.
When you say the NASA part was a smokescreen, do you think that was deliberate?
Oh, absolutely.
Or do you think that they actually believed that? They didn't know what the left hand was doing.
I believe they didn't know. I believe that they knew that if they could get the American public to focus on the space race and not the space war, far less questions would be asked. And again, as I said to you, as that space war began, whenever we take a break here, I'll pull up an actual animation that will show you that from 1945 how the number of reported sightings of UFOs and encounters and blah blah, how that increased exponentially starting in 1945. As the space war thickened, because we were in 1968 out at Edwards Air Force Base, we were testing lifting body aircraft. Lifting body aircraft being aircraft with no wings. In 1968,
are you talking about like the things that we got from the Horton brothers? The Horton brothers developed a thing that looked like a flying saucer with no wings. In the top left.
That's human. Yeah, you're looking at some of those are probably some of those aircraft, but these were
like the Indiana Jones movie.
Oh, that is a lifting body, but that's not. So the fact you've got an artist concept of that, that's a great project. So
that's incredible, dude. I've never seen anything like this.
Oh. Wait here, I'll show you.
Wow, look at that. It's a space shuttle. Futuristic space shuttle.
It's called Dream Chaser, and they've still got it, but it's gone degraded, which means it's not a black project. That means it's declassified or what? Yes. Okay. So, but look at it. It has a re-entry. It has a re-entry speed of 15,000 miles per hour. Mach 20. Wow. Now, if you are a pilot who is trained to recognize enemy aircraft, and you are not trained to recognize secret aircraft, whether gray or in a black project, and you see that coming down out of the sky at Mach 20, when you're flying Mach 3.5, and you can't see wings, and you cannot see a power plant in that, you don't get a thermal image. What do you think? So, well, here's an example of this. You see this picture right here? Yeah. Look at the profile of that picture. Okay.
It looks like, what does that look like? It just looks like
it looks like that. Yeah, just from the ass in. That's what that looks like. Mm-hmm. Okay. That picture was taken by a backseater flying in that jet.
Okay.
He took it with an iPhone.
At 15.
Took it with an iPhone. And then what does the UFO community do? The label, that picture is everywhere. You can see the back of the pilot's seat, you can see the curvature of the canopy, and there's that picture of that thing out there. And people in the UFO UAP community have taken that picture and labeled it a leaked photo. It was not leaked. It drives me fucking nuts that everybody has to say that. It's not leaked. It was on the guy's iPhone. He was sending it around to people, going, check this out. Does anybody recognize this or know what this is? And the next thing, I don't know because I haven't been able to track it back to the source, but the other thing that is added into the commentary from UFO in the UFO UAP community says it appeared standing still in the air. That it was standing still. Well, let me explain that to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Dream Chaser.
There is an actual phenomenon that takes place that is part of the FAA manuals because they alert pilots and train pilots. It's called spatial disorientation in flight, autokinetic illusion. And the reason that autokinetic illusion occurs is because there is no static reference point. You have to have a static reference point within your visual field to be able to determine how fast something is moving, or what your relative speed is in relation to that object in front of you. Pilots can have this spatial disorientation in flight. Most of the time, it's very commonly experienced when you're trying to land at night in a darkened area, like let's say the desert, and you have a military airfield and what's lit up are the landing lights. And they might be, let's say they're infrared because you're coming in on goggles, on night vision goggles. The spatial disorientation that happens, this kinetic illusion, autokinetic illusion, is your mind, because it doesn't have any static reference points, it has no terrain features, no buildings. It just sees the lights in front of it, and the craft is coming. The illusion part of it is pilots think that the runway is pushing out in front of them. Their mind is saying the runway is running ahead of me.
Right.
Okay? Now, that only stops when the pilot pays attention to all of his instruments, his airspeed indicator, attitude, where he is, glide slope indicator, everything. When he starts doing that and he stops trying to look out there, he can get himself out of that autokinetic illusion and get to the place where he can land the aircraft. It's a common thing. It's taught by U.S. Air Force to watch out for it. The FAA makes sure that private pilots, commercial pilots, they all understand it. So in this particular scenario, this aircraft is flying at let's say Mach 4. Out in front of it, and it's flying up at, God, I don't know what their altitude was when the picture was taken, but I can tell you they had to be somewhere between 20 and 30,000 feet, which means, and it was a perfectly clear day, there were no clouds. So they have no static reference. The only way that pilot actually knows what his relative speed is looking at his indicated airspeed. Right? That's how he knows how fast he's going. Otherwise, he doesn't. It's not like you can look out the window and watch telephone poles go by or something else, right? So all of a sudden now, something at 15,000 miles per hour is doing a re-entry, heading for Edwards Air Force Base, and they don't like to bring these down in the daylight, but they do bring them down in the daylight, usually if there's an issue. And when they bring them down, they haul ass to get them on the ground so that people don't see them very much.
Right.
But this pilot, his backseater, snaps a picture of it. And the comment made that it looked like it was standing in air. That is that autokinetic illusion. It looked like it was standing in air because it's going 15,000 miles per hour and you're going Mach 4. So what you're seeing is it's actually getting smaller, but it is imperceptible to you that it's getting away from you because you have no static reference.
Right.
It is an absolute well-known phenomenon, but nobody explains something like that. So you look at the profile on that plane. I'm not saying it's the Dream Chaser because the Dream Chaser is a great project now, okay? But I told you that for every black project, there's 10 variants. And of those 10 variants, anytime something doesn't measure up to where they want it to be, or if they feel that it's accomplished what they wanted to accomplish with it, they've learned all they can learn, it gets passed into the gray project.
Right.
And when it goes into gray project, they often get picked up for commercial uses and get sold. They're not going to be adopted by the military for that.
I think a great example of the spatial orientation that a lot of people might be familiar with is I don't know if you've seen it before, but there was a video that was released by the Pentagon called the Go Fast video or the gimbal video, where there's a video of this like little orb that's flying against the ocean as a backdrop. And everyone's like, oh, look at this thing. This thing's going like 20,000 miles per hour, ungodly speeds. There's no propulsion. You can see no exhaust coming out of the back. But what they don't realize is that thing is flying in one direction, and the gimbal camera on the other plane is flying in the opposite direction, filming down with the ocean as a backdrop. So there's motion parallax, making that thing, this thing right here, making it look like it's going 4 times faster or something than it really is.
Yeah.
And they had trouble locking on it. And that could be a bird. Who knows? But when you're flying in the opposite direction in a jet or a plane, with the ocean as a backdrop, depending on how far away that thing is from the water, it's going to look like it's going at ungodly speed.
There's a YouTube video that went viral of some guy with his phone camera in the passenger seat driving this direction away from the commercial airport. And he's got that camera up in the air, and you'll see a telephone pole go by. And then all you see are the wires, which give you no static reference point. And on final approach, there's a huge airliner coming in. And as he's holding the camera up and the telephone pole goes by, the plane appears to be static in the air. And then the telephone pole go by, and you'll get a quick glimpse of reference that it's actually going that way. And then the wires come back, no static reference again. So it is totally confusing to the mind, the autokinetic illusion, and you're just like, what the hell? And so people were looking at it going like, it looks like it's standing still, and then the telephone pole goes by.
Right. So,
That's what that is.
And what is this one? Possible sightings of a Lockheed Martin 791 Hybrid AS designed and built with DARPA.
Yeah. We are building dirigibles now that exceed anyone's imagination or expectation. These are sometimes they used to be like rigid frame with external bodies on them, right? Canvas over that, like the Hindenburg. But now they're doing that, but there are other models that are rigid body. So they're building out of, if you want to call them that, right? And they are rigid body, and they have stiffening capabilities built into the outer skin of the aircraft, and they have new synthetic materials, composites that are being built that create the skin on these things where they're not collapsible. As part of the space war effort, they are building balloons. I mean, they are building these things that are far greater than these. I mean, here's some more of these you can see. That too, if it were looked at in the same way, would have looked like that. If you were looking at it in the same, see, there's the actual backseat of photo. See how far out that thing is? It's right there. It's right there. That's it.
That's why.
Oh shit! That's how far out there it is, and everybody. That's the picture. I blew it up for the purposes of showing you what it looks like. But look at the contour of the thing, right?
And it looks almost just like it.
Yeah, it could, yes. And it looks just like the Dream Chaser. And it also looks like about 5 other these aircraft that are in development or have been cast off to grade. And we shot down this was one.
Oh God, is this the Phoenix Lights?
Yeah. So here's what happens, in 13 March 1997. This large, in 1997, this large V-shaped craft, with 5 spherical lights, a light in the nose and 2 down each side of it, on the undercarriage. It's observed between 1930 hours and 2230 hours. It's described by witnesses as stationary or slow moving, and it is traveling across a 300-mile of space, from where it was first sighted, 300 miles from Nevada across the state line to Phoenix and then on to Tucson, Arizona. And thousands of people observed this craft, thousands of them. Hundreds of reports made to law enforcement agencies and media outlets. Okay? The observers, they are describing this craft as a huge 60-degree carpenter square with 5 spherical lights. Well, the carpenter square is 90 degrees. So that already tells you this is a modification for some sort of a purpose. This craft is so low that some of the observers ran up the high ground in its path and were hitting it with rocks and tennis balls as it went past.
People reported doing this?
Yes. They were hitting the bottom of the craft because they were shooting like tennis ball cannons up at it. Now, if you really thought that was an alien spacecraft, you've got a pair of cojones on it to go out with a tennis ball cannon and start shooting tennis balls at the aliens as they're flying past you. But that on the right is what the craft looked like. Okay, explanations given by the military. This is important. Operation Snowbird at David Monthan Air Force Base. Training the Air National Guard pilots A-10. They were the A-10 Warthogs, right? The Thunderbolt II aircraft. And this is confirmed by the Maryland Air National Guard. There was a pilot, Lieutenant Colonel, speaking, as part of this explanation given by me. The static lights were due to the aircraft not having to use anti-collision lights, according to a spokesman for the FAA. Now, the FAA says to the press, the public, that there were no anti-collision lights on this aircraft because the military does not have to turn anti-collision lights on all the time. But wrong answer. They cannot fly in civilian airspace without anti-collision lights on. They can fly on military reservations without anti-collision lights. Anti-collision lights are the blinking red, right, and white or green lights you see. That tells you whether the aircraft, when you look at it, it tells you whether the aircraft is coming or going away from you. It allows you to see it where it is in spatial orientation when you're flying in and around it. So,
Steve, pull up a photo of the Phoenix lights. Just type in Phoenix lights, it will show you like the pictures and video people took from the ground. Yeah, look how big that shit is.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get to that. So they also they said it was the illumination flares that had been dropped from the A-10 Warthogs.
What was the B's official explanation for this?
They didn't have one. They passed on these points that I just showed you.
Didn't the governor came and did some sort of public talk wearing like an alien outfit?
He absolutely did, and they basically, the community just burned him down for it because he made light of it, and you had thousands of people in the area that had witnessed it, and they did not appreciate him. He first started off being very supportive, but somebody told him, shut your mouth and, go sit down and make a joke, and so he did. He did what they told him to do, and it really cost him. People were very, very angry about him.
Did he ever say who told him to change his mind on it?
No. Not that I'm aware of. He did apologize.
I remember that much, many years later.
Yeah. So, here's what this thing is. It is an aerospace orbital airship. They began building and testing these in 1964 as part of the space war, not the space race. They are building these balloons to be capable of achieving hypersonic speeds over Mach 3. I know, because you're head up to heights of 400,000 feet. Why are they going to do that? These are surface to orbit transport vehicles. They are building they are building balloons that will service. They aren't even really balloons. They have fabric that's self-sealing. They don't leak gas, so they never get to the point where the gas diminishes and they fall out of the sky. You put up a weather balloon, which is filled with helium, and it will go up, and the helium eventually finds its way through the pores of the rubber because lack of pressure, the helium expands the balloon, and the balloon either completely bursts and falls back to Earth, or it just starts to leak. Just like when you have a helium balloon that you bought at the fair, you bring it home, it will not stay afloat forever, right? Gradually leaks that gas, lighter than air, through the material of the balloon. So they had to build something that didn't do that. And there are about 3 different aerospace contractors that are doing this. JP Aerospace is one. There's another one in Las Vegas. There's another one somewhere else. And you have McDonnell Douglas. You have all of Northrop Grumman. You have all the big contractors working on this stuff. They are building these things out of materials that are exotic, that don't leak, that if they get punctured in some way, like from a meteor, they self-seal. Right? You would think with the number of meteors that drop on the Earth, which is essentially even little micrometeors. Micrometeors, it's the equivalent of a giant 10-wheel dump truck filled with like 9 tons of them. That's how much hits the Earth every day, right?
How do you know this? How do you find this stuff?
There are patents in the clear that you can see these. And I know that the president of JP Aerospace, in response to the Phoenix Lights, would not own up to it being his craft or somebody else's craft. But he said, I recognize the technology. And that was the cue to go, that was the clue to go look further for this.
Did you say that too?
He said it to an interview given to the media or to a documentarian. They asked him about it, and he said, yeah, I remember it very well. He goes, I recognize the technology.
Do you remember the documentary you saw this on?
No. I'll send you a note on it. Okay. That's what this is. This is what they're calling, they're calling this the ground to space vehicle. It can go 400,000 feet.
And where did you get these illustrations?
These illustrations are from great projects, clearly, right? These are not illustrations of active projects. These are illustrations where they start off with what we're going to do or what we're going to work toward. Okay? And this goes all into the idea of the dimension of space being a war zone. They want to put these very quickly built things that can be easily crafted, and they hover in low Earth orbit or further out. They can be autonomous. They can store supplies in them. They can be a functioning space base in them. They're massive. They're absolutely massive. Look, it's 175 feet long, and that's just this one. It was called the Trans-Atmospheric Ascender, and there's an A2636, an Ascender 90, and one called the Ascender 175.
And you found this in a patent?
Well, I think the patent is in the slide deck here.
Okay.
Yes, that was the start.
Okay.
There are 2 clues. One was JP Aerospace's president saying, and these are JP Aerospace's craft, the Ascender series. And the idea is to pick up materials, pick up parts, weapons, ammunition, supplies, people, whatever they need.
So people can be inside this?
Absolutely. I'll show you. This is the space station, solar powered, constructed, and you can see the one on the left and right. These are, you can see the Ascender comes up, drops off cargo, picks up passengers, picks up something, waste or whatever it needs, and it goes back down again. And they plan to put these everywhere, because if you are going to control the dimensional space with static stations, nobody's going to build another mirror up there. It's not going to happen. It's too expensive, takes too long. They can turn these things out by the dozens, right? And put them up there. And they are massive. That center core in the middle of the one on the top right, the red, where you see the red,
right?
That's as big as a basketball stadium. Jesus.
And you have the patents for this in the slides.
Yeah, look at down at the bottom right photo. You see the man standing next to it?
Yeah, it's enormous.
Give you a little bit of scale, right? Okay. And that's just this is one that is clearly not even classified yet. It's a gray project. That's how somebody gets a picture and tosses it out there. But what flew over Phoenix that night was our creation. and they believe that it probably got off of its tether. You know, they fly them. They don't fly by wire. They fly through radio control to test them, and have nobody on board. But it got off the reservation, like literally, came across the Nevada state line from Area 51, drifted all the way to Phoenix and then Tucson, and everybody was like, "Holy shit! We got to cover this because we don't want people to know that this is what we're doing." But to everybody that wanted to see it as UFO, which I guess technically it is, but it's not otherworldly. I think if you were to statistically look at and compare the number of sightings with what is probably actually us, holy shit, it's probably about, I was on a show where two guys were intel guys saying that they thought it was about 94% of what's observed is actually about their products out of the space war. And I said, I think that's a very conservative underestimate of that. I think it's probably closer to 1998.
On the drive. That one, yeah.
Yeah.
Click on that, yeah. We talk giant V-shaped airships, space, and the Phoenix Slice with JPL.
Yeah.
Click on that. Oh, this is an interview with the founder of JPL.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Look, there's the same images you had. Wow. Yeah, no, I tend to think the same thing. You know, I really, what really confirmed this whole thing for me, that this was our stuff, is when our media started talking about it and saying that we don't know what it is.
Yeah, and when politicians started, sitting down in the hearings and saying, "Trust me, I'm on your side. I'll make sure you get this stuff." You're not going to get anything. And people just whip themselves up into a frenzy about that. They actually think that these things are going to be somehow exposed because they're demanding them. They have no idea what they're asking. It's never going to happen. Never going to happen.
Have you ever seen a documentary called Mirage Men?
No.
It's an incredible documentary. I think one of the best UFO documentaries I've ever seen, and I just watched it recently. But it came out a number of years ago. And it was, I think I told you about it over the phone. It was about this guy who was a ufologist named Paul Benowitz, and he lived in Arizona or Nevada. And there were these unidentified flying objects flying over the mountain across the street from his house, and he would be constantly filming them and sharing them with the UFO community. The guys on the base that was right next to his house, they got wind of this footage that he was taking, and they sent a counterintelligence officer to go pay him a visit at his house to see what he knew, see if he had any legitimate information on what they were testing. And he saw the videos, and he talked to Paul Benowitz, and Paul Benowitz thought these were aliens, they were UFOs. And this guy named Richard Doty, who was a counterintelligence guy for the Air Force, he says, "You know what? I think you're right. I think these must be UFOs. We need to get to the bottom of this." And started just pushing him in that direction. And basically, the idea was to use Paul as a conduit of disinformation into the whole UFO community, sort of poison the well, if you will. And they knew that there were Soviet spies embedded in the UFO community that were trying to get information on some of these UFOs, and they wanted to basically sow disinformation within them and confuse that there were spies embedded in the UFO community, confuse them, confuse everybody, and just sow disinformation throughout that whole thing. And they fucking drove this guy crazy. This guy ended up in a mental hospital, and he ended up dying there. So, the lengths that the military is willing to go to confuse the public, and what they've been, evidence that they've been doing this since the 60s, putting in so much time and effort and resources into confusing people. Think about that, and now think about what they could possibly be doing.
Precisely. Yeah, they're not doing it to be nefarious characters. They're doing it because the public has, first of all, no need to know and absolutely no right to know. There is we are in a very dangerous condition on this planet. And if you think that that's not so, then you're ignorant, or you're just Pollyannish and have no idea what's actually possible out there. There are, I mean, if you think that Putin has our best interests in mind, you're a fool. And if you think the Chinese don't want to get up there, and if they ever thought that they could dominate us in some way, if you think that what they really care about is living in peace and harmony within their own, then you don't understand the geopolitical situation and what happens. War is always happening. It's an extension of politics, right? As Clausewitz said. So we have to let the people that we pay, you know, to pick up the weapons and do the dirty work of the republic. We have to let them defend us. We have to let them research for us. We have to let them develop. And we don't have rights to demand to be given full briefings on this stuff because it doesn't stop with us. That means that we are now tipping our hand in this spy versus spy, army versus army, you know, Air Force against Air Force, country against country. And it's a very real war and a very real fight. They want what we have in terms of technology. In some cases, we might want to know what they have. But none of them tell their public what they have. And we will never start doing that. It's not going to happen, ever. So if you think that somebody is going to walk out of the shadows from some special access program and talk to you about anything about this space war and these craft, or even if they did have a crashed alien spacecraft, they would never expose that. Those special access programs exist as they exist. They are typically headed by civilians because the military is not a good candidate for it. Because why? The military is transient. You know, you come in as a colonel, you're going to command maybe for 2 years or 3 years, and they're going to pull you out, change command, new guy comes in. You're going to let you walk out of that organization, read onto and have seen everything that's there? No, that's not how they do it. It's also why they would never brief the president. I don't care. It's why any president that tells you that he's going to go pull the lid off of this, which has pretty much been every president, right? Oh, yeah, I'll get the bottom of that. Yeah, sure you will, Mr. President. They see that guy as the same thing, transient. Mm-hmm. You may be here for 4 years, so we're not telling you anything. Right. And even if he throws his, starts pounding on the table, they'll just go right back, and they will come right back and give him the exact same briefing that they gave him, 4 days ago. They will change nothing for him. And he has no legal precedent available to him to force them to do that because it's in the interest of national security. And that does not entitle him to know everything. That's how they look at it. And those little curmudgeons that run those programs, those special access programs, they guard them, like their mother's underwear. They are not giving that stuff up to anybody. So, and you can't make them. And it's like, let's take a look at another craft here. Yeah. This is a Navy craft. And the one on the right is an actual photo of the craft. This craft now.
Wait, the one on the right is an actual photo?
The one on the right is an actual photo. This craft, its wings fold, and it is launched from a missile tube in a nuclear submarine. It is fired out of the missile tube with an air charge. Its missiles prepare to ignite, and it gets up out of the water. Its wings spring open, its engine fires, and it flies. It is unmanned. It flies at supersonic speed, not hypersonic. It is a reconnaissance aircraft, but if they're admitting it's a reconnaissance aircraft, trust me, they are weaponizing it as well. They're never going to put something up just, as a sentry. It'll be an offensive jammer, or it'll do something else. And if it can fly like that, they'll bring it up and they will let it kill something one of these days. The cormorant. The idea is that this thing will go do its job. It comes back. It dives just like a cormorant, the bird, right? It folds its wings in. It hits the water. And they're saying that right now it has to be intercept the cable and it's towed back into the missile compartment. I have it on good authority that it's way past that point now. It can come back, it can fold its wings, it can hit the water, it finds the sub based on a homing beacon, and it goes to the submarine, folds itself up, and goes back into the missile tube.
They even got the Rothschild logo right on the side.
Yeah. Wow. See, that would be the big test piece of it, right? Yeah, oh yeah. That's what I said. Anytime you're looking at a black project, there will be every major aircraft development contractors. They all have their classified branches. They build luxury liners for commercial travel, and they also have their classified branch that builds weapons, space vehicles, and classified aircraft like this. It's an ongoing, constant process of improving, redefining the mission, developing the aircraft, building the aircraft, testing the aircraft, dropping the ones off that they're no longer interested in, and continuing with the black projects, the ones that they do want.
What is this right here? This is this diagram we have right here.
Yes.
DoD, NASA, space race.
This is, I did this to show people where and when the space race began, where NASA and the Soviet Union got into the game, and where China got into the game. So I go from December 1945, when Chief of Staff of the Army General Henry Arnold and the physicist Dr. Theodor von Kahneman, yeah, he was German, they formed this U.S. Air Force Scientific Advisory Board. It was the U.S. Air Corps at that time, right? And they put into play a 50-year strategic vision for space war. And they did it December 1945. They established when they became the Air Force, and the actual Air Force in 54. That's when they put the Space Division, the Western Development Division. 58, the U.S. Air Force Aeronautics Development Program was submitted to the Defense Department. That's where they asked for the money to develop space weapons, space vehicles, space stations, and a bunch of other stuff. You can see right in there how this was all crafted and where it started and what was happening in this particular area, right? So in 59, 68, this research branch gets $9 billion in funds. That was supposed to go, it was shown as it was going to NASA to support the space race. But the $7 billion of the $9 billion went to the space war effort. $7 billion of the $9 billion went there. So, yeah. And in 61, when President John F. Kennedy asks for that $9 billion, the title of his remarks to Congress was Urgent National Needs. Now, if you think he's standing up and talking to him about NASA and titling it Urgent National Needs, he was talking in code to them about the space war effort that was ongoing. And oh yeah, by the way, NASA, we started that in 58. President Eisenhower started it, but he really kicked it in the ass, in 61. Kennedy did, right? But then you look down on the USSR line, and they started in 57, and when they started in 57, that was when they put Sputnik up in orbit, in 57, in October. And everybody in America was stunned that this had happened. But our Air Force knew it was happening. They had intelligence that let them know that was going to happen. And as soon as that went up, part of the budget was dedicated to sat killers. So the development of sat killer weapons, satellites that kill satellites, ground-based or aircraft-launched sat killer missiles that could be flown up to the edge of the atmosphere and launched by a Navy or an Air Force warplane. And that sat killer would then exit the atmosphere, seek out its target, and bring it down.
Are you familiar with the recent story? I think it was a couple of years ago, less than 10 years ago, where Kim Jong-un launched a satellite into space, and we had reconnaissance, or we had some sort of intelligence on it, and our military thought that he had nukes on board of the satellite, and he was saying, no, there's no weapons on the satellite. This is just, this purpose of this satellite is to relay patriotic music to our citizens.
Sure, yeah.
And he denied that, but I think that the problem with the satellite is it orbits the Earth like every 90 minutes or something like that, and it flies directly over the U.S. like multiple times a day. And they think that some of these satellites that are hovering around contain have nukes on board.
I'm sure they do. I mean, especially, I don't know how if Korea has the technology to miniaturize, and do that, but they're certainly not without the intellect to do it. They may lack the budget to do it, but China may be funding them. I don't think the Russians are, but I think China would be funding them. And if you get enough of the budget, they're not stupid. They know how to do shit. They just need money to do it with. And I'm sure that those would be there. Now, I know this, that if we thought it was a threat, we would have already taken it down. We took down a Soviet satellite in 1968.
Did it have weapons on it?
No, it just was a Soviet satellite that was in the wrong place where we didn't want it to be. And we had a U.S. Navy pilot that flew the first killer missile up from under the bottom of his warplane and took it to the place where they told him to release it, right at the edge of space, and he did. And they killed that satellite. And then they turned around and said, well, it wasn't a Soviet satellite, it was actually just an old defunct satellite that belonged to us. It was not. It was a Soviet satellite that was just like this satellite you just mentioned. It was going in the wrong place, and diplomatically you could not get them to move it. And this is why the space war has always been so critical, because whoever gets the most there, the most technology there, and the most capability to defend their position from space, right, and react to enemy threats, whatever those might be, that's the one that's going to have the safest position. It's considered. We don't want them to put weapons in a geosynchronous orbit over our planet, and we will over our country, and we won't let them do that.
Well, that's the problem with deterrence, right? If we're doing it and we're spending all this money creating all these crazy vehicles that look like spaceships and have nukes in space, they have to do the same thing, right? That's the whole idea behind deterrence. I mean, if we keep doing it, they're going to keep doing it, and before you know it, the whole globe is going to have nukes pointing at every single city at all times.
Unfortunately, that is accurate, but also there is no way to diffuse that.
Have you seen some of I saw it recently in a book that Annie Jacobson is getting ready to release. There's like a map that shows submarine traffic from Chinese nuclear subs and Russian nuclear subs, and quite literally every day the traffic lanes for these subs are running right up the west coast, passing like Los Angeles, and then all the way up the East Coast, like right off the coast of the Bahamas and Florida.
Yeah.
Like looping right off the coast of America on both coasts. It's insane.
And we're doing the same thing, yeah. And we will continue to do it because that's a first strike capability. I mean,
that's another crazy thing too, is the whole I forget what the word is. I think it's strike on notice or something like that. Like as soon as it's one of the policies that we have here, that as soon as we get signals intelligence that confirm that there is a warhead or a nuclear missile heading towards America, we have to empty our silos before that thing hits. So we have all of our nuclear missile silos in the
West United States, those we can't move those. They know exactly where those are, and we know exactly where the ones in Russia and China are as well. So as soon as we get notice that there's a nuke coming towards us, we have to assume that they're going to destroy those. So it's like a use it or lose it thing. So we have to empty ours. So it's like as soon as one person launches, we have to launch.
Yeah, and do you know why?
It's like a use it or lose it.
Yeah, the first strike, people always, think it's that the first strike is Washington D.C. and major cities, and it is not.
Right.
That's not the nuclear exchange. That's not. I know that people listening to this are going to probably like, so in what, right? It's still nuclear war, but what we target in the first strike is their weapons.
Yes.
And they target our weapons.
Right.
And the reason that is done is because that's supposed to drive the two warring interests to the diplomatic table to seek a solution, right? It's supposed to be that. If we destroy your weapons, you destroy ours. Now we're on the phone, leader to leader, talking about why that happened and what happened and what it's supposed to be sorted out. The next target package escalates. It escalates, but the idea that it hits major populated areas and cuts off the head of the entire country by taking out Washington, those are last resort targets. That's not what anybody's after. That doesn't help me feel better about it, but you just have to understand that. And yes, and mistakes can happen. In 1983, about 2 months before we actually invaded Grenada, there was a young Soviet missile commander in the Soviet Air Force, a lieutenant colonel who was taking his ship. And when he just took command of the ship. In other words, his missile command staff all come in, take the ship over, and the others outbrief and go. And they are there. And they are not there for an hour. And all of a sudden, the klaxon sounds. And when the klaxon sounds, it's saying there is inbound missiles. There is a nuclear missile fired from the United States, from the western portion of the United States, fired at the Soviet Union. This young lieutenant colonel has them call back the algorithmists, they're called. So the algorithmists are supposed to relook at the calculations of the computer to confirm or deny. They can say, no, we don't agree, right? It's not inbound. It's not headed for this place. The computer is wrong in some way. The algorithmists confirm it. They say, we confirm 100% a missile was fired and the missile is inbound. They had a Soviet satellite over in geosynchronous orbit, meaning tracking with us, looking down at America, and it could not verify the missile launch because there was a thermocline as the sun was setting and the darkness was coming, and it obscured the optics on the satellite, so it couldn't see it, couldn't confirm it. So you have the computer says missile launch, the algorithmists all confirm missile launch. The satellite can't see, the operators can't see, and this young lieutenant colonel is now being hounded by his entire staff for exactly what you said, because their protocol is if 2 of the 3 indicators say yes, we are supposed to launch.
Right.
This young man said no. He said, I'm not, no. He had generals calling him, why did you not launch? And 15 minutes after the first one, the klaxon sounds again. Another missile launch is reported by the computer. Again, the algorithmists confirm the computer, and again, the satellite cannot see because of the thermocline. It cannot tell or confirm. This young lieutenant colonel has eventually this keeps repeating itself. 4 confirmed by computer and algorithms, 4 U.S. nuclear missiles inbound for the Soviet Union in 1983. This guy says, he tells everybody, current generals calling him, he says, it's my job to decide what to do. Everyone is against him, like, comrade, you know, you are screwing this up, you know, we're going to die, you know, our weapons are going to be taken out, and you're not doing anything about it. Can you imagine the pressure he was under? Not to mention that his wife was dying of cancer at home, and he was distraught by that. So here he is, all of that. Everybody hates his guts, and he says, I will wait for the ground radar to confirm the missiles. So the ground radar is shooting at the horizon, and so if those missiles enter their pattern, they will detect it. And they watch the clock, and watch the clock, and watch the clock. And first missile, according to the computer and the algorithmists, has now entered Soviet airspace and should be monitored inbound to its target, and the radar operators call the Missile Command Center and say, no missile detected. For the second missile, no missile detected. For the third, no missile detected. For the fourth, no missile detected. The reward for him doing this was everybody great relief and tears, because nobody wants a thermonuclear war. The next day, the general in charge of this guy calls him in, demotes him to major, claims that he falsified his log for the night before, demotes him to major, relieves him of his position, and he basically just serves out the rest of the time in the Air Force as a pariah. And his story is never known until after the fall of the Soviet Union. And he is pretty much an alcoholic. His wife died. He lives alone, doesn't speak to his brother, doesn't speak to his mother. She's still alive? He died recently. He died, I think, in 2018. But once that was discovered about him, a book was written and a documentary done called The Man Who Saved the World. And people don't know that story and don't care to know that story. And what great courage. What? Can you imagine? He could have, if he acted in accordance with what he was trained to do and expected to do, they would have launched against us. So, what an unbelievable blessing and what an unbelievable act of courage on this man's part. And he's a sworn enemy of the United States. And yet, he was that hesitant to begin a thermonuclear war. I can only hope, but I doubt that in our processes, if something like that were to happen, that we would have people that actually say,
and we only have 26 minutes to make that call. The time it would take a missile, a ground missile, to fly through the atmosphere and hit the United States from Russia would be 26 minutes, and they have only like 6 minutes to launch when they find out or to get that intelligence. It's insane the amount of time. The small
and
amount of time.
1 Minuteman missile,
Yeah.
1 Minuteman missile warhead carries the explosive force of every bomb dropped in the European theater and by the Allies, and every bomb dropped in the Pacific theater by the Allies, including Hiroshima and Nagasaki, all combined into one warhead.
Right.
It's devastating to think about that. And we have 3,600 of them.
And the subs have the nerves where they have three or four warheads and one missile.
Yeah.
And those things are all targeted.
It goes down. Yeah.
It's terrifying. And to think that, imagine if North Korea were to launch a nuke towards the U.S. and we got wind of that, and we had to do a launch on ready, where we had to shoot, empty our nuclear arsenal back towards North Korea, where our nukes have to fly over Russia to hit North Korea. We fly them north. So we have to get, within 6 minutes, we have to get Putin on the phone and be like, yo, we're launching these nukes in North Korea, not you. But when's the last time we got Putin on the phone? Hello? Sorry, my audio just kind of clacked out. But when's the last time we were able to get Putin on the phone that fast?
I don't know. I'm assuming, that's what the nuclear football is all about.
Yeah, right, exactly.
It's not, and it's the other thing that people don't understand about this process is like, people, they're either lunatics or they're just doing it for their own propaganda purposes. Like, remember all the people bitching and complaining about the fact that that President Trump became President Trump. And the big claim by many was that, you're putting the nuclear football, you're putting the fate of the free world, into this guy's hands kind of thing. No president has the single authority to launch a thermonuclear war. We would never put that. Do you want to have Biden to be capable of, waking up and yawning and then turning around and going, yeah, fire? Right. It doesn't happen that way. There's an entire chain of approval that has to happen. It happens quickly. It has to happen very quickly. But that's why there's a guy running around with what they call the nuclear football, which is a communications device. For the president to be able to contact other world leaders simultaneously or one at a time, and to make those decisions, to tell them, look, this is not good, or we are detecting inbound missiles. Did you fire on us? Kind of thing. So I'm sure that the leader of China, and I'm sure that the leader of Russia, I'm sure that the leader of most nuclear nations, if not all of them, have that same communications capability. It kind of goes, I would hope so, with the responsibility.
Probably not North Korea.
You want to look at this UFO, this video?
Yeah, what is this video?
Okay, now this is an ESRI animation. It's a company that tracks this stuff. And I told you that, when you're looking at this timeline, I want you to see how, from 1945, the number of UAP sightings increases. Because as we start the space race, check this out.
This was actually a pretty unique situation where Matt and Shane spoke pretty loosely and candidly.
So here we come, 38, nothing really. And here we head into the 40s.
Context before we go on. This is wild. At the time that this episode was recorded, the subreddit only had 14,000 members. But as of January 25th, 2024, it has 153,000
quite telling, is it not?
Which is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, like I said, this is a pretty rare find to hear Matt and Shane speaking about this because they surprisingly understand the details around why the subreddit was created
lit up
in the first place. So I'll get to that in a moment, but first, let's hear Matt and Shane's take on the subreddit itself.
Amazing, right?
That is incredible.
That is a really powerful. And you can see there's not a lot. Now look, arguments for this are you'll see people go, well, there were UFO sightings and in the 13th century and in the 16th century.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What there were sightings of things that people didn't understand what they were seeing, and they may very well have been, otherworldly. I'm not saying that that's certainly not a possibility. I firmly believe that there are other worlds and there are other races and there are other developed planets and there are vehicles and other things out there, but it is not like it's not like we're imagining that it is. I think that there's probably about somewhere between 2 and 4% that are actual sightings of those kinds of things, of the reported sightings, and the rest of the sightings are space war technology.
Right. What is your opinion on this David Grush fella?
The one everybody's calling a whistleblower?
Yes. And he's talking about, he just recently went to New York and did some talk at some penthouse for some billionaire, talking about how he saw a craft that looked like it was 40 feet from the outside, and as soon as you go inside the craft, it's as big as a football field. He's saying all kinds of crazy stuff, and there's off-planet beings.
The rise of the con, man. It's like people can say anything. First of all, he's not a whistleblower. Okay, I hate that when people start calling people that are doing what he's doing, whistleblowing. What he is a purveyor of hearsay. Because, only a few intelligent interviewers in listening to him rant on about, I know that, we have captured alien craft. I know that we have alien bodies. And a few intelligent interviewers have said, have you seen these? Well, no. Then how do you know? Well, I have some colleagues who are trusted sources who do have personal knowledge of these things, and if they're telling me that, that's what. Who are these people? Well, I can't tell you that. Well, there you go. So now all you are is a hearsay peddler. You're standing up, expressing some degree of narcissistic, sociopathic tendency. Some might even say pathological. So you can get your face on a camera. You get this endearing public supporting you in what you're saying, but you have no proof, no evidence, and the fact that you claim somebody told you something, frankly, just doesn't pass the litmus test for us. And we have to be discerning about these things. Anybody can stand up today and say anything, and the number of people who will actually turn around and go, I think that's bullshit, is minimal, because everybody else wants to chime in on it, especially if you're part of the UFO community. It's just like, David Greer standing up and saying, Stephen Greer, in one of his documentaries, he stands up and stares straight into the camera and says, well, yeah, because of my CE5 protocol, right? Which is a bunch of folks in the desert sitting around in lawn chairs, standing up and staring up into space and communicating with their minds, right, is what he's saying, following this CE5 protocol, which is nothing more than a meditation, is what it is. And he starts plugging in words like remote viewing and other stuff, right, trying to dovetail on some of those technologies. And he claims that this was so powerful and so innovative and so amazing. He stood right there on a documentary and said, and oh yeah, after we were doing this and having all this great success, he said that the chief of staff for intelligence, for Army intelligence, scooped him up off of the street in Washington, D.C., and took him to a hotel, where at the hotel there were 2 Air Force officers and 2 CIA agents, and that he was roughed up and interrogated, very brutally, or words to that effect, and that they told him, who do you think you are for developing this protocol? We didn't give you permission to communicate with the aliens, etc., etc. If you believe one word of that, first of all, the chief of staff for Army intelligence is a 3-star general. A 3-star general went out and took his weightlifting steroid ass and stuffed him in the back of a military vehicle and carried him away. He didn't say MPs grabbed him. He said the chief of staff of Army intelligence grabbed him. How does that happen? It doesn't. They don't go take people off the street, and certainly some 3-star general doesn't go do it. Right. And he doesn't have a staff to go muscle people around and do something like that. So I would, but nobody asked that question. Well, what was his name? Who were the guys that helped him, or did he do it by himself? What kind of car was it? You say he took you to a hotel. What hotel? Did it have a name? And if you're saying there were 2 Air Force officers in there, how do you know they were Air Force officers? Right. Well, if they had uniforms on, they have name tags on. And even if they're not wearing their jacket, they have name tags on. Who were they? And what ranks were they? And if CIA agents were there, how do you know they were CIA agents? Did they show you ID? Right? You see, but nobody asked those questions. And the whole UFO community accepts this as truth. And it is not. It is not. It's just ridiculousness. But here, it's like I said, we are in an age of the rise of the con. You can just stand up and say anything. You can be that preposterous and draw a crowd. There will be an element of the population, just like Itzhak Bentov showed you. There will be an element of the population that will believe that just because it was said by a medical doctor, an emergency medical doctor. I don't think his license is current, but hey, yeah, I don't think it is, but maybe it is.
Yeah, I get a lot of culty vibes from a lot of these people in the UFO community, especially people that are monetizing it. You know, people that they're making so much money from people getting them, you know, paying for. I think he sells
the CE5 protocol.
Oh, does he really?
Absolutely. And it's, from what I understand, it's pretty pricey. I can't quote the exact price, so you know, I say this, check me on it. But I think it's somewhere around $1,500 for this thing. And I have a copy of it right here. And if you look at it, and it's just laughable.
What does that mean, CE5 protocol?
It means it's like from the movie The Third, the thing with Richard Dreyfuss and Devil's Tower. What the hell was the name of that movie? I can't remember it now. It was that movie with Richard Dreyfuss where he starts, you know, mashing mashed potatoes around.
Close Encounters?
Close Encounters. So CE is Close Encounters of the fifth kind, which is mind communication with aliens. We're calling the spacecraft down. But there are people who actually believe that that's what they're doing. You know, I don't know. Maybe they're out there in this, but they're always going to places where there are known sightings of probably Space Wars craft re-entering for landing somewhere and coming in at 18,000 miles per hour or 23,000 miles per hour and doing what they're doing, but they believe that they're calling these craft down and into to assembly to present themselves to them. And there are no controls, and they're not trained. They just get this protocol and then they do it. And I'm not trying to be critical of those people doing that. When a person stands up that is supposed to have an intellect that they trust. I mean, and he went into that community. I mean, they thought that God had descended down, to be with them, because they had never had a spokesperson that came from, that level of society. They were always, former Air Force this or Air Force that, or somebody else that was willing to step into that position and try to keep that community held together with promises. And he stepped in making the promise that he was going to, rip this up and open it up, and we were going to get some answers. And he, like everybody else, when he soon finds out that that's not going to happen, then you have to start exaggerating things. You have to start, throwing up smoke screens. I'll give you another example. He goes to some guy that was in the Air Force. He could have been an officer. He may have been a senior non-commissioned officer. I can't remember. But he actually gets an audience with an Air Force officer in the Pentagon. Probably a spokesperson for some staff division there. The implication is that these are the guys that oversee the UFO UAPs, but there's no indication of that whatsoever. It's just that this guy calls up and calls in a favor. Somebody, maybe this Air Force major or maybe an Air Force captain, just gets detailed to do that. So he sits down with them and listens to them talk about what their demands are, what they want, and why it should be happening, and they don't understand it and trying. And this Air Force officer prepares what's called a memorandum for record. A memorandum for record is done after every conversation like that. There are probably 5 million memorandums for record, MFRs for short, that you produced in the Pentagon from every office, from phone calls to staff briefings to inter-office agency communications. MFRs are like corpuscles, It's a lifeblood in the military. It carries information. And so they're rarely classified. And if they are classified, they actually go by another route, because they might say classified, and then every sentence that could be classified, or every paragraph that has classified information would have to have a classification to the left of the paragraph, and then the number, and then the paragraph. But once again, I'm sure what happened is the individual that had the contact probably picked up the phone, called back in there and said, hey, I know you've done an MFR. Or the guy said, look, I'll do an MFR. I'll draft this up and I'll pass it on. Which is exactly what he would say. Thank you for being here. I got everything here, I think, in my notes. I'll do an MFR and I'll pass it to the next officer in the chain.
Right.
And I'm sure that individual asked for a copy of that MFR, which would not be an unusual thing to ask for. And if that MFR was classified, he would never get a copy of it. But the MFR was not classified. It wasn't classified. And there would be absolutely no hesitation whatsoever for that officer who generated the MFR to send a copy to the two people that were there, spilling their guts to him about what they wanted and needed. And it would say on this date, at this time, these two people appeared in my office room, blah, 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 at the E-ring of the Pentagon, and we talked for 1 hour on these subjects. They brought this to my attention, this, and they made these demands, or they made these requests, and my response to them was this. That's a memorandum for record. It's a record of the conversation.
Right.
Goes over his signature block, and he would have had no problem emailing a copy of that. But how it's now couched to the UFO community is by Greer and the other guy. It's a leaked memorandum. A leaked memorandum, of our conversation, right? And it's not a leaked memorandum. It was simply an email to you, because it's not classified. Nothing in there that they're concerned about. And that memorandum, from that point, if it did go to the next officer in the chain and the desk, the action taken on it was probably to roll it up into quite a small ball and throw it in the trash can like that. I mean, they have important shit to work on and do and take care of. They're not going to run something like that up the tape and back down again the tape. They're not going to put that in front of general officers for general officers to, have to sign that they've read this thing. It's not going to happen. So it's just this idea that you can't be honest about what you're really doing and what's really happening. Why can't you? Because, as you said, when it's being monetized and you're trying to hold the position, you have to keep saying something that makes the people in the community believe that what you're saying is real, and that you really are kicking it up the ladder. You're going to get important results, and it's just all smoke.
People are so easily convinced of the most outrageous things just to get some sort of sense of community. People who are antisocial or outcasts from any realm of society to have that sense of community, with people like Greer and other people in the whole UFO community. I get like a lot of Heaven's Gate vibes. The Heaven's Gate cult.
Absolutely, I know.
Where it convinced all these people to commit suicide, and they were going to ascend to another planet to hang out with aliens.
That might be a little extreme in the comparison, but I get where you're coming from.
It's the same thing, man. It's so culty. It's so culty. Yeah, and if you have somebody who has some sort of knowledge that is privileged and they're very charismatic, and you get a bunch of people who together want to believe it, and they're not listening to any sort of like outside logic against it. It's just this cycle of reinforcing, bias reinforcement on everything that these people are telling them, and they're paying money
it's like you're in this positive feedback loop.
Yeah.
And I just get that vibe from a lot of things that are happening in this whole UFO community.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's
I don't know.
disappointing. I don't necessarily like to tell that story, but I was so insulted by the fact that a man of letters would stand up and say that to people, and I know it is absolutely untrue. It would never happen. But nobody questioned him on that, and I don't like taking on, that kind of persona to talk about that, but part of what I'm trying to say or make a message to people is we have to start listening, and we have to start being discerning. We have to, put things through a litmus test. We have to try to figure out what somebody's saying is total bullshit for money, right? Or for fame, or if it actually has some degree of merit. But we can't keep running around, and much of that community, as you and I have talked about, they are constantly divining their lives down to be looking for something to be offended by, right?
Or how much of these people are just useful idiots, and they have handlers that are pushing them in one direction and they don't know. They're completely unaware. Maybe they aren't making money off it. Maybe they're just like getting attention, and there's somebody like nudging in one direction. Hey man, I think you're onto something. I think you should really. And he knows like this guy's connected, and he's telling me, I'm kind of on the right path, so I'm gonna keep going down this.
Yeah.
This gives me purpose. I'm getting attention from it. I'm gonna be a whistleblower, and it's part of the human psyche.
It indeed is. And there is a rise of narcissism. And there is a rise of narcissism with any number of manifestations of pathology. And it's depressing. It is. I mean, the idea of just understanding the world and of trying to seek truth in the historical events of the world and trying to put it into perspective and understand we may not like certain things of it, but it's the history of the world, and it's the history and the development and the progression of humankind. It is still a dangerous place. It always will be, until we get to some place where we evolve into something else, where we're not interested in wars and what all that means. We're not being driven by greed of the industrial complex to do that. And that comes in every possible way you can imagine. I mean, the amount of greed that goes on in the military industrial complex is one level of things. But people that have never put on a uniform and don't work for the military or the government are out there ripping people off right and left as fast as they can come up with the next good scheme, right? There's a movie out now called Beekeeper with Strahan.
I've been meaning to watch that.
It's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but the premise of it is that there's a group that sends this thing to your computer that says your computer's been infected with a virus. Call this number and we'll sort it out. And then the fast talker on the phone, gets this person who doesn't know much about computers and is concerned. I mean, their first cue is if you are stupid enough to call because you actually think that somebody's going to remote into your computer and get rid of a virus, that they're now going to empty out your bank account.
Right.
Now that's happening in India, but it's also happening with various cells within the U.S. That's what this movie's about, but it's fictional. But it is very real in terms of what happens. They're doing that, and people that don't know enough to know that they're being conned turn around and lose their entire fortune because whatever money they have, they will step in because they have banks of people waiting. It's not like one guy. Right. As soon as they get you to download a software that allows them to have access to a computer, they zero you out. And they have ways to trick you to put in passwords and other things.
Right.
And there's a really funny YouTube video of there's a guy who is an American, but he is East Indian, and he attacks these guys. What he does is he calls up the
Oh yeah, he has a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
He has a great YouTube channel.
It's
What's
amazing.
it called again? He's got millions and millions of people that watch his stuff, and he calls back and he scams the scammers, or he catches them.
Yeah, he deletes their entire database.
Yeah, he fucks
while
with
they're talking to him, right? And it's amazing. My son, who's a detective, he at DC Metro, he's the one that turned me on to this. He goes like, "Dad, you gotta watch."
Oh, it's incredible.
So I got hooked on it, and I must have watched like 50 episodes, and you're like, "Yeah, good, somebody's getting these bastards back," kind of thing. But then you get busy with other stuff. So
yeah, but what you were saying about humanity not going in the direction of greed and wars and being territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons, do you think that's possible? I think we're too far down the road already. I don't see any possible thing that could change our trajectory.
Here's what I'm going to give you a physics explanation for that in lay terms. And any given population, if you can introduce an ideology into that population, that 10% of that population in theory will adopt fully, with small variations, that ideology at that time can trigger a chain reaction that can eventually overcome the entire population sample to do that. I believe that if the right message, if the right transformative tools come along, I believe that we can do that. We're not ready now. We are in a destructive cycle of the global societal evolution. That's where we are. We've been in a protracted cycle of that. And we're not going to come out of it. We just came out of a 20-year war. 20 years of war. And that's never happened before. So think of the impact of that and the damage done, just the spiritual thoughts and hopes and dreams, or the human pathway that focuses on on a rebirth and a regrowth of humanity in a very positive way, starting with each individual, right, and passing on to the collective, and then so it goes. And if you can reach that 10% and get there, you can start this chain reaction in just human thought and human processing. We're not telling enough of the good stories, and we're not being discerning enough to know when somebody's scamming us and trying to break us down and take us apart. And part of that, again, goes back to what I said to you, is that all the studies are revealing that just our cognitive processing and our brain is changing because the entire generation has grown up with a cell phone in their hand, staring at it. I went some time ago to a restaurant on a Valentine's Day when I was dating somebody. I'm getting divorced, so I was with this person, and we were in this restaurant, and we were talking in the restaurant, and this waitress came up and said, I just want to say this. She goes, "Today when I came to work, I prayed that when I came to work, I would actually see people looking at each other and talking to them. Because every other time I come to work, couples will come in here and they sit on opposite sides of the table with their face in their phone, and the only time they look up is to give me their order, and then they go right back. They don't converse, they don't express anything, no facial contact. It's all in the body of the phone. And we know, based on research, that 8 hours a day with your face in your phone, texting, on social media, tweeting, Instagrams, all the other shit that's out there. TikTok. Yeah, TikTok. And it is just consuming, and it's changing how we communicate. It's changing how we listen. it's changing our attention span. It's increasing levels of anxiety and irritability. It's all these things that it is nothing good about it, but it just keeps growing and no controls. People get in fights. They get in. It's like I told you, I was asked if I wanted to engage with this UFO guy who wanted to quibble with me about whether or not the unit had ever seen grays, right, in the off-planet historical target files. And I was asked that by Sean Hasler, and I said, absolutely not.
He was asking you if you saw anything when you were doing remote viewing sessions for like the moon or something?
No, in the historical, there was a historical off-planet file.
Okay.
And what that was is the unit was working off-planet targets. They would do them as general interest, let's go see, and there's a protocol for an open search outward. There's also specific targeted things. You could go to the dark side of the moon. You could go to Mars. You can go into Olympus Mons. You can go in Mons. You can go into lava tubes. You can go to all and do all these things looking for alien life, alien civilizations.
And who came up with the idea to do this?
Well, it kind of dovetails on the question you asked me when we started here about the pyramids.
That's the first place I'd want to take everybody.
Yeah. So that's where it started, and I don't actually know what the origins of it was, but I do know that it was there, and I do know that there was like this many sessions, in a file drawer that were there. And of course, Ed Dames has talked about it. I've talked about it. Now Riley, before he passed away, talked about it. Lynn Buchanan has talked about it. Gabrielle Pettengale would talk about it, but she's passed now as well. And then you have to remember that there are still some people who say that no, the unit never did that. Well, it's like, yeah, the unit did, and maybe you didn't do it, but that maybe you were never invited to go do it because of that. I don't know. But the program manager talked about it, Fern Gavin. I don't know if the guy that replaced him ever talked about it or did it, but it was done. And as I said, there's a protocol for an open search outward where you can actually, it's difficult to describe without a graphic, but it is basically you're doing a Cartesian coordinate process. So you are taking a theoretical, figurative cube of the known universe is what you're doing. And we know that the universe has an edge now. It's not an infinite. We know it has an edge, and there are all sorts of models that predict how the universe actually looks on the edges based on just the measurement of the separation of galaxies and the speeds, etc., and the directions. But they've modeled this now to say it could look like this, and it could look like this, and those mathematical models are really interesting. But what fascinates me is that it says that the universe is no longer an infinite. It has an edge. It came from somewhere, and it is expanded outward into somewhere. And the question is, what's it expanding into? What is it expanding into? And does a black hole take part of this, which are still theoretical, but does a black hole, based on what we believe that they are, is that pulling in material from this universe and pushing it through the event horizon into another space, just like our universe is in? Because when you take us back to a point of singularity, it's not saying poof, magically appear. It's saying that it came into this dimensional space and expanded outward. So it's a fascinating idea. And the mathematical models talk about the quantum foam and space-time. And they're saying it's like the number of universes, it's like the foam on the head of a beer, right? They just keep, some of them have these pathways that lead back into the universe at another place. Some of them have the pathway that goes to another and expands into it from a point of singularity, back into another space, another dimension. It's not what the many worlds theories mean. That's not what that means. That's a totally different concept. But it is the idea that there are multiple universes, and they are sharing, and there are pathways between them. And like, if you come from one of those universes in another dimension where you have the ability for interstellar travel, or full time space, whatever, from a sci-fi perspective, then it's feasible. It's very real. I think it's quite logical to assume that you would have the ability to pop into this universal dimension, or maybe just pop in transit from one to going to another dimension. We just happen to be the countryside that you travel through. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's very possible. But those theories are there, and we do know that the universe has an edge now. So that's an amazing concept,
Have you ever seen that show called Man in the High Castle?
No.
This is about the P.K. Dick book, where it's the theme of it is basically takes place in an alternate universe where the Nazis won World War II and they took over North America, and it's basically split with Japan. And they developed some sort of technology where they can put you in this chamber and they hook you up to this device. And certain people have the powers to be able to hop from one universe to the other, and people are going back and forth between our reality right now. This takes place in like the 50s or 60s, and go back and forth to the dimension where the Nazis won the war. And it's fascinating. It's similar to kind of like what you're talking about, I think, where there's basically alternate outcomes of like every single decision that we make can lead to, like, it's like the idea when you hit a golf ball, if the angle of the iron is just a millimeter that way, the trajectory is going to be like hundreds of yards, depending on how short of a change you make here. So like every single decision we make could be, I could decide to do this or do that, and that would lead to a million different outcomes. It's similar kind of like what you were talking about with the Titanic and the event Dr. Time on the last podcast.
Yeah.
And to be able to have the technology to transverse between all those different dimensions or universes or multiverses.
Different probabilities, different probabilities. Yeah.
So
potentials they're referred to.
So is that similar to what you guys were trying to do?
Yeah, I mean, you took this known universe and again, figuratively, and with a Cartesian coordinate system, you're able to, you're slicing it up. So you're slicing it up, so you have an x1 through 100, y 1 through 100, z axes 1 through 100. That gives you a cube based on whatever you're going to pull. So if it's x 50, y 65, and z 62, it's going to, when you match those together, you're going to have a cube inside of the cube, but it's going to have an address now, right?
Right.
Because it has a Cartesian coordinate. Now you can pull that one out, and you can further slice it down again through the Cartesian coordinate process, and that gives you yet another cube inside the already smaller cube. And you can keep doing that again 3 times, so you have the statistical relevance of what it is you're doing, and then you now have an address in the known universe, or the universe, that you can now actually have a program manager remove the Cartesian coordinate and assign the 2 sets of 4 numbers based on the concept of that target. The concept of that target now is you take a team of 20 remote viewers and you say your intention for them now, as you assign those coordinates, is for you to have a 20 viewer shotgun blast into that piece of the universe, to that address, which is still enormous, right? Mm-hmm. And the theory is, if there is something pronounced there, then in a shotgun blast of 20 viewers, some of them will stumble upon it, and some of them will stumble upon something else. But when you do the analysis on the data, now you're looking for the correlation in the data. You're looking for sketches that correlate. You're looking for other sensory data that correlates. Now, is this a fascinating thing? Hell yeah. Can you turn around and tell people that, oh, look what we discovered, out in space? No, you can't. I mean, you can do it, but you're just contributing to the mess, because what that is anecdotal. It's experiential, anecdotal. Is it fun to do? Do remote viewers like to do it? Yeah, but that's as far as that goes. But in this story, I said on the podcast with Sean, I said, I looked all through those files, and I never saw anybody sketching grays or mentioning grays as alien life forces. And they saw life forms, and they saw other alien civilizations, but never that. It wasn't in the file. I then said, out of 25,000 students, not all of which have ever been able to do off-planet targets, because I don't do that until you get into really advanced stuff like Mastery and Explorer Group. You'll get an opportunity to work some of the old historical files. And that way you then get to see the feedback that was generated in the late 70s and the 80s. And that's kind of cool for people to see. But I always couch it. It's anecdotal. It's an experience. I just want you to have that experience and remember what you perceive. But don't start wrapping your life around that. And nobody ever produced little grays to work those targets. So in making that pronouncement, this guy reads that and then turns right around, takes my quote, or here's it, quotes me on Twitter and on Facebook and God knows wherever else, and then slams that back to Sean. Well, maybe Morehouse would like to comment on this, because Lynn said he saw grays. Okay, I didn't say that Lynn didn't see grays. I said that was not in historical file. Who the fuck knows why it's not? Maybe Lynn kept his own remote viewing session. I don't know. A lot of people did. A lot of people, if they thought what they were doing might be perceived as controversial, would just take their shit home. Classified, but take it home. Or shred it, because they just didn't want it left there. And other people would take it home because they wanted proof of something that they had done. That happened a lot.
What kind of stuff did people see, or did you see when you were remote viewing off-world targets?
There's an entire array of that. We should do that as a separate thing. But, I mean, there were remote viewers were describing this seeming like a capillary system that was moving, negative and positive. And that's a very, very simplistic perspective, but balancing the universe like a capillary system. Probably 20 years after that was being already perceived by thousands of viewers that were working those targets, on the cover of Scientific American, there is this concept sketch showing this flowing like a capillary system in the universe that's moving energy from one place to the other, and it's put in there and portrayed as this lime green against the black darkness of a universal cube, or the universe cube. It's a cubed universe, for illustration purposes, and it has this capillary system in it that looks absolutely like a lymphatic system in a human being. And it's a concept that, dark energy or something else that's being moved around, and I was just fascinated by that. But that viewers were describing that. They were describing this thing, that it was like standing in a flow or floating in a flow. There you go. That's it. Well, no, that's not it. That's actually a Hubble telescope image.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There is a
oh, wow.
It looks similar to that, but it's actually a Scientific American cover. Let me check and see if I got it here. There you go. Yeah.
Oh, that's bizarre.
It is very much so. Let me see if I have this.
What did you guys find on the dark side of the moon?
Nothing.
Damn it.
I never had anybody do it.
Oh, really?
And there wasn't anything significant from. There was nothing. There were craft and there were beings that, many people over the decades have described in like Viking-looking things, but giant, very large and muscular, and a wall that was much like what's behind you there in the sound phone, but they're touching the wall. They're touching the wall to make things move in and out, which are part of the control mechanisms of the ship, is how it was, described. But it's, there's all different kinds of things that came up with it. Is that it? That's it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So you can see, in looking at that, that's another version of it. But they're depicting, the flow of energy structures within the universe that are maintaining balance. So you can't have all negative in one spot and all positive in another spot. To put it in lay terms, the lymphatic system is balancing it. This lymphatic or capillary system is balancing things in the universe. And the viewers, their perception of it is, as they're detecting, encoding, and objectifying, is their sense is that they're actually standing, like being underwater and being in a current flow, a directional current flow. And then there are pieces of things that they perceive that go by them, and they all perceive it somewhat similarly, and others, it correlates, and some of them are, completely a fabrication of their own, how they're perceiving it. Imagine being a human being, finding yourself perceiving that. How do you describe it? If you don't have anything in your experience database, right, something you've actually encountered or experienced and have knowledge of, you lack the language to describe it. So your brain does the best it can with what it comes up with. And I've seen everything from people saying it was like television sets going by and little individual stories in each of the television sets. Oh, wow. Or it was like pieces of film rolling life stories going by me. I mean, everything from that to other people calling it, a cosmic hot tub because of the vibration they felt in their bodies as they were standing in this. And all of these manifestations of pictures of, them sketching themselves, like trying to maintain balance there while all of this strong current of energy flow is coming at them. And then they're showing it, bifurcating and bifurcating again and moving off in different directions. It's fascinating to see this. Again, the only time we've ever had some sort of a confirmation of that, other than the correlation that comes over the years, over the decades, from thousands of viewers doing the target, is just the correlation of the data and sketches, etc. But then when Scientific American coughs this up, and it's an artist concept based on new theories that are evolving and what this is and what it might be and what it might look like. That's pretty fascinating correlation again, right? Still, it's not proven that exists, but it is being worked on. And the theory is that it is there. And it does serve a purpose. And this is what it looks like, folks. So it was a fascinating thing. And it just rolls on. I mean, there are dozens of different kinds of civilizations described. There were dozens of different kinds of beings described, but there were no grays. And by God, I am not going to get in a pissing contest with some UFO dude over whether or not, I'm not going to go defend my comments. I couldn't. First of all, I couldn't care less. I mean, I had nothing to do with anything like that. And I'm not going to tit for tat with some guy because he wants to pick. He has a bone to pick with me over about grays. It's like I couldn't care less. I didn't say Len didn't see him. I just said I didn't see him.
Right.
I speak to what I know. I didn't say anything about him. If he saw grays, bravo, he saw grays. The guy was looking for validation is what he's doing, and he's also looking for me to get engaged with him in an argument so he can say, yeah, well, Lynn did it. So what he's done is, in some big flurry of emotion, he's quoted me and tossed it out there to the world, and then thrown down the gauntlet, which I'm like, listen to me, I don't care. So no, I'm not giving you not one scintilla of my time. I will not spend 2 neurons in my brain to engage with that with you. Right? Have at it. Have fun. But as we got talking about, it's like that community, they just run around with their, looking for a reason to pour gasoline on themselves and set themselves alight and just bump into each other and catch each other on fire. They're pissed off. They feel betrayed. Everybody should be doing this and that. And it's like, Jesus, my God, how exhausting that must be for you to just run around being pissed off and, and charging windmills like that. It's a work of fantasy fiction, and you just stop it. And God, stop it.
Do you know if there are still any active remote viewing programs going on, or was that all kiboshed?
Here's what I will say, is that I'll tell you what I know. I know that the intelligence collection methodology that was utilized in the remote viewing programs held its own and served its purpose. Did it have detractors? Of course it did. It's a very controversial intelligence collection methodology. But every intelligence collection methodology has its weaknesses. All of them. Especially things like human intelligence. It can be misinterpreted, it can be misinformation, it can be an outright lie, it can be total confusion, it could be anything. And there are 35 different intelligence collection methodologies now that are in play that include, cyber intelligence and sat intelligence and photo electronic and you name it. It's still, human is there. Human is there. As fallible as it is. Human intelligence put us into a war in Iraq. It was used to put us into a war in Iraq. And it was fouled and it was wrong, but it was accepted and utilized to spin us into a war in 2003. So, remote viewing was neither, more accurate than any of the others, nor less accurate than any of the others. All of them are subject to human interpretation, right? No matter what it is, it has to be looked at by an analyst and interpreted and value given to it or not. So all of those intelligence collection methodologies, they all have their ups and downs. They all sway with the pulse of what they're being asked to look at and the skill sets and devotion of the analysts that are working the data analysis for the customer. The CIA put a great deal of money into this program, and they did so at a time when they were absolutely convinced that the Soviets and the Chinese were running full steam ahead in developing this kind of warfare as an intelligence collection tool. They did so at a time when Gottlieb and Dulles and others felt that what was happening is mind control was now going to be the new weapon. The new battlefield was the human mind. In fact, Dulles, speaking to a Princeton Princeton University alumni group stood up and said the new battlefield coming before us in the 70s and the 80s and in the 90s and beyond is the battlefield of the mind. And the world is trying to find ways to control the human mind and to infuse ideologies into the human mind to be able to diffuse a national ideology and identity and supplant that with another national ideology and identity. Look around and tell me you don't think that that has actually come to be. And so the MK Ultra project was done out of absolute fear and terror that we didn't know how to do any of this stuff. We didn't know how to control the human mind. We didn't know how to break it and then rebuild it. We didn't know any of those things. And if we know that they're going to be doing it, certainly that was the great fear. But I also want to say this. That great fear came primarily, it did not come from those Nazi documents. It came from human intelligence sources. There are no documents that have ever existed that anybody knows about, and there are no documents in the CIA files that talk about what they were told that spawned, this effort, which actually was discussed in 1970. And then in 1972, the CIA let that sole source contract to SRI International. That's when the psychic problems really started. What was going on in MK Ultra was mind control. Where there, and did they discuss, ESP? I'm sure they probably did. They were trying to figure out a way to build remote interject assassins, meaning just like in Manchurian Candidate. That is not far-fetched. And they had indicators that the North Koreans, through the Chinese, that they were working on these things. And that fear rocked their world. And these are the guys that are supposed to protect us. So what are they doing? People look at them and go, well, what assholes, that they did this. We asked them to do that shit, to do those things. Now, do we ask them to use unwitting, non-compliant experimentation on human beings? Absolutely not. Those were subcategories of their major categories of their sub-projects, they called them. And those sub-projects, they crossed the line. And they were doing unwitting experiments on unwitting people. And that's outrageous. But you have to understand their motivation for it was not a maniacal, nefarious motivation. It was a great fear that they did not know what the Soviet and the Chinese knew. They did not know that. And that started with the human stuff. The idea that, that there's something beyond the physical in every human being may indeed have come out of the German, records trove that everybody is referencing now. But I told you what the main categories are. Folklore, an atlas of folklore, and, another, discussion and dialogue on Britain and other places within Europe and what's happening, the Norwegian thing, where they were trying to get a joint science project there to study language and culture, again, supporting this Aryan ideology that was big, and Nazism. If you read that book I told you to read, or I suggested you read, you'll see all of this. And the dowsing project was just, this whole idea of the occult being strong within the Aryan culture and within all of the elements of government and other things in Hitler's Reich, because Hitler's Germany is just not accurate.
So if you were to guess, you would say, no, we don't have a current active remote viewing program going on today.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing it back to that, because we did venture off. I think we do.
Oh, we do.
My point that I was trying to do with the backstory was to say that it's too much money and it's too much time, and it's as effective as many other intelligence collection methodologies. I do not for 1 second believe that it has been shut down and not ever used again. What I do believe is this. Once it was exposed in Psychic Warrior, once they knew that they weren't going to be able to stop that book, I hate that title, but once they knew that they couldn't stop that book, they launched their counter campaign, right? Which was then to minimize it, to divert disinformation, all this stuff coming out of the CIA talking about these things. And I say this all the time, the CIA is not the Central Information Agency. When the CIA is talking to the press about a project that is closing down, they're talking to the press about that and telling these stories and leaking these stories. They're doing it for a reason. It's damage control. Oh yeah, we did it. We spent $20 million on it. We did it for 25 years or 30 years, but we're not doing it anymore. So we found it to be of no value. That takes everybody turns around and goes, oh, okay, mission accomplished. Oh, well, now we're going to declassify and release all of this based on the FOIA request. Yeah, they're releasing everything based on that FOIA request about a unit that they told you that they were closing down because that unit had been exposed, right? And understand all of the documents in that FOIA. 27,000 some odd pages. I've looked through those. And I know that Joe McMonagle, Paul Smith, Skip Atwater, and maybe to a certain degree, Lynn Buchanan, all sat and went through all of those documents and decided what would be released. Help the CIA decide what would be released. So they were able then, by removing, redacting, omitting documents and allowing certain documents to paint a particular picture of the unit and the unit successes, to codify all of the announcements that it wasn't all that accurate and therefore it's considered of no value. That insulates and buffers the ongoing program, where I'm sure they probably called people in and they probably took it and put it into a LIMDIS, a top secret LIMDIS or a secret LIMDIS, where it's limited distribution, meaning that they read them the Riot Act and read them onto a whole nother level of security classification with much more severe consequences. They learn that lesson often, that if they keep downgrading, the classification of something, it still goes from top secret to secret, and then it's secret but not really secret, and it just keeps going down, and they don't change the code names, and they don't do other things. They leave people in the program for 15 years. All of this goes completely against counterintelligence strategies. Counterintelligence strategies say that the reason code names are theoretically supposed to be changed every 6 months to a year, and the reason people are pushed in and pushed out and locations is because they don't want anybody that's looking for that unit to start tying people, places, code names, etc., and work to a place where they now know what that is. That's why that's supposed to change. And they stopped doing that. They would change the code name every 6 years or something. Well, it's foolish. So I'm sure that what they have done now is move that collection methodology and continue to use it, only much deeper and much more heavily secured. And the people that are there learning and who are serving in that capacity would never get away with what I got away with. They just won't next time. They learned that lesson. And I didn't do it to try to destroy the unit. I told the story because I believe that what I experienced there changed my life. And I believe that once I got over the confusion of what was happening and learned how to live my life with that kind of knowledge, that it became a powerful tool for me. And I thought, and I wanted to have that shared. There was really no other reason behind the doing of that. I just thought I knew I would probably get spanked. I just didn't realize I would get spanked as hard as I got spanked.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure that it would still be going. It would be very foolish for them to end that.
The amount of effort it takes to keep the lie alive is quite fascinating.
Yeah.
What was Project Torn Image? And how did you get catapulted into that?
Ed Dames, actually. Ed left the remote viewing unit and went to Torn Image to do research for them. And we talked all the time, and he said, "Hey, look, they're looking for a special ops officer to head up their counter-narcotics program." This is a point at when the DOD is really spinning up their efforts in the war on drugs. And this is when you're starting to see like the development of EPIC down in El Paso, Texas, which is a joint intelligence collections center. You got DEA and DOD and all these other federal law enforcement agencies already coming together. So it was a big effort. And DOD was looking around for who can we get to play in this. Now, so I went to this interview, and some guy in plain clothes, and I was in plain clothes, and he interviews me, and he has my ORB officer record brief, so he knows right down what I've done and what my skill sets are. And so I get hired, and I process out of the remote viewing unit, and I go to this building, not in Washington, D.C., but in another city. And it's probably well past this point now, but it's called Allied Communications. And it's not a military facility. It's a very secure SCIF, and in it there are 35 people. There are admin support guys that run things, finance guy, right, logistics, etc. There's a commander, deputy commander, XO, but everybody's in plain clothes. And everybody is what is called a great skiller. So to be there, you move out the Department of the Army Special Access roster, the DASA. So I don't know if I told you this. So I'm a Special Operations Infantry officer, so my personnel file is an infantry rank. When I went to Royal Cape, the activity, right? The subject, the killer elite book. My file, there's a DASSER manager, Department of the Army Special Access roster. They go over to an infantry branch, and they say, we want Captain Morehouse's file. He's being moved to DASSER. When that happens, they give the file. The file is no longer an infantry branch. And infantry branch goes into where your file was, or the DASSER folks do, and they type in there, SM not on file. So if somebody looks for you based on social number or your name and your rank, just trying to find you in some way from some personnel center, computer, service number not on file, you are now gone off that record. And that's Department of the Army Special Access roster. It goes into another little SCIF in those days in the Hoffman building, and it's managed by special people. When that was still there when I went to Stargate, or Grill Flame when I was there. But when I moved to Torn Image, which was a strategic deception unit in our Tapaina, now what happens is you move into the category called Great Skills. Great skillers, you refer to as a great skill. This is fucking freaky, because now what they do is your file is picked up by some curmudgeon inside some little tiny compound thing with like 15-foot high fences and triple stand, concertina wire all around them. They go to the DASSER branch, collect your file, and then they take your file into the DASSER control building. Into the Great Skills control building, And now you are issued a civilian ID card, and you are instructed that you are to tell family, friends, everybody else that you are not in the Army anymore. You are now working as a government contractor, civilian contractor. And they give you a raise, GS-12 or GS whatever. Yeah, I didn't do that. I mean, I didn't go home and tell my wife I was resigning, and such sure as fuck wasn't going to tell my dad. I mean, I told him, and he was like, nah, no, you're not. He goes, you didn't really. He goes, no, you didn't. What are you into now? So when I go there, they now are like, you don't know anything about strategic deception. I sure don't. What is it? So here's the real generic thing about a strategic deception. It has to be a lie, perpetrated, designed, perpetrated, that can be sustained for up to 10 years. Longer is better, but up to 10 years. I'll give you an example. Anthrax, an anthrax oral antidote, or an anthrax, like an anthrax preventative method, a pill. They will put that out there, and they will put that out there because, and they will make the science up. They will create it. They have people who design the medical science about how that works and everything, about how this oral antidote or preventative measure, how it keeps anthrax from killing the soldier. They tell all battalion surgeons. They give them the instructions for use, all the supporting literature, the research, the et cetera, et cetera. It's guarded, carefully guarded. They don't want to let that out because they don't want the Soviet Union or China, who have those kinds of biological weapons, they don't want them to know. They push it forward into all of the battlefield potentials, like in Germany, right? And the Soviet Union is on the other side of the Berlin Wall. They push it all out there. They rotate stocks, new lot numbers, new expiration dates, and all this stuff, right? They put that out there. It was aspirin. It was nothing but aspirin. And they have a winning pharmaceutical company that packages it in blister packs. They have the boxes, the instructions for use literature, all of the medical literature, which is all gemmed up and it's all bullshit and fake. And it's thrown out there, and it's amazing that, physicians don't know because they don't typically read that stuff. They have other things to do. But it's out there, and soldiers are walking around thinking that, we're going to be issued the anthrax antidote, so just in case, we can buffer ourselves with this oral antidote. The truth is, it wasn't real, but what it did do is it caused the Soviets to scratch their heads. It caused them to then have to figure, are we going to have to reformulate? Is our anthrax now worthless? Are we going to have to figure out some way about doing this? Or it's a deadly toxin, but we caused them to have to relook at it, to expend time, money, resources, personnel, years of research trying to figure out if what we were doing is real or if it's not. And we're very good at building the medical literature supporting this to make them do that. They have to spend a lot of time to figure it out, to unravel the lie. Okay? That's a strategic deception, to do something like that. And that's what the purpose of a strategic deception is. It's to unravel the intended target, to make them exhaust themselves in trying to figure something out. My mission that was given to me was to develop a strategic deception targeting the three major drug cartels in developing and importing cocaine into the United States. Medellin, Cali, and then the other one, Ochoa or something like that. Not Ochoa, I can't remember what it was. So that was my target. That was what I was supposed to be doing. So what I want to say to the people listening here is, I'm going to present this to you as I would present the strategic deception. This means that part of what I'm going to say is real, and part of it is not real. And it's up to you to try to figure out the part that's real. So I had to come up with a way to do this, and that meant that I needed to talk to smart people in different areas to try to figure out where am I going to target. How am I going to, because my mission statement was top secret, lambda, and I was told that my job is to cause an intra-cartel war. How am I going to do that?
And what was the purpose of this war?
To stop the flow of cocaine, illicit drugs in the form of cocaine in the United States. Okay. We're in the war on drugs. That's what we're about. You know, intercepting, shipments that were coming in on freighters, welded into, the double walls of freighters and hulls and fast boats and you name it, right? It was coming in everywhere it could. Tons of it, all the time. This is the time, if you look at the James Webb, there was a movie called Kill the Messenger. That actually happened. And people should watch that, because this is the time when this is starting to happen. And so I go to Los Alamos, and at Los Alamos, I talked to a botanist. I didn't even know that Los Alamos had botanists.
What year was this?
This was 90. 89, 90. So I talked to a botanist at Los Alamos, and at a recommendation of one of the guys in the unit. And in talking with the botanist, I say, look, I don't know how to do this. But I need to put something together that can be real, and as real as we can make it. And I am told, with this guy with his team all around, this is a nice challenge. He said, let me tell you how this works. He goes, you step outside here into the garden, and there are plant pathogens that are unique to the entire garden. He said, but there are also, if I go to that plant, there are pathogens that are unique only to that plant. They only live on that plant. So these can be bacteria, comicides, fungi, viruses. They could be a whole bunch of different things. Microscopic, a little bit bigger than microscopic, they are there. So the idea was we needed to harvest cocaine plants, put them in these little biospheres, we needed to bring them back. And they then needed to examine each of these plants that are grown in the hectares, still in Colombia, but in different parts of Colombia, in the areas controlled by 3 different cartels. And to isolate a suite of organisms unique to each region, and the hectares of the cocaine of the coca plant being grown in that region. Why did we want to find these pathogens? Because out of the pathogens, the lineup of them, let's say you find that there are 10 pathogens unique to the coca plant, slightly different in the different regions. Now the testing begins to try to find which pathogen is most easily bioengineered, most easily trainable, most easily, designed now or redesigned to do something different than just be a plant pathogen. A suite of organisms are isolated for each of the regions. This suite of organisms are now painstakingly bioengineered over a process of about 6 months of trial and error, bioengineered to attack and destroy the psychoactive ingredient in cocaine, to go after and break the molecular chain so that the coca, when processed into cocaine, is now inert. It can be done. It can be done. And it was tested, and it worked. And it was tested, and it meant that when they tested cocaine, when they put it in a little plastic pouch and they shake it up and it turns blue, they're testing for metabolites. They're not checking for the psychoactive ingredient in cocaine. They're checking for metabolites. That lets them know when it turns dark blue, that's cocaine. This substance is cocaine. So this now meant that we had a substance that would render cocaine once processed, or even as the leaf coming in, even before it is based and paste, it can be rendered inert, and they will never know that it is inert because there's no way they can check that. If somebody throws a bunch of leaves in their mouth and chews it up, it'll still taste bitter, and it'll, there may be some minimal effect out of it, but it will not be the psychoactive effect that they're looking for on the other end of the distribution chain after it's been processed with all the precursor chemicals like toluene, gasoline, kerosene, and everything else that they use to create it. So the next issue was, how do we deliver it? So I was then introduced at Los Alamos to somebody that worked in the area of microencapsulation. So now the idea was utilizing encapsulation, microencapsulation, because in microencapsulation, you can build a microencapsulation mechanism that can be triggered based on time, based on temperature, based on moisture, or based on dryness. Anything. You can make that happen. You can build a microencapsulation package so that if it touches steel, it opens up, or if it touches wood, it opens up. It's a very designable process. And so in the microencapsulation now, we wanted it to be able to drop into the soil and be part of that. And at the first sign of moisture, or at a certain point in time, this encapsulation was to open, and it was to release the pathogen, which would go directly to the root ball of the plant that it was near it. That's what the pathogen did. It was it wanted the cocaine plant, the coca plant. So that was all developed, and the delivery mechanism was now going to be this. We knew what each of the cartels had all kinds of things, vehicles, planes, helicopters. And so knowing what the tail numbers and the paint schemes and the type of aircraft that each of the cartels have in their inventory, we secured those. We secured planes that were identical, matched the paint scheme and the tail numbers, and outfitted them with spray nozzles, like if you were a crop duster, on the trailing edge of the wings and underneath the belly of the aircraft. And inside were tanks that were pressurized, that were filled with a microencapsulated pathogen. And the idea was you would take a Medellin plane with that marking, and you would fly it over into the Cali cartel hectares, and you would spray their fields and go spray the next one, go spray the next one, and you would spray the next one until you were empty and come back. And then you might take the same plane and fly it over to the other cartel, whose name I cannot remember, and introduce and spray that there. Then you would take another plane from Cali, and you would use that one and spray Medellin and go spray over here. Now, they didn't know. They weren't catching on to who it was. But what started to happen was they noticed, and the reports were back, that somebody is spraying us, and it's the plane, it's Cali's plane doing this. The trigger had not yet been pulled. The encapsulation was now unfolding, breaking, and these pathogens were now in the root balls of these plants, and they were designed to stay in the root balls, meaning it's self-inoculating. Every time it's harvested and the plant grows back up again, the pathogens reattack because they just continue to populate and expand and re-inoculate the next plant. So it's harvested again, same thing. We chemically washed kilos of cocaine to remove the psychoactive ingredient from cocaine, because this was the trigger. Now introduced into the supply train, let's just say the supply train for distribution in Los Angeles or the distribution in Detroit. you introduce hundreds of kilos of cocaine that are completely inert into those supply chains. And what happens is they test it, it's there, they think it's pure. They might even, taste it or, snort it. And there was a chance that some of them might turn around and go, this is really bad, or it's been cut bad, or something else. But even if it was discovered immediately once it got into the supply chain and was thrown to the distributor there, this was now going, even if it didn't get to the street. But if it got to the street, even better, because now what would happen is, as people discovered that this was worthless, that it was inert, it would begin an inter-cartel war. Up this distribution chain would be this revolt to the product that would end up having people kill people. And this was looked at and considered as a cost, a collateral damage to doing this, to breaking this network apart, to put that in there. So that trigger got pulled, and that fire started back the other direction. It did not take long then for what was happening on the street and different distribution pathways for each of the cartels, for the cartels then to start questioning why this was happening. And then you have a few people that get leaked information about the reason this is happening is because somebody is spraying the coca plants, and this process is happening in the fields, in the processing labs, and that's where it's happening. It is believed that this is one of the reasons why Pablo Escobar, once he had reached this point where he had to live in the prison of his own making, that he brought the Kali guys over to his prison and confronted them with this, and confronted them with the fact that they now owed him money because of what they were doing. Of course, that's been flavored differently in some dramatical portrayals of this, but he killed them. He blamed them for that. So now we have the inter and the intra-cartel war. We have all three cartels fighting against each other, from the leadership on down to all the gunslingers, and we have the Sicaros killing the other Sicaros, and you have the distribution chain consuming itself. That went on for 6 months, and the damage was severe enough that it was completely shut down almost immediately. I tried to question why that was happening and what the justification for it was, and the deputy commander of Torn Image brought me over and said, "You really are one little naive prick, aren't you?" He goes, "You don't understand why this got shut down?" He goes, "They don't want this to end. They don't want this to end like that and that suddenly. And the damage and the collateral damage is not what they want." But it became at least one part of the downfall of those cartels, led to the death of Pablo Escobar, the brothers that ran the Kali dead, front by Pablo. I don't know what happened to the other one, but eventually all of this collapsed on itself. So I felt like the deception, the mission was a success. And then all of that ability to do that was moved into Mexico. So the war just migrates. The war migrates and the leadership changes, and it's right back there again, bigger than it was before, and it's right on our doorstep now. But now it's the war as you expected it to be. It's intercept, interdict, seize, try to get to the head of the distribution, etc., like that, all conducted by federal, state, and local law enforcement. And doing stuff at the DOD level like that probably will not happen again, but that's a strategic deception.
Wow. Was this ever declassified?
No.
But I assume a lot of the major players are dead and gone now, so it's
probably, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really only started telling the story probably within the last 10 years, and I was doing this 30 years ago, in the 90s, right? So, and then I left and went to Command and General Staff College, where I just tried to disappear out of all of that. And I once tried to actually pitch it as a fictional story in Hollywood when I came out of the Army. And my manager and my agent turned around and went, "No, you know, we have families. We're not, you know, this was now 95, 96. And they're like, yeah, fuck you. We're not."
Only like 5 years after.
Yeah, they're like, "We're not attaching our name to that. We're not going to run you around this town. And there's probably somebody out there, you know, looking for you. And we don't want them looking for us. So, yeah, we're not. Don't ever tell us that again, you know, like this kind of thing. You don't want to hear it." So it never saw the light of day, and that's probably a good thing, because they're probably right. There are probably a lot of people that might have done something.
So it ended up breaking the supply chain and the distribution of the cocaine from these cartels into the U.S., and that's not what they wanted. They wanted these
not
cartels.
all roadways, but it took a big chunk out of distribution in the big cities, because if you take somebody like, let's say, heroin, and you had Frank, the movie that Frank Lucas and Nicky Barnes, right? If you had Frank Lucas and Nicky Barnes gunning for each other because the product that they bought through the distribution process turns out to be inert, you're going to take the head off those two big snakes, and yes, there'll be somebody else that will come in or try to come in, but you still caused a huge rift in there, and a lot of people doubting what they're getting, and the price will go up, right? Everything will happen, and not in a good way. So it has a very definite destructive effect on those. Nobody said, nobody said in briefing and developing the program, nobody said that you have to limit the destructive force of this or the destructive capability of that. Nobody said that. They were like, I don't actually think they thought anything would happen, is what I think. I think they thought, what's he going to... Nobody had any bright ideas except the spot. So, nobody really knew what to do, and I just figured out how, once we knew that could happen, then how to get the biggest destructive effect out of the mission to cause an intra-cartel war. And it worked. Better than people thought it would work. And I think people got very concerned. And I also think people got concerned about money, and people got, because, let's face it, there are people in decision-making places that profit from that stuff by turning, their head the other way. And now all of a sudden, it's not just gangsters that profit from that stuff. It isn't. Again, we will watch Kill the Messenger, and then there are several other stories that parallel that, and you'll get an idea for how scary this is and how far up it goes, and how people shut that shit down when people started to tell the truth about what they saw. And James Webb never recovered from it. He never recovered from it. He actually committed suicide. He never worked as a reporter again, because the CIA and other agencies that had their tentacles into, like the New York Times and New York Post and those kinds of things, they shut him down. They discredited him, and he told the truth. He told absolutely the truth. They reached contacts in Colombia and other places that told him the truth about what it was and where they were and how much money there was, et cetera, and where they were bringing it. Los Angeles went apeshit. The black community in Los Angeles when he was reporting on what was happening, because there were agency ties into bringing cocaine into the United States through Mena, Arkansas, right, and being pushed into Los Angeles and being distributed in the black community, where Freeway Ricky Ross was turning cocaine into crack cocaine and distributing it, and a huge chunk of the money coming back was going in to fund the Contras. Yeah.
And that's when our good friend Billy Clinton was the governor of Mena, Arkansas.
Indeed. Yeah. Indeed. Who actually intervened with the state attorney general when the guy that was actually running the cocaine import into Mena bailed him out when every fucking law enforcement agency in Arkansas and the government came after this guy and got him.
Barry Seal?
Yeah. Actually, he was the pilot. Yeah. He ended up, of course, being killed by the Medellin cartel because
the Ochoa brothers, I think, whacked him. I actually had a guy on this podcast who was a pilot. I mean, he grew up very religious in Georgia or Alabama. He wanted to be a missionary pilot. He ended up moving to Santa Barbara, working for the fire department. And then one day someone came by, because he was a pilot. He was a very good pilot. He flew planes all the time. He owned his own plane. He was a fucking broke firefighter. And hey, you want to make like $300,000 this weekend? Flying pot?
How do you say no?
Go pick up some pot in Mexico. That escalated to, do you want to make $1 million on Friday? Bringing some coke back? And this guy, Roger, ended up hiring Barry Seal as his employee. And he told the whole story in this podcast. It was fascinating. And there was a story after Barry Seal got busted. Barry said, Roger, I need you to meet me at a restaurant to talk about some stuff. So they met at a restaurant in Santa Barbara. And they sat down at the table. And Barry was very nervous, and then Roger was sitting there like, "What do you got to say to me, Barry?" And Barry Seal looks around, and then Roger looks around like this. This is a bunch of guys at tables by themselves. He goes, "DEA agents," and Barry Seal goes, "Every one of them." And then he put his hands over his face and just started crying. The DEA agent came over and sat at the table next to him and said to Roger, "Roger, you can either fly to Miami first class with your wife tomorrow, or you can fly there in chains. It's up to you."
Oh man!
And he ended up not testifying. He didn't testify against the Ochoa brothers or any of those guys, and he ended up doing I want to say it was 40 years.
Yeah, mandatory sentencing. Yeah.
And Barry got whacked because he's the one who snitched on everybody.
Yep. Wow, yeah, very dangerous game to be playing in. And it's me and my typical self with all of that. You kind of take on this air of invincibility because you're a ranger and stuff like that. You kind of think I'm not worried. But then you have these nights when you're sitting there going shit, I probably should have really been worried. That was a dangerous game to be playing, and the only thing you had that protected you from that was the classification of the unit and what it was all about, and nobody could ever put you together with anything because you're a civilian. But they told me one time when I went to Epic, they said the fact that you parked your car and got out and came in this building, they said they have better counter surveillance and better, they have as good as we got, in fact better. Your picture was taken when you showed up, where you're going, and probably by this afternoon they will know who you are, and they will know what your background is, and they will know if you have a family, and they will know where your family is. He goes, this is what we live under, because they have billions of dollars to put into that. And that's not our budget for doing what they're doing there. So I don't know if it's still that way, but I would submit, I'm sure it is.
I had a guy in here he reports on all the cartels. He lives right on the border of Mexico and in Texas, and he reports for a bunch of. He's an independent journalist, but he does freelance work for a bunch of big news outlets like Vice and Business Insider. And he has lots of contacts inside of these Mexican cartels that he talks to, and that he has very exclusive relationships with them. And he found out recently, he wrote a report, I think it was in November, that one of the cartels, I think it was the Jalisco New Generation cartel, is buying licenses to the military spy technology. So there's people that are in the Mexican military that are selling these licenses to the cartels. And this technology is, it's basically like what the military use to track bad guys. And all they have to do is type in a phone number or type in someone's social security number or address, and they can live track anybody's phone. And this guy, he met with him to confirm that this was real. Pull up the software right in front of him, typed in, he's like, let me try it. So my friend Luis typed in his buddy's information so he could track him. Live tracked him exactly where he was in California at that time. The cartels have this now. And this was spy technology that was developed by Israel. That is now used in Mexico. I forget what it was called with the name of Titan. It was Titan software. But the cartels are becoming terrifyingly advanced, man.
Yeah, they have the money. They have the money to hire, X this and X that, and bring them in. And you have that. You have ex-soldiers and you have ex-officers and, that come in there, people that come out of the intel community and everything, enticed by the money, right? Because they'll pay them anything. And there are a lot of people that just look at this problem and say, the only way this is ever going to stop is if Americans stop the consumption of these illicit drugs, which is probably not going to happen. So as long as there is consumption, there's going to be a way to supply and provide and profit from that. And it's a scary thing.
It is. Well, David Morehouse, thank you so much for your time. We just did about 4 hours. Yay! That was fun. For the Patreon people, we are probably not going to do a post show because it's late, but we did do a pre-show before this. We did some talking before the podcast started, so go back and watch that on Patreon. It'll be linked below. And then, David, where can people find your website and your videos and your books, all that stuff?
DavidMorehouse.org. And you can get to that website. That'll steer you to the YouTube channel because I can never remember the address for that. But there's an official website, an official YouTube channel where this will be and everything else as well as for you. So DavidMorehouse.org.
Perfect. All right, man. Thanks again.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Good night, world.
So let me give you some context first.
Drink Goat Fuel.
Goat Fuel, man.
You get a disproportionate amount of failures. If you try to get a control study of the population, general population, if you're doing a pharmaceutical study, you have a bunch of old people, a bunch of young people, different walks of life. You got to do it right. You deal with a bunch of biological variability. The variability of people that are wanting to comment negatively online is you can.
Before we start this podcast, I just want to say thank you to all the new subscribers to the channel. If you have not yet subscribed, please hammer that subscribe button below the video and enjoy this podcast with Andy Jacobson. Mwah.
Human beings have a natural propensity to look towards negative things because your brain is programmed to look for intruders and dangerous things.
Do you just start writing about something that's interesting and does it evolve into this idea of a book? Or do you sort of pick what you want to write a book about and then go backwards and reverse engineer it from there? For example, with Area 51, what was the first thing that drew you into that story?
A job. I wanted a job. I wanted to write a book so badly. That was my first book in the world of journalism. They call it long form, right? And who isn't dying to write a book? Look, it's the most amazing profession. Not only do I write, which is just part of it, because I'm a nonfiction author and I'm a reporter, I write about people that I interview. And so that part of it is extraordinary. Just being able to get the stories out of these fascinating people. And the way Area 51 came to me was the journalist lucky break. I was reporting, short form, right? We were kind of like doing the 500-word articles, and I've been writing on terrorism because that's what was going on in the early 2000s. And there was let me get this straight. Okay, so I'm at like a Christmas Eve dinner, and my husband's uncle's wife's sister's husband, who's an 87-year-old retired Lockheed guy. Okay, and I just think he's just this old man who designs, airplane windows, because that's kind of the role he always played. And he leans over to me at this Christmas dinner. We probably had 5 or 6 of them at that point, and says, "Boy, do I have a story for you." And you think, okay, everybody thinks they have a story. And he said, "The CIA just declassified my life's work." And he was the physicist who created stealth technology for the CIA, starting when Eisenhower was president. So he worked on the U-2 and then on the A-12 Oxcart. And I'm like sitting there at this Christmas dinner like, what? Really? Literally they had just declassified all this. And then he started talking a little bit, and I said, and he was telling me about where they did all the testing of these aircraft, and I said, he was talking about how it's this facility out in the desert called Green Lake. And I was like, that's not Area 51 by any chance, is it? And he was like, oh yeah, they call it Area 51. And then that was my lucky pick. That was really...
And that was before Obama declassified it?
Yeah, that was in 2009. And that's how you build a story, to answer that question. Like, you, as a reporter, I worked with Lovick and learned all about his story, and then said, when he would be talking about Ray Gowdy, the first test pilot on the U-2. Wait, is Ray around? Yeah, he's like 93, but he's still. And then you interview Ray Gowdy and you find out what it was like to be the very first human being in a U-2, right? And then Ray says, "Oh, you got to talk to Wayne Pendleton, or you got to talk to Bob Murphy." And so I put together 74 people who worked in and out of Area 51, and were all part of either Lockheed or the Air Force or the CIA. And the reason why the book was so secret, going back to the vault thing, was because no one had ever before had all those individuals go on the record, right? So, and when they were all talking to me, by the way, they would say Groom Lake or the ranch, but all these declassified documents, you could tell where the word Area 51 was redacted. They just, they declassified everything, and then, crossed out Area 51 with black. And out of, I don't know, probably several thousand pages of documents I reviewed, in one place they forgot to redact Area 51. And I put it up on my website. It was like brilliant.
Wow. Yeah. And did you just self-fund yourself? Did you fund yourself through all this? How long did it take you to write this?
Oh my God, I wrote Area 51, probably in a year and a half. Yeah, I was also writing it for the Los Angeles Times Magazine, and I had sold a story about, Burbank, how Lockheed was so integral to the development of Burbank in the 50s, and that's a suburb of LA,
right.
And so they loved that story, and they did a 2-part series, and that led to it was coincided to come out right around the book, and so that allowed me to kind of balance, being a journalist. That was the transition, from being a reporter who wrote magazine pieces and being an author. And since then, I write book after book after book. I love writing.
It's incredible. Now, the part in the book, like the last 14 pages of the book, that talk about the Stalin aircraft with the being, that was the reason that they kept it in the vault. And then what made them come to the decision to release this to the public?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's so interesting when you work with sources, because when you and I spoke about this on the phone, right? Like, how do you trust someone? How do you work with people that you and develop a relationship with them where they're telling you their role in history, right? So that's the Ed Lovick, the guy at the dinner party that was the physicist for Lockheed Skunk Works. The trust part of it comes from knowing someone is a real individual with a real job. They have a long-standing relationship, and there's multiple people that can vouch for them in that manner. And so that's what reporting is always about, and that's why a lot of people come to you from, friends or friends. And the one individual that you're asking about in Area 51 that caused such a commotion, they all know him. All the people in the book know him. They're all part of the same group of people who, most of them are dead now. But this is how you put together a story, and it's always interesting too, public's reaction to that. How the public deals with people's legitimacy, and that's why as nonfiction authors, or at least in my position, all of my books are seriously footnoted. Like there'll be 400 pages of text and 100 pages of notes. But all of the books, as we spoke earlier before we started, I write about the CIA, I write about the Pentagon, all these projects, all these programs, all these hundreds of individuals, CIA operators, paramilitary operators, engineers, spies, servicemen, all of them, almost all of them at some point in the recording history, tell me, Annie, I did what I did so we would prevent nuclear World War III. And that's why this new book I wrote, Nuclear War, a Scenario, is so significant for me in like a timeline of my work as an author, because there's this, once I knew I was going to write that book, it was like the most obvious moment of all. It's like, but of course, all of these other books have led up to this narrative, which frightens the hell out of me. Even reading it, for the 100th time, right? I mean, what was your experience with it?
I was terrified. Reading it. I had to put it down and go for multiple walks during the process of reading that book. And I told you, I was listening to Christopher Nolan's movie soundtrack while I was reading the book. It was like watching a movie in real life. I mean, you talk about nukes in all of your books. And what I love about the new book is it's a fictional scenario, but it's also a real scenario. And I have so many questions, because it's not like you just go from place to place talking about events that happen. You're talking about a potential event that could happen. You're playing it out. A fictional, like a scenario that could possibly happen, which makes that book so unique and so captivating to read. And
a small correction is that I wouldn't call the book fictional. I would call it a fact-based scenario, right? Because everything that is reported in the book, I take you through what will happen from nuclear launch to nuclear winter. And the shocking part, as you now know having read it, is that this happens in seconds and minutes and hours, not months and years. I mean, nuclear winter itself, the part 5 of the book, is a longer part, but the war itself is 74 minutes, right? Because 72 is because what I learned from the different sources that I worked with, and let me just say, 2 Secretary of Defenses, the head, a former STRATCOM commander, former nuclear subforce commander, the former director of FEMA, the person in charge of what to do with the public after nuclear war, which you learn is not much, because, as he told me, everyone will be dead. Right? So I take the reader, and this is the shocking part, because when I approached it, one wondered, how will I do this, right? How does one keep it on point of fact and not go into, making things up. And the only things that are made up in the book are in italics, and that's the dialogue that, like, for example, the Secret Service director or the special agent in charge of the president's detail for the Secret Service will say to the cat team element, and that also comes from my interviews with those individuals when I would say, well, like, what would you say? And in some places, I'm able to quote a Secretary of Defense because he says, no, Annie, this is what I would say this, and will give me a verbatim line. That's when you see it's in quotes.
Right.
But otherwise, he says, well, this would be total chaos. And, this is called jamming the president when the Stratcom commander is saying this, and the SecDef is saying this, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff is saying that, right?
Right.
Chairman.
That's what I love about it, because it's not told in like a third person. It's told as in like first person, you're there, it's happening now. That's what really makes the book so gripping. Like it had me by the throat the whole time I was reading. It was hard to put it down.
And also reporting that, finding out these individual places that exist where thousands of people are rehearsing what to do in nuclear war day in, day out, and have been doing this since 1945. This is the shocking part of it, learning about the aerospace data facility in Colorado that, by the way, was classified. Its existence was classified until 2008. That's where the data comes in from the satellite that sees the hot rocket exhaust on the ICBM as it launches in less than a second. So in a fraction of a second from the time that there would be a rogue launch, in my book I use the North Korean scenario, right? A fraction of a second, the entire command and control, nuclear command and control system knows, holy shit, nuclear weapons, right? And then it's just tick, 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 counting down what happens. And that should scare the hell out of everyone, because you don't really think of that anymore.
No, you don't.
We think, oh my God, the Cold War is over. People aren't really, and yet in Ukraine you have situations where you have, the president of Russia talking about or alluding to maybe using a tactical move. These are you have, situations where people actually even contemplate this. Hopefully when they read the book they realize this is sheer madness. The idea of even using one nuclear weapon. All the war games in the Pentagon have showed us that once one is launched, it's the end of it. Yes.
That was like probably the scariest revelation for me. Like, I don't think anybody knows that. I don't think anybody is by and large is aware that we have a rule that as soon as missiles launch heading towards us, we have to empty our arsenal. It's use it or lose it, at least for our ICBMs.
Use them or lose them. And you can't even believe it when you hear that. But yet that is an actual nomenclature that is tossed around Washington. Same as, how about the bolt out of the blue attack, right? When you learn these different strategies, launch on morning. For all the reporting I have done previously, 6 books prior, you hear sort of in passing, launch on morning. You don't really know what that means until you drill down on it. And then you realize that we don't actually, that the way in which the policy is set up, and again, this is explained to me point by point from former Secretary of Defense William Perry, right? Point by point, we do not wait to absorb a nuclear weapon. So once the satellite systems tell us, whoops, a nuke is on the way, launch and use the policy.
And I didn't know this. They launched them over the North Pole to go hit, if it is from North Korea, to fly over Russia to hit North Korea. And what are the chances that we can get Putin on the line in less than 6 minutes to tell them, hey, we got MIRV nukes coming over your continent of Siberia and Russia that are going to go for North Korea. They're not coming for you. They're going for North Korea. That is terrifying.
I mean, it's so terrifying, and it really is almost unbelievable. Like, okay, I mean, most people do not realize that, and even if you, when I had initially, there's a brilliant scientist called Hans Christensen who keeps track of all of the nuclear weapons and reports them with his colleagues in the Bulletin of Atomic Science. It's called the Nuclear Notebook. And so he keeps track of all these things. And I did the interview with Christensen, and he's the one who said to me, absolutely, the nukes go over the North Pole if we're going to strike back at North Korea, let's say, if they attacked us.
Right.
And they have to overfly Russia, right? And so you think to yourself, wait, is that really plausible? And when I did my interview with former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta, who was also a former director of the CIA and was also a former White House chief of staff, okay? So he has been around in all these different positions. And he said to me, I'm paraphrasing, yes, the whole of the North Pole is a problem. You just go, oh my God, right? Like, how can this kind of existential, like, mayhem, potential apocalyptic mayhem exist every second of every day of every year? And it does. And we just are kind of living with this sword of Damascus over our heads.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, and I mean, the book is terrifying, but I hope that it brings to the table a discussion about all of this. Like, it's not something that is wise. And it's certainly not something, when you look at the former president, the whole fire and fury with North Korea, it's like, that just seems so reckless once you know how fundamentally perilous all of this is.
Yeah, you said it great in the Pentagon's Grand Book. You said every man, woman, and child has a sword of Damocles dangling over their heads by the thinnest of strings.
Yeah.
And it could be cut at any moment by accident or by a miscommunication.
And that was Kennedy's quote.
Oh, that was Kennedy's quote.
That was Kennedy's quote. He's such an interesting president. I've looked at all the presidents. I always stay out of politics. No one has any idea, how I vote, and I have just as many readers on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
It's so I'm so in favor of that because
nothing you write about is opinion. It's all real document. It's all real documentary. It's all like it's nothing you're writing is your opinion.
And people then form their own opinions.
Right.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you an anecdote about that. Because when I wrote Operation Paperclip about the Nazi scientists who came to America after the war, my editor really taught me, I had a position that was the closest I was coming to an opinion, right? My editor, wise that he is, suggested that I thread in some more of the concept of, that many people believed if these Nazis didn't come to America, we'd all be speaking Russian. Okay, so that was necessary to win the Cold War. And I did that. And when the book came out, that was 2013, so a journalist could still appear on CNN and Fox News back-to-back nights. That would never happen now, which is tragic, in my opinion. But you could be on both because I was just telling, I just had an interesting story that lots of people were really interested in. And when I would be in the more conservative environments, people would say, oh my God, Annie Jacobson, thank God you wrote this book, Operation Paperclip. You showed us that if we didn't hire these guys, we'd all be speaking Russian. And then I would go over to the more liberal organizations, the news organizations, and they would say, oh my God, Annie Jacobson, you wrote this book, Operation Paperclip, and man, did you show us that hiring those Nazis was the worst, most odious, undemocratic thing we ever did. Thank you so much for writing this book.
They're both wrong.
What do you think?
I don't know. I think well, they're both right and they're both wrong, right? I think that we had it was either get those scientists or let the Russians get the scientists. Like it's the game theory thing, right? It's the prisoner's dilemma. It's the same thing with nuclear war. Like let's just say let's prosecute them all, send them off to prison, execute them, and let's hope that the Russians do the same exact thing. Or do we take all their science? I mean, it was fascinating. Like, one of the things that blew my mind about Operation Paperclip was that these people like Werner von Braun, is it von Braun? You call it von Braun.
I mean, there's so many different pronunciations. I just try to stick to one pronunciation, but I remember we had a president who said Pakistan, and we had a Secretary of State who said Pakistan.
Oh, okay.
So, right? You
Right.
can say whatever. It's just transliteration.
So after Hitler enacted that scorched earth policy where what happened? They destroyed all the infrastructure in Germany, all the dams, all the bridges, everything, kind of like what they did in Rome. Von Braun and some other high-ranking Nazi scientists were basically like sitting in a mansion eating caviar because they knew that the Russians or the Americans needed them badly, and they had a future with the U.S. Army or with the Russians.
Absolutely. And what was so interesting reporting that book was looking at documents in the National Archives, right? Looking at the files. So once they became part of the American national security apparatus, they had files on them, but then their past, like sort of what they were doing in World War II, was all done from interviews, right? So you have to take into consideration that these were Nazis saying what they did, under interrogation as opposed to seen through a different lens. I went to Germany and looked at the Bundesarchives, and they had a lot of different kind of records that were fascinating. I mean, I had a German translator with me, and so I was able to report, I think, more of the story than had existed on the record, although there's incredible journalists that came before me that were working in different veins of the individual scientists and things, and I definitely stand on their shoulders, but definitely was able to get some original reporting on the record, including a lot of this sort of the capture moment, right? And right before the war ended, it was talking about where these Nazis knew that the war was going to end not in their favor. And they wanted to work for the Americans. They knew they were valuable, and they did not want to go work for the Russians because they hated one another. The Russians and the Germans hated one another. In fact, we know from the declassified documents that the Germans, the Nazi scientists who did wind up in Russia, were treated like garbage.
Oh, really?
They had a program. There's a whole CIA file on this I found at the National Archives, where the CIA was like, what do they have? Who do they have? And what are they doing? And so we were constantly trying to get intel. And this is, of course, all pre-YouTube, so it all kind of threads together. This is, we didn't know anything. We didn't know what was going on in the aftermath of the war in Russia in those first few years. And so the CIA was hunting for information, and the best information they could get was a couple years after the war ended. The Russians kind of got all they could, or all they thought they could, from the German rocket scientists, and then just sent them home. And we called the program, the CIA called the program Operation Dragon Return. That's what it was called. And we had CIA officers, interviewing the Germans as they were being brought back to try to say, what did you tell the Russians? And it's interesting because the Russian rocket program was actually superior to the American program in the early 50s. And of course, they got Sputnik. And absolutely, they launching Sputnik required essentially a ballistic missile. And So there's a really complex argument that, wait a minute, maybe those Nazi scientists weren't so great, because the Russians, who were working from almost nothing, given what their country was destroyed, and yet they were able to build up their rocket program. So there's an argument that if American rocket scientists had been moved to the fore, they would have been just as excellent as the Von Browns. But still, having interviewed two of the men on the moon, two astronauts, Apollo astronauts, as I have, Ed Mitchell and Buzz Aldrin, both who, in our discussions, in our interviews, are so enamored with the German scientists they can simply not think of them as former Nazis. I mean, so, this is
mean to be a Nazi? That's a good question. That was in your book.
Well, what do you think it means to be?
I don't know. I'm not qualified to answer it. I think, I found it interesting, the story of, I think her name's Hannah Arendt, where she talks about, she had a lover, she was Jewish, and she fell in love with a Nazi. And she had basically what she talked about, she was breaking down good and evil. Like, it's not, she was saying that there's so much nuance. Like, the guy that she was in love with was the guy who was in charge of the transportation with the trains or whatever. And she was like, this guy has never had a coherent thought go through his mind. He's not a thinker, right? You say that, how do evil people sleep at night? Well, they sleep great because they don't have a conscience. And this guy was just sort of following rules, right? You just sort of have people who aren't thinkers that just follow the rules and get through the day. And that was what she was saying about the guy she fell in love with. Like, this guy is not inherently evil. Like, he's not a killer. He's not a Hitler. But he was born in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he was following the rules. That was her argument.
Well, obviously I didn't interview any Nazis, so I only interviewed the children of Nazis.
Right.
And so my perspective comes from, like, the reverse engineering of the crime, right? The massive genocide. And so when one looks at history like that, your lens is, is focused on evil, right? So I can't think of it any other way. And also, I am someone who does believe in forgiveness, right? So that's a whole other complex situation. And I have interviewed many people who have had a very guilty conscience, and I have borne witness to that, right? And it's a very human situation. It's profound. Okay,
what's up, Pat?
Studying all these Nazis through their files, through their interrogations, and then also looking at those who kind of became heroes in America, right? And sort of had buildings named after them, became part of the American, way of life. Never once did any single one of them ever, anywhere, ever, in any document, be it their private files or their public, interviews, did they ever express remorse? Ever. And that's it.
What do you think that is?
Denial. Right? And to be able to, look your new employer in the eye and say, it's not a Nazi. The only people in my establishment who were Nazis was the janitor, when it's just simply not true. You yourself were a Nazi. Everyone you hired was a Nazi. The book was so meaningful to me, and it's when you write, and you write about really dark things, there is, at least my style, is like, how much do you show your reader? Okay, right? So, in other words, in the nuclear war book, it's meant to terrify you, and yet it's all mechanical. I do describe what happens to people when they're incinerated, because I learned that information from declassified Atomic Energy Commission documents, okay? And it is all horrific, right? People turning into combustion carbon, right? But it's scientific, and so it's like frigidly cold horror as you're reading, right? You with your soundtrack in your mind. But very different from that, at the other end of the spectrum, is the horror of the Holocaust, the horror of World War II. And so, but I knew when I was writing Paperclip that if I was too descriptive, people might have to put the book down, because people can only handle so much. But I needed to know it. And so I went to Dachau and I met with the lead archivist.
What is Dachau? People listening that might not know.
Dachau is the concentration camp, one of the first, and it was in Germany, unlike Auschwitz, which was in Poland. And it's where a lot of medical experiments took place. You know, gruesome medical experiments. The freezing, that the aircraft, the people who were involved in aircraft engineering, and the doctors that were working, that then ended up coming to America. This is where they all sort of, that was their laboratory, right? They experimented on prisoners. Okay, they killed them, right? And you could distance yourself by having it be your, that guy, your student doing the work, right? But I hold them all accountable. These are those who came to America and became our heroes. But in any event, at Dachau, I asked the archivist to show me the actual photographs, and they have them there. And I saw them, and I will never forget. I mean, the look. What I remember, I can remember the look in the, it's a series of photographs of someone living and then dying, being frozen to death, and or in an altitude chamber, a decompression chamber. I mean, just horrific. But I had to see that so that I could forcefully write that narrative. And it taught.
How are they freezing them?
The freezing experiments, they had a big, and there are some famous photographs of them, some that are also available online now, but they had a big, almost like a blow-up pool, right? And they had ice water in it. And the idea, the Nazi experiments, they were not just doing them to be cruel, per se, right? The idea was they needed pilots to fly higher, faster, and further. Okay, so, and then when you would get shot down in the North Sea, you would freeze to death. And so they needed to know how, the Reich, needed to know how long can a pilot survive in freezing water before we can rescue him. And they wanted to know that, do we send our resources out to get this guy? It's been XYZ amount of time. And so they tested how long someone could live before they froze to death on concentration camp prisoners, and young men who were the same age as pilots,
I know this is a terrible comparison, but I was watching this video online this morning of these, what they call them nuclear veterans.
The atomic soldiers.
The atomic soldiers. These kids were 18, 19 years old. They put them on ships and they put them out where they drop bombs or they drop nukes. They told them, turn around, just don't look at the flash, cover your face like this, face the other way. And these people said they could see the x-rays of their hands through their closed eyes when the flash came through. And they had to deal with, their children were born with crazy diseases that they were dying early and stuff. That's on par with some of this shit.
Yes. I mean, it's so complex because again, we had the Nuremberg trials, we had the doctor's trial,
Yeah.
To set the gold standard of what can never be done to a human. And then we turned around and did many of those same things. The Atomic Energy Commission absolutely did. I mean, this is on the record now. In the name of, we must prevent nuclear World War III. There you go. So, but if it does happen, we have to know how it's going to affect people. I mean, the atomic soldiers, there were those on ships, and there were also those in the desert in Nevada when we were setting off bombs, because they wanted to see how they, being the Defense Department, wanted to see how soldiers would perform in nuclear battle. They wanted to see how they perform physically and also psychologically, right?
They said that some of the people were there on the boat, like crying for their mothers after that flash went off.
But the flip side of that too is then there's Billy Wall, right? Okay, so we segue to Billy Wall. But actually, Billy.
We are all over the place in this podcast. We are not staying.
But
sorry, this is going to be an interwoven discussion of all of the books at once. This is not going to be a segmented chapter of one book after the other. So,
but
okay.
But Billy Wall was part of a green light team who jumped a handheld nuke into Area. Actually, it wasn't Area 51, but it was near Area 51, into the Nevada test site. And multiple people. Billy told me this amazing story. It's in the book Surprise, Kill, Vanish that I wrote about the CIA's paramilitary. And, many people are like, how do you, because that's what we call a single source story, right? It's just Billy who told me that, right? And when I report a story that is a single source, I make it clear that it's, what is being said is in quotes, right? But when I was researching nuclear war, the new book, I worked with Los Alamos was very, very helpful to me.
Wow.
And very transparent and really interesting. I think a lot of it had to do with the Oppenheimer film, right? They realized that public awareness of things is significant, right? Information is key. But they confirmed the Billy Wall. One of the librarian historians are confirmed the Billy Wall.
Or briefcase movie.
Yes, which was just like amen,
Yeah, that was a crazy story. Back to Paperclip though. So, can you explain this Otto Ambrose character?
I mean,
and didn't you interview his family?
I did. Ambrose, to me, was pure evil, right? I mean, he worked for I.G. Farben, was the chemical company who, made Zyklon B and all kinds of other, chemicals, and Ambrose was part of the chemical weapons scientists that were of great interest to the United States. But more than anything that was shocking to me was that I found in the National Archives the receipt, and this had never been reported before, of a 1 million Reichsmarks bonus that Adolf Hitler gave to Otto Ambrose to thank him for his work. 1 million Reichsmarks. That's how important he was to Adolf Hitler himself. And Ambrose was tried and convicted at Nuremberg of mass murder and slavery because he was in charge of the chemical element of the chemical factory. There was a rubber plant at Auschwitz called Buna, and most people don't even know about this. I didn't know about this before I reported Paperclip, but Buna was where the young men, the young Jewish, concentration camp prisoners who get off the trains, go that way to be gassed. Oh, you're a young man that's 18 years old and you look healthy. Let's work you to death over at Buna. building rubber for the rifle because they needed, tanks and, the tanks needed treads.
Didn't they develop synthetic rubber?
Yes.
Weren't they the first ones
That
to
was
come up with
Ambrose.
that?
That's why they got the million in his team, yes. And he was in charge of the plant there. And then on the flip side of that, I interviewed Gerhard Machowski, who was an actual Buna survivor, right? So he was 18 years old. And he was picked coming off the train. And, it's like when he was in his 90s and I interviewed him, and he described to me how when he was leaving quickly, like, of course people didn't know they were getting on the train to go to Auschwitz. Auschwitz was near, they had to leave quickly from their homes. And he put on his best boots, like his sturdiest boots. And those boots saved his life because he could work and walk through the frozen, soil to this Buna factory. It was just so, it was a death camp. It was a work to death camp as opposed to gas you to death camp. And the records that I found in Germany that describe Ambrose, a few days before the Russians liberated Auschwitz, knowing the Russians were near, and Otto Ambrose, rapidly gathering up all his papers so that he wouldn't be, caught for the criminal, the war criminal that he was. And then leaving on a fancy train. And the fact that we were interested in him and hired him is it's horrifying. And I mean, remember, he was convicted at Nuremberg, and he was in Ramsburg prison, and then a kind of deal was made to let the prisoners out because there was a new war. This is now we're in the late 50s or the mid 50s, and it's time to get over what happened in Germany, and that's one of the conditions for the Germans to be our partners. The West Germans was to release all the prisoners from Landsberg, and that's why Otto Ambrose, was released. And then he, it's very mysterious in what capacity he worked for us, but he did work for us because he has a paperclip file. And there are, there's entry and exit visas and nothing else, right? It's just all been obfuscated. The story is waiting to be told. More of it. I told what I could in paperclip, I mean, they even gave him his villa. They gave him his Swiss villa.
Is that where his family lives now?
Yes, and it's complicated because I reached the son, and who got all the money, and it was
in that house that was taken by Hitler.
I mean, it was a very contentious conversation, and it was like, do not call me anymore, and I even pursued that, and I remember being told by one of my attorneys, like, Annie, they have different laws in Germany for stalking. Like, because a reporter can kind of really, you can become a bit like a pit bull with a bone, especially in a situation like that,
You really wanted to talk to him.
I really wanted to know.
Did you consider showing up at his house?
That's what I was going to do, and I was just advised against it.
I think Sam absolutely nailed it.
Seriously, not advised, like told, like, don't do that.
Bad idea. Who else did you talk to then when you went there?
Well, Dr. Blum. So if you Google Kurt Blum,
Yeah, you can find a photo of him with Kennedy and Johnson. You should find that too.
No, that's Davis. That's Kurt Davis. He was, Blum was the Reichsgesundheit here. That was his German title, and that means the Deputy Surgeon General of the Third Reich. Okay, and he was in such close proximity to Hitler. He wore the Golden Party badge, which is this little pin that meant he had favor with the Fuhrer, right? And he planned. Oh God, the documents I found in the Bundesarchiv, they were just murderous. Dr. Kurt Blum is his name. There he is, up there on the left, right?
Top left.
Yeah. And he has that dueling scar.
Yeah, they all have those dueling scars.
But I found these documents where he talks about giving Sonderbehandlung, that's the German term, to, you know, like, I think it was 10,000, maybe it was 18,000 tubercular Poles, Polish people with tuberculosis. And Sonderbehandlung means special treatment. And that's the way the reporter unwinds, like, oh, that's a euphemism for death. Because he's writing these documents I found, he's writing back and forth to Himmler. You know, we should just give them Sonderbehandlung, special treatment. And Himmler saying, yes, but the parents might want, or the family members might wonder. You know, so they're deciding to kill masses of people. And when I went to speak with Kurt Blum's son, who had never done an interview until we did an interview, who was just a remarkable human being, like, amazing, you know, just,
What was he like?
oh my God, I mean, he had been a doctor, and he's like, for as evil as his father looks, he looks kind and gentle, and is, right, and he writes books, and he'd given up his traditional medical career to treat people with Bach flowers.
What's a
right?
Bach flower?
Like Bach is like, it's like a Bach flower, and it's like almost like aromatherapy.
Oh, okay.
Right, so it's like holistic medicine, and it's this incredible human irony that this Kurt Blum's primary job and why he was interesting to the Defense Department, the War Department, was that he was working on a bubonic plague bomb for Hitler. Okay? Literally. I mean, the documents are all there. He was developing a plague bomb for Adolf Hitler. He was in charge of the biological warfare program. And that he was trying to kill people, you know, that way, and his son is trying to cure people with flowers, is this remarkable irony, and it's just endlessly interesting. And you know, America being a country where like everyone seems to have like father issues, right? And then you go and just to have met the young Dr. Blum, and you kind of put yourself in his moccasins and you imagine, and he had no contact with his father.
Never met him?
No, we met him and all of that, but like after the war, I mean,
he just abandoned him after the war.
Yeah, they just went, you know, Kurt Blum's wife, Bettina Blum, was Germany's, let me get this right, she was Germany's most famous novelist. Like, I think it was even romance novels, like in the 30s, right? They were this dashing couple, you know, and it was interesting because he was kind of like an epic figure in German medicine before, you know, the Reich took over, and he transformed, you know. He became a nationalist. He became a fascist. He wrote books sort of at the cusp of National Socialism in 1933. And it's just, I could just go on forever.
What do you write books about?
About being a doctor. About being a doctor. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting thing about these scientists like him and von Braun and Otto Ambros is their career or their profession takes precedent, and any sort of evil that will help propel them, no matter good or evil, no matter what it is, they're willing to go with it as long as it propels what they're interested in.
And that's the great conundrum, because, you know, of like, how far do you go with pushing science? And where are the lines of morality, you know? And what is a human capable of when they swallow the Kool-Aid about a certain ideology? You know, that is the fundamental question at the heart of every book I have ever written, because that question gets raised by many members of elite military forces that I have interviewed, So how do you walk that line? How do you how at what point is there a no? And usually there isn't. And usually, like, I found one of the most interesting things at Area 51 is when I reported Area 51 when I learned what need to know actually is, right? And it's a very, sort of innocuous situation at Area 51 in terms of developing planes. Like, somebody in one room is working on the engine, and in another room they're working on the windshield wipers, okay? And you don't know for what. It's like that myth of 4 people feeling an elephant, and one of them thinks it's a tree trunk, and one of them, thinks it's a rope, right? Yes. And so that is also that's how a system of systems works, right? And that's the same with the nuclear war industry. You're just working on a piece of the action,
Going back to real quick to when you were in Germany and you were interviewing his son, didn't he give you a bunch of stuff to take home?
Yeah. I went there and it was like a moment. I mean, he opened the door and said, I've been waiting for you. Like, it was like as a metaphor, like, finally, right? Because there was a kind of catharsis about him, at least I felt. What was interesting is he said, I will tell you everything I know about my father, but you have to tell me everything you know. And I had just come from the archive with my German PhD, brilliant, historian translator who was working with me and reading these Dr. Kurt Blanc Reichsgesundheit für documents about the Sonderbehandling, handling, about the special treatment, about killing tuberculosis. And the younger Dr. Blum asked me to explain that to him, what I knew of his father, and I did. With the reporter's hat on, but you also have this feeling of like, oh God, it's like it's the person's fault,
right?
And so then he told me everything that he shared with me, what he knew of his father, and that's in the book. In Operation Paperclip. And then when I was leaving, he said, I have these books. He had like this incredible collection of books, incredible. And like I said, he's written 6 or 8 books. And none of which deal with, political issues, anything, just about being a human and about being a doctor and about, homeopathic medicine. But he said, I have something for you. I want you to read these. And he pulled these books down. And he gave them to me. And I realized, looking at them, and they had wrappers on them, and they actually had exhibit number, such and such, from the Nuremberg trials. And I was like, oh my God, I can't. And I thought he wanted me to take them back to my hotel room and read them. And I said, and he said, no, I want you to have them. I want you to have them. I don't want them. And you should have them. And I do have them. And I have them. And I think about them. And I look at them sometimes, because, what Blum did at the Nuremberg trial is extraordinary in its mental sort of screws with your head, right? So Blum was so smart and crafty. He was at the doctor's trial before he became part of the club. And he and his wife, Tina, were still together, and she kind of worked with his attorney, and they found documents to demonstrate that American doctors were experimenting on prisoners during the war. And they caught the prosecution completely off guard during the Nuremberg trial. Like, if you read these manuscripts of the doctor's trial is this shocking trial, and many shocking things happen, but that is like, the prosecution was stunned. It was like, they didn't know what to say. Like, we do this? And we did, and that blew the argument against Blum, and he was acquitted.
Wow. What were we doing to prisoners, and where?
I mean, and then this gets you all. I mean, then it just kept going through MK Ultra. But
Area 51 stuff.
Yes, we were experimenting on prisoners, and we were, it has to do with testing. Again, testing, penicillin, testing degrees of sickness, and it was part of the war. And so it became, and that he became so cynical, like in his post-trial interrogations and discussions with his handlers, all of which I read, and I write about in Operation Paper, but, he's so cynical, and it's really creepy because he has a point, which doesn't excuse any of his murderous behavior, but he does have a point about hypocrisy, and it's just frightening and spooky in its complete factual reality.
Have you ever seen the show based on T.K. Dick's book? It's called Man in the High Castle.
I haven't seen it. It's on the list. Yeah.
It's it really, like, you can read history, like, you can go to the lengths that you did, watch the videos, but, like, the way they did that show, and how they show, like, what would happen if the Nazis would have taken over America, and, like, all the symbolism everywhere, the beautiful, like, all the emblems, flags in the yard, the branding was, like, ungodly. One of the top guys was an American. This is a little powerful, but it's really nice. One of the top guys who was an American ends up, joining the Nazis, and down the road, he was one of the top guys, one of the most evil guys. Right, he becomes just pure evil. Then his son goes in for a physical, and they find out his son has some sort of neurodegenerative disease, and his son has to be euthanized. And that's the sort of spiral you watch him go down, the father. And it is just, it's gut-wrenching. It is just so gut-wrenching, and then you read your book and hear about all the euthanization they were doing on people with disease, or people with mental problems, or whatever it may be. It's just makes me want to throw up.
That you fast. Okay, so the outcome of Blum, he's acquitted at Nuremberg, and then we hire him, and we know that he's such a hot potato, right? And his name is so public, right? I mean, one of the most shocking things is all these Nazis came to America under their own names. They did not have pseudonyms. But Blum, and you see this in his intelligence in his file, the handlers were like, we can't really bring you to America yet. We kind of have to, cool it, so we'll put you at one of our facilities in Germany, because we occupied Germany. And they put Blum, at this place called Camp King, where he was the doctor. And I write this at length, and I'm still shocked that this hasn't gotten more attention. Because Camp King was the original black site. And it was run by the military and the CIA. And Camp King, as I report in the book, was where the program that became known as MK Ultra began, right? Originally it was called Bluebird and then Artichoke. And this is where we were testing drugs on prisoners. And
what year?
It began immediately. I went there. I went to.
Oh, really?
Yeah. House Waldorf.
Okay, first interrogation center.
Yeah. And so there was a horrible, evil Nazi named Reinhard Gehlen, and he had been in charge of for Hitler. He'd been in charge of, Eastern Front intelligence. So he collected intelligence on the Soviets. So of course we wanted him after the war. So he was set up at his own facility down the road from Camp King. And Galen would grab individuals who he said were Soviet spies. Okay, I mean, my God, he was just settling scores half the time. You know that now, right? And say, oh, this guy's a Soviet spy. Essentially torture him with these radical new drugs you're working on, and let's see what we can learn. And so, you know, all of the early programs to see how much morphine you could give someone before their head exploded, how much, you know, this was all going on. And Dr. Blum was the doctor. Dr. Blum was the doctor there. I mean, and that is original reporting from me from Paperbook, followed by his arch nemesis, who to me is the most important, one of the most interesting people in Operation Paperbook, Dr. Walter Schreiber, who was the Surgeon General of the Reich, not the deputy, but the Surgeon General. And he was one of the most odious human beings imaginable. And it's just like, I don't want to spoil his story of what he did and how his outcome was, because you got to read Paperclip. But like that, he winds up in Texas, you know, eating cheeseburgers and living the American dream, is just mind-boggling. And how he winds up, I mean, it's worth a read, right? And also he's one of the only Paperclip scientist who gets exposed and expelled. He had to leave.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had to leave.
How did he get exposed?
He got exposed by Leo Alexander, who was had been in charge of finding out. You know, he was an American Jew who was a psychiatrist who was sent to the ruins of the Reich to find out who to hang, right? Find doctors to prosecute. And so, on the one hand, you had him pursuing who to hang, and he's up against the guys who are secretly figuring out who to hire. Right? Wow. It was this wild conundrum, and Leo Alexander didn't know. You know, he didn't know. He was the chief investigator for the doctor's trial, and he didn't realize that there was this other program until much later, until the 50s, when he found out Schreiber was living in America. And then,
wasn't there, which one of them was like the top guy at Kennedy Space Center at one point?
That was Davis. Kurt Davis.
Yeah. Okay, that was Davis.
That was Davis. Who wore, I found in his file, you know, these little tidbits that a reporter kind of gets to put on the record for the first time, become a little bit of a badge of honor. And I don't think it had been ever reported before that Kurt Davis wore his Nazi Reich uniform to work at Peenemünde, where he worked. Like, that was not required. You could go at Peenemünde, which is in Germany, where they were building the rockets, right? But he wore, like, out of pride.
With the Kennedy Space Center.
What? No. Out of pride, he wore his Nazi suit to work back during the war, right? And he also turned in a fellow scientist who wouldn't give him the Hitler score. Wow, right? And that guy went to, the Gestapo picked him up, and that guy was, you know, taken off, right? So Kurt Davis was a hardcore Nazi, right? Like an avowed Nazi. And, you know, you look at pictures of him with that dueling scar, which was the mark of the elite, you know. But
that was such a weird, unique thing that the Nazis did. Like it was almost like they didn't even need to have the sword fight. They could just cut each other's cheeks open and you would get the job done, because it seemed like they just all wanted that scar.
And of course it began earlier, you know, and then it was outlawed for a while, and then the Nazis, you know, when they were younger, they brought it back. It meant you were at one of these elite universities. And they would sometimes, and it was interesting because, of course,
can you find some examples, some photos of them?
Many of them would become, you know, doctors themselves, but they would, when you'd have a slice in this duel, then they would pack the wound with horsehair to make it more pronounced, because that was a sign of, you know, sort of prowess.
Who's like? Is that Von Braun on the top left? No.
No, that's Scorzini. He was kind of like an operator for.
Yeah. Yeah, they all have them, and they're all in like almost the same exact spot too.
You know, it's so interesting to look back through the lens of history and think like, when you see those photographs now of the president, you know, standing there with these hardcore Nazis, and you just, but,
Oh God, look at that guy bleeding all over the place.
So then back to Shane
Sorry.
Well, what if he were to start buying expensive watches and cars and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
First of all, like I said,
Yeah, what were you saying about looking through the lens of history?
you know, I mean, it's just, paperclip is infinitely interesting also because that is where the build-up of, you know, again, tying it back to nuclear war, like the V2 was the precursor to the ICBM, which now carries nuclear warheads from anywhere in the world, one side of the world to the other, in, you know, 26 minutes, 30 minutes, 33 minutes, right? That's where it all began. And the incredible fast-paced march of science in this tiny period of time, from 1943, 4, 5, you know, till now, it's just remarkable. And it seems to me, because I write about war and weapons, that all of this military technology comes down to this very interesting concept of dual use. Right? You have that which can harm and that which can not necessarily heal, but can advance, right? You know, all of the internet, right? That we have the internet, or that we have computers. I mean, it's just remarkable to think that this has all happened in our world in the past since World War II.
You know, you have to wonder too, what kind of technology did the Nazis have that we might not know about? Like, what was it? Was there anything that was not declassified? You know, there's you talk about, there's a scientist named Rydell, who was obsessed with flying.
Obsessed with UFOs, yeah.
Oh,
he was also obsessed with UFOs. Oh my God, he was a real sore a thorn in the side of the government, because he came here and he joined a UFO club.
Oh, really?
And then he and his friends were doing UFO hoaxes. I write about this in Area 51 because it was really interesting. Like, you know, most of them kind of stayed in line and were really interested in towing the, you know, the line of democracy, and then, you know, advancing their careers. That really was the Nazis were nothing if the former Nazis were nothing if they weren't ambitious. But a few of them ran into, you know, trouble, and Rydell was one of them, because the government did not like that he was really interested in UFOs. And, you know, I mean, we could talk for days about the UFO conundrum of that, but
what didn't the Horton brothers come from Germany?
They designed the flying wing, right? So, as I write in Area 51, you know, there was this search for all the different top Nazis that were developing weapons and weapon systems for the right. And the Horton brothers were among them. And they disappeared, they went to South America, they designed the flying wing, and if you look at pictures side by side of the flying wing and B-2 bomber, I mean, they just, you're like, oh, intellectual property theft. Right?
Oh, wow, that bad. Steve, pull up the yeah, there you go.
Right? And then
Horton, type in
Horton flying wing.
Yeah, Horton flying wing. And then there was some sort of story, there was a story in Area 51 where somebody went to interview the Horton brothers, and they were like, any questions about CIA? We will not say a word about CIA. Why do you think that was?
I mean, my theory on a lot of this is that time reveals all things. There's a quote that I start the Area 51 book with that I'm forgetting right now, but by the old Greek philosopher Horace, and it's exactly that like, that which is hidden inevitably gets revealed. And I think that what's so interesting being a reporter, writing about nonfiction as I do, and others, like Tom O'Neill, who's been on your show, he's a friend of mine, right? You know, you just start to, you're peeling back layers of this enigmatic system of secrets. And why, and it's like a ball of yarn, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's certainly the case with UFOs. And you could almost say that Horton brothers are the origin story, I believe, of ufology, flying saucers, right? They actually created a aircraft that looks exactly like a flying saucer. I have a picture of it in the Area 51 book. It's a circular,
I listened to audio, I didn't see photos.
So this is like, and then what comes first, the chicken or the egg, right?
Yeah. What can we find a picture of it? I would love to see it. Horton Brothers Flying Saucer, Area 51. We can find it online, you think?
Yeah, there it is. Right there. The national, they took, yeah.
Is that it right
That's
there?
from my book, yeah.
Oh, wow.
But I got it at the National Archives.
Well, that doesn't really make it flying saucer. I guess from one angle it does.
No, the one right here. The one wing. The one wing.
Oh, that.
Down below, right here. One wing.
Where are we pointing at?
Yeah. See, it says Arrow Stories, Horton Brothers, two brothers, one wing. Yeah.
So futuristic looking.
Right?
It's crazy.
I mean, that was 1941 or 2, right?
Right.
I mean, the thing that I think is interesting is like that the human mind can write the narrative that it needs to, right? So if you want to believe, then you write that, and when I say write, I mean that, figuratively, not necessarily literally. You're reverse engineering from this idea of, aliens exist, or UFOs exist, right? And then everything leans toward that and fills that narrative. And if you're on the other side of it and you are suspicious of that, look, I learned when I was on my first book, Area 51, I learned about this concept from officers of the CIA about the two forms of strategic deception. Okay, there is cover, right, and that's to try, to essentially have a cover story, like information,
like Billy Wall jogging through
exactly.
cartoon.
That's right. That's one kind of strategic deception. But the other kind is misinformation, right? And so it's, and the example I used in the Area 51 book was a bunch of the Lockheed engineers were heading out to Area 51 to work on the U-2 spy plane. This is in the middle of the 50s. And of course, it was the most classified project, or one of them, that existed at the time, right? I mean, the Soviets could not know we were building a spy plane that could fly 70,000 feet in the air above where their surface-to-air missiles could shoot them down, for the purposes of spying on the Soviet Union to find out what was going on below, right? That's what the U-2 was. It was just absolutely this ingenious idea of like aerial espionage. That is the origin story of birth of it, right? So it's so top secret. And they all get on the plane, and the plane crashes into Mount Charleston. And everyone's dead.
Oh, yeah, there was one guy who missed the flight, right?
Yeah, that I interviewed, Bob Murphy. Yeah. He got drunk and missed the flight. Right?
Imagine the guilt.
Right? And so they're all dead, and then the CIA is like, oh shit, our program's going to be exposed. It's this like,
right.
All the reporters are taking off up to get up the road, and they cut off the roads, so you can't get up there, but still, it's going to leak out. And then the press reports a story that they were all scientists working on a secret atomic bomb out at Nevada Test Site. And, this was like no comment, right? In this sort of mysterious way. And they're like, see, it is. And then, so there you have disinformation, right? It's just like, and a lot of times, what the agency does, in my experience and understanding from people explaining this to me, and from reporting stories and looking at history, is use the public's perception, or what you could say the public's gullibility in some cases, and they use that to their advantage. Sometimes it spirals out of control and they can't control it, but often strategic deception is part of is how the public reacts to something, right?
And one of the most eye-opening stories to me is how these, I think they were CIA pilots that were testing like the first jet airplane, the first fighter jet over Nevada. They would bring gorilla masks in the cockpit with them. So if another pilot came within the visual distance, they put on their gorilla mask. That way, when this guy goes to dinner with some buddies or goes to the bar, no one's going to believe he saw a gorilla flying a jet plane. That is bizarre, and that's so similar. I mean, it makes perfect sense in Bob Lazar's story. If he's going to work on some shit and they put a little alien dummy in the window to make it seem like, okay, no one's going to believe Bob Lazar. He says he saw an alien, but that kind of backfires. A lot of people do believe that.
And again, it depends what camp you're in that you revert. That story will work for your story, right? Which makes it all very interesting. It's why I will never I know my position. I really believe that the whole hoo-ha about all of this is part of a major strategic deception campaign.
What's going on right now?
Yes, and it has been going on since 1947, since the CIA was created. I mean, you can read in Area 51 the original concern of then CIA Director Beadle Smith, right? His concern was like, this UFO, and I quote the documents from the archives, right? That it's like going to cause a problem. And we need to use this, I'm paraphrasing again, but this was happening in 1947, and you can just chart, or at least I can, how this is a repeating story. Now, many people, take me to task over that, and I've interviewed for my book Phenomenon many of the individuals who are at the fore of this thrust to say that the U.S. government is hiding alien technology. Now,
what do you think started that?
Well, to me, it's like, and I've interviewed all of them, and I've written about what they have told me and their opinions about things. And so, do they change their mind? Are they part of the strategic deception campaign? Are some of them? I mean, excuse me, I sit back and look from afar. That's maybe my Tom O'Neill chaos book. That's the 20-year, side reporting, because it just keeps building, and people continue to contact me about this and that, and it just gets more and more interesting. And also, as the science and technology grows, right? Now you have threaded into all of this these new issues about DNA, about things that didn't exist. Well, they certainly existed, but that didn't exist within the narrative 60, 70 years ago.
What about DNA?
Being like this idea that people that have experiences are different and they have different DNA. I mean, I get into that in the end of Phenomena, but
that's the one I had it right here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a storyteller. I'm a reporter and I'm a storyteller, and I'm really interested in stories, and I'm really interested in how people, how you live your life. And, Joan Didion said, we tell ourselves stories to live, right? And also, many of the people I know that are involved in that world have had what are called near-death experiences, right?
And the phenomenon.
Yeah, and if you've had a near-death experience, to my eye, you are in a different category of human being, right? Because you've had an experience that others simply can't relate to, right? And I'm talking about, particularly in war, most of the people I know that have shared with me, they're really intense, like, I should have died story, right? That's really intense.
Yeah.
That's an experience that, right, is going to change your thinking. right?
I have a lot I want to ask about that, so I'll understand the UFOs for a second.
I thought we were going back to paperclip.
First, we got to do surprise Bill Vanish, then we got to go back to if you were to decide to start writing a book about the whole UFO phenomenon in America right now, and you were to start interviewing all your sources, do you think you'd get the real story?
I wouldn't write a book because that's opinion, and I don't want to write opinion. I do write. Here's this document. Here's that.
There's no documents. That's the thing.
There are absolutely.
There's no hard evidence.
And I think that's the long quest for me, ultimately. And I also build trust with people who sit in that world, right? And in my experience also, as people get older and they come closer to meeting the maker, their perspective shifts on what is important and what they want to share and tell. And I think that's really interesting, in a completely legitimate way, right? I mean, even the nuclear war book, like getting someone like Leon Panetta to go on record with me, getting some of the elder statesmen that I did. Why? Because they have grandchildren. Because they, as one of them said, we thought we had this covered, Like, we get through the Cold War with all these nukes. At one point we had 30,000 nukes. 30,000 nuclear warheads.
China had how many? They had like pretty close to that.
No, Russia.
In
The
20s?
Russia had the same. Russia's always essentially, once we became equals in the early 50s, then, it's been the same. So they had 30,000. Today we have 5,000. They have 5,000. That's 1,700 of which are on ready for launch status. Meaning,
so out of 5,000, 1,700 are ready for launch.
Ready for launch.
They could go in a matter of seconds.
They can go. I mean, some of them have to come out of the hangars for the bombers, but the 400 ICBMs and missile silos take 60 seconds. That's why they call them a minute. Right? The submarine launched ballistic missiles, the handmaidens of the apocalypse, right? And so, as people get older that have had access to super classified material, I think, coupled with the fact of how rapidly the world is actually just changing culturally, scientifically, people feel the need to share stories, to share information, not to spill the beans on national security, but just more of the people that I find interesting. It's like more they want to tell their narrative. They want to tell why I'm telling you this. Right? And then it becomes a cautionary tale, or perhaps it becomes a way for
maybe leave the world a better place.
Or to reframe how we think about things. I mean, the clearest, sort of most obvious immediacy of that is these 80-year-old elder statesmen who worked in nuclear command and control all their lives, saying people cannot think that using a tactical nuclear weapon is anything short of magic, because you hear
people today. We talk about it with Ukraine, and it is. You gotta hand it to humanity that for all of the atrocities we've committed, we haven't dropped one since the late 40s. Like it's amazing that we have now.
Having studied this area, I now believe it's because the people in control, in command and control, they have seen the nuclear war. They know this can never be done.
Just everybody, or just the U.S.?
In the U.S., right? with the weird exception being the president. I think that was one of the most shocking things I learned in this book was a number of people explaining to me how, okay, because we have what is called sole authority. So the president of the United States can launch this on his own. He doesn't need to ask the Secretary of Defense. He doesn't need to ask the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He sure doesn't need to ask Congress. He makes a decision to launch. Okay? And that freaks everybody in the chain of command out because, according to multiple sources, as I report in the book, the president is kind of like, yeah, I don't need to know about news. That's pretty much the standard understanding because there's lots of other things the president does have to deal with, and nuclear war has existed in this sort of mindset that, oh, it will never happen. It's unthinkable. And again, I wrote the book so that you can realize you have to think this through. Because all of, what happens when all of these elder statesmen are gone? And nuclear weapons are just a sort of theoretical concept. They're still there in their silos, able to launch in 60 seconds. The subs can launch in 14 minutes from being given command.
It is terrifying. The submarine stuff really got me going. The submarine stuff is great. And now that I heard they're developing new submarines now. They had the Ohio class. Now they're working on the Columbia class nuclear submarines.
There's always a reason to have more nuclear weapons, unless you believe
$1 billion each.
It's an insane amount of money, right? And so you wonder why people want to talk about UFOs instead.
Yes. Yeah, it is the UFO thing really, because I have so many people that come on this show. UFOs is just like in the media or on YouTube, the stuff gets so much attention, right? And there's these warring factions inside the UFO community that just they're just fighting against each other over what's real or what's not real, what's deception, what's purposeful deception, what's not. And, that Paul Benowitz documentary was really great, and I loved it because it tied right into your book, Area 51, because the guy, people who don't know, he was a UFO. He was part of the UFO community. He was an enthusiast, and he was seeing these objects come over this mountain across the street from his house in Nevada, right? And he thought they were UFOs. He was filming them, sharing them with the UFO community. And the Air Force got wind of it, I guess, and they sent that guy Richard Kennedy out to his house to see what he knew, see if he knew anything classified, see his footage, make sure this guy wasn't, going to get any of this stuff to the Soviets, because I guess the UFO community at that time was infested with Soviet moles, right? Or not moles, but spies, like infiltrating the UFO community to see, what was going on, and he wanted to use Benowitz as a conduit to basically poison the well of the UFO community with some people see UFOs, maybe it's aliens. But you knew for a fact it was not aliens. It was some sort of futuristic. They were testing the B-2 bomber back then, so they didn't want the Soviets to know about that. So let's let them know.
And this is strategic deception. Like, you're going to lean into people's gullibility or people's desire to know. And this is threaded throughout the whole weapons community always, because there's always something that the government is working to keep concealed. And what a great cover for it. But again, half the people will tell you, no, I mean, you can follow you can follow either narrative.
The idea that is not going on now is appalling. Like, it has to be going on now times 10. When I started seeing the New York Times report about UFOs and seeing all these people in Congress start to fight about it and become this dog and pony show in the media, that's when my mind is like, okay, this is not what it seems to be. It can't be. And then,
well, there's also always the idea to get you to look over there and not, and then there's Yes, and then there's the unfortunate idea too that I mean, I don't write for a newspaper anymore, and it's increasingly difficult to do that because you either have to have a political opinion or you have to be willing to write about what people want to read. And the easier, shiny subject is certainly easier to read for most people, more desirable to read than like some, really serious, heavy stuff that consumes the world and certainly consumes the national security apparatus.
Well, what's fascinating, to your point, is that I have never heard of what you report in your book with the EG&G engineer talking about those human experiments to turn kids with Down syndrome into aliens. I have never heard about that anywhere.
Well, that's not reported anywhere because that's the source.
That's your source. So you broke it, but no one talked about it after you published. How long ago did you post the book? 2011?
Yes.
So I've never heard anyone discuss that story before I read the book, which is wild that no one's kind of followed up on that or told stories about it.
It's if I ever report the UFO story, it would be that story filled in. Right? It's a very, very interesting story. But the reason no one talks about it is because there's nothing else to say about it because it's extremely limited in terms of the individuals who know that information.
Now, this specific story, to qualify it, this was, I might be getting this wrong, but was it only one source who gave you this? Just this one engineer?
The UFO, the idea of technology, has always bedeviled the idea of national security for the government, right? So immediately after the war, there was no ICP, there was no missiles launched, right? It was just bombers. So the big threat was we had an air defense system that would, notify the newly created Defense Department if there was a Russian attack. Okay? And as I report in Area 51, this defense system was in jeopardy of being overrun if there was a War of the Worlds type hoax. That is what there are many supporting documents to suggest that. And there are also supporting documents to suggest that Stalin knew this and was also obsessed with this War of the Worlds. And so I see this idea of telling a story and freaking people out so much that they behave in a certain way as a fundamental strategic deception, okay? And so the real question is that what all of this is about, repeated ad infinitum as we move through all these different technologies? And that's a question, right? And the other question.
So chaos and civilization?
Well, initially it was if everyone was calling each other up, like, oh my God, the War of the Worlds is happening. That's what happened, right? These are actual CIA documents. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so the air defense system, the system couldn't hold, right? And so this idea that you can create chaos and lose functionality has always existed in our post-World War II world. And so I look at the lens of all, I was fascinated when the pandemic happened. It's like all of these features that were not expected by anyone that I can tell from having read, many government documents. Sort of lack of control, right? Or the whole movement against vaccines, for and against vaccines, 6 feet, and again, not to get in the weeds about the details of it, but just what I'm talking about is that society moves like a herd, and the government is always trying. That is the biggest nemesis of the government, of society moving in a manner that is uncontrollable, right? And so, like, for example, my most recent, before the nuclear war book, I wrote a book called First Platoon, which is about this platoon of young soldiers who goes to Afghanistan, ends in, terrible situation. But what they were doing, and what they didn't know they were doing, is they were essentially gathering biometrics on Afghans, right? So they were taking iris scans, fingerprints, DNA on all of Afghanistan. This was the Defense Department's plan. Do you know about this?
I haven't heard First Platoon yet. This sounds like DARPA.
Well, yes, this is sort of like that. Yes, exactly. They all thread. That's the human terrain, right? So think about the very concept of human terrain. It's so uncontrollable. Like, you can control aircraft. You can even control nuclear bombs as long as they don't go out of their silos. Right? Government is about control, and people are uncontrollable. And the more uncontrollable the people get, the less security there is, the less national security. And so, if you read any of my books, you start, or all of them. I mean, one of the many people that read, I read one book and now I'm reading the other one. Oh my God, they all thread. Well, they do all thread because I'm just reporting history that exists, that has unfolded, and again, modern warfare, right? Weapons. So entwined with weapons and war are these secrets and these psychological operations and these ideas about how do we control people so that we can manage society, right? And this is kind of what we're talking about tangentially, but it all does, thread back to this. And it becomes very interesting. One of the reasons that I write is not to try to convince you or share my opinion, but more demonstrate, like sort of, I love unearthing facts that were previously unknown. And sometimes everything can be said in an anecdote, right? That's the great joy. You're just looking through documents forever and ever and ever and ever and ever, and you come across something that, like Ambrose's $1 million rights bonus. I mean, that tells you right there. Was he a Nazi? What do you think? Right?
It's amazing to me that you've never been like intimidated by the CIA or the government or anything, or if they've never tried to just like move in next door, maybe put something in your mailbox.
I mean, it was interesting when I went, going back to we started talking about the story in the beginning, when I report, this is an interesting anecdote, I'll tell you about this, just because people are obsessed with the CIA, right? I mean,
they are.
And I remember, they're called the agency, right? Like, that's what it is.
No, people, I've told you're not supposed to say the CIA, you're only supposed to say CIA.
Yes, and you have to say agency, an agency guy. But when I was reporting Area 51, I had all the guys sign an NDA with me, okay? Meaning it was a non-disclosure, so that, because I was so amazed that it was such a coup d'etat having all these engineers, I interviewed most of the A-12 pilots who were still alive, right? The CIA pilots who flew on these incredible missions, these Mach 3 aircraft. And people who worked on those programs, and the nuclear weapons engineers, I mean, it was intense. They all signed an NDA with me because I couldn't risk them suddenly doing an interview with National Geographic or, somewhere else before the book.
So much work traveling, meeting all that.
Yes. And my publisher had to do it. So it was very smart, right? Not my idea, but it was very smart. I was terrified, but it's also great. I have all their signatures. It's just such a I have all these NDAs. I talk about an artifact.
Right.
But so, anyways, then time rolls around, and the CIA, the director of national intelligence at the time, General Clapper, wants to give these guys medals. Okay, so they're going to go to the CIA to get the medals, and the CIA decides to have an event, the Smithsonian Museum, where they all speak, about the A-12 program, because it's just been declassified, or part, the major thrust of it. And they're like, oh, we want, I became friendly with them. These are like, they're like my grandfather, right? Like times 10. It's like, we gotta bring Annie along, right? And I was like, great, right? And then I also said, well, remember, and the CIA wanted them to do press, and then they said, well, we can't because we have an NDA with Annie. And the CIA was furious, right? Because they were like, no way, she cannot come.
We're
No
CIA,
way.
are you
Right?
kidding me?
Exactly. And at the time, Area 51 was still classified. The actual name, they did not admit it existed. It wasn't until Obama was president and he made a joke of it at the Lincoln Center, giving some awards, and then it became declassified. Okay? The name Area 51, I could not say it before. So I get invited along, and it's a total quid pro quo, right? Which is hilarious to have a quid pro quo with the CIA, right? Meaning they're like, okay, Annie, because I really wanted to go to the agency. And you can't. Like, I mean, a few reporters get to go for whatever reasons, we don't know. But for the most part, you can't go to the agency as a reporter. And especially not writing about Area 51. They all knew I was writing about Area 51. And so it was a quid pro quo. They said, okay, we'll let you come, but I've never told this story before. I'm kind of sitting here going, you're telling the story. Okay. So, okay, Annie, you can come, but you have to let our guys speak at the Smithsonian and do press. And I said, okay, that sounds fair. And it was like a handshake, quid pro quo, right? So we go there, and it was quite fun. I mean, Ken Collins came. It was really cool. We stayed at the Joint Base in Costa in military housing. We would go around in this van to these different places. We went to DIA headquarters and spoke, and I'm just kind of like tagging along. I'm so excited for the last days when we're going to the CIA to get the medal, for the guys to get the medals. And they do this, the Varhese, the Smithsonian Museum discussion, and everything's great. And guess what happens? 5 minutes before we're supposed to go to the CIA in the parking lot.
What?
Oh, we're so sorry, Annie. We're so sorry, Annie, but something's come up and you can't come to the CIA.
Well, that's par for the course for them then, I guess.
And I was so upset and mad, right? Mad. And I had no choice but to appeal to the guy's humanity. It was like that or yell. So I put our minder, our handler, who will remain nameless, who is the equivalent of a 3-star general. He's the one who tells me this. And all the guys, in my book are like sitting in the van and they see this happening. And they're like, poor Eddie, right? And I put my hand on his shoulder and I was like, that's not playing fair. And he's like, we're the CIA. We're CIA. And I was like,
We don't play fair, Andy.
it's still not fair, and I am going to trust that you will work this out. And I kept my hand on the shoulder, and I came back to the van, and the guys were like, they were like 85-year-old, pilots and stuff. They were like, you're not supposed to put your hand on the shoulder of the general. Right? And I was like, screw that. He just ruined my trip. It's not. And then
That, ladies and gentlemen, is how Annie Jacobson got recruited to the CIA.
Definitely didn't get recruited, but I did get the invitation back.
So, you got to go.
Wow. I got to go. And I have to say, that's like the they weren't playing fair. And I really liked and respected that individual heard that, or at least that's my perception of it. Call me naive or call me optimistic, but that was my perception. It was like, it wasn't fair. And so they let me go. And they wouldn't, it was funny because they wouldn't let me take my picture there, right? Like, as if I cared. I didn't care about my picture there, but everyone that goes there, you stand there in the CIA and you have a big seal, and it's like, apparently, you get your picture taken and you hang it on your bathroom wall or something. And all the guys had their picture taken and stuff, and we saw the wall, and it was like, but, I didn't, they were like, you can't have your picture taken. Like, that was like my hand slap or something, okay? But then the funniest thing was, about a week week later after the trip, the guys sent me the Photoshop photo of me.
That's almost better.
And it's so brilliant because I'm like, oh
The
my
general
God.
sent you that?
No, the guys from my book, right? They all got together and like had somebody's, grandson who knew how to use Photoshop in 2011.
Oh,
Photoshop
so cool.
me into the thing. And it's really funny and I've never posted the picture because it's talk about disinformation.
Right.
It's like, it's not a real photo. It's a Photoshop photo, except for I was really there. That is actually really what I was wearing that day, right? It was the whole, anyways, it was just it's a fascinating anecdote. And
What a great story.
Yeah.
Was one of those guys the EG&G guy?
Can't say, won't say.
Can't say, won't say.
Can't say, won't say.
Well, let's at least tell the EG&G guy's story before we move on to the next book. So this guy was an EG&G scientist. Maybe he was there, maybe he was not. And he was the one who told you that this crash in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947 was sent by Stalin and had humans in it that they weren't flying it. This was apparently being driven like a drone, and it was crashed, and they weren't aliens, and we found out that they were trying to genetically alter humans to look like aliens. And then he said that the Americans, him specifically, was working on a project or a program in the U.S. doing the same exact thing. Did I sum it up?
You summed it up. And, the thing is, at Area 51, like right outside of Area 51, this was going on. And the most interesting part of all of that to me is the human factor, right? That this person told me this story, I tell you in the book, the kind of confession. And again, he was colleagues with all of them. So completely legitimate person. And he wanted the story known because of the human experiment element of it, right? And this kind of indirectly led me to the paperclip reporting, right? To looking at the Nuremberg doctors trial, right?
Oh,
and
really?
His position was, it's one thing to be manipulating people's perception about whether or not something is a UFO from outer space or advanced aircraft, right? It's one thing to do that. It's one thing to manipulate, the storyline. But it's another thing to involve humans in experiments. And that's what he said. That was the element that he said kept him from being able to sleep at night. Right? And remember that he implicated himself in this dark program. Yes. So you have to say to yourself, what kind of a madman would make something like that up? By implicating himself. He wasn't finger pointing. He was saying, this is on my conscience. I was part of it. We were a small group of people. It was super classified. And it was horrible and dark, and it should never have been done. And his belief was by telling me, then more would be revealed, right? More information would come out. But the most interesting part of that, the coda, which also have never spoken of, and telling you now, which is why maybe I will write about it over 20 years, right, is that his family was deeply upset because his family did not know this dark secret occurred. Okay? And as I write in the book, I said, why are you telling me this? Why aren't you confessing this to the police? And it was that he felt that he would be judged by it, right? And that me as a reporter was not judging, I was just simply recording information. And which was my position, And so when I went to his house, when I asked him, well, why aren't you telling a priest this? Why are you telling me? And his feeling was that I wouldn't judge him, right? So this was meaningful to me because I understood that this was a deeply human conundrum that he was in, and for whatever reason, call it fate and circumstance, I was the reporter that showed up in his life. I was the one that was learning other things about this area, Area 51, and the people involved in it. And he felt compelled to tell me and have it on the record, right? It made an extraordinary, bada boom, right? People were, outraged. I mean, it's made up, it's not made up, how could, a million different reactions, right? But to me, what was important was what his family thought, because they did not know this dark secret before it appeared in my book. And so he asked me to come out to where he lived in the Las Vegas area. And I showed up, and in the room was his wife and his children. And we had this kind of come to Jesus roundtable where they were like, tell us that is not true. And he was like, it is true. So all of those people.
How old was he?
He was in his late 80s. So, all the arrows that have been thrown at me over that report, or that were in days past, right? Not so hurtful, because the real courage was that man, jeopardizing his entire family's perception of him. Right? That is extraordinary. That's just extraordinary. And so,
ask him why he wanted to let that out?
I mean, I have so many, we communicated for a very long time. I have so many emails from him. It's a big story. One day maybe I'll report it, but it's not. It's so profound. It's so profoundly human, and yet at the same time, it's so tied in with war and weapons and national security and secrets. So it really is the freaky American strategic deception story, and it will have if it has its place, it will be written. I mean, not to sound cryptic or enigmatic, but do you know what I mean? It's not about sensationalism. I did not know that would be, that Area 51 was a massive bestseller. It was on the bestseller list for 14 or 15 weeks, and half the people read only the last 12 pages.
Right, UFO people, right? That's all I was,
And it was, and since then...
I told my friend on the phone the other day, I'm like, she's not into UFOs. She's like, what? She wrote a book called Area 51. How is she not into UFOs?
I mean, listen, I was at LAX this morning, flying here, right? And I stopped in the bookstore. The bookstore, Terminal 7, LAX. What do they have front and center? Area 51. I signed it. I took a picture.
Oh, that's amazing.
And the guy was like, oh my God, you wrote that book, I mean, people read that, and what's great about that is okay, so 12 years ago, people read the last 12 pages, but now they read the whole book. And that's extraordinary, and that's
very relevant to what's going on right now. Mm-hmm. Very, very relevant.
And it launched my career, so I have a really and truly, and I had no idea that it would be that explosive. I thought that me reporting some, first-hand details about aerospace, crafts and things would be like really the thing that would get everyone. And then I was kind of surprised because I'm not a ufologist, but it is a real. It's a real. I'll tell you, one person I took to meet. I was working at the time. Well, I've said this before, but at the time, Area 51 was like under development for television show by AMC, which was a big TV channel then. And Chris Carter was writing it, who is the creator. You're So Young. He's the creator of the X-Files.
Oh yeah, of course.
So I took Chris out to meet him, and that was pretty awesome. It was really, they're just like and again, it might be part of the narrative if the book ever gets written, but it was really...
Did they discuss that whole thing?
He did not watch the X-Files.
Oh my God! Of course. Right, why would you need to watch the X-Files when you lived it?
Yeah. But Chris is a really, he's like I admire his writing. He's a brilliant storyteller in the fictional world.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll come back and finish. Gotta talk about Pentagon's brain phenomena, and then we'll wrap it up with nuclear war. I want to get into the DARPA Pentagon's brain stuff. That was actually the first book I ever read of yours, which was amazing. And
before you knew I was coming in, you asked me to come in, or did you just read it randomly, or was it like a prep thing?
No, I read DARPA. I read the Pentagon's brain before I ever talked to you. And then everything else came out. I think after that I read Paperclip, and then it was what was the order? It was Pentagon's brain, Paperclip, Area 51, Surprise Kill Vanish, the last one. I just finished yesterday, Surprise Kill Vanish.
Nice. Well, the way that the DARPA book came to be, I mean, most of my books come from the previous book, the idea, right? So my editor said to me, like, wait, whatever happened to Von Braun, after such and such time? And it was like, oh, he was asked by the Pentagon to be the lead scientist for this new agency they were creating in around 1956, 57, and it was called the Advanced Research Projects Agency, ARPA. And Von Braun was going to be the lead scientist. He told the Joint Chiefs of Staff, well, I'm only doing that if 12 of my colleagues come. Colleagues, euphemism, Nazi colleagues. So they said no. That was kind of the line in the sand. We're not having 12 of them at the Pentagon. So instead, the director became a guy called Herb York. And I went, then you always wonder, oh, do I have a book here? And I found Herb York's papers, his personal papers that he donated to the Giesel Library in San Diego. This massive trove of papers with really interesting things in it. Sometimes you can find documents that aren't really, they're kind of quasi, not declassified, but maybe, they're there. And that's actually where I found that first detail that I report in the Pentagon's brain that becomes the seed of my new book, Nuclear War, which is that Herb York wanted to know precisely how many minutes and seconds it took for an ICBM to get off a launch pad in Soviet Russia and strike Washington, D.C. So he hired the world's smartest scientists, the Jason scientists, who became this integral part of DARPA, and whom have been entwined with an extraordinary number of conspiracies. I've interviewed the Jason scientists.
All the best conspiracy theories come from DARPA.
And also the Jason scientists, right? And in the book I interviewed Murph Goldberger, who's the founder of Jason. But in any event, they whittled that number down for him, and they told Herb York it was 26 minutes and 40 seconds. That was precisely how long it took that one. And then, of course, at the time, it was
only the ICBM to get here
from Russia to Washington, D.C. Now, and from North Korea, I had an engineer at MIT, physicist named Ted Postel, do the math for the Nuclear War book, and it's 33 minutes from a launch pad in Pyongyang, North Korea, to hit Washington, D.C.
What's the craziest shit DARPA has done?
Oh my
absolutely
God.
Most mind-bending things.
I think the biohybrids, because when I say that thing they have done, right? So for anyone who isn't familiar with DARPA, right? It's the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, a mouthful.
They added the D.
They added the D for defense, but it is the most powerful, most secretive, most productive military agency in the world. And I kind of believe that before I wrote the book, most people had not heard of DARPA. I mean, I think, or at least when I was doing press for it, it was shocking.
I think you're right about that.
So that's fascinating. And part of that has to do with DARPA likes the public perception of, that they do all these things for the good of humanity. And actually, we know from the declassified documents actually this was not declassified. This was the statement by the first SecDef at the time, the SecDef at the time that DARPA was created. Neil McElroy, an advertising executive who became the Secretary of Defense, he went to Congress to get the funding, and he said this agency is going to create the vast weapon systems of the future. That is what DARPA does. They are always 20 years ahead of anything that you or I know. So any technology that is like, what the hell was that I just saw and you're not supposed to have seen, that's DARPA.
They were doing Neuralink in the 90s, right?
They are always doing things 20 years before you know about them because they do what is called blue sky technology.
Blue sky research technology, yes.
And they have to be ahead of the curve. They have to be, right?
Is DARPA the only, I mean, when it comes to this kind of stuff, like innovating weapons for defense and national security, that's probably the only thing, the only apparatus that exists that's doing unlimited blue sky sort of research and development, right?
I mean, that we know of, but like, I mean, nothing surprises me anymore. And so when you find out there's like some agency you've never heard of, it's like, oh, of course, right? Like, look at NRO, the National Reconnaissance Organization, right? National Reconnaissance Office, okay? NRO was created in 1961. No one knew it existed until 1993 when it was declassified. So they were involved in the first technology, the first satellite technology. So when I interviewed Dr. Bob Whelan, who was the first director of science and technology at CIA, he identified himself as the mayor of Area 51 because he worked out there. And he built the first satellite called Corona. This is like back in the old days when it literally took wet film images, dropped the wet film, and the Lockheed pilots would retrieve the film as it floated. The canister of film floated down from space with a parachute attached to it. I'm not kidding. Right? So this is NRO. They're in charge of everything above, right? And it was so classified, no one knew it existed for more than 30 years.
Is it true that NRO officers or people in the NRO have to be cleared through CIA, NASA, and something else?
That I don't know, but I do know they have their own classification.
Air Force, that's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, they all kind of work with one another, for one another, you know. I mean, one of the guys I interviewed in Nuclear War, Richard Garwin, who designed the thermonuclear bomb, drew the plans for Edward Teller, right? When Edward Teller couldn't figure out how to actually make the bomb explode, Richard Garwin drew a design that allowed it to, right? He's 93. He's a major source for Nuclear War in my book, right? He was one of the founders of NRO. So they all work part and parcel. But the point of this, when you say, you know, is DARPA doing the most advanced technology? Maybe. But maybe there's another organization like NRO. I mean, people forget there are 17, at least 17 intelligence agencies. It's not just CIA. 17? 17. I mean, Google can look them up, right? That's why there's now a director of national intelligence. So there are, and I think that to stay ahead of the enemy, air quotes or not air quotes, to stay ahead, the federal government is always playing not just chess, but move the magic balls, right? And what's under what hat. And so things need to be hidden so that secrets can be kept. When the F-117 was retired, I went to the ceremony with Ed Lovett, the grandfather of stealth technology, right? And it was amazing. It was up there at Lockheed at Skunk Works, okay? And they made this announcement. I just remember this one line, and I am paraphrasing. They said, we created the F-117. It's like a 20-year project, DARPA. And for 20 years, I think there were 10,000 people cleared on the program. This is what the guy was saying. He was giving this speech. And he said, and no one leaked it. And then he said, oh, correction. It was actually 10,000 people cleared plus Tom Clancy.
What?
revealing that, Tom Clancy had been in with the Lockheed guys. And that's where he got a lot of his secrets.
Interesting.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting things I thought about the DARPA book also was that they were inviting science fiction writers to meet with them. I think one of them was the writer for Terminator.
No, that was me going to the Pentagon.
Oh, that
reporting trip, right?
Oh, okay.
But they did, yes, to your point, they did after 9/11. The government, remember that statement, you're too young, but after 9/11, there was a statement that was kind of an echo throughout it was in the zeitgeist that 9/11 was a failure of imagination, right? That no one could foresee that terrorists could hijack airplanes and fly them into buildings, except for Tom Clancy. And so that led DARPA to hire science fiction writers. This is like an anecdotal project for DARPA. I mean, it's like a nothing burger. But it was really interesting to me because they hired science fiction writers, a couple of whom I interviewed, to kind of sit around a round table and come up with the craziest ideas they could, of terrorist attacks and of surprise attacks, to then try to game out how they could defend against them, which is not a bad idea. On that reporting trip when I went to the Pentagon, I brought with me Chris Carter, as I was saying. We were working on Area 51 as a television show at the time, and also Gail Ann Hurd, who co-wrote The Terminator with her then husband James Cameron, but he was also the producer on The Walking Dead, right? And when we went into the Pentagon, it was wild because, and again, this goes back to that idea that people are just humans with, I mean, of course they're human, but what I mean is we're all just like people with like, spouses at home and animals and pets and kids and things, because bringing those two to the Pentagon was like bringing Brad Pitt to a Girl Scout party. Right? I mean, it was no longer Annie, put your pen away, which it usually is. Like, no one lets me take notes at the Pentagon because then they can't go beyond the record, right? It's just background. And it was, we had our cell phones out, we were taking pictures. The generals were like, come in here, hide the classified stuff. I write about this in the book. It's so astonishing. And Chris Carter had created the character of the smoking man for the X-Files, the quintessential boogeyman, the government boogeyman, right? Who's always smoking and is up to no good, right? He's sort of like the embodiment of conspiracy. And the generals loved that. And then Gail, having co-written The Terminator with Skynet, the generals loved that. And I found that both comforting and terrifying. And so did Chris and Gail. But the interesting part about, we're all just sort of people at the end of the day was like, at a couple points during this traveling around, going to the Pentagon, even though when you went into the bathroom, your minder had to follow you in there, right? That's how it works there, in the E-wing, which is where the Joint Chiefs are. But at one point, someone was like, wait a minute, Chris Carter, just a second. And he's like, dials his wife. Honey, you're not going to believe this. Chris Carter's here. You can ask that question about episode 8, season 12. And literally put him on the phone with the wife to answer the question. And it was like really interesting that everybody at the end of the day has real people problems and real people curiosity and real people questions. Most of us. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's what keeps us all from, launching nuclear war. Not us launching nuclear war, but them launching.
Right. Yeah, it's like, it's hard to imagine what it would be like to be one of those guys, either in the Pentagon or in DARPA, who knows all these secrets, but you still have a regular life. You still have a cat at home, and you still have a husband, kids, whatever it might be. And I don't know, there's just so many moral questions around it. Like, if you're working on something that it could destroy humanity or destroy an entire country, or developing some sort of system that has the potential to spy and capture all the information of millions of people in a country. And like, how do you deal with that? How do you maybe they just compartmentalize it and leave it at work? Maybe that's how they find those people to look at that. Maybe that's one of the part of the screening process to be able to work on these programs is like, do you have like Kiriaki talks about people with the CIA? You can't be a sociopath, but you have to have sociopathic tendencies. So like, how does a normal person balance that?
Well, I mean, I think people are very different. It's interesting that you brought up John Kiriakou, and I loved the podcast that he did with you, both of them. And I think agency people are very different than weapons people, right? At least in my experience, like generals at the Pentagon, and I say that almost like a metaphor, right? Because it is an archetype of a person that is very different than a CIA person. I mean, Billy Waugh, to jump over to Surprise Covanish, CIA paramilitary, if I may, right? Like, Billy was such an extraordinary person. You know, he started out as a source and he became a friend. And he only shared with me what he could, right? I mean, but it was clear that there was so much more going on. One of the last conversations I had with him, I was being asked to speak out in Palm Springs. I live in LA, so there was a car service that drove me out, and I was like in the car. I was like, I'm calling Billy, right? And that was in December. That was in November, and he died in April, right? So it's very close to it, right? And he told me I told him I was writing the book on nuclear war, and he told me the craziest stories, like, yeah. And he told me about this mission that he was in Alaska for one of the nuclear tests that went off there. And I was like, Billy, what? Like, you never told me about this. I don't know about this. And you know, he would chuckle, and it was like, you know, 1 millionth of what I did, right? He was an operator for the CIA starting when Eisenhower was an operator. White Star, you know, that was the program before the Vietnam War in Laos, right? That was a long, long time ago. And he worked for the agency almost straight through to the end, right? We know he went to Gaddafi. He went to Libya right before Gaddafi was killed. It was like in 2011, and he's in his 80s, you know? I mean, and who knows? He may have still been operating when we were working together. When he and I traveled to Hanoi, we traveled to Havana. I always got the sense that he was working. You know, there was always something going on because he was an incredible asset for the agency. I mean, he could
just feel untouchable traveling with him into the most dangerous parts of the world.
I mean, okay, I'll tell you an interesting story. So right before we left, he came to my house. I live in Los Angeles, and actually, my husband's Norwegian. My husband had a friend. Norwegian's my husband's mother tongue, and he had a friend, Per Alstein, visiting from Norway on a business trip. So we were all sitting in the garden, right, for this. And Billy was telling stories. We were about to go to Hanoi, and he also insisted on having $10,000 in cash in his back pocket, okay? And I say, I mean, it sounds so apocryphal, it's actually true, and there are two witnesses, right? So he has this, I mean, it's got $100 bills folded up, and he's 87 and a half years old, and we're about to go to Hanoi. And we're sitting there in my garden, you know, eating dinner, and Billy's got this wad of cash, and I say to him, you know, Billy, that might not be a great idea to have that in a third world country, like $10,000 hanging out of your pocket like that. And like, I mean, it was like, what a dumb thing to say, okay? Like, really and truly, like, this is Billy Waugh, you know what I mean? Like, he's operating around the whole world. He's got, like, you know, bullet frags in his, I mean,
he was taking jogs, running from Bin Laden's dogs.
I mean, everyone's tried to kill him. He's invincible, and here I am telling him not to have this money. But on the other hand, like, it's kind of true. Like, why would he's 87, you know? And before I could finish the sentence, he has picked up a fork and thrust it into the wooden picnic table, and said, anyone tries to, you know, and then he says like 10 squares, you know, with me, that's what's going to happen to them. And this fork, so we're all just looking at it, and this fork is just like, you know, in the table, right?
Did he pay to get your table fixed?
No, it didn't matter. It's just a wooden picnic table, right? But the point is, like, Billy, and like, why did he? I still think about that. Like,
Did that scare you?
no,
Billy, he comes off in your book as like this just old school kind of guy who's like this protective, like a knight in shining armor. You could go anywhere and you would just be like, you would feel invincible with him. You know, he's the knuckle dragger assassin. But were there any moments where like that fork in the table that like gave you pause, like, oh my god, this guy is who I think he is. He's not just this, you know.
The fork in the table was the only time that Billy broke the veneer of just being so calm, and you know, like that was an attack, right? And that was because I kind of insulted him, or at least that was his perception, right? But I liked your definition. I liked hearing John Kiriakou talk about Billy. It was amazing, and I loved also that he said that Billy's swore all the time, because the truth of the matter is, this is the one quid pro quo I had with Billy, right? Billy swore. I mean, it was so fun to be around him, because like everybody has the little kid in them that, like, you know, your mother tells you you're not supposed to swear constantly, and Billy, just every other word that came out of his mouth was a swear. But we made an agreement that in the book I wouldn't use the F word every other word, because it was disruptive. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, but I thought that was very interesting, because it, you know, the knight in shining armor part of it was diffused by the fact that Billy had this vocabulary that was just, you know, I have videos of him during the pandemic. We did a lot of Zooms to kind of stay in touch, and maybe I'll put them up one day, because they're just apps. And Billy would sit in his office and shoot the shit with me, you know, and he would just tell old stories again and again, and they were just, you know, it was really awesome. It's like great getting that stuff down on the record, out of his mouth, right? Because he was really one of a kind. And I was at his funeral here in Tampa.
I was talking to Rick. He told me you were coming down. Like, I gotta get her on the podcast. I gotta get her down here. Rick's like, you want me to kidnap her? I'm like, I don't know.
Those guys are funny. I mean, speaking of kidnapping, I once had a friend who got stuck in Morocco during the pandemic, right? Like, remember when that March 15th or whatever that was, when Trump closed the borders and like we could barely get back into the United States?
Oh, yeah.
And I had a friend my age who was stuck in Morocco, and she was seriously worried. And I called up Rick and like some other guys, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we'll go get her. You know, it's going to be expensive, and she's going to have to come out by boat." But it was like they gave me a whole plan about how they could go get her, and it was like, wow, right? They were not kidding around.
You know, a lot of Billy's operations were. It sounded like, especially during the first few operations. I think his first one was to Libya. Is that right?
Well, that was after the Vietnam War.
Obviously after the Vietnam War, he started going work. He worked for the post office, and then it's like when he got hired on these covert operations, it seemed like there wasn't much communication. Like he wasn't sure who he was working for.
Always. I mean, he was a singleton, right? So that meant he operated alone for the most part, and that is a remarkable job, right? And when I interviewed Cofer Black, who is a very top CIA person during the whole war on terror, and was Billy's boss, you know, and like I'm paraphrasing here, but he said something like, again, you know, these guys are always saying like, "Oh, Annie, like you really think you know anything, right?" And he basically said like, you know, you think you got all this stuff from Billy, but the truth of the matter is most of his career was spent getting verbal messages from guys like me with nothing written. And that is just stunning to think about, that there's an element of the national security apparatus that functions like that, right? So what it really is President to Cofer Black to Billy Law. And Billy Law, right? And Does that still go on? I don't know, right? But what I do know is being able to get Billy Waugh's story on the record was like a real privilege for somebody like me, because it's, okay, so if it's 1/1000th of the story, it's still an incredible through line of seeing one man operate through all these wars, right? And of course it culminates in the end of the book. That book leads me to nuclear war, which is, you know, do you remember the scene I recreate when we're in Jacques' garden in Hanoi?
Yes,
Right?
I do.
So to set the stage for that, Billy was assigned to kill the leader of the North Vietnamese army, General Giap. And General Giap in many ways was like more, I don't say more powerful than Ho Chi Minh, but was like, you know, just as important, right? He led the army and everybody followed him, right? And the American government wanted him dead, like nobody's business. There was a perception that the Vietnam War would end if Jacques was dead, right? And so Billy was assigned to kill him on this mission called Osprey, which I write about in Surprise Go Vanish, and which Billy wrote about in his book. And it's just a remarkable, shocking mission, okay? And so when we go back to Hanoi, Billy and I travel there, and we are set to meet with General Jacques' son. Jacques had died just a few years before, at like the age of over 100. And his son, Dien Bien, named after the Battle of Dien Bien Phu. The house, this gorgeous house, is not far from like the mausoleum where Ho Chi Minh lies in rest. And it's this magnificent house with a huge garden, and like basically it's a museum of Jacques, right? There's medals, and I mean just and also Jacques' ashes are there, and like kind of there's like a Buddhist little temple that we went into. I mean it was just wild, right? But we're sitting in the garden, and Dien Bien brought to the picnic, no pun intended, the man assigned to kill Billy Waugh, right? General Jean, right? So it was just like two arch enemies meeting in their 90s. Billy wasn't quite yet in his 90s, but the colonel was. And they were like, and it was just wild to be discussing the war, to listen. I mean, they were discussing war, I was listening. And then this subject comes up, because as I write in the book, Billy was part of the green light, and we talked about this earlier, the Area 51 bomb dropping when they jumped the nuclear weapon. That was a test to see if such a team like that, the green light team, would ever use that weapon in war, would ever use a tactical nuke, that thing that you and I have been saying must never happen, right? So in the 60s, this was a real thought. And the Defense Department looked long and hard about, wait a minute, because the Ho Chi Minh Trail was this engineering masterpiece, this pathway through the jungle, through which all these weapons were being run up and down, and was fueling the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army. And so the government had tried every which way to shut this trail down, and they couldn't. And the kind of one idea that got run by the Jason scientists, I write about this in the Pentagon's Brain, and then again in Surprise Kill Vanish from a different point of view. The idea was, well, we could drop it or place a tactical nuclear weapon on the trail, blow it up, and then it'll cut off, it's like cutting the artery. And so in this, there we are in Hanoi in 2016, Billy Waugh and the arch enemy, Colonel Jean, talking to each other about what it was like to try and kill each other, and all their friends are dead and they're alive. And the subject comes up of this tactical nuclear weapon. And Billy says we should have used it. And Jean and Dien Bien are like, excuse me? And I write this out in the book. They're like, what? The Americans would never have done that. That's a ridiculous concept. And Billy explains to them that it was actually thought through and it was decided against. And Billy took the position that we should have used the tactical nuke. And I was shocked.
And
They
he
were
still
shocked.
he thought like going back, I would have used it if it was my choice, or was he kind of?
Here's what he said, and I'm paraphrasing. It's actually sourced in the book of what he really said from the tape recorder. But he said something to the effect of 58,000 of my, friends and countrymen died, and 1 million of your friends and countrymen died. One tactical nuclear weapon would have ended the war. And that was just like, it was just this mind-boggling concept. I mean, I completely disagree with it. Obviously, you see for reasons why in nuclear war scenario. But that was Billy's position. And so, for as much, like, everything about Billy Law to me is just, he was a man, he was one of a kind, As I said at his memorial service, he rode for the brave, right? But I fundamentally disagreed with him on the tactical nuclear weapon. And, we had many arousing conversations about that because, and I think that from the, and again, the journey, that she who has never been in war, right? My perspective on that would be like, wow, the government needs to have different kinds of people. You don't want Billy Waugh in charge of your nuclear arsenal, right? And we laugh, but it's not funny.
The big question in the books, in Surprise, Kill, Vanish, is are full frontal wars better than assassinations and sending in people like Billy Waugh to surgically take out terrorist leaders or to take out, evil people? Mm-hmm. And I think the Billy Waugh is a better answer to that because, I think there's multiple cases to be made. But I think one of the things that has been shown to us over the last few decades with the wars in the Middle East is that these big wars they cause spectacles and they become recruiting mechanisms for more terrorists. Like the terrorists that are like the Hydra, you cut off one head and another head grows. But if you have somebody like Billy Waugh or some sort of covert assassin to go in and take out these bad guys, similar to what happened with Osama, that was made into a big spectacle too. But when you do it covert and you don't make a big scene, you're not helping the terrorists recruit more people. Like if you look at Afghanistan, or even what's going on right now in Gaza, and there's children seeing their family members be slaughtered, they're going to grow up hating Americans.
This is the conundrum of, guerrilla warfare, right? So it all comes back to what we've been talking about this whole evening, which is like science and technology moves forward and makes these weapon systems that are bigger and faster and more complex and more precise. And then you have the human factor, the operators, and then you have big wars with armies, and then you have the operators, the individuals, the singletons like Billy Waugh, or the small teams. I don't have the answer. I really am always amazed that just when I think, oh, this explains something, it opens up a whole new Pandora's box, and you're stuck with a whole new question, right? Like because you could say,
well, there's no collateral damage with a knife to the throat.
This is the big question. And then, then history unfolds in a certain way, and later people say, I'll give you an example, right? Billy sat in my office when we were on the way to Hanoi and took me through a PowerPoint that never happened. Okay, so this is what, preface this, and he said, God, that Billy with thousand swears that he had presented to his CIA boss a plan to kill Hugo Chavez. Okay, and it was this remarkable plan. They were going to halo jump in and kill Hugo Chavez. Okay, right? And I mean, I wrote the Jack Ryan series for a couple seasons, right. And if you see season 2, we kind of mimic this, right? At the end of season 2, won't give it away, but it's pulled from the history pages, right? So because Billy had this long plan, it was very interesting. But the point, he said the agency rejected it, and they always said to him things like, don't ever show us any crap like that again, you know? And then they would come back to him and say, any ideas about this and that? But the point that he was making, and the reason he showed me that is he said, that's one of those situations where, can you imagine if, because he was pointing to what that country looks like now, right? And such devastation and starving people and a terrible government and just a horrible mess of a country. And he was saying, can you imagine if we had killed the leader? We would be blamed for all of this. Right? So,
but nobody would know.
But they always find out, don't they?
Yeah, I guess they do.
I think that things reveal themselves, right? And that is the conundrum for the idea of covert warfare versus, infantry warfare. But what I do know, having written First Platoon and having interviewed a group of young soldiers who were literally straight out of high school, I mean, what they went through in Afghanistan is everybody's worst nightmare. And that made me really ask that same question of myself that you just asked, which is, wow, is covert action a much better solution? I mean, of course, the big solution is, why are we having all these wars, right? But that's also, if you interview enough people in the national security sphere, it's like, that's a naive question. You can't even ever ask that.
There's no answer.
Well, it's more like, I think it's saying, humans are wired for war. Humans are wired for conflict, right? People want their neighbors X, Y, or Z. And so...
Well, it's different for us, too, because we're separated by 6,000 miles of ocean on both sides, and we don't see anything up close. All those countries over there in Europe and South America and Mexico, they witness it every day. It's ubiquitous. And it's hard for people like me to even have an opinion on it when they've never seen it. All I can do is read books and talk to people like you who have actually been there and report on, talk to all these people. You feel kind of guilty even trying to form any sort of opinion on it, to be honest. But
well, that's an interesting. I think that's really interesting what you just said. You feel a sense of guilt because there's a culpability with all of us, right? Like, that's what I felt interviewing the soldiers from First Platoon, right? I mean, the Billy Walls of the world, everyone in that Surprise Kill Vanish book, every tier 1 operator I interviewed, their hand is raised, and they are like, send me. It's a cliche, except for it is not a cliche.
Right.
That is what they want to do. As much as I want to be a writer and a reporter, as much as you want to be a podcaster, they want to be out doing covert action, right? And so the guilt part of it, for me, no book hurt my heart as much as writing First Platoon, because the soldiers that were so young, and they were like the age of one of my sons at the time, they went to war. To send an 18-year-old kid into battle, it's shocking. It feels shockingly terrible, especially because a lot of these guys told me how much they were influenced by the way in which war is presented in media, right? Which I am also a part of, working with one, finger in Hollywood, right? James Twixt, who ended up committing suicide from First Platoon after coming home and just not being able to deal with the pain of what was in his head. He told me, I write about this in First Platoon, how, he watched war movies and just thought, this is going to be great. And then he found himself in Afghanistan, in the worst place in the world, a medieval type environment. And, the historical part of that is a tragedy. And that's the guilt part. I think sending young soldiers who don't know better to war is, you can say it's their decision, you know, but also a lot of those individuals told me they went to see the world. You know, they went to get out of the small coal mining town. They went to maybe go to college one day. And yes, some of the stories have a happy ending, but a lot of them don't. And that's the part, you know, that
You haven't found a purpose in life yet. This is just a convenient opportunity. Completely opposite of Billy Law.
completely.
It was like he was camping outside of Kofer's office on a lawn chair.
Yeah.
Send me out there.
Yeah. Although, you know, Billy Law, I mean, then you could say, I mean, I could hear Billy say, like, hey, that's a bunch of hogwash, you know, because Billy was, 14, 15 years old in Texas, and World War II was happening, and he ran away from home to join the military.
Didn't he hitchhike to the
Yes. No, he hitchhiked to California because he heard that they weren't checking papers as, you know, severely as they were in Texas, and so you could get away, you could kind of pretend you were older than you were. And he was just so pissed he missed World War II that he signed up the minute he graduated from high school. Right? So you can't really, I mean, and again, that's like the armchair judgment. You know, but it's, you know, people sometimes ask me, why do you write about war? And it's because there's nothing more dramatic. Right? And it's not just war. It's the national security apparatus. It's the civilian sector that requires war, right? It's the secrets around the war. It's the covert action that comes as a result of it. It's the deception campaigns. It's all of this. It's the human lives. It's the human drama. It's the near-death experiences. These are incredible subjects, and I feel very lucky to have been able to interview some of these people that, looking back on history, are like, wow, you know, I interviewed Harvey Stockman, the first man to fly over the Soviet Union in the U-2. I mean, he fought in 3 wars and then he was shot down in Vietnam, or rather, he was shot at, crashed, and became a POW in the Hanoi Helmet.
Did he ever get out?
He got out.
Oh, obviously you interviewed him.
He got out. No, and he, you know, the detail on Herbie that I just never can get out of my mind is that he, whenever he was invited to a Pentagon function after the war, and mind you, he left Princeton to go fight Nazis in a Mustang, right? An old, in like aircraft before jet engines, okay? And then he flew through atomic clouds as an Air Force pilot. And then he flew over the Soviet Union, taking photographs. And then he flew in Vietnam, and then he became a POW, right? He was a hero among heroes. And when he came home, the Pentagon would invite him to events. He insisted on wearing his Hanoi Hilton pajamas, the POW pajamas, the striped ones. He wore them home. He refused to take them. Like everybody, he just wanted it to be known, right? And he said something to me that is, and again, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, the invitations from the Pentagon stopped coming because they wanted heroes, not former prisoners.
Yeah, we don't like to talk about our failures. Mm-hmm. All right, we're coming up to the end. We're on the final stretch. We have to dig into this book right here, Nuclear War. Can you explain what's going on the cover of your new book, Nuclear War?
That is the Ivy Mike thermonuclear bomb, right? So atomic bombs, people think Hiroshima and Nagasaki, those were tiny. A thermonuclear bomb is a 2-stage weapon. It is an atomic bomb inside a nuclear bomb. The atomic bomb is the fuse. It's so incredibly powerful. That bomb is essentially the same. It's like if you set off 1,000 Hiroshimas at the same time in the same place. 1,000.
Wasn't it supposed to be smaller than it actually was?
Well, the Ivy Mike bomb was the was the test that was the first thermonuclear test. This is the one that was designed by Richard Garwin in my interview for the book, right? And the idea at the time was, how do we make these massive nuclear bombs smaller so we can fit them in the top of a ballistic missile to strike an enemy across the world, right? So the weight of the bomb had to actually be smaller. If you go back in time to Hiroshima, it was in an aircraft. It got dropped out of the aircraft. It weighed 9,000 pounds. That's the size of a small elephant. Okay, and then you had to create bombs with far more capacity to destroy. The megaton. Hiroshima was 15 kilotons. This weapon on the cover of my book is 10.4 megatons. It's so massive. And this is something like 4.5 miles of fireball. Right? So in the scenario that I tell in nuclear war, the first bomb that strikes this bomb that strikes Washington, D.C. is a 1 megaton thermonuclear weapon. And I describe the effects factually based on all the details that all the scientists were measuring while we were exploding bombs like this. Because meaning the Defense Department, the Atomic Energy Commission, wanted to know the effects that these bombs would have on people so they could plan nuclear war. And this fireball was, 4.5 miles long, the fireball. And the one megaton fireball is about 1.1 miles wide. Just a pure fire. Pure fire.
Hurricane of fire.
Everything in that fireball is incinerated. Nothing survives. Nothing. No insects, no cellular life, nothing. The distance from the Pentagon to the White House is 2 miles.
What happens in the second mile radius?
Oh my goodness, well I described that thanks to the scientists that were measuring all of the nuclear weapons which were exploded from the end of the war until 1962 when the treaty prohibited atmospheric testing. All of those weapons tests that you described earlier, they were performed for scientists, American scientists and engineers, to understand how these effects would affect, people, places, and things, essentially. And they're all compiled in these books. And you can see in my source material, that's where I pull all the information from. So, for example, I can tell you precisely, based on these documents, at what temperature, the upholstery in a car, a 1958 style Buick, catches on fire, and at what distance, right? Or at what distance pine needles catch on fire. Because this is the minutia that the government was recording and understanding. Because the idea was that one day we would have a nuclear war, which is just so mind-boggling when you read the scenario and you realize what a nuclear war will look like.
Reading it, it's almost like the idea of having a plan in place for a nuclear war is irrelevant once it happens. It seems like there's no hope for anything after a nuclear bomb. I mean, you described that the streets turn into molten rock.
And that's from the effects book, by the way. I mean, that's just not my imagination.
Right. The level of details that you put in there of exactly what happens to the roads, the cars, the human beings, the rivers, the lakes. It's astonishing the amount of details that they are aware of.
And then you begin, and it builds out from there, and you realize, oh my God, nuclear command and control is a massive system of systems. There's the nuclear triad, which is America's nuclear arsenal. It's made up of the ICBMs and the silos that we spoke of. We have 14 nuclear-armed, nuclear-powered Ohio-class submarines that they call the handmaidens of the apocalypse because they're completely undetectable under the ocean, and they can fire between 80 and 90 nuclear missile warheads in 90 seconds.
You do a great job of explaining the MIRV missiles. How do those work? So there's like 20 something missiles on each sub, and each of those missiles have like 3 warheads in each one that can hit multiple targets that are predetermined.
MIRV stands for multiple independently targetable, vehicles, right? And so it's this idea that in the nose cone of one missile on a sub, right? And I misspoke. There's, the numbers are dizzying. I write this in the book, right? Because in the subs, there is a missile that is called a trident, and inside the warhead, inside the nose cone of the trident, sits a MIRV missile, right? Which means there are these multiple warheads. So you can fire one trident out of a sub. It, comes out of the vessel, breaches the surface of the ocean, moves into boost phase, and then goes ballistic through its mid-course phase, at which point the warhead releases the multiple warheads, and they can independently target places that are up to several hundred miles away. And this system, the handmaiden of the apocalypse, can sneak up to a coast and essentially be 14 minutes away from a coast. And so this idea that we have a nuclear triad is so bizarrely redundant, right? We have the ICBMs in the ground, we have the missiles and the subs, and then we also have our bomber force, right? And so this is all set up to fundamentally lock down this idea that this is called deterrence, right? So we have so many nuclear armed weapon systems in our triad that if you dare try and attack us, we will annihilate you to our smoldering, fireplace, right? And then the other side, the enemy, which used to just be Russia, the superpower, but now there are 9 nuclear armed states. The idea is okay, then they have their nuclear arsenal that is on par with ours, at least Russia is. And so they're saying essentially, don't you dare attack us because we have the same amount of firepower, and if you do, we will turn you into a fireplace. And that is the fundamental premise of deterrence. And so the whole idea of nuclear war is predicated, not having a nuclear war is predicated on this idea of deterrence, which, as I write in the book, is just a theoretical phenomenon. It's like saying, okay, so if that works, great, we won't have a nuclear war. But what if it doesn't work? What if one rogue missile gets launched? And that is the terrifying scenario that everyone in the national security system will really tell you, well, deterrence will hold. Because if it doesn't, this is what's going to happen.
Well, because we have super sophisticated defense rockets, right? NORAD, that can shoot down missiles out of the sky.
Which is pure fantasy.
Pure fantasy.
Pure fantasy, because as we discussed earlier, the U.S. arsenal is about 1,700 ready for launch, more or less, okay? And Russia has the same. China has 500 now. North Korea has maybe 50, okay? And so people think, well, we have, they imagine Israel's Iron Dome. Well, our system is called the Interceptor System, and it's run by the Missile Defense Agency. And they have a grand total of 44 interceptor missiles. And the success rate of those interceptor missiles is between 40 and 55%. So, and you don't start a nuclear war with a couple missiles. You send the mother load. So, if you send 1,700 missiles, or even 1,000 missiles to the United States, and we have 44 interceptor missiles, you see the flight.
So, say if Russia, does Russia have MIRVs too?
Russia has MIRVs.
So 1,000 missiles really is like 3,000.
Those are actually warheads. And when I say the numbers are dizzying, the numbers are dizzying, right?
They are.
And thank you to Hans Christensen and his colleagues at the Nuclear Notebook, Matt Korda, and others who keep track of this, because they do the best they can to, based on who reports what, to keep track of what MIRV missiles are where. And there are all these treaties that say you can't have this and you have to have that. And these numbers really are dizzying. But what I try in the book to just delineate the basic facts of what they are and how they exist. But, so if you have a MIRV warhead, that counts as, if the MIRV has 4 warheads in its nose cone, that counts as 4 nuclear weapons of the 1,700. But still, it only takes one of those that's on the cover of my book to take out a city. And also, as I write in the book, the anarchy and the mayhem that is almost guaranteed to follow. And this comes straight out of the mouth of, former Secretary of Defense Bill Perry, telling me that there's just absolutely no way that civil society can hold, even with one nuclear, right? And you have Craig Fugate, former director of FEMA, saying to me, he was taking me through, FEMA's the one that's in charge of these super secret, top secret classified plans of what will happen after a nuclear war. And he's very honest. He's like, we're an agency who plans for asteroids, okay? But he said, after a nuclear war, it's just a matter of self-survive. That's an actual quote from him, Hope that you have Pedialyte stocks. So the idea that nuclear war is unthinkable, I believe, is a dangerous concept. I think people need to think about nuclear war to understand this is madness.
How does it make you feel when you see reports of people like Mark Zuckerberg and all these billionaires creating these nuclear bunkers?
I mean, it just seems silly to me because, first of all, it's incredibly naive because, that's just, read the book and find out what happens when the EMP comes, right? The nuclear EMP.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that just takes out all electricity. I mean,
you don't need an extra weapon for an EMP. The nukes handle that.
Absolutely. You just explode a nuclear weapon 300 miles above, Oklahoma, and goodbye the power grid, right? So whoever's in their bunker is working on a backup generator, and that backup generator has only so much fuel. And if you can't pump fuel ever again, you suffocate in your nuclear bunker. Sorry, Danny, but this is the...
Who survives?
No, well, listen, nuclear winter was this concept that first emerged in 1983 when Carl Sagan and colleagues wrote the first theory of nuclear winter, this idea that after a nuclear exchange, never mind the incinerating destruction from all the weapons, right? That the soot that would be lofted into the air would block out the sun. And so you would have nuclear winter, right? Yes. And at the time, so one of those scientists, Brian Toon, was Carl Sagan's young student at the time, and he's still alive, and I interviewed him for the book. And he's been working on this issue ever since that first paper. And, he's a remarkable academic, and the papers that they have written are astonishing. And what he said to me was interesting, which is that he said, that when the nuclear winter theory first came out, the Defense Department, sort of really tried to shoot it down, no pun intended, that, it was Russian propaganda and it wasn't really going to happen and all of this. And, there were two schools of thought. There were those who were like, oh my God, this is just a disaster and it is, nuclear winter is real. And there were others who said, that theory, hooey. Well, the scientists, discussed the fact that their climate modelings were limited to like pencil and paper. Yes, computers, but there was nothing near that like there is now for climate modeling. And their most recent paper, which used state-of-the-art computer technology to model, and they wrote a paper, I think it was like 18 scientists on 5 countries. I cite it in the book and I interview some of them. And they say actually the models from nuclear winter are like minor compared to what will really happen with what it shows us with this new technology. And that in essence 5 billion people will die after a nuclear exchange. The people that die in the minutes and hours of the fireballs, the fallout, and then the nuclear winter. Like here's one detail that Professor Toon showed me that I just can't get out of my mind. He showed me a picture too, like a drawing that his team had done. He said because the temperature of the Earth will drop by 40 degrees Fahrenheit, there will be 330 billion. I'm losing the metric. I think pounds, 330 billion pounds of soot lofted into the air, right? Places, this is Toon talking, he said places like Iowa and Ukraine will be sub-zero for 7 years. Every day of the year. And so then that's the death of agriculture. So this is a very grim topic to end our podcast on.
Well, who survives that? How do you survive?
And
do they know? Do they speculate who could possibly survive? So when a nuclear exchange happens, one of the most fascinating things to me is how you have a facility that's inside the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, buried in a granite mountain. One of the guys there is in charge of launching nukes, or what's it, Central Command or
STRATCOM. Strategic Command. U.S. Strategic Command.
So one of those guys, including the president, has to be sent up into this nuclear airplane, this airplane that can survive any sort of nuclear.
It's called the Doomsday Plane. Until it runs out of fuel.
And it has like days worth of fuel, so they can basically drive around in circles until chaos sort of dies down.
I don't know that it has days worth of fuels. It's kind of impossible. I think it has about 24 hours, and the idea was that it would be refueled in air. But that's not going to, you got to consider what would be going on. So yes, if it can get refueled, it could fly around in the air. And those planes were designed, that's why they call them the Doomsday Fleet, to be able to give launch orders from the air while things are blowing up on the ground. And so, but to answer your question about who survives, I looked at this book called The Cold and the Dark. It was written by Carl Sagan and some colleagues after this nuclear winter theory. And Sagan, this is, now 40 some odd years ago, says, who would want to survive, You'd have like this small group of people who would essentially become hunter-gatherers again, because you'd have to be like, you'd have to be Billy Wall, right? Or even, you'd have to be an advanced prepper with military training to be able to survive in a world without agriculture, right? And so that's the idea, like, who would want to survive?
You think, like, most people that are used to today's technology that need electricity to survive, all those people would be dead. But I wonder what would happen to like uncontacted tribes in the Amazon. Would they survive? Would they be the ones that
probably
rebirth a new civilization 20,000 years down the road?
I mean, according to Professor Toon, it's like Australia, New Zealand, and parts of South America. would not have these same climate effects that the rest of the world. And so, yes, people, and that's an interesting, I end the book by telling the story of the archaeologist who discovered Göbekli Tepe in southern Turkey, which was kind of the birth of, it's got all these other...
We just did a full podcast on that like a couple days ago.
I'm sure about other things, not like post-nuclear war, right? But what, Klaus Schmidt was the archaeologist who found the place in the 90s, and with him was a young graduate student named Michael Morse, who's alive and who I interviewed. And he tells me about finding this incredible, like this buried secret, right? So, it's 12,000-ish years old, and it changed the timeline about how, scientists and archaeologists get to think about, humanity's kind of emergence from hunter-gatherer to civilization, right? To being civilized man, right? And that's the idea of like, I end it with this kind of thought of like, what's it going to be like 24,000 years? I take you through a minute, the seconds ticking time clock, right? From launch to nuclear winter, and then jump 24,000 years to a thought experiment, which is like, will anyone ever know we were here? Like, what will they find? Right? We will be like the Göbekli Tepe, right? Like, who were these people? What happened to them? Right? I mean, when Einstein was asked about what weapons he thought World War III would be fought with, his famous answer, and I'm paraphrasing, is, I don't know, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. And this idea that civilized man we have created all this technology, this accelerated rate, particularly accelerated since the end of World War II. Just astonishing acceleration, right? That's the Pentagon's brain. Just how fast is that happening? And yet it took us, approximately 12,000 years to get here, from like the guys running around with spears to doing this podcast, right? But it could all be gone in seconds and minutes.
Yes. It is an amazing book. I can't recommend it enough. And this podcast, if it's out in the public, which by the time this thing hits YouTube, your book will be out. People will be able to find it. Nuclear war scenario everywhere. Books can be found. I'm assuming Amazon. Audio will be out by then. Anything else we should tell people?
Listen to the Danny Jones podcast.
That's right.
I enjoy listening
to the Danny Jones podcast. Thank you. That means a lot, Annie. I really appreciate that. It's been a true honor to have you in here and to talk to you today. I really appreciate you making the trip.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
It was an absolute banger, and it's an interesting time for Shane at the moment. He's got a lot going on this month, which is what I'm going to cover in today's video, from his recent Bud Light sponsorship to the rumored Super Bowl ad this weekend, and don't forget he's hosting...
Before the episode starts, I just wanted to say thank you to all the new YouTube subscribers we've gotten this month. It has been growing like a weed, along with Spotify and Patreon. If you have not yet subscribed to the channel, go down and hammer that subscribe button below the video. Leave a comment and enjoy the show.
That's right. 2 years after Shane's SNL signing to have him on JRE, and since then Shane has become...
These things happen. The phenomenon is real. Clairvoyance is a real thing. Precognition is a real thing. All of these things are absolutely part of the human condition, but you can't put them on call, which is what you need in a scientific experiment. You need to replicate things, and you need to be able to falsify things, and ultimately you need to be able to quantify things. You can't do any of that here. But it doesn't mean they're not real. It just means you can't do ordinary science with them. And what the remote viewers were trying to do, certainly as I understand it, is they were trying to use these things for espionage. And sometimes they worked very, very well, but they did not work all the time. And so that's where the science falls, but the reality still pokes through, as it were. My own feeling about it is that you need trauma to induce these things. So go back to the David Morehouse story. Well, he didn't become a remote viewer until he was shot in the head. Right. And you mentioned Elizabeth Crone. Well, Elizabeth didn't become psychic until she was struck by lightning and almost died. So I think there's something about trauma and illness and suffering that opens people up to these capacities. And these capacities often come online after a traumatic event, whether that's physical or emotional or sexual or everything altogether. And sometimes they don't come online at all. Sometimes the trauma is just mangles people, essentially. So I don't think we understand this at all, Danny. But I think trauma is somehow involved in it, and I think that's why these are not scientific, as it were. You can't induce trauma in a scientific experiment, by the way. Not at least
not morally.
Not ethically or morally. No IRB at any university would allow you to traumatize human beings, over and over, which is what you'd have to do to operationalize or study these things. And even then, it may not work at all. You might just kill the person or traumatize the person.
David Morehouse says that these extra senses and this extra perception that people have, people like him acquired through head trauma, he said that's something that everybody has either buried down deep inside. It just needs to be sort of let loose somehow. There needs to be some sort of event that brings it to the surface.
I think it's trauma. I think it's trauma that lets it loose. Of course, I do think these are part of the human condition, and we all have these capacities. It doesn't mean we all have access to them.
Do you think past humans in maybe harder times had this stuff come to them more naturally, and it was sort of a normal thing, and then as we evolved and built cities and self-driving cars and iPads and phones, that this stuff just sort of got buried?
Yes, I do. I think the assumption is that things are getting better and we're evolving to more and more abilities. But I think actually the opposite might be true, that we've lost a lot of these abilities, but maybe for good reason. Anesthesia. Antibiotics, painkillers. These are not bad things, Danny, but they certainly suppress the pain and the suffering that allowed people to access to these abilities and these other realms and so on. So I think there is to invoke my field again, I think the modern human being is more buffered, which is a word used a lot. The psyche is put together in a way that is much more egoic and stable and rational than it was, say, 500-600 years ago. Our ancestors were much more open to other realms and other kinds of beings, but they also suffered more. They lived very much shorter lives as well. Right. So it's not like we want to go back to that. I'm not suggesting that, but I think acknowledging this is extremely helpful, because it gets us out of this notion that if you can't demonstrate something scientific, it's not real. That's nonsense. It doesn't follow at all. It just means it's not amenable to the scientific method. That's what it means. There's a lot of things about human experience that are not amenable to the scientific method.
So, for people that may not be familiar with you and your work, can you give people an introduction to how you got into this field and what exactly you're doing today?
Yeah. So, I was trained in a field called history of religions at the University of Chicago in the late 80s and early 90s. And essentially this is the comparative study of religion, but really broad, Danny, like from ancient cave art to the contemporary near-death experience. So it's like everything. Now, when you're trained in it, you focus on a particular area and a particular culture and a particular language, for sure. But the goal is to understand the most extreme forms of human religious experience comparatively, to sort of look for patterns and see what's similar and what's different. I started out actually in the early 90s. I was a scholar of Hinduism, actually. I studied Indian languages. And then in the late 90s, early 2000s, I got very interested in the American counterculture through a place called the Esalen Institute in Big Sur, California. And what I was really interested in was how did these countercultural actors understand Buddhism or Hinduism or Taoism or whatever the Asian religion was, and what did they embrace and what did they not embrace about these cultures. And it was really that work, mostly in California, that exposed me to, or I encountered human beings who kept telling me extraordinary stories about things like near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, psychedelic experiences, UFO experiences. I heard the whole gamut. And I realized that historians and scholars of religion just didn't have any way of dealing with that. You know, we had ways of dealing with it, but it was not dealing with it. We would say, "Oh, that's an exaggeration," or "That's a legend," or "That's some kind of power play." And I realized that no, none of that really worked. People actually did have these experiences, and so I wrote a number of books about what most people would think of as the paranormal. I wrote a book called Authors of the Impossible, which maybe we can talk about. I wrote a book about comic books and science fiction called Mutants and Mystics. I wrote a big memoir manifesto kind of tying all the books together called Secret Body. I worked with a man named Whitley Streeter, wrote a book called The Supernatural, 3 words. I wrote another book with a near-death experiencer named Elizabeth Crone called Change the Flash. I wrote a book about scientists and engineers called The Flip, which is about their own extraordinary experiences and how they flip their worldview after these. And I work mostly now with frankly experiencers, and I try to understand what they saw or what happened to them and how we understand this theoretically or comparatively.
So that book Changed in a Flash with Elizabeth Crone, how did you get introduced to her?
Yeah, it's actually a funny story. I was invited, as I often am, by a student of mine to come over to the Texas Medical Center. And they were having a panel on near-death experiences in something called the Institute for Spirituality and Health now. And Elizabeth was one of the speakers. And but anyway, Elizabeth told this story of how she was struck by lightning and how she had this really wild near-death experience. And she told this all in the medical center in Houston. And I went up to her and I said, "Elizabeth, that is a great story. And you should write a book." And she said to me, "Well, I don't know how to write a book." And I said, "Well, I don't have a great story, but I know how to write a book." And so, so we worked for a couple of years and we published Change the Flash. And it's basically the first half of the book is her telling her story, and the second half of the book is me sort of trying to make sense of it in the context of the study of religion, anthropology, and history and everything.
So what is this? Can you give me a recount of the story?
Sure. I mean, I'm not Elizabeth.
Right. Well, we can pretend.
Yeah. My joke is, I'm the warm-up band for the Beatles. And she's the Beatles. And she really is. And so what happened was, Elizabeth, this is 1988.
Okay.
And it's the yahrzeit of her grandfather's death. So it's the first annual memorial of her grandfather's death, and she wants to take her boys to a synagogue to hear the name of her grandfather read out. And she puts them, they're 2 and they're 2 and 4 or something. I don't remember their ages. She goes to the synagogue and she gets out of her car and she's holding this umbrella and she literally gets struck by lightning in the parking lot of her synagogue. And she has this extraordinary 2-week near-death experience. Here on Earth, it lasts maybe 2 minutes. And she comes out of this experience. She knew she was going to have a daughter in the future. She knew she was going to get divorced. She knew all these things right away. And then she started to have all of these extraordinary sort of precognitive experiences. Like she knew a family member was going to die, who then died like the next day. She got a phone call from her dead grandfather like at 3 in the morning. If the phone rings at 3 in the morning, it's always something bad. And she started to have nightmares of things like earthquakes and plane crashes and stuff that would happen the next day in the news. And so she got very overwhelmed by all of this, and it took her, well, from 1988 to 2018, 2017 to tell the story. And the reason she waited so long is she didn't want her kids to be made fun of. She didn't want her kids to, be the kids of the strange mother. And so we wrote this book together, and it's done really well, actually. A lot of people have read it. We were just on Mayim Bialik's podcast. I don't know if you know Mayim Bialik, because she's on The Big Bang Theory. And
Yeah, I watched that. I listened to that podcast last night.
yeah, so Mayim loved the book, and we had a long conversation around it. And it really deals with this issue of what is the soul, or what is consciousness. Do we survive bodily death? What do we make of near-death experiences? How is Elizabeth's near-death experience related to the Jewish mystical traditions? And how do we understand the imagination? How do we understand dream? How do we understand precognition? It gets into all these questions. I think in a pretty plausible, useful way.
So she explained, I remember listening to the podcast, that she explained that after she got struck by lightning, she walked inside the synagogue with her two boys.
Yeah.
And then everyone was like, we need to go, we need a doctor. And then she turned around and looked back outside, and she saw her body laying there.
Right.
And then that's when she realized that she was dead.
Right. She didn't know she was dead, and she didn't. She was wondering about why is no one paying any attention?
Oh, nobody was interacting with her.
No. And the thing that she was always obsessed about right after the lightning strike was her shoes, actually, because she had just purchased these new shoes, and she was so proud of these shoes, and they were totally destroyed. They were where the lightning grounded out, so they just blew up basically. And so there's humor in it, and there's a moment where someone asks for a doctor in the house, and of course it's a Jewish
synagogue. It's all doctors.
It's all doctors. It's a Jewish synagogue.
And lawyers.
Not only is it a synagogue, but it's right near the medical center. So of course it's filled with, and the man who happened to be the expert on lightning strikes was actually there, and he was the one who treated her and got her back.
There's no point calling 911. They're just going to call me.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what he said.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So then she saw like a light. She noticed she was floating. She saw a light. She followed a light somewhere.
Yeah.
And then she went to some crazy garden that she couldn't put words. She couldn't describe the colors with words.
Yeah, she was in a garden for 2 weeks and talked to this male voice who was the voice was her grandfather's voice, but she was pretty sure it wasn't her grandfather.
She thought it was God.
Yeah, she thought it was God. And then there were these mountains and this light on the other side of the mountain, and she knew if she went towards the light, she wouldn't come back. She would.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And so she stays in the garden. And what's so interesting about working with Elizabeth was I was like, the garden and the mountains and God is a male and all of this stuff, it's so Jewish. And I said to her, how do you understand that? And she was really sophisticated about it. She basically said, look, everybody's going to have their own experience of the afterlife. They're going to experience it the way their culture or their religion or they're set up to experience it. But there's still something there. So she had this very both and kind of position that I found very useful as someone trying to think about religious experiences across the board.
So was this garden she was in, was that sort of like a metaphor for purgatory or for like a...
It wasn't a metaphor for her. I mean,
it was like how do you interpret that? How do you interpret the garden? Where, like with your religious studies background, where was that? And do you think that she made a decision not to go to the light, meaning not to pass on to the afterlife, and she decided to go back to the earth or space-time we live in now? Do you think that's something that happens to everybody or most people?
I think it happens to a lot of people. I don't know if it happens to most of us.
I mean, obviously, some people have no choice. If you get your hit by a truck, you're not going to have much of a choice.
So I talk about this in the book. And first of all, let me back up. First of all, the garden is a very, very Jewish visionary display. Paradise is a garden, and the Jewish tradition talks a lot about the garden of the afterlife, as does, of course, the Christian tradition coming afterwards. So I think that kind of visionary landscape, and I think it really was a visionary landscape. I don't think it's a metaphor in the sense she's just talking like that. I think she really experienced herself in the garden.
So that didn't come from any prior knowledge that she had.
I think it came from her Jewish background, however we understand that. But I don't think she consciously created it, Danny. I don't think it's like a dream, It's like when you get up in the morning, you're like, what the hell is that about? Right? It's some part of you is telling you a story that's not you, but it is you. And I think the garden and the mountain is something like this. It's some part of Elizabeth's background that is trying to speak to her in symbols, let's say, or a visionary landscape. But it doesn't mean exactly literally what it is, if I can put it that way. And the reason I say that, I've explained this in many contexts. I work with many people, and hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions probably people have near-death experiences, and they're all different. But they also share these patterns, that are similar too. And so when you look at the whole thing, you can't say, oh, it's a garden, because that then locks out all these other experiences and all these other human beings. But you can't sign your name to any of their experiences either. So you have to back up a bit and say, well, something's mediating this. Something is using these mythical landscapes or these visionary landscapes to communicate something, but it's not exactly what is there. And okay, so that's a theory, but it's a very helpful theory because it allows us to appreciate a whole bunch of things and not just one thing. And that's really my goal as a comparativist, is to keep all that stuff on the table and not to start shoving stuff off the table I don't like.
Right. Now, in the real world, after she got struck by lightning, how long did it take for her to get brought back to life?
So again, your phrase, the real world.
Yes, the real world. The world that you and I are sitting in right now.
We of course privilege this world, and we think it's the real world. But maybe it's not. Maybe the world Elizabeth was in was more real in some sense than this world. But to answer your question, 2 minutes. She was out for 2 minutes, maybe around there. I mean, she was unconscious. She was lying in the parking lot in the rain, charred and wounded by the lightning strike, and completely gone, completely out.
Heart stopped.
We don't know. I mean, how would we know?
Couldn't they check her pulse?
Well, I think once they started to, they eventually ran out to her right in the rain.
It was after 2 minutes.
In the parking lot. I mean, it took a while for people to realize what had happened, right? So I don't think we know. I at least don't know the medical details.
Okay.
We know the medical details of other people who've had near-death experiences because they're recorded. They're in an operation or an operating room. This is in the wild, as it were. So we don't really know. But in Elizabeth's story, she's out she's gone, she's dead for about 2 minutes, and then she comes back online, and she, of course, wakes up, and she's in a lot of pain because she's just been struck by an immense bolt of electricity. But these experiences then develop over a series of months, actually, after the strike, as you often see, by the way, in near-death experiencers. And again, that's the trauma that I'm trying to get. A near-death experience, by definition, is traumatic.
Yes.
I mean, you almost die. Right. And that might be a car accident, it might be a heart attack, it might be operation went wrong, it might be a lightning strike. Something has to go very, very wrong. And as I say in the book, what we call the near-death experience, I think it's been happening forever, as far as we can see back. But people just died. They just died. And so, of course, we didn't hear those stories. But with the rise of medical technology, we now have this ability to pull people back. We can resuscitate people who would otherwise be dead. And guess what? They come back with a lot of these stories because they have these experiences and they remember them. And so there's a whole modern literature now around the near-death experience that didn't exist 50 years ago.
Right. How did she know when she was out that she was gone for exactly 2 weeks? And then did she say, like, can you give me some more details on this light she decided not to follow and like how that worked?
Well, so the reason she gives for the 2-week answer is that there were spheres or planet-like objects in the sky, and they were somehow measuring time. And so she has this sense of 2 weeks because of the way those planets or those spheres move. The light, she definitely senses. Well, she senses an other, a kind of twin or an angelic other with her all along. But she also recognizes that if she goes towards the light on the other side of the mountains, that she won't come back. She won't come back into the plane you and I are in right now. But she chooses to do that, of course. She chooses to come back, and she's told she's going to have a daughter, and that she's going to get a divorce. And by the way, the lightning strike, it struck her wedding ring. She was holding the umbrella by the wedding ring was on the umbrella. So there's the role of the ring and the marriage and the divorce and the child. All of this is really significant to Elizabeth's story. And of course, I got to know Barry too, the first husband, and he's wonderful. I mean, he talks about all of this, and the near-death experience in Elizabeth's language really changed her, and was partly resulted in the divorce, because she was just a different person.
So, what changed her actually?
Well, this is what I talk about. I mean, she understood that she is not her body, that she has this spiritual essence or soul that survives bodily death, and she became much more spiritual, but she became much less religious in her modern language. I mean, she couldn't get the rabbis from her synagogue to take her experience seriously, but she could get the Chabad kind of Orthodox community to take it seriously. So, but she's very uncomfortable with Orthodox Jewish kosher laws around food and gender and sexuality. So she's kind of in this middle zone where the part of her tradition that will listen to her experience is precisely the part of it she doesn't like socially or ethically. And I think that's the case for a lot of people, by the way, Danny. As a historian of religions, again, I'm really interested in when people have religious experiences that don't actually fit in to their religious upbringing or what their culture community wants. And I'm interested in those because there's a kind of purity there, there's a kind of integrity there that I think is really powerful and honest. And if you have a religious experience that matches your religion perfectly,
wasn't that convenient?
Yeah, my colleagues always come in and say, "Well, of course it did." I mean, it's constructed. It's just the culture. It's doing its own thing. But when somebody has an experience that doesn't fit into their culture, then I'm like, "Well, what about this then?" That's interesting. Maybe something's going on that isn't actually specific to the religion or the culture of the community. And so that's why I'm interested in it. It's not that I'm perverse or inappropriate. I'm just really interested in people's experiences when they don't fit in. Because I think there's a kind of quality there that you don't find in other kinds of experiences.
Yeah, the near-death experience is really interesting when you get to understand some of the stuff that Andrew Gallimore talks about. You're familiar with Andrew?
Yeah, I am.
He's doing the DMT-X study in Tokyo.
fascinating what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's basically, for people who don't know, he's doing these extended state DMT studies where they put people on intravenous DMT, like a slow drip, and then they're trying to essentially map the DMT realm, right? And figure out what's going on there, what are these little L's they're seeing, and try to understand it more. And it's, I don't know if how comprehensive or real the studies are regarding the pineal gland and the DMT that gets released when you die or near-death experiences. What have you found, or what have you discovered when it comes to how DMT in our brain creates these sort of psychedelic experiences?
Yeah. So I think the psychedelic analog or comparison is really powerful. If you look, and I've spent a lot of time with psychedelic researchers, so I'm not naive here. If you look at people's psychedelic states, they can be really wild. I mean, they can see things and experience things that make UFO encounters look tame.
Right.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
But they also really happen over and over and over again. And so the researcher is always, I think, kind of pushed back on this. It's the theory of the imagination again. And I don't mean the imaginary. I mean, the imagination is somehow giving access to this other realm. And it's mediating this other realm in a really powerful way. But it doesn't mean that what's being imagined is not there. And I think with Gallimore's work, which I know a little about, I mean, I have one of his books and dipped into it. I think the near-death experience is like the psychedelic state. The pineal gland theory is essentially, the theory essentially says that what happens in death is the pineal gland secretes DMT into the organism, and the person has this psychedelic state essentially that allows them to die in a fairly peaceful way. And my experience of that is, years ago I was invited to a DMT seminar in England, actually, and they asked me to bring Whitley Strieber. I think they just wanted me for Whitley, actually. And I was like, Whitley Strieber doesn't do psychedelics. He's wild enough. I mean, he has these experiences with really culture visitors all the time without psychedelics. And they're like, yeah, we know, but we think it's endogenous DMT release. In other words, we think his body is releasing DMT, and that's how he's having these experiences.
Right.
And I was like, wow, that's an interesting idea. And so I talked to Willie about this. I'm like, Willie, will you go to England with me and talk to these people? And he's like, sure, but I don't do psychedelics, and I'm basically strange enough in his own way. But that was the theory. And I think that's a plausible theory. We don't know if it's true, but again, it gets back to this issue of trauma that I was talking about earlier. You need the trauma. You need the near death to activate the pineal gland to release the DMT that then helps mediate this experience. And the question, Danny, is for someone certainly like myself is, are you making that argument reductively or non-reductively? And by that I mean, do you think it's just the pineal gland and the brain's on drugs essentially, and so you're hallucinating?
Yeah, is it broken and stuck on repeat?
Or, and I think this is what these researchers really think, is the DMT acting as a kind of mediation or as a kind of opening of the portal that the soul has been going through. And I think it really matters which of those options you choose, Let me put it this way, and I'm going to sound a bit nerdy here, but the reigning model in neuroscience is what we call the production model. And that's the idea that consciousness is entirely produced by material processes. In our case, a neurological kind of light show in the brain that is very patterned and very organized, and it produces Danny or it produces Jeff. That makes no sense, actually, of a lot of the phenomena that I'm interested in, like precognition and out-of-body experiences and all of these encounters we're talking about. So people in my world, at least since William James, and probably earlier than him, people like Frederick Myers and way back, essentially argued what's called the filter thesis, or what we call the filter thesis today. And this essentially says that the brain is certainly mediating these states of consciousness, but it's actually not producing them. And so what you want to look for is instances in which the brain is being shut down, because then other things can flow in. In a filter thesis, the brain is a filter. You're shutting most things out so that you can eat things and survive and reproduce and in a kind of Darwinian sense. And so what you want to look for is when does the brain shut down? And of course, psychedelics is a great way to shut down brain processes. Meditation is a great way to shut down brain processes. Car wrecks, lightning strikes, you can go on and on. But every instance of this shutting down the brain is probably going to be traumatic to the person, unless you can integrate it into the ritual of the system, which is I think what meditation is. So I think it matters a great deal. What I'm trying to say is it matters a great deal how you understand the relationship between brain and consciousness, or brain and mind. And I think the reigning scientific model is certainly the production thesis. And so when the brain shuts down in death, guess what? Consciousness blips out like a light bulb, because the material base has ended. But in Elizabeth's view, and I think in Whitley's and a lot of these experiences, that actually doesn't actually end consciousness. So clearly consciousness is not dependent on brain processes. Clearly it's something else is going on, and that's where this filter thesis comes in. And you can call it transmission thesis, you can call it all kinds of things, but it's essentially a different understanding of how the brain and the mind are related.
Is this connected anyway to Chardon's theory of the noosphere?
Yeah, Teilhard de Chardin.
Teilhard.
Yeah, Teilhard. Probably. I mean, so I know a lot about Teilhard. I can tell you funny stories about Teilhard de Chardin too. He was a Catholic paleontologist who had basically his view was that God worked through evolution, and that the nous was this sort of cosmic mind that was going to develop, in the future when human beings were more integrated in some way. And so he talked about the noosphere, and some people have connected this to the internet and, have kind of gone in that direction. It's really not what Teilhard was saying. He was much more interested in evolution as a kind of mystical process through which God creates human beings and eventually consciousness and eventually this sort of nous cosmic mind. So I would say that most religions have a filter thesis. In other words, they do not understand the body as producing mind or consciousness, full stop. Most traditional cultures see the soul or the spirit as somehow independent of the body and the brain. And so when the body and the brain dies, the soul or the spirit does not. Now, again, that's open to conversation. I don't have an answer there, but I think someone like Teilhard, who comes out of a Roman Catholic mystical tradition, definitely was working with some kind of filter thesis, although he would never use that language. I would never impose it on him.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think about this sort of like unifying consciousness, like this noosphere, and basically, and do I have this right? The idea is somebody like across the world can come up with this crazy new idea at the same time, like somebody on the polar opposite of the planet will have the same idea, right? Like somehow we're all connected in this sort of layer of consciousness that envelops all of us.
Well, so a lot of religious practice implies this. So, for example, if I were to, I'm not a religious person, Danny, but
oh, you're not?
I'm not. I mean, not in a traditional way, but
you believe in God?
Yeah, I do actually. We can talk about that. I'm framing this though in a particular way.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. We can go back there. Let's say I were to pray for you.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that ritual implies we're connected in some way, and that I can pray to this deity who can then somehow impact Danny's life. I mean, there's a kind of trialogue going on there. There's a kind of triangle there. But also in a lot of psychical experience, somebody wakes up in the middle of the night and says, "Oh, Grandma just died." They know instantly. So clearly there's a connection there between the loved one and the person who wakes up. Well, what is that connection? What is going on there? And so that's the kind of, one of my colleagues calls it coherence. That's a kind of, Barbara Newman's her name, that's the kind of connection that is so deep it needs religious language to describe it. And I think a lot of the reason I invoke prayer is it implies the same thing, even if people don't talk about it. If you're praying for someone, then you're connected to that person. You believe on some level you're connected to that person, and that your mental act can somehow affect physical events, which is a remarkable thing, Danny. If that in case is true.
Right. So why, being a person who studies religion and has dedicated your life to religion, how could you not be a religious person?
I knew you were going to come back to that. It goes back to the taking everybody seriously thing. If I sign my name to a particular religion, it means I've locked out all these other people. And so it's not that I deny religious views. In fact, I think I believe everything, Danny, which means I believe nothing. Because the religions exclude one another. Well, I can't exclude other people. I just can't do that, because I think people are innately, inherently religious and have these experiences, and I want to take those experiences as seriously as I take my own experiences seriously. And so I can't fall back and say, I'm this or I'm that, because in my own mind, that doesn't allow me to live with and take these other people seriously. So it's not that I often describe myself as the most religious person I know, but I don't actually have a religion. Not at least one I can identify.
What do you think God is?
I think God is us. I think we're God. I think, but not Danny, but not Jeff, but we tap into some greater reality, that we call God in the Christian or the Jewish or the Islamic traditions, but that other traditions call other things. That you don't have to be theistic or personal about it. There are religious traditions that acknowledge that other greater reality, but don't turn it into a person or a god.
God is us.
So let me put it this way. If I experience an alien and it looks a lot like I do, my inclination is to think it's somehow me that I'm projecting to deal with. I'm dealing with my own greater self by having this kind of experience, and it looks a lot like me because it is me. And I have never ever heard about an experience of God that didn't come from a human being. Ever. Okay, my dog does not talk about her experiences of God. Okay, nor did many of our cats or any animal. I have only heard experiences of God from other human beings, which leads me to think that there's something really human about God, that God is somehow this deeper self or cosmic mind behind or within humanity. And it's not that Jeff Kripal or Danny Jones is God. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we tap into and we exist because of this greater life force that lots of people have chosen to call God. And I'm like, okay, call God. That's what you want. But other people don't call it God, Danny. They call it a whole bunch of other things. And I'm like, well, that's true too. That's your experience.
Going back to the near-death experience.
Yeah.
Have you ever? I mean, well, first of all, what sort of actual experiments have you guys done? And how do you do, like, do you do experiments on people in hospice and like go like study them and figure out what's going on in their minds?
No, I don't.
How do you guys do a proper scientific analysis of what's happening in these people's minds with near-death experiences? How can you do that in a measured setting?
Well, first of all, I leave that to the scientists. There are psychiatrists and scientists who do exactly that you're talking about. I don't. I'm a historian. I'm a humanist. I listen to people's stories and I write about them, but I don't do that scientific laboratory study that you're referring to.
Right.
Your question presumes, by the way, that science somehow tells us the truth, and history and confession and autobiography don't. So I think that's wrong. I think that's fundamentally wrong. And I think we live in a culture that conflates scientific method with truth. And I just think that's mistaken. I just think it's mistaken. It's just wrong. Scientific truth is really useful and it can do all sorts of great things. I mean, we're talking on a piece of technology here. I mean, we used a refrigerator, we used a coffee machine. I flew here in a plane. All those things are wonderful things, but they're practical things. They don't tell me why I exist or what the meaning of life is. They do things. They can create cool things, but they can't tell me any of the questions I want to know the answers to.
Did you ever talk to anybody who had like traumatic experiences as a young kid?
Oh yeah, sure.
And then maybe grew up like for example, I have a friend who had childhood leukemia.
Yeah.
And had the first 7 years of his life were just living in and out of a hospital.
Yeah.
And it really dramatically changed his worldview after that.
Elizabeth's like that, by the way. If you read the book, she was raped for 6 years as a child, from the age of 6 to the age of 11. And she definitely relates her near-death experience to her early dissociative states. And she uses the word dissociative. I'm not using it without her. So I definitely think there's a connection between early childhood trauma and later religious experiences. But again, I'm not proposing that in a reductive sense. It's not that I think the near-death experience can be explained by the childhood sexual abuse or rape in this case. But I think they're definitely related psychologically and biologically.
So what do you believe actually happens when we die?
I think we die into our imaginations on sort of the far side of this world. The immediate thing that happens, I think, is that we experience our imaginations in a really traumatic way, whatever those imaginations are. I don't know what happens after that, what happens after the mountain, the light at the end of the other mountain, because I don't have any memory of that. I do notice, again, as a comparativist, there are actually two forms of literature today that are very prominent. One is the near-death experience literature. The other is children who remember previous lives. And they're seldom compared, Danny. So the question for me is, okay, do we live once or do we live many times? And different religions, again, opt for different solutions, by the way. Some religions have a kind of one life model, and other religions have a cyclical kind of reincarnational model. And I think if you look actually at the data, as the scientists would say, it's both. You see both in the data. You have children who really remember previous lives, which by the way ended traumatically in almost every single case. Yeah. And you have those children in Christian cultures as well as Hindu and Buddhist cultures. By the way, they don't privilege. Certain worldviews allow those stories to circulate more easily, for sure, but you also have these cases in cultures in which there is no reincarnation. And the lives, one of the things when I talk to the researchers here, one of the patterns they see is that the previous life was overwhelmingly male. And the reason is, that they speculate is that in most cultures, males are much more likely to die violently than females. Much more. It's not a universal rule. I mean, obviously you can die violently as a female as well, but generally they identify a male in the previous life when their life was ended by gunshot or murder or war, whatever the case was. And also in these other cultures, Danny, this gives them a very powerful way of talking about gender and identity, by the way, because this notion of being a woman in a man's body or a man is not unusual at all in a reincarnational worldview. It makes total sense, actually. Well, you were a woman in your previous life, and now you're in a man's body. So of course you're more aware of that than you probably should be. Because we're in these worldviews anyway. We're designed to forget our previous life, so we can focus on this one and imagine that you're Danny Jones and I'm Jeff Claypool, and this is it. Well, it's not it in this bigger worldview.
How come there are only kids imagining or remembering previous lives? Why don't you see older people doing that?
So, again, we just have theories. We just have ideas,
of course.
But there's a lot of literature actually on this, and generally these memories erupt around the acquisition of language, so say around 3, and they disappear around 5 or 6, maybe 7. And the idea is that they erupt at language because the child actually has these memories and you can articulate them, but they have to be suppressed and forgotten so that you can be this other person. You can have this other life. I mean, Danny, it's hard enough being one person, right? Can you imagine if you were 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or 5 or 6? I mean, you'd be really confused.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I mean, at least I would be.
Yeah.
So there's a model on why these memories, and they tend to manifest between 3 and 6 or 7.
You also hear lots of crazy stories of kids having these crazy visions and UFO experiences and stuff like that more than anyone. Like, there's more of these sightings around schools than anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes. So first of all, let me say this. Let me say I don't have answers, Danny. It's not like that I can tell you what happens to us when we die, or I can tell you who God is, or I can tell you any of these big questions. But we should be having this conversation. And I don't just mean Danny and Jeff. I mean, in the broader culture, we should be focusing on these cases because these are the ultimate and most important questions I think a human being can ask. And I think, so what shuts down the conversation, I'm against. And what allows and encourages the conversation, I'm all for. So again, this gets back to your question of religion. I want to keep everything on the table, and restricting myself to one particular religion takes a lot of stuff off the table that I just don't want to take off. So in some ways, it's a more generous view than a particular religious or cultural identity. In other ways, it's problematic. I don't want to romanticize it. I'm lonely. I don't have a community. I don't. There's a heavy cost to this. So I don't want to romanticize the conversation or the process, but I think it's really important. I really think it's important to do this. What was your other question that I just blew off?
I don't remember. One of the things I also wanted to talk to you about was I wanted to ask you, how did you get wrapped up in this whole current UFO community that is taking shape right now?
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
I remember I watched your talk at the Seoul conference, which I believe was in Australia.
No, it was at Stanford.
Oh, was it Stanford?
Yeah.
Why? We were looking up something on our Patreon show earlier, and it said it was in Australia. That was weird.
Well, Ross Coulthard is from Australia, but the Seoul Foundation is based at Stanford with Gary Nolan and Stanford Medical School there.
Okay, cool. Anyways, so I don't know how I mixed that up. I was watching your talk, and you mentioned that some sort of propulsion expert reached out to you and asked you to do a talk at MIT.
Yeah, so the way I got into UFOs, first of all, I love UFOs.
You do?
Yeah.
I can't stand it.
No, you like them too.
I wish I could see one. Well, I did see one with Chris Bledsoe. That was the only UFO I've ever seen.
The reason I love the UFO is because it's not because I understand it. It's because I don't understand it, and I don't think anybody else does either. So it's a kind of ideal framework for a professor or an intellectual or writer, because you're dealing with a topic that is open and rich and very much a part of people's lives, by the way. The way I got into it was I was writing about the counterculture, and I was talking to all these experiencers, and they were telling me all these wild stuff, all these wild stories that, as I often say, couldn't happen, but did. And a lot of these involve UFOs. And so I started to write about the UFO. I think the first book I published on the UFO was 2007. Was Esalen, American Religion and Religion. It's filled with UFOs, by the way. And it's about the American counterculture. It's about remote viewing. It's about Russian-American diplomacy, all of which involve the UFO, by the way. And then what happened was I wrote this book called Mutants and Mystics that ends with a long chapter on Whitley Strieber. And then I wrote another book called Authors of the Impossible, which has two whole chapters on two French researchers, one Jacques Vallée and the other Bertrand Muse, writing pretty much entirely about the UFO or largely about the UFO. And I just became this strong voice in the American Academy for taking these things seriously in a historical context, in a religious or spiritual context. I never pretended to be the scientist or the engineer. I want to stay in my lane, as I often say, and I want to talk about these things historically. I think they're central to the history of religions. I don't think they're tangential. But I don't think we actually know what they are. I think people imagine them in a kind of science fiction framework today, or they imagine them in a kind of nuts and bolts way. But other cultures and other previous time periods have experienced them similarly and differently. And so that's what I want to bring into the conversation, is this bigger picture. It's very much like the near-death experience, or God, or prayer, or whatever you want, however you want to talk about it. It's when I just want to shake people and say, look, it didn't begin in 1947. It goes back thousands of years as far as we can see.
Yeah, that's one of the things I talked about with Diana when she was here. And she talked about how she originally got introduced to this whole UFO topic and how much it is depicted in religious texts. And she pointed out that there's a word, you could probably correct me on this, but there's a word in the Bible that means cloud or something.
Yeah.
And it was they removed it or something from the Bible, or what was the story behind that? There was the word that meant cloud that was often in the Bible, and she believes that when people are talking about clouds, they're really talking about UFOs.
I don't really know. I don't know that word. I mean, she's probably talking about the Hebrew Bible and the pillar of fire and cloud that guided the Israelites through the desert in the story in Exodus. But I don't really know. I mean, Diana's correct that religion's filled with this stuff. I mean, this is what fascinates me about it. So it's like everywhere, but you won't talk about it. Well, why won't you talk about it? I think this is what generates religious ideation and religious belief. I think it's what's behind religion, actually. But we won't talk about it, or we land on some kind of mythology or worldview that is common today, but makes no sense, in the 2nd or 3rd century. So again, I just want to be the person in the room poking people, saying, "Hey, what about this?" Or, "Gosh, precognition or mental telepathy is like common. It's like as common as water in these religions. Why aren't you talking about that? Why do you think it's only modern parapsychology or science that can do that?" I mean, people have been having these experiences for a long, long time. And they've been thinking about them and creating models and frameworks that we call religion to make sense of these things.
This, I think we glossed over it a little bit, but who was the propulsion person who brought you to MIT? Why did he want you there?
Yeah, I think his name is Charles Chase, I think was his name. Charles invited me to MIT. It was really a salon. It was a kind of intellectual salon, and he had spent his life in propulsion technology, and he was retired now. And his basic hunch, which I think is correct actually, is that whatever is propelling or manifesting as the UFO is probably involved in human levitation. Human levitation, Danny, is one of these topics that you can't talk about if you're a historian, but it's really pretty obvious. I mean, it's pretty embarrassing too. The embarrassing fact is people float.
I don't think that's embarrassing.
Well, it is.
That would be pretty fuzzy cool if I could float around.
It's first of all, it's often unconscious or uncontrollable. The person doing it is not in control.
What kind of floating are we talking about?
We're talking about lifting off the ground. So we're talking about people who, Teresa of Avila or Joseph of Cupertino are two of the people who are usually talked about here. Well, Teresa prayed to have this not happen. She prayed to God to take it away.
Her floating ability.
Yeah, and he did. God did. And Joseph of Cupertino, he couldn't control it either. He would scream every time it happened, and then he would float off the ground or shoot up into a tree or a statue or something.
So, can you, real quick, a quick aside, I want you to, when was Teresa of Avila?
16th century. 16th century.
And where did she live?
Spain.
Teresa, 16th century Spain. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and Joseph of Cupertino, I want to say 17th century, Italy, for sure.
Okay.
Teresa is very learned, became a doctor of the church. Joseph is not learned at all, but was basically imprisoned or controlled by the church and kind of moved from monastery to church because people loved him, by the way. They felt like you did. They're like, cool, I want to see this guy float. Well, the church didn't like that. They want to control sanctity and they want to control teaching, and they certainly wanted to control and hide Joseph. So that's what they did. So what I'm trying to say is these things happen. This is part of history too. It's not controllable in a conscious way. And what Charles thought is he thought if I came to MIT, I could talk to the engineers and the scientists there, and I could talk to them about human levitation, UFOs, and sort of make some sense of this. And I couldn't, of course. I can't make sense of it, but I think they're related. Because if you listen to people who encounter UFOs, first of all, there's a lot of levitation involved. They'll float off their bed, or there's also levitation involved in demonic possession cases and in all kinds of religious situations. But, the UFO, as it's often talked about, doesn't fly. Modern propulsion methods is basically about blowing stuff out the back of the machine, and it propels you forward. So you have a controlled explosion, essentially, is what you have. And the UFO doesn't do that. It seems to just float there. It seems to violate gravity in some really fundamental way. And human levitation clearly violates gravity in a fundamental way as well.
Have you ever seen anybody levitate?
No.
Okay.
No.
Has this guy?
What's that?
Has the propulsion guy?
No, I don't know. I doubt it. Again, these things are this is what we're going back to our science conversation. These aren't things you can invoke. You know, these are things that just happen, and often they happen in ways that we can't control.
Oh, look, you found it.
Oh, this.
Can you punch it on that a little bit?
Yeah.
Go up to the top and we read the title. Charles Chase, former head revolutionary programs at Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, now head of the UN lab on A&D's place in a new business model for global challenge engagement.
So that's Nick, by the way, Nick Cook. That is not Charles.
Well, Nick Cook wrote the article.
Yeah.
They do talk about gosh, he's in here somewhere.
I have nominated this talk by Charles Chase at NCW's Featured Post 2020 because it embodies so much of what our Call to Action campaign this year has been about, addressing global changes head-on through the untapped power of the Aerospace Defense Agency.
He goes on to talk about, this is a pretty cool thing right here.
Charles explores all this in his 10-minute presentation and more. In it, you will hear about some of the activities he has been working on at the UN Lab, his new ventures alongside DARPA and the Office of Naval Research.
And he talks about propulsion down here.
Breakthroughs. Charles concludes towards the end of his talk. The question is, will they really what? He's talking about,
will they?
What is he talking about? The lack of. His moonshot program at LM identified many of these a few years ago. Tech like energy storage, tidal energy, and water desalination.
So
this guy's interesting.
So the hope is, look, here's the hope. The hope is if we can figure out how UFOs defy gravity, then we can create new energy and create new means of transportation.
Exactly.
That's I think that's where this is going. And you know, when Charles invited me up to MIT, he was, again, this was an intellectual salon. This wasn't. I don't think this was anything major, and I think he was just exploring. He was fishing for ideas to do obviously what he's doing now.
Well, that's fascinating. That people that are deep inside these private aerospace contractors are doing all this research, talking to people like you, the religious scholars.
Yeah.
He's a propulsion expert talking to interested in a religious scholar.
Yeah. No, I know. I live with these scientists and engineers, and I talk to them. But again, it's one thing to say these things happen in human history and human experience. It's another thing to operationalize them and turn them into a technology. And again, that's why I stay in my lane, Danny. I don't do what they do. I don't know how you do this. All I know is that the historical record suggests that these human beings floated off the ground. Absolutely.
And he was asking you specifically about that, talking more about that.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. That was about, I don't know, it was about 6-7 years ago now. Since then, there's a wonderful book on this, by the way, called They Flew, by a historian named Carlos Iyer, who basically takes to task historians for not looking at the same material. I mean, it's overwhelming, Danny. It's overwhelming as a historian if you start looking at this. It's obvious. It's like, yeah, this seems to have happened.
And what sort of demonic possession cases have recounted this floating phenomenon?
Well, lots. I mean, just first of all, look at the popular culture. I mean, you'll see floating and levitation all over the demonic possession stories. Yeah. So let me say this in the most diplomatic way I can. I do actually. I am not a fan of demonic language.
What do you mean demonic language?
Well, a lot of people when they interact with UFO accounts or they interact with possession accounts, they immediately go to the demon language. They say, "Oh, well, this is real, but it's a demon." I'm like, "Well, how do you know that?
Right.
That fits your religious worldview.
Yes.
I get that,
right.
But maybe your religious worldview's off. Let's not jump to a particular assumption or interpretation." I also think because of my traumatic thesis, that a lot of paranormal phenomena are because of human suffering. And so the idea is that you're going to get a lot of demons, by the way, that are part of these visionary landscapes because people are suffering, Danny. People are in real pain. And so I think to just demonize this further does a great disservice. It really hurts these people. I think what they need is to be listened to and to be taken seriously. And maybe their trauma and their illness is in fact producing the